What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7BH Chapter 257 Life Level, Bounty Hunter. Granny Feng nodded thoughtfully when she heard the words, the current occupation, which clearly possesses the power of a dragon, yet still takes money to do things, is really respectable. Respect? Meben Kagaya looked up at the night sky and said with a soft smile, as long as you kill more people, there will never be a lack of such worthless things as respect. Ha! Glancing at Meben Kagaya with a flat expression, Granny Feng's hairs suddenly stood on end, thinking that this person seemed a little dangerous. Well, can I get out of here? Looking at Granny Feng with a cautious face, Meben Kagaya was a little speechless. Whatever you want, I didn't arrest you. That's right. Ha ha ha. Granny Feng laughed a few times, took the unfinished meat skewers in her hand, got up and left here. After walking a few steps, she looked back and found that Kagaya was not moving, so Granny Feng breathed a sigh of relief and ran out of the forest. When she returned to the village, Granny Feng glanced at the meat skewers in her hand, recalling Kagaya Yuban's vicissitudes and accustomed to killing, she couldn't help sighing. This terrible world, even this kind of strong person is disgusted, when will he be a leader? However, since you are a bounty hunter, if you can hire such a strong man, the village should be free from war. In the forest. Meben Kagaya didn't care about Granny Feng's departure, but looked expectantly at an ancient well not far away, which was the Bone Eater. Come on, the time is right now, Kagome, I will wait for you here. Besides, I should also find a reason for my outfit, which is similar to the current outfit. Looking at her magical clothes, Meben Kagaya thought inwardly. Time goes by, the moon sets and the sun rises. When the sun was shining across the sky and the rays of light shone in all directions, the breath of the morning filled the entire forest. Countless birds left their nests in search of food, and squirrels in various tree holes also began to scurry in the forest. After Goben Kagaya extinguished the dragon flame and put the golden oven back into the king's treasure, he looked back at the big tree that sealed Inuyasha. Advertisement. The time tree does have a very wonderful power, but its success is also wonderful, and its failure is also wonderful. Because it is too wonderful, in this world where the monsters are dancing wildly, no spiritual wisdom can be born, and thus become a monster. How sad. Time tree. Since the Well of Bone Eaters is your territory, I'll give you some treasures, and Kagome must come. As he said that, Kagaya flicked his hand casually, and a small blue ball was directly wiped into the trunk of the Era tree. Next moment, the age tree suddenly shook. This kind of vibration was not direct, but a vibration similar to a heartbeat or a fluctuation. Immediately afterwards, it was over and nothing happened. Seeing this, Yuban Kagaya couldn't help being a little silent. You must know that although the life essence just now is small, it is extremely pure, and it has reached the level of regenerating a severed limb. But such a pure essence of life is like a drop in the bucket for the time tree. It can only be said that it is indeed an Era tree that has not changed at all for 500 years, and the level of life is too high. It is indeed the same level as the pirate world, and it may even surpass the other world. In terms of power level alone, this world is similar to the pirate world, and they are all terrifying power kings who are like natural disasters. But in terms of the level of life, this world is much higher than the pirate world. Even a little monster can live for hundreds or even thousands of years under safe conditions. For a big yokai, living a few 10,000 years is simply too easy. Like Sessamaru has lived for 400 years, but in fact, among yokai, it is just an adult. But it's a pity that the world of monsters is too cruel, basically every day is spent in killing, which also makes it impossible for monsters to live safely. Of course, today's Kagaya has a long lifespan. Although it is not immortal, it is really easy to live for a few 10,000 years. After all, Kaguya's constitution is the constitution of the giant dragon family, and Kaguya's fire dragon slaying magic can grow infinitely under the system's proficiency function. Sooner or later, Meben Kagaya will truly live forever. At this time, Yuban Kagaya also gave up and continued to give the Era tree life essence, let it grow slowly. Thinking of this, Meben Kagaya turned his head and looked towards the direction outside the forest. Outside the woods. Advertisement. Granny Feng led a group of villagers outside the forest. Looking at the villagers, Granny Feng said, "Do you remember what I said?" Remember. The villagers nodded. The adults inside are much better than Granny Feng, and you are also a bounty hunter. So we want to invite adults to sit at the shrine. We will definitely offer tribute and money on time. Granny Feng nodded in satisfaction. That's right, remember, not to mention hiring. Strong people have weird tempers, so you must respect them. As long as Kagaya can sit in the village, then we don't have to worry about monsters or even robbers anymore. You know, Kaguya's strength is probably far superior to that of my sister Kikyo. Nani? The villagers were all shocked. It's actually stronger than Mr. Kikyo. This, Granny Feng, with such a strong person, won't our tribute be enough? Granny Feng waved her hand. I'll talk about it later. The most important thing is to let him see our sincerity. If he leaves, we will regret it. Seeing Granny Feng's way of pointing Zhongshan, Meben Kagaya was also a little speechless. I just casually said about the bounty hunter, and now I want to ask me to do something. Do you know if you ask me to do something, Qian Zhaohao, you have to give me money if you don't do it, and you can't lose a penny. However, Meben Kagaya did not intend to refuse. After all, he also needs a stronghold, and this village is not bad. Afterwards, Meben Kagaya pretended to think about it seriously in the face of the respectful and kowtowing villagers, and did not refuse. However, when walking towards the village with the villagers, Yuban Kagaya deliberately took a deep look at Feng Maolong. Grandma Zhongfeng looked at her with a guilty look, her eyes were erratic, and after the cold sweat flowed down, Miban Kagaya withdrew her gaze. In the shrine. After tasting the tea made by Granny Maple, Miban Kagaya frowned. This is also tea, and I would believe it was leaves. But thinking of a small village, it would be nice not to starve to death, so Miban Kagaya put down his teacup without saying anything. But Granny Feng asked the question that she had always been curious about. Did you hear what we said outside the woods? Chapter 258 Higurashi Kagome. Nonsense. Miban Kagaya pretended to be unhappy and said, if I can't hear you at such a short distance, how can I, a superpower, get along? No wonder. Granny Feng nodded as expected, and then asked, then why did you agree? I'm afraid I won't agree. Why do you still ask? Miban Kagaya asked back. Just give it a try. What if it works? With your presence, our village will naturally make money. Speaking of this, Granny Feng smiled smugly. From the results, my decision is correct, and you agree. When Yuban Kagaya heard the words, he was also a little funny, shook his head and said, you guys are very lucky. The reason why I agreed to you is because I suddenly wanted to find a peaceful place to end my life. Is this the rest of my life? The corners of Granny Feng's mouth couldn't help twitching when she heard this. A few thousand, 10,000 years of life? Yeah. Miban Kagaya laughed. Granny Feng shook her head. Is your remaining life really scary enough? Time flies. In the next few days 293, observation hockey of Miban Kagaya consistently perceived the situation of the well of bone eaters. At the same time, he also conveniently killed the monsters near the village one by one with the force of the vibration. And the villagers who haven't seen the monster for several days, naturally attribute the credit to Miban Kagaya. When passing by the shrine every day, whether it is an adult or a child, they all respectfully face Kagaya, who is sitting on the roof of the shrine, and kowtow hard. There is no way, this is the real world. As a weak human being, his life is threatened by monsters all the time. It is impossible not to encounter a monster for several days in a row. Now, feeling the hard-won sense of security, these villagers are naturally grateful to Kagaya from the bottom of their hearts. On this day, Miban Kagaya sat on the roof of the shrine as usual, basking in the sun and performing photosynthesis, while feeling the well of bones. Suddenly, in Miban Kaguya's perception, a ray of light flashed in the well of bone eaters, and then a modern girl in a blue and white school uniform with long black hair appeared. It's finally here, Kagome. Miban Kaguya's eyes flashed brightly, and his mood became excited. Advertisement. But at the next moment, Yuban Kagaya calmed down again, and resumed his aloof style that seemed very cold to the outside world. Zizi. The current flashed, and Kagaya disappeared instantly. In the forest, under the tree of times. Yuban Kagaya appeared here in an instant, and then leaned against the big tree with a cold face, sitting on the branch below, waiting for the arrival of Kagome Higurashi. Tread. The figure of Kagome Higurashi appeared in Kaguya's sight. My name is Kagome Higurashi, and I am a high school student. Today is my birthday. It should be a happy day, but now I am not happy. Because the kitten at home was running around, I came to the ancient well to look for the cat. For some reason, I was suddenly pulled into the ancient well by some hands. Moreover, the owners of these hands have strange looks, and they are constantly talking about the jade of the four souls, and even have their mouths wide open, which is very disgusting. What happened afterwards was also very strange to me. I just pushed her, but she suddenly screamed in pain, and then disappeared. Sitting at the bottom of the well, although I was a little confused, I quickly climbed up the vines. Higurashi Kagome, who climbed up from the well of bone eaters, looked at the surrounding forest environment and couldn't help feeling a little dazed. Where is this? Where did the shrine go? Shouldn't the well be in the house? Kagome Higurashi walked along the forest in some confusion, and after walking more than 10 steps, he saw a very familiar big tree. God tree. Where did the shrine go? When he saw a person, under the tree, Higurashi Kagome hurried over and asked, hello, why is the shrine here gone? Looking at the youthful Kagome in front of him, Miban Kagaya pretended to be surprised. Future man? Future man? What future man? Higurashi Kagome was a little confused. Miban Kagaya thought, for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Could it be because your spiritual power is so strong? But it shouldn't be. Spiritual power should not have this characteristic. Advertisement, spiritual power. Looking at Kagaya, who was muttering to himself, Higurashi Kagome was at a loss, not knowing what it meant. According to your future, this should be the Sengoku era. Miban Kagaya explained to Higurashi Kagome. Era of Sengoku. Looking around, combined with what Kagaya said, Higurashi Kagome instinctively believed it, otherwise such a large shrine would not have suddenly disappeared. But why? I came to the past suddenly. Higurashi Kagome looked puzzled. And how do you know that I am from the future? Have you ever been to my time? Goben Kagaya looked at the tree and said, the reason why you came here is because of this age tree. This sacred tree was originally called the Tree of Ages, Higurashi Kagome secretly said. Miban Kagaya then explained, the time tree runs through the past, the present, and the future. You should have triggered the power of the time tree by accident, so you passed through the well of bones. So that's it. That strange guy keeps talking about the Jade of Four Souls, the Jade of Four Souls. Could it be that the Jade of Four Souls is real? And it's on me. Kagome Higurashi thought secretly. As for why I know you are from the future, you were right, I did go to the future decades ago. Kagome Higurashi, decades ago. Seeing Miban Kaguya's serious attitude, Higurashi Kagome always felt that she was taken for a fool. Don't you believe me? Miban Kaguya laughed, hee. Higurashi Kagome's mouth twitched, I believe. Trust me. You don't want to say it, you can't even lie to others, Higurashi Kagome secretly said. Goben Kaguya got up and walked out of the forest. Seeing this, Higurashi Kagome hurriedly followed and asked, where are we going? I live in a village now, so naturally I have to go back to the village. Soon, the two walked out of the woods. Looking at the very primitive road and the surrounding environment, Higurashi Kagome became more and more convinced that she had come to the past. When he saw the village, the surrounding farmland, the villagers dressed in simple clothes, and the old houses, Kagome Higurashi thoroughly confirmed the fact that he came to the past. But seeing the villagers, men, women and children, all bowing to Kaguya, Higurashi Kagome asked in a low voice, you seem to be respected here. With your spiritual power, as long as you kill some monsters, they will respect you, Kaguya said calmly. Advertisement Chapter 259, The Centipede Temptation Woman. Monster. Higurashi Kagome was taken aback when he heard the words, what is this person talking about? He talked about spiritual power for a while, and monsters for a while. Higurashi Kagome recalled the strange guy before, could it be that guy is a monster? Arrive. Coming to the shrine, Miban Kaguya went straight inside. Wait for me. Seeing this, Higurashi Kagome hurriedly followed and walked into the shrine together. Inside the shrine, Granny Feng, who has lived a quiet life for a few days, is cleaning the ground leisurely. After seeing Miban Kaguya, she didn't say anything, because these few days, she has long been used to Miban Kaguya's elusive presence. However, when she saw Kagome Higurashi following Miban Kaguya, Granny Feng's expression froze for a moment. Elder sister, muttering to herself, Granny Feng dropped the broom and went directly to Kagome Higurashi's side, carefully looking at Kagome Higurashi's appearance. What? You know him? Miban Kaguya asked in pretended astonishment. Of course, according to normal circumstances, it is indeed quite astonishing for you, an ancient person, to know a modern person. Higurashi Kagome also looked puzzled, looking at the old woman who suddenly rushed over and stared at her fiercely. It's so similar, it looks exactly like my sister Kikyo. Grandma Feng sighed. The main house of the shrine. Granny Feng poured a cup of tea for Kagome Higurashi and asked curiously, what's your name? My name is Kagome Higurashi. Kagome Higurashi took the teacup, took a breath of hot air, and took a sip of this ancient tea with anticipation in her heart. Puff. Just after taking a sip of tea, Kagome Higurashi spouted it, why is this so much like water soaked in leaves? Granny Feng blinked and said with some embarrassment, it is indeed water soaked in leaves. Advertisement Higurashi Kagome, Kaguya, who was sitting on the side and leaning against the wall, also twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this. Granny Feng explained, we are just a small village here, it would be great if we don't starve to death, how could there be such a precious thing as tea? Kagome Higurashi thought about it and nodded clearly. Granny Feng changed the subject again at this time and said, I already understand your situation, that ancient well is a bone-eating well, and it is a hand specially used to hold the remains of monsters. And the well of bone eaters is made of the trunk of the Tree of Ages, which is closely related to the Tree of Ages. You should have triggered the power of the Tree of Ages by accident, so you came here. Higurashi Kagome nodded quickly when he heard the words, this sentence was the same as what the man said just now. Speaking of which, Kaguya, I thought your clothes were weird before, but now I see that your clothes are similar to Kagome's style. Granny Feng wondered, could it be that you can go to Kagome's time through the well of bone eaters? Kaguya, so that's his name. Looking at Kaguya, who was sitting casually against the wall, with a knife on his shoulder, Higurashi Kagome secretly thought. I went there once decades ago. After so many years, I don't know what it has become. Miban Kaguya said flickeringly. I see, Granny Feng nodded, thinking secretly in her heart, there must be some reason for the past and future two people to meet through the well of bone eating. Seeing that Granny Feng didn't feel it at all, Kagome Higurashi couldn't help being curious about the so-called strangeness decades ago, and asked in a low voice to Granny Feng, well, how old is Kaguya? Granny Feng immediately understood what Kagome Higurashi meant when she heard the words, she didn't hide anything, and said directly, he is over 300 years old. Nani? Higurashi Kagome looked astonished, as if I don't read much, so don't lie to me. It's true, Kaguya is a superpower, a talent more advanced than our spiritual power holders. Granny Feng had the idea of showing off her knowledge for a while, because showing off in front of his suspected reincarnated sister would give her a feeling of going back in time. A superpower? Kaguya is actually a superpower? Higurashi Kagome looked shocked. Granny Feng, miscalculation, Kagome actually knows about superpowers. I didn't expect the superpowers in Legendary to be real, and they existed in the Sengoku era. Higurashi Kagome looked shocked. Wait, can a person with superpowers live like this? They have lived for more than 300 years, and they are still so young. Higurashi Kagome was a little curious, so she asked Grandma Feng about it. Knowing superpowers, but not knowing the power of superpowers, it seems that not only is she ignorant, but also the future. Advertisement asked for flowers. In this way, Granny Feng once again had the idea of showing off, and she showed off to Kagome Higurashi what she learned from Kaguya about the power system of superpowers, especially the power system of demons. Dragon. Hearing this, Kagome Higurashi was surprised again, unlike Granny Feng, who simply thought it was a dragon. She who came from the future understands that although there is only one word difference between giant dragon and dragon, they are completely two races. But what surprised her even more was that the superpowers in Legendary and the giant dragons in Otherworld could actually be manifested in one person, and it still existed in the Sengoku era. Sure enough, any Legendary is not groundless. Higure Kagome made up a piece of historical truth in his own brain. Ah, the monster is coming, run, everyone, hide, and don't cause trouble for Lord Kagaya to eliminate the demon. Jade of the Four Souls, give me the Jade of the Four Souls. Hearing the voice outside, Granny Feng's face changed. Jade of the Four Souls? Isn't the Jade of the Four Souls already? Granny Feng, who felt something was wrong, suddenly understood something, and quickly looked at Kagome Higurashi, who had a strange expression on her face. No, it's that weird guy's voice, Kagome Higurashi secretly said nervously. Well, really, what a hassle. Miban Kagaya stood up, hung the black knife, autumn water on his waist, and walked out with a relaxed expression. I'll go too. Rimu Kagome didn't want to trouble others, so she hurried out. Seeing this, Granny Feng naturally followed closely behind. In the village, a centipede monster more than 10 meters long continued to wreak havoc in the village. No one was hurt, but it destroyed several houses. This huge centipede has densely packed centipedes, and at the front is the upper body of a woman, and has 6 arms, but one is broken. Boom! Houses were constantly being smashed and dust was flying everywhere. Villagers held hoes, wooden guns, bows and arrows, and confronted monsters in the distance. Hand over the Jade of the Four Souls, and give me the Jade of the Four Souls. The big centipede roared up to the sky. At this time, Kagaya and Miban came out from the shrine. After seeing the centipede monster, Granny Maple said the monster's name. The Centipede Lady, Chapter 260 Jade of the Four Souls. Higurashi Kagome saw the centipede witch, and thought to herself, it really is this weird guy. I didn't expect it to be so big. It seems that there are really monsters in this Sengoku era. But it's true, there are superpowers and time travel, and it's normal to have monsters. I'm going to lure it away, it should be running towards me. Saying that, Higurashi Kagome was about to rush out to attract the attention of the centipede witch. Unnecessary. The figure of Yuban Kagaya jumped up in an instant, jumped to the sky above the centipede witch, and in the process of falling, directly grabbed the centipede witch's head and smashed it towards the ground. Boom! The ground cracked and gravel splashed everywhere, and the centipede witch didn't even react, her head was turned into pieces. Zizi. From the centipede's neck, Green's blood flowed out continuously, sizzling the ground with corrosion. Yuban Kagaya flicked 320 casually, and flung Green's blood that had no effect on him at all. Zizi. When Green's blood fell to the ground, it began to corrode the ground. So strong. Seeing this scene, Kagome Higurashi froze in place with a shocked expression. The monster is dead. Long live Kagaya-sama. The villagers in the distance cheered after seeing the power of Miban Kagaya. He stretched out his hand to point at the body of the centipede mistress, and a cloud of dragon flames instantly enveloped the body. In an instant, the body of the centipede mistress was wiped out in ashes, and the dragon flame was also extinguished. 4444 With a flash of thunder, Kaguya's figure instantly came to Kagome Higurashi's side. Let's go back. Miban Kagaya put his hands in his pockets with a calm expression, and went back to the inside of the shrine. Looking at Kaguya's back, Higurashi Kagome's eyes flashed a trace of yearning. The yearning for power is a biological instinct. Grandma Feng. You all say that I have spiritual power, can I also become so strong? Higurashi Kagome asked expectantly. It's a pity that Higurashi Kagome was disappointed. Granny Feng shook her head and said, spiritual power is useful against monsters, but it doesn't strengthen the body. Advertisement, Higurashi Kagome followed behind Kagaya with a disappointed face. Well, I'm envious too. Granny Feng shook her head, but didn't say anything. In the shrine. Going back to the bored Kagaya in the shrine, he didn't sit down, but had a thought and launched room. Looking back at Kagome with a disappointed face, Kagaya pointed at her. What's wrong? Kagome was a little confused. Miban Kagaya raised his finger, and the next moment, a white bead appeared in Miban Kaguya's hand. Jade of the Four Souls. Granny Feng behind Kagome looked shocked, and then looked at Kagome as expected. Kagaya said, this bead has been in your body all the time, it should be the Jade of the Four Souls that stimulated the soul of the centipede witch, causing it to revive. And you traveled here, it should be the power of the Jade of the Four Souls, which triggered the power of the Era Tree. So that's the case, so the explanation makes sense. Granny Feng nodded with a clear face when she heard the words. This is the Jade of the Four Souls. Kagome took the Jade of the Four Souls from Kaguya's hand, and put it in front of her eyes for a careful look. Kagome, sure enough, you are the reincarnation of my sister Kikyo. Granny Feng nodded with a determined face. Why do you say that? Kagome looked puzzled. Sitting in the shrine, Granny Feng motioned for the two to sit down as well, while explaining, my sister Kikyo is the maiden who protects the Jade of the Four Souls. But in front of 50, she died of an accidental injury, and then I cremated her in the Jade of the Four Souls according to my sister's last words. At this point, the Jade of the Four Souls has completely disappeared. Looking at Kagome's appearance, Granny Feng recalled, now, the Jade of the Four Souls is in your body, and you look exactly like my sister. This is enough to show that you are the reincarnation of my sister, and you brought the Jade of the Four Souls with you to the future. I'm afraid that the reason why you can return to the present is because the Jade of the Four Souls disappeared in this era, so you can come to this era after triggering the power of the era tree. Well, advertisement. Speaking of this, Granny Feng suddenly sighed. The roar of the centipede witch just now may have been heard by many monsters in the distance. In the future, more and more monsters will come to snatch the Jade of the Four Souls. After all, the Jade of the Four Souls is a treasure that can make monsters stronger. Ah, then wouldn't I be very dangerous in the future? Kagome looked astonished. At this time, Granny Mabel looked at Miban Kagaya, who was sitting on the side, and found Miban Teru Yoruichi staring at Kagome. Granny Feng felt tense. However, he was relieved to find that he was staring at Kagome himself, not at the Jade of the Four Souls. Sister, you are really sinful. In the previous life, you attracted Inuyasha, and after your reincarnation, you attracted Kagaya, who is not interested in anything. Granny Feng shook her head. However, you may be really happy now. After all, you are no longer bound by the identity of a priestess, and Kagaya is not a monster. Miban Kagaya didn't care when she found her gaze was spotted by Granny Feng. Of course, she still had to pretend. Ahem. Goban Kagaya said, Kagome, show me the Jade of the Four Souls. Kagome didn't care. After all, it was Kagaya who gave it to her first, so she handed it directly to Kagaya. Yuban Kagaya took the Jade of the Four Souls, although he can't use the Jade of the Four Souls without spiritual power and demon power, but the treasure card is not a decoration. With a thought, gold ripples emerged, and a gold card flew into the hands of Miban Kagaya. At the same time, this scene also attracted the attention of Kagome and Granny Feng. Yuban Kagaya thought inwardly, turn the Jade of the Four Souls into a treasure. Whoosh! The card turned into a golden light, which instantly merged into the Jade of the Four Souls. Immediately afterwards, Miban Kagaya directly injected magic power into the Jade of the Four Souls. In an instant, Mibanwi completely controlled the Jade of the Four Souls at night 3.8, and understood the ability of the Jade of the Four Souls. The Jade of the Four Souls has only 3 abilities: awakening, boosting, and splitting. Awakening means that humans can take the initiative to awaken spiritual power, and non-humans can also awaken demon power. In terms of enhancement, wearing the Jade of Four Souls can increase spiritual power or demon calendar. Decomposition means that it can be decomposed into countless fragments, and each fragment can use the awakening ability, but the increase is small and limited. It is worth mentioning that the Jade of the Four Souls is an X-level treasure, that is to say, the Jade of the Four Souls is the only one, and there is no second one at all. Even if the Battle of Queasy was repeated, it would be impossible for the Jade of the Four Souls to be born again. Therefore, the Jade of the Four Souls can definitely be said to be a treasure that can only be born if the weather, location, harmony, luck, and even miracles are all indispensable. Chapter 261 Demon Power and Spiritual Power. No way. The reason why miracles are miracles is because of scarcity. And when the miracle is only one of the factors for the birth of the Jade of the Four Souls, it also represents the uniqueness of the Jade of the Four Souls that cannot be born again. As for the scene of Queasy fighting a monster in the Jade of the Four Souls, it is not Queasy's soul fighting a monster's soul. The real Queasy and monsters were completely dead when they turned into the Jade of the Four Souls, and they were still the ones whose souls were scattered. The scene of Queasy fighting in the Jade of the Four Souls is just an illusion on the surface of the Jade of the Four Souls. To put it bluntly, it is a special phenomenon based on birth. In Miban Kaguya's view, it is impossible to form the Jade of Four Souls simply by the fusion of souls. The essence of the Jade of the Four Souls should be that after Queasy captured the soul of the monster, she sacrificed both her own soul and the soul of the monster. Then match with factors such as weather, location, harmony, luck, miracles, etc., to fuse the essences represented by their respective souls, and this is how the Jade of the Four Souls was born. Therefore, the Queasy and monsters in the Jade of the Four Souls are not real, but a manifestation of the Jade of the Four Souls' power, which is an instinctive imitation of the birth of the Jade of the Four Souls 11. Moreover, it is impossible for the Jade of the Four Souls that has been turned into a treasure at this time to give birth to straight or curved spirits because of good or evil thoughts. Because the treasure is not changed by the will of the user, of course, the Jade of the Four Souls can still be used with demon power or spiritual power. So that's it, this is the power of the Jade of the Four Souls. Yuban Kagaya said with a light smile. It's so sad, no one really understands this kind of power, Miban Kagaya said sadly. Nani? Kagome looked puzzled. What does this mean? As for Granny Feng, she directly asked, Kagaya, what did you see? Yuban Kagaya held the Jade of Four Souls between his index finger and thumb, and sighed. Those monsters who want to take the Jade of Four Souls think too much. The power of the Jade of the Four Souls is essentially to increase the demon power or spiritual power, and it has no power to enhance the demon power at all. Even if you get stronger after obtaining the Jade of the Four Souls, it's only because the Jade of the Four Souls is stronger, not that the monster itself becomes stronger. Once you leave the Jade of the Four Souls, the monster will be beaten back to its original form. Granny Feng's expression was shocked when she heard the words. Is it actually just an increase, not a stronger one? Could it be that Sister and Inuyasha's wish is just wishful thinking? This is what Granny Feng thinks. At this moment, Granny Feng remembered the wish that when Kikyo was alive, she hoped to live a normal life and be with Inuyasha, who turned into a human. Advertisement. Although Yuban Kagaya didn't know what Grandma Feng was thinking, she also understood that the Jade of the Four Souls could not make people stronger. I am afraid that anyone who thinks that the Jade of the Four Souls is omnipotent will feel unreal. Can the Jade of the Four Souls make a wish? Abel. But the so-called wishes are actually brought about by awakening and amplification. Anyway, if you make a wish, I will awaken you or the things around you, and increase the power of awakening you or the things around you. As for how to realize your own wish, or what consequences it will cause, it has nothing to do with the Jade of the Four Souls. After all, the Jade of Four Souls is just a treasure, what could be wrong with it? Kagome said unhappily at this time, that is to say, the Jade of the Four Souls does not have the power to make monsters stronger, and I still have to be targeted by monsters because of this, what is the matter? Ban Kagaya laughed, it can't be said that, the Jade of Four Souls does have the ability to increase. Although those monsters don't understand anything, there is nothing wrong with their purpose of snatching the Jade of the Four Souls. After all, for something like strength, as long as it can become stronger, it is only natural for it to be chased by life. Speaking of which, Ban Kagaya also secretly used the ability, awakening, of the Jade of the Four Souls on himself. The next moment, Kaguya's soul felt a warm feeling, and then his body felt refreshed. Immediately afterwards, Kaguya's soul felt a warm feeling again, and then his body felt refreshed. Oh. Ban Kagaya smiled secretly, it's really good to have awakened spiritual power and demon power at the same time. Although Ban Kagaya thought that because he is a human being and also a dragon, he might awaken demon power and spiritual power at the same time, but there is no guarantee. But now after awakening at the same time, Ban Kagaya is naturally in a good mood, and even more admired the power of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic. For you, Kagaya returned the Jade of the Four Souls to Kagome, from now on, I will leave the task of slaying demons and demons to you, Kagome Priestess. Advertisement. After Kagome took the Jade of the Four Souls, she looked at Ban Kagaya with a pitiful face, as if I was so weak. Ban Kagaya, hey, what are you doing? I haven't done anything yet. Why are you looking at me like that? Kagome's idea is very simple, the superpower in front of him has a thigh. Kagome, who feels that she is very dangerous, naturally wants to hug her. Well, after Granny Feng sighed, she didn't think too much about it, after all, it's all over. Looking at the appearance of Kagome and Mita Kagaya again, Granny Feng suddenly felt as if she saw the appearance of Inuyasha and Kikyo when she was a child. However, Kagome is now Inuyasha, and Kagaya is Kikyo. Hey, Kagaya, what do you think of Kagome? Granny Feng asked as she sat beside Kagaya. 297 Mibonwi Yoruichi glanced at Granny Mabel with a strange face, and said these words, so I feel like a P****. Look. Granny Feng put her hand on Kagome's chin, shook it left and right, showed Kaguya's side face in front of Ban Kagaya, and said, it's beautiful. It's really beautiful, but what's the matter? Ban Kagaya vaguely guessed Granny Feng's thoughts. Granny Feng sighed regretfully, it would be such a pity if such a beautiful woman were to die. It would be nice if there was a powerful superpower who could protect her, alas. When Kagome heard this, although she was a little shy, she didn't refute it, saying that now was a good opportunity to hug her thigh. Ban Kagaya heard that the look in Granny Feng's eyes this time was really full of weirdness. Unexpectedly, you are such Granny Feng, this is your sister's reincarnation, you are so relieved, and pushed her to a man. Although I am excellent, I am definitely a good home for Kagome, but my current character design is a ruthless superpower who is not interested in anything, can you rest assured? Could it be that my excellence can't even cover up the persona? Looking at Kagome with a rosy face and a little shy, well, Ban Kagaya admitted that he was moved. Chapter 262. Immortal Flame. Ahem. Ban Kagaya cleared his throat, and said with a pretended solemn expression, it's not impossible to protect her, but let's say it first, don't make trouble for me. When Granny Feng heard the words, a smile flashed in her eyes, what's the use of living a long time, the hero is sad about the beauty, it's not just talking. Of course, thinking so, on the surface, Granny Feng still said, don't worry, I will teach Kagome to use spiritual power. In the future, the two of you will guard the Jade of the Four Souls together, so I don't have to worry about monsters taking the Jade of the Four Souls and causing trouble for all beings. Next, Granny Feng took 2 sets of quilts and put them in the room to rest with Kagome. When Ban Kagaya saw this, he went out with good eyesight and jumped to the roof to lie down. On the roof, Kagaya focused on the system panel in his mind. Host. Ban Kagaya. Skills. Open black lens bracket knife Dao close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket magic close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket physical technique close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket hockey close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket gift close black lens bracket open black lens bracket devil fruit. Cooking level 5, 2001 millions, spirit power level 0, 1/10. Demon power level 0, 1/10. Feeling the demon power and spiritual power flowing back and forth between the soul and body. Ban Kagaya instinctively understood that both demon power and spiritual power can be passed on through blood. As for how to cultivate these two kinds of power, to put it bluntly, it is to constantly consume and then recover. This is the only way to increase demon power and spiritual power. There is no way, the power system in this world depends entirely on talent, and there is no specific method of cultivation for the power of talent. To be gifted is to have talent, and to be without talent is to have no talent. Some people are born with powerful spiritual power, such as Platycodon grandiflorum and Queasy. Some monsters are born with powerful monster power, such as Sessamaru. As for the common talent, it can only rely on continuous training of talent. After all, even Sessamaru has to hone his demon powers to catch up to his father's realm, let alone common monsters or ordinary human beings. However, the essence of spiritual power and demon power can be said to be both soul talent and bloodline talent. And Kaguya's soul and dragon constitution are both at level 5, so it is not troublesome to cultivate spiritual power and demon power, and you will be able to practice quickly. Of course, the main thing is that Yuban Kagaya has been activated, and the proficiency can grow infinitely. Advertisement. So Yuban Kagaya withdrew his attention, disappeared on the roof with a flash of thunder, flew to a deserted place, and went to practice. Vertical sun. The sun has just risen from afar. Bang, bang, backquote. In a desolate and inhabited forest, explosions continued to occur, and amid the turbulent air currents, birds, beasts, and all kinds of monsters and ghosts all fled crazily. A white ball of light fell among the demons and ghosts and exploded instantly. Boom. White light swept across the surrounding area, and the demons and ghosts were instantly wiped out, and a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground. Boom. Another ball of red light landed in the middle of another group of demons and ghosts. Boom. The red light swept across the surroundings. Needless to say, the demons and ghosts were still wiped out, and then a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared. Yuban Kagaya stood in the forest, the white and red light on his body spread wildly to the surroundings, which was consuming demon power and spiritual power. After a long time, the demon power and spiritual power were exhausted, the white light and red light dissipated, and there was a trace of fatigue in Kaguya's eyes. Monster power and spiritual power are soul talents after all. If they are all consumed, it will naturally make the soul exhausted. However, the next moment, blue flames burst forth, and Kaguya's whole body was burning. With the cyan flame burning, the exhaustion from the soul disappeared, and the fierce and calm gaze returned again. The monster power and spiritual power are also rapidly recovering during the burning process of the blue flame. After just a few seconds, the blue flame disappeared, and Kagaya returned to the original state, and her demon power and spiritual power were also fully restored. The phoenix fruit is really miraculous. It can restore the soul, which is enough for heaven-defying. I didn't expect that it can also restore demon power and spiritual power. Yuban Kagaya sighed inwardly. Before the level 5 of the phoenix fruit, it can only restore the body, but after reaching level 5, the immortal fire can restore the soul, and it can also heal other people's bodies with the immortal fire. Think about it too, even the soul can be cured. What qualifications are there to be called a phoenix? However, the ability to restore demon power and spiritual power now is indeed a surprise for Mibanwi Yoruichi. Thanks to the power of the immortal flame, the proficiency of demon power and spiritual power increases rapidly in the process of rapid consumption and recovery. Advertisement. According to Yuban Kaguya's analysis, the essence of spiritual power and demon power should be the soul talent, which is the power born from the soul. Even if it can be passed on through the bloodline, it is also the reason why the soul affects the bloodline of the body. After all, the spirit, energy, and spirit are one, and the soul and the body are even more one. Therefore, the power born from the soul will naturally be affected by the soul, and the recovery of the soul will naturally drive the recovery of demon power and spiritual power. This can also be said to be the magic of life. Of course, the most important thing is that the phoenix fruit is enough to hang. Focus on the system panel in your mind. Host, Yuban Kagaya. Skills. Open black lens bracket blade close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket magic close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physical technique close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket hockey close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gift close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket devil fruit. Cooking level 5. 2001 millions. Spirit power level 4. 10,100 thousandths. Demon power level 4. 10,100 thousandths. In just one night, he reached level 4, and the phoenix fruit is the biggest contributor. Withdrawing his attention and looking at the sky, Yuban Kaguya's thoughts suddenly turned into lightning and disappeared in place in an instant. Villages, shrine roofs. When Yuban Kagaya came back, he lay down on the roof. Zhao is good. After a while, the sun had completely risen, and the villagers came out of their homes one after another to start repairing the houses that were destroyed by the centipede witch yesterday. In the shrine, Kagome and Granny Feng also got up, and because they were dressing for sleep, they tidied up the bedding, and Kagome walked out of the shrine to stretch. There were too many things experienced yesterday, so Kagome didn't suffer from insomnia, but fell asleep tiredly. When she turned her head and saw Kagaya on the roof, Kagome blinked, feeling warm in her heart, feeling that Kagaya was very gentle. I would rather sleep on the roof than give her a place to rest. Sensing Kagome's gaze, Yuban Kagaya got up and sat on the roof, looking at Kagome. What's wrong? Nothing. Kagome smiled sweetly. At this moment, a breeze blows and blows up Kagome's hair, matching Kagome's smile. Kaguya's gaze can't help but shake. Advertisement chapter 263. Technique. At this moment, Kagome seemed to exude pure light, and every move was full of sweetness. Kaguya's gaze was involuntarily fixed on Kagome, reluctant to look away. After smoothing her hair and noticing Miban Teru Yoruichi staring at her, Kagome blushed a little, and said shyly, "What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with me?" Ahem. Yuban Kagaya heard this, put his fist to his mouth, and cleared his throat in embarrassment. Sorry, I was just looking at the ground. Looking at Yuban Kaguya's erratic eyes, Kagome felt that this somewhat indifferent man might be quite easy to get along with. At this time, Granny Feng came out from the shrine. Seeing the two seemed to be chatting, she couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. Kagome, how about we start cultivating spiritual power today? Your spiritual power is very powerful. If you use it well, even idle monsters are no match for you. Ah, do you want to practice now? Kagome suddenly became a little nervous. After hearing this, Yuban Kagaya sat on the roof and said, "Learn how to use spiritual power as soon as possible. Last night, the number of yokai around here was several times higher than before. So much. Although Kagome didn't know the exact number, it could be heard from several times that the number was definitely quite a lot." Taking out the Jade of Four Souls to have a look, Kagome inexplicably felt that this 030 play should really be a hot potato. Goben Kagaya jumped off the roof and landed beside Kagome, his expression returned to a calm state. "Don't worry, as long as you don't stay too far away from me, no monster can hurt you." Thinking of how the centipede temptress died, Kagome felt a sense of security in her heart. However, thinking of her current situation, Kagome suddenly felt homesick again. After all, she is not from this era, and this era does not have her home. Shaking her head, Kagome understood that now is not the time to think about these things. She has not found a way to go home. There are still monsters gathering around. Learning how to use spiritual power is the most urgent task. "I see, Granny Feng. Do you want to study now?" Granny Feng nodded. "Kagome, you are the reincarnation of my sister Kikyo, and your spiritual power is naturally extremely strong. It doesn't matter how profound the mastery is, as long as you can use some fur, it's enough to protect yourself." Advertisement next. Granny Feng first taught Kagome how to guide spiritual power, and learn to attach spiritual power to objects. There is no difficulty in this step, and Kagome did it easily. After that, Grandma Feng, BBBB, began to teach Kagome, learning about spiritual power, enchantment and sealing. The enchantment technique is to use spiritual power to arrange a barrier, and the sealing technique is to use spiritual power to seal life. That's right, the sealing technique can not only seal monsters, as long as it is life, the sealing technique can also seal it. Of course, non-life can also be sealed, but it is of little significance. Moreover, enchantment and sealing technique can also be combined, as long as the sealing technique is used to seal the enchantment on an object, then this object is a so-called magic weapon, a defensive magic weapon. If the sealing technique is used to seal other techniques on the object, it is another type of magic weapon. It's just a pity that Grandma Feng said when she was teaching Kagome that she only knew the sealing technique and enchantment technique. As for other techniques, Grandma Feng hadn't learned them yet, and Kikyo died. But it doesn't matter, anyway, Yuban Kagaya, who is on the side, is very happy to learn secretly. When Granny Feng taught Kagome hand in hand, Yuban Kagaya continued to practice several times beside her, and both the enchantment and sealing techniques appeared on the system panel. After that, as long as Yuban Kagaya finds an opportunity to improve his proficiency, his power will naturally increase. Moreover, practicing these two kinds of techniques is also a process of constantly consuming spiritual power and cultivating spiritual power, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After understanding this, Yuban Kagaya touched his chin. "It seems that I should also find some demonic powers to practice. In this way, not only can you cultivate your skills, but it is also more convenient to cultivate your demon power, so you don't have to make such a big noise like last night." At this time, while Kagome was practicing her spells, a villager ran towards the shrine. "Grandma Feng, Master Kagaya, a group of robbers are coming outside." What did the group of robbers say? "Hand over the Jade of the Four Souls. If you don't hand over the Jade of the Four Souls, you will kill them." Nani? Granny Feng's complexion couldn't help changing when she heard the words. She still has ways to deal with monsters, but when it comes to human beings, her little spiritual power doesn't work at all. When Kagome heard this, she also had a flustered face, a little at a loss. Miban Kagaya has a calm expression, as if he had expected it. When he came to the villagers, Miban Kagaya said calmly, "Don't panic, follow me." "Yes." Advertisement hearing this, the villagers nodded quickly, followed behind Kagaya, and walked out of the village. A group of robbers gathered together, holding knives and arrows, looking at the villagers tremblingly. That's right, it was trembling, because behind the group of robbers stood a few tall robbers full of lifeless spirit. On the chests of these tall thieves, there was a big hole, and the crows kept coming out of the hole. It can be seen that these robbers were controlled by the crow monster and forced them to come. The villagers in the village also took some hoes, bows and arrows, and were ready for battle. At this time, Miban Kagaya came quickly, and the villagers following Miban Kagaya quickly shouted, "Everyone, Master Kagaya is here, don't panic." "Master Kagaya! Master Kagaya! Master Kagaya, there are monsters among those robbers." Yuban Kagaya nodded, and went straight to the robbers, thinking about how to break the pressure of the Four Souls. There is no way, the Four Souls are broken, Kagome will return to the future at any time, and she will not stay forever. This is also the reason why these monsters hovered around the shrine last night, but they were not killed by Miban Kagaya. Granny Feng, who was behind, also came here with Kagome. Seeing the corpses of those robbers, Granny Feng said solemnly, "There are so many corpse dancers." Seeing Kaguya's arrival, the trembling robbers all shouted in trembling voices, "Hand over the Jade of the Four Souls, or we will kill you." Looking at the board, Kagaya ignored them. These robbers held up their knives and were about to cut the board. Kagaya, "Just kidding, we can't beat the monsters, and we can't beat you alone." Yuban Kagaya had a thought. God Luo Tien Zheng. Boom. These bandits, with severed limbs and limbs hit by horizontal gravity, flew to the side, but they didn't die because they were still useful. Immediately afterwards, Yuban Kagaya clenched his right fist tightly, wrapped in dragon flames, and then aimed at the corpse controlled by the corpse dancing crow, and threw out a fist. Emperor Yan. Chapter 264 4 Soul Fragments, Emperor Yan. A pillar of fire rushed past in an instant, and those corpse-dancing crows and corpses were all wiped out in the pillar of fire. Long live Kaguya-sama! Seeing this, the villagers shouted happily. But at this time, Yuban Kaguya turned his head, suddenly, and shouted with a shocked face, "Be careful." It turned out that there was also a corpse-dancing crow, sneaking from behind, and went straight to Granny Feng and Kagome. Granny Feng heard the words, quickly opened her bow and arrows, and shot at the corpse-dancing crow in the air, but it was useless. The corpse-dancing crow was too flexible. "Kagome, throw the jade of 4 souls away," Yuita Teru Yoruichi yelled, quick, and rushed back. When Kagome heard the words, she quickly threw the jade of the 4 souls into the distance. Seeing this, the corpse-dancing crow naturally no longer flew towards Kagome, but went straight to the jade of the 4 souls, city doctor who landed in the distance. "Put the jade of 4 souls in your mouth, swallow it into your belly, and then quickly move away from here." At this moment, Yuban Kaguya arrived, just in time, jumped up, drew his sword and cut off the leg of the corpse-dancing crow. After landing, looking at the dancing crow legs of the corpse dancing on the ground, Kaguya grasped the hand with gravity. "Tisk." Miban Kaguya said unhappily, "It's still making a lot of noise." 17. "What should I do?" Kaguya. Granny Feng asked solemnly. In her opinion, it was her lack of strength that caused all this, so she was very anxious. Kagome also looked uneasy, but seeing the corpse-dancing crow legs in Kaguya's hand, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. "Grandma Feng, give me the bow and arrow," Kagome said. Upon hearing this, Granny Feng quickly handed the bow and arrow to Kagome. Although she didn't know what Kagome had in mind, Granny Feng chose to believe in Kagome. Well, mainly because she didn't recruit. Seeing this, Miban Kaguya naturally understood what Kagome wanted to do, and this was what Miban Kaguya expected to see. Taking the initiative to bring an arrow, after tying the corpse dancer's leg to the arrow with vines, Yuban Kaguya handed the arrow to Kagome. Kagome nodded to the bored Kaguya, then drew the bow and set the arrow, concentrated the spiritual power on the arrow, and shot the arrow. Advertisement. Whoosh. Driven by the impact of the arrow itself, coupled with the desire of the corpse-dancing crow's legs to return to the body, it quickly shot at the corpse-dancing crow. After the corpse-dancing crow sensed the spiritual power behind him, the whole crow suddenly became ill, and hurriedly flew left and right to avoid it, but under the tracking of the corpse-dancing crow's legs, it was useless at all. Moreover, the return of the corpse-dancing crow's legs was caused by the power of the jade of the 4 souls, which could not be controlled at all. Karma. Finally, with a tragic cry, the corpse-dancing crow was shot by a spiritual arrow, and the tragic ashes were wiped out. If the corpse-dancing crow could speak, it would probably say, "Human beings, you are so despicable." And when Granny Feng and Kagome below breathed a sigh of relief, an accident happened. When the corpse-dancing crow was wiped out, the jade of the 4 souls also shattered, and then burst into countless rays of light in an instant, flying in all directions. This is naturally controlled by Goben Kaguya. After all, the jade of 4 souls is now an X-level treasure. If it wasn't controlled by Goben Kaguya, Kagome would not be able to destroy the jade of 4 souls at all. Seeing the light scattered everywhere, the expressions of Kagome and Granny Feng became stiff. With a thought, Kaguya grasped 2 pieces of 400 jade with gravity, and after looking at them, Kaguya handed them to Kagome. In the shrine, looking at the 2 fragments in her hand, Kagome covered her forehead and sighed, "I caused trouble." After Granny Feng's explanation just now, Kagome understood that the disaster she caused was much more serious than she thought. If she doesn't take back the fragments, countless monsters will compete for the jade of 4 souls, and use the power of the jade of 4 souls to bring disaster to the common people. "Don't sigh, here is also my responsibility, and I will help you." Miban Kaguya leaned against the wall and said in a relaxed tone. What Miban Kaguya said is the truth, and he is indeed responsible, or in other words, most of it is his responsibility. However, Kagome didn't know, so Kagome looked at Miban Kaguya with a moved face. "Thank you, Kaguya." Looking at Kagome with a grateful face, Oe Kaguya quickly suppressed the guilt in his heart. There is no way, as long as Kagome can be given a home, not to mention the guilt, even if she sacrifices the whole world, Kaguya will not hesitate. So gentle, Kaguya. Kagome's mood improved a lot. Seeing this, Granny Feng also nodded in relief. "Kaguya, this guy has not lived in vain for more than 300 years. Ask for flowers advertisement." "Hey, Kagome." Miban Kaguya said, "I ask you a question." "What's the problem?" Kagome asked curiously. "What do you think of the living bandits?" asked Kaguya Miban. "What do you think? Aren't they unable to move?" Kagome asked doubtfully. Miban Kaguya said calmly, "If I want to kill them, what do you think?" "Nani? Why?" Kagome asked quickly. "Do you sympathize with them?" Kagome. This. The kind-hearted Kagome couldn't help but feel a little tangled. "Grandma Feng, what do you think?" Miban Kaguya looked at Granny Feng. Granny Feng understood what Miban Kaguya meant, so she said without hesitation, "That's weird." Grandma Feng, do you also think they should be killed?" Kagome looked surprised. "Kagome, don't forget, this is the Sengoku era." Yubanwi Yoruichi looked at Kagome solemnly. "In this world, if you don't kill others, they will kill you. Kindness here is just asking for death. Excessive kindness will even hurt family members and partners. How do you think bandits usually live, Kagome? It should be robbery." Kagome just said a few words, then fell silent. She understood what Kaguya was going to say. "That's right. the times are different. This is the Sengoku era where people die every day. You have to pay attention. Kagome secretly said. Sorry, Kagome. The topic is a bit heavy. Yuban Kagaya apologized. Don't worry. I will protect you. Just leave it to me to kill people. I just want you to be prepared. Well, no need to apologize. I know, Kagaya, you are doing it for my own good. Kagome shook her head and said softly. Seeing this, Yuban Kagaya was relieved, and at the same time appreciated Kagome's character even more. Although she is kind, she is not a virgin, and although she is gentle, she is also decisive. It can be said that in terms of character, Kagome is much stronger than Kikyo, just the limit of kindness is the level that Kikyo can't catch up in a lifetime. There is no way, the kindness of Kikyo is no different from that of the Holy Mother, and even the ghost spiders are saved, and the Holy Mother is too good. Chapter 265. Improvement in techniques. In contrast, Kagome's character is much firmer. Although she is kind, she is not yet sympathetic to a damned person. Yuban Kagaya said this to Kagome. One is to remind Kagome to change his mentality. After all, this is the era of Sengoku, the era of bones everywhere. The second is that if you want to kill yourself, even if Kagome can't bear it, you can understand yourself. After all, the times are different. There is no way, if I don't say something in advance, it will be bad if Kagome has a lump in his heart. Seeing Kagome's heavy heart, Goben Kagaya got up, ready to deal with those bandits. When he walked to the door, Miban Kagaya said without looking back, Kagome, don't put pressure on yourself, the responsibility for this is not yours. You don't have to take the responsibility on yourself, it's better for people to live as they please. After saying that, Miban Kagaya walked out. 863. Looking at the back of Miban Kagaya leaving, Kagome smiled and said inwardly, thank you, Kagaya. Granny Feng looked at Kagome and said, Kagaya is for your own good, don't blame Kagaya for speaking too loudly, Kagome. Kagome shook her head, I understand, Granny Feng. Do you think it's cruel? Kagome, Granny Feng asked. Kagome nodded when she heard that, a little bit. Granny Feng nodded and said seriously, that's right, Kagome, remember this feeling, sometimes, the more cruel something is, the more you have to do it. Because it's not only for myself, but also for my family and companions. You can have sympathy, but it must be divided into people. When you sympathize with bandits, who will sympathize with the people who were killed by bandits? Yes. Kagome, how can you sympathize with bandits? You have to change your mentality as soon as possible. Kagome patted her face and said secretly. At this time, there was a scream outside and then disappeared. Looking at Kagome, who was expressionless and trying to change her mind, Granny Feng nodded and said, if Kagaya is not here today, the village may be in danger. Men will be killed, women will be harmed, if you are lucky, you will be sold, if you are unlucky, you will die after being harmed. This world is very cruel, and Kagaya has lived in this world for 300 years, can you imagine, Kagome? Kagome's face was instantly moved when he heard this. Kagaya must have been in pain after living in this world for 300 years. Advertisement, yes. Before you came, when I met Kagaya, he was completely disappointed with the world and wanted to live in seclusion in the mountains. But, speaking of this, Granny Feng smiled, Kagaya has changed since he met you. I never thought that he would offer to help you. This sudden turning point made Kagome stunned for a moment, then her face turned rosy and she stopped talking. Looking at Kagome's face, Granny Feng smiled and said to herself, don't blame me for being talkative, Kagome, I just don't want you to follow my sister's old path. Outside the shrine. After killing the bandit, Kagaya, who was just about to come back, heard the conversation in the shrine. Although his face was expressionless, he was madly admiring Granny Feng's assist in his heart. Night. Miban Kagaya went out to hunt some wild animals, and after cleaning up, he went back to the shrine to cook barbecue. When Kagome saw the golden oven, she also asked in a daze, is this real gold? This time Kagaya did not deny it, nodded and said, it's pure gold. Afterwards, when Kagome and Granny Feng took the meat skewers, they stretched out their hands to take it with a serious look on their faces. This is a barbecue made in a golden oven. Naturally, one must eat it respectfully to show respect for gold. Tasty. Kagome took a bite, and Yi Shi looked satisfied. After all, Granny Feng has eaten it for the second time, so she is not so exaggerated, but the speed of eating has accelerated. After a while, the dry rice is over. Miban Kagaya put away the golden stove and consciously went out to rest. To be honest, if there is no Granny Maple, Miban Kagaya can stay with the cheat, but if there is Granny Maple, forget it. After lying on the roof of the shrine for a while and watching the night sky in this ancient environment for a while, Miban Kagaya disappeared in place in an instant. It's still the barren forest. However, Yuban Kagaya did not make such a loud noise when practicing spiritual power this time. As for the demon power, because there is no demon power technique, it is still quite irritable. It is worth mentioning that through practice, the deeper Kaguya's understanding of enchantment, the more he admired enchantment. Advertisement. Although the enchantment technique is only a defensive technique, its defensive ability is actually similar to armament hockey, even better. That's right, as long as the enchantment is not broken, it is completely immune to any attack. As long as the enchantment is not broken, it is inherently invincible. Armament hockey can still be ignored if the level is not enough, but enchantment is different, this technique cannot be ignored. No matter how strong the power is, only by breaking the barrier first can the user of the barrier be harmed. According to his own enchantment, and thinking about the enchantment of Naraku and the 100 Ghost Bat Clan, it is not difficult for Yuban Kagaya to know that these two demon power enchantments should also have such characteristics. Therefore, Yuban Kagaya put his mind on the enchantment technique of the 100 Ghost Bat clan. In short, Yuban Kagaya wants to go farther and farther on the road of saving his life until he doesn't have to worry about his life at all. Time flies. After a night of practice, Yuban Kagaya recovered from his fatigue with the fire of immortality, and disappeared in a barren, potholed, messy place. It is conceivable that the monsters here suffered another catastrophe. In the village. Shrine roof. When the sun gradually rose and dispelled the darkness of the earth, Kagaya also returned here. Lying on the roof, Kagaya focused on the system panel in his mind. Host. Yuban Kagaya. Skills. Open black lens bracket knife Dao close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket magic close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket physical technique close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket hockey close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket gift close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket skill 3.6 close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket devil fruit. Cooking level 5, 2001 millions, open the spell category. Spirit power level 5, 10 millions, demon power level 5, 10 millions. Spirit power ceiling level, 1/100,000, spiritual enchantment level 4, 1/100,000. It has to be said that the proficiency function plus the resilience pervert means that you can do whatever you want. In just one night, the spiritual power and demon power have reached level 5, and the progress of magic is a bit slower, but it has reached level 4. Because there is no big momentum in practicing magic, so after the spiritual power reached level 5 last night, Yuban Kagaya began to practice demon power and started bombing. Chapter 266 Reversed Hair Knot Anyway. The magic technique has no momentum, and it can be practiced anytime, anywhere, and the practice of the technique is also the cultivation of spiritual power. So after Kaguya's spiritual power reached level 5, he cultivated his demon power, and first cultivated his demon power to level 5. As for the spells, you need to practice slowly later, and for the demon power, Yuban Kagaya will not be able to practice for the time being. After learning the spells of the demon power will naturally grow. Feeling all kinds of power in the body and soul, Kagaya, who was lying on the roof, grinned. The background is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, even if the skill level improves slowly, my strength will become stronger and stronger. After a period of time, Yin Yang rose completely. Just when Yuban Kagaya was in a good mood, Kagome and Granny Maple walked out of the shrine. Looking at the wooden basin with the maiden costume in Granny Maple's hands, Yuban Kagaya couldn't understand what was going on. Therefore, Yuban Kagaya jumped off the roof and landed next to Kagome. I will go too. There are too many monsters. If you stay too far away from me, it will be dangerous. Kagome, Granny Maple. Kagome looked at Yuban Kagaya with strange eyes. She did not forget what Granny Feng told her yesterday. She knew that Yuban Kagaya had a different attitude towards her. 11 Of course, she does not reject Yuban Kagaya. After all, Yuban Kagaya gave her a very good impression. Moreover, Yuban Kagaya has a point. It is indeed dangerous to leave his side, but if she agrees, she will be very upset. Granny Feng also rolled her eyes when she looked at Kagaya, who was so straightforward. Ahem. Yuban Kagaya pretended not to see the eyes of the two, and said calmly, I won't get close. When Kagome heard this, the look in Kaguya's eyes became even more strange. Granny Feng said at this moment, okay, Kagaya, let's go. Kagaya is not so nasty, you say it is? Kagaya. Granny Feng glanced at Yuban Kagaya. Of course. Mida Teru Yoruichi said with a righteous face. Kagome snorted softly, didn't say anything, but followed Granny Feng and left. The mountain behind the village. A mountain stream. After taking a bath, Kagome put on the priestess costume brought by Granny Feng. Granny Feng's eyes were in a daze, as if she saw her sister in front of her. Elder sister. Advertisement. Hearing Granny Feng's muttering to herself, Kagome was taken aback for a moment, looked at her maiden costume, and understood what was going on. Sorry, Kagome. Granny Feng, who came back to her senses, shook her head, without thinking too much, handed the dried school uniform to Kagome, and then led Kagome back. Walking out of this mountain stream, the two saw Kagaya, the shield protecting them. Yuban Kagaya kept his word and did not get close to the two of them. Of course, there is no need to tell the two of them about observation hockey. At this time, looking at Kagome, who was wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume and had loose hair, Yuban Kaguya's eyes fluctuated again. Sure enough, seeing from the front with eyes, Miko Kagome's temperament is even more amazing. Yuban Kaguya's affectionate gaze made Kagome a little shy. She stroked her hair slightly, and looked to the side. Cough cough. Granny Feng said angrily, I'm going back, I'm quite old, and I still want to see you show your affection, hum. After saying that, Granny Feng hurriedly left here, leaving only Kagome with an even more shy face. Cough cough. Yuban Kagaya made a fist with his left hand, put it near his mouth, coughed twice, cleared his throat, let's go. That, Tu Yi. Kagome summoned up her courage and said, I'm a little homesick, is there any way you can let me go back? Yuban Kagaya said as expected, you can go back from the well of bone eaters. As he spoke, Yuban Kagaya muttered to himself, it's fine to go back, but it's fine to leave this rubbish world. When Kagome heard this, she looked at Kagaya in disbelief, do you want me to leave? Kagome secretly said, I didn't say I won't come back, what do you mean? Who do you think I am? Kagome was very upset in her heart, she just wanted to go home and have a look, she didn't say she couldn't come back, regardless of the jade of the four souls. Kagome directly bypassed Kagaya and walked towards the forest of the time tree. Ha! Hearing Kagome's words, Yuban Kagaya was a little confused. He was really confused. He was just deliberately provocative. Why is he still angry? When did I want you to leave? Looking at Kagome's back, Miban Kagaya secretly sighed. A woman's heart is like a sea needle. The ancients never deceived me. Especially a woman like Kagome in the technological age has a much deeper heart than a woman in pirate world. Really, I'm like an irresponsible woman. It's not like I won't come back. What? Kagome puffed up her cheeks and went straight to the Time's tree forest in displeasure. Advertisement: this mountain stream is very close to the age tree forest, so Kagome quickly walked into the forest and came to the location of the age tree. Well of bones. Looking at the wreckage of monsters at the bottom of the well, Kagome hesitated. Is it really possible to go back by jumping in? It feels so dangerous. And after I go back, what if I don't come back? What if Kagaya sees me as an irresponsible woman? Why don't you go back and discuss it with Kagaya? Just when Kagome hesitated, a figure appeared on the tree behind him. Kagome, who heard the sound, looked back and immediately found a barefoot 550 woman in a cool ninja suit. Is the Jade of the Four Souls in your hand? Nifa Jila asked with a smile. Jade of the Four Souls? Is it a monster again? You guys are so annoying. At this moment, Kagome's unhappiness from the time travel to the present finally broke out completely. I don't have the Jade of the Four Souls, and the Jade of the Four Souls is ruined. Can you all get out and leave me alone? Ha! When Nifa Jila heard this, his eyes turned cold. Since you don't have the Jade of the Four Souls, let me collect your hair. As he said that, he raised a samurai sword, and Nifa Yura slashed at Kagome below. Nani. Feeling bad, Kagome instinctively raised her head and shouted, Kagaya. Crack. Her footsteps slipped and she leaned back. Although she dodged the blade, Kagome screamed instinctively. Ah! Ziz! There was a flash of thunder. Goben Kagaya put her left arm around Kagome's waist, and carefully lifted Kagome up. Kagaya. Feeling the support from her waist, Kagome breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Miban Kagaya with joy. Really, didn't I say it? Don't leave my side, it's very dangerous, Miban Kagaya said helplessly. I know, I won't do it in the future, Kagome said aggrievedly. Advertisement chapter 267. Crossing. Seeing the two ignoring him and showing off their affection, Nifa Yuluo's eyes were cold. He clenched his samurai sword tightly, and stabbed at Kaguya's back. Seeing this scene, Kaguya's eyes widened instantly, and she quickly shouted, Be careful, Kagaya. For this, Miban Kagaya was naturally prepared, and stretched out his right hand, directly holding the blade of the samurai sword. Oh, idiot. Seeing this, Nifa Jila sneered, If you dare to hold the blade empty-handed, you're looking for death. As he said that, Nifa Jila tried hard to cut off Kaguya's right hand. But something happened that made Nifa Jila unbelievable. She couldn't pull out the blade, and couldn't move the blade at all. Impossible. How could this be? Kagome looked at Miban Kagaya worriedly and asked, Kagaya, are you okay? Miban Kagaya said calmly, Don't worry, this kind of miscellaneous fish monster can't hurt me. As he spoke, Miban Kagaya clenched the blade's right hand and broke it. Crack. There was a crisp sound. The blade of the samurai sword was broken directly by Kagaya. Nani? Nifa Jila looked at the broken samurai sword. His face was terrified, and he was stunned. Whoosh! Goben Kagaya threw the broken blade directly at Nifa Jila. Bah! The blade directly pierced Nifa Jiluo's forehead, pierced through a big hole, and then flew 5 or 6 meters away, passing through more than 10 big trees before stopping. But Nifa Jila didn't die, but came back to his senses, jumped back and jumped onto the tree. As the invisible strands of hair continuously poured into the forehead, the hole on the forehead quickly recovered until it disappeared. Looking at Kagaya below, Nifa Jila was full of fear. What kind of monster is this? The body is so hard. Looking at the reverse hair knot who is not dead like this, Kagome was shocked. This is not dead. Ah! Advertisement. With confidence in his heart, he turned his back and said sternly, It's useless, I'm immortal, you can't kill me at all. If you are sensible, quickly hand over the Jade of the Four Souls. I said it all, the Jade of the Four Souls is broken. Kagome was talking, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kagaya. Kagome, needless to say, there is no need to explain to this kind of miscellaneous fish monster, just kill it. Ha! Nifa Jila seemed to have heard a big joke. It's my fault, ha 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 ha. Nifa Jila, who was laughing, suddenly stopped laughing, and looked at a red comb that suddenly appeared in the right hand of Miban Kagaya with a look of disbelief. How is it possible? How is it possible that it is in your hands? I obviously hid it. Nifa Jiluo's face was covered with cold sweat, and he was extremely frightened. This is your real body, right? Immortal body. Hey, what a joke, Mibanwi Yorichi sneered. Nifa Jila fell to the ground with a panicked face, kowtowed on his knees, begging for mercy repeatedly. Forgive me. I am willing to be a slave, don't kill me. Such a reversed side made Kagome dumbfounded. A person who was so arrogant just now is so afraid of death now. Yuban Kagaya is not interested in continuing this boring farce, so the dragon flame rises quickly in his right hand, burning the red comb in an instant. Ah! Nifa Jila was also in pain, and quickly dissipated, disappearing into ashes. At this time, Kagome suddenly grabbed Kaguya's right hand and looked carefully. When he found out that nothing happened, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with a rosy face, Kagaya, your hand. It turned out that Miban Kaguya's left hand had been hugging Kagome all the time and did not let go. Of course, Miban Kaguya just forgot, and it was definitely not intentional. So Miban Kaguya withdrew his left hand very calmly upon hearing the words. Hey, Kaguya. Kagome asked suddenly, the monster just now was very beautiful, and they all begged for your mercy, and it's okay to be a slave, so you won't be tempted? Seeing Kagome staring at him seriously, Yuban Kaguya was a little ashamed. A woman's heart, the sea needle. Just after the danger is over, you ask this kind of question. She wants to hurt you, so there is no need to live. Miban Kaguya replied with a pretendingly stiff face. Kagome's face became rosy again, and she was flustered for a while. To be honest, after asking just now, Kagome regretted it. Because this question is too jealous to ask, but after asking all the questions, Kagome can only bite the bullet and stare at Miban Kaguya to cover up her nervousness. Advertisement Kaguya's answer also made Kagome's heart even more chaotic. Kaguya actually cared about her so much, which made Kagome feel sweet. Cough cough. To be honest, Yuban Kaguya is also quite embarrassed when he speaks like this. So Miban Kaguya could only change the subject. Kagome, aren't you homesick? You can go back by jumping down the well. Hearing this, Kagome suddenly raised her head and stared at Kaguya, her cheeks puffed up again. What, do you want me to go that much? Huh, what are you talking about, aren't you homesick? Miban Kaguya explained, can't you go back and have a look and then come back? When Kagome heard this, she couldn't help blinking her eyes. After realizing that she had misunderstood Kaguya, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly asked, can I still come back? Of course. Miban Kaguya nodded and said, as long as you carry the pieces of the jade of the four souls with you, you can pass through the well of bone eating at will, traveling between here and the future. I see. Kagome hurriedly took out a small cloth bag, made sure it was still there, and put it away carefully. This small cloth bag contained exactly 2 fragments of the jade of the four souls. Then I'll go back first, Kaguya. As she said that, Kagome looked back at the bottom of the well. Then she turned her head and said with some embarrassment, I'll go back in 2 days. Seeing this, Yuban Kaguya's eyes, Hanuo Jiao, flashed brightly, and said with a light smile, a little scared? A little bit. Kagome scratched her cheek, a little embarrassed. Then I'll take you back, Miban Kaguya asked with a smile. When Kagome heard this, she couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. Is it possible? Miban Kaguya nodded. Okay, I just want to see what happened to your side. Having said that, Kaguya put his arms around Kagome again, and walked towards the edge of the well of bone. This time, although Kagome's face was a little rosy, she didn't say anything to refuse. Ready, Kagome? Asked Kaguya. Kaguya. Okay, Kaguya. Kagome nodded. After Kaguya heard the words, Kagome jumped down into the well with Kaguya. With the help of Kaguya, Kagome easily fell to the bottom of the well. The next moment, black light spread to the bottom of the well, and then disappeared instantly, and the figures of Kaguya and Kagome disappeared into the well of bones. Chapter 268 gifts the era of more than 500 years later. Higurashi Shrine. In the well of bones. A ray of light flashed at the bottom of the dark well, and then, the figures of Kagome and Miban Kaguya appeared here. At this time, a ray of light shone down from the mouth of the well, and at the same time, the voices of Kagome's grandfather and younger brother Soda sounded. Kagome, is that you, sister, are you there? When Kagome heard this familiar voice, her expression immediately became happy. Grandpa, Sao Tai, I'm back. Goban Kaguya said, Kagome, tell your grandpa and brother to stand back. Good. Kagome nodded upon hearing this, and then said loudly, Grandpa, Sao Tai, you stand back and don't get close to the well, we're going up. Us? Grandpa Kagome was a little confused, but he still pulled Sao Tai and took a few steps back, away from the well. When Yuban Kaguya saw this, he hugged Kagome, and then pushed hard with his feet, leading Kagome to jump out of the bottom of the well and came to the ground above. As for Grandpa Kagome and younger brother Sao Tai, they opened their mouths wide and looked at them in disbelief. It was too scary for 2 people of such age to jump up directly. Wait, 2 people? Who is this man? And why is Kagome, sister 870 wearing a Miko costume? After reacting, Grandpa Kagome and Soda looked at Miban Kaguya in bewilderment. Goban Kaguya let go of Kagome, and in a flash, he came to the courtyard of Higurashi's house. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared, Kagome's mother was also surprised. When Kaguya saw Kaguya leap forward and jump directly to the roof, Kagome's mother even covered her mouth with a dazed look on her face. At this time, Kagome also came out quickly, and when she saw her mother, the familiar yard, and the sacred tree in the yard, her eyes couldn't help turning red. Kagome. Seeing her daughter, Kagome's mother quickly approached. Mother. Kagome threw herself directly into her mother's arms, sobbing softly, trying to vent all the pressure of the past few days. Grandpa and Sao Tai in the back also looked dazed and at a loss after they came out of the house. On the roof board Kaguya, after thinking about the scenery of the technological age, jumped down and came to Kagome's family. Advertisement looking at Kaguya who jumped off the roof, Kagome's mother asked again with a look of astonishment, who are you? Hi aunt, my name is Miban Kaguya, you can call me Kaguya. In the living room. Changing back into modern clothes, Kagome, wearing long-sleeve clothes and long trousers, knelt on the tatami mat, watching with a smile on his face, and his family asked Kaguya about everything. I didn't expect that the sacred tree that the family has guarded for generations was originally called the Tree of Time, and it also has the ability to travel through time and space. Grandpa Kagome looked smug. Hey, Kagaya big brother, since you are an ancient superpower, you should be very strong. What kind of superpower do you know? Cao Tai asked curiously. Yuban Kagaya said calmly, my strength is not bad, that is, I can destroy a large town in an instant. As far as ability is concerned, I can manipulate flames, lightning, tsunamis, and earthquakes, and I can do a little bit. Grandpa Kagome, Mama Kagome, Brother Soda. All three of them were stupefied. Superpowers, are they so scary? Are the ancient monsters very strong? Cao Tai asked curiously again. Some are strong, some are weak, and powerful monsters also have the power to destroy towns. Weak Yukai, a child like you, can be defeated with a stick, Kagaya explained. Oh, Cao Tai was surprised. Time flies. The sun sets, the moon rises, and night falls. When Yuban Kagaya, with his powerful reaction and control over his body, kept pressing the handle to manipulate the game character, and after clearing all the game levels with soda, it was time to eat. I ate hot pot tonight. Mother Kagome, B-Bag, bought most of the meat to appease her daughter, so everyone had a good meal. In addition to Miban Kagaya, after all, this little food is enough for Miban Kagaya to stuff his teeth. Of course, Miban Kagaya also showed that he was very full. Anyway, primordial chaos breathing method plus sense and fruit, Kagaya, which constantly performs light and function, can eat or not, even if you eat, it is just to satisfy your appetite. After dinner, Miban Kagaya sat in front of the TV with Kagome's family and watched the evening program. When Kagome's family was all focused on the TV, Miban Kagaya quietly made 4 wooden boxes, and then packed the gifts prepared in advance into the wooden boxes. Advertisement afterwards, when the evening program was over, Miban Kagaya called Kagome's family, and then took out 3 wooden boxes and handed them to the 3 of them one by one. It's the first time I come to the door, there's nothing to sell, a small gift is not a respect. Oh, you're so kind, can we open it? Kagome's mother laughed. Please. Miban Kagaya nodded. Kagome next to her looked curious, she didn't even know when Miban Kagaya prepared the gift. Kagome's mother opened the wooden box first, and in an instant, blue light bloomed, and a hexagonal sky blue gem appeared in front of everyone. This light, this color, needless to say, it is the best at first glance. Kagome's mother was instantly attracted. Seeing this, Grandpa Kagome next to him hurriedly opened the wooden box. In an instant, a golden light flashed, and a big gold brick appeared in front of everyone. Cao Tai also quickly opened the wooden box, a golden light flashed, and there were also 10 wooden and gold bricks. Kagaya, it can't be like this. Kagome's mother suppressed her reluctance and said, this is too expensive, the ant family really can't accept it. As she spoke, Kagome's mother put the lid on the wooden box and pushed it back. Seeing this, Grandpa Kagome and Soda also pushed back with a look of reluctance. Precious. Miban Kagaya frowned, and pushed the gift back, please accept it, for me. This thing is simply nothing more common. And, this is also a thank you gift, thank you. Kagome's mother asked curiously, where does this start? Goban Kagaya explained, well, I accidentally destroyed a treasure that only Kagome can find. So Kagome still wants to go back with me, these 3 gifts should be regarded as thank you. Kagaya. Hearing Kaguya's words, Kagome was moved, obviously she was the one who destroyed it. Destroyed the treasure? When Kagome's mother heard the words, she couldn't believe it. After all, Kagaya, who is so stable, really doesn't look like a reckless person. Could it be? Thinking of this, Kagome's mother looked at her daughter. Kagome, chapter 269. Excuse me. Looking at her daughter's dodging eyes, Kagome's mother couldn't help but know what was going on, and suddenly, the look in Kagome's eyes became subtle. This child is so careless even after time travel, but looking at the situation, Kagaya has some thoughts about Kagome. Otherwise, it would be impossible to take the responsibility on myself, and even come up with such a precious gift. Thinking of this, Kagome's mother did not refuse this gift anymore. After all, Kagome will go back to ancient times in the future, and it is necessary for a parent to have a good relationship with Kagaya. Of course, Cao Tai's share is inevitably kept by Kagome's mother, even if she is unhappy, it is useless. In this way, this happy scene, if you don't know it, you may think Miban Kagaya is also a member of this family. Looking at the time, I found that it was time to rest. Kagome's family also went back to their respective rooms to rest. At the same time, Kagome's mother came to the prepared guest room with Kagaya to rest. However, when Kagome's mother left, Goitaka Kagaya opened the window and jumped directly onto the roof. What kind of sleep is there? There is no future. With this time, it is better to practice magic. Besides, what is the meaning of a guest room? It is almost the same as Kagome's room. Kagome's room. Kagome lay down on the bed with a happy face and relaxed. That's great. The bed at home is more comfortable. Lying on the bed and looking at the various things in the room that I haven't seen for a few days, but I miss them very much, Kagome's eyes can't help but wander. Whoosh! At this time, a black shadow flashed outside the window. Kagome was taken aback, got up quickly, picked up an iron ruler on the table, and went to the window to look carefully. Opening the window, Kagome carefully looked around the window, and said in a low voice, could it be a mistake, or the monster is hiding? It's not a monster, it's a human. From above, the voice of Miban Kagaya came down. Kagome heard this, looked up, and asked strangely, Kagaya, what are you doing on the roof? Miban Kagaya was lying on the roof, with his arms behind his head, his legs crossed, and while looking at the starry sky at night, he said casually, I can't sleep. And I haven't been here for decades, I also want to see the night of this era. Kagome also raised her head, looked at the sky with few stars, a gust of wind blew her hair up, and Kagome shook her hair. The night sky didn't see anything, but this breeze also calmed Kagome's impetuousness hidden in her heart. At this time, a wooden box fell from above, and finally stopped in front of Kagome. Advertisement, your gift. Miban Kaguya's voice came down. Do I have it too? Kagome took the wooden box in surprise. Miban Kaguya said with a light smile, of course, if I forget anyone, I can't forget you. Kagome's face turned slightly rosy upon hearing this, then I'll open it. As you wish. Miban Kaguya said. Crack. The wooden box was opened, and a purple light flashed, shining brightly. A purple crystal clear bracelet appeared in front of Kagome. It's beautiful. Kagome picked it up carefully, watching carefully with bright eyes. Is it really good? Kaguya, it's too expensive to give such a valuable thing to me, and a gift to my family, Kagome said with a tangled face. It doesn't matter, I don't have 10,000 of this kind of thing, but I have 8,000. I have lived for so many years, and I have killed countless people, and I don't know how many of this kind of thing I got. At first I was a little interested, but as time went on, I became less interested, Miban Kaguya said casually. Looking at the purple bracelet in her hand, Kagome suddenly felt very heavy inside, but at the same time, Kagome became more curious about Miban Kaguya's experience. Of course, Kagome didn't intend to ask, but after thinking about it, she knew that she lived for more than 300 years in the Sengoku era where people died every day and killed every day. Miban Kaguya's experience was definitely dark and heavy. I don't know why, but in this atmosphere, Kagome suddenly became worried. She wanted to comfort Miban Kaguya, but she didn't know how to do so. Hey, Kaguya, would you like to come to my room and have a look? Although there is only one bed, I can make you a floor bunk, Kagome said shyly. Really, what are you talking about, Kagome? You are so shameless, Kagome thought to himself. As for Kaguya, the board on the roof, she didn't have so many thoughts when she heard that, she just had a flash in her eyes, and then instantly used room to teleport to Kagome's room. Ask for flowers. Excuse me, advertisement. Hearing the voice behind her, Kagome turned her head quickly, and when she saw Kaguya sitting on the ground, Kagome was shocked. So fast. This guy is absolutely right, he's definitely trying to trick me, Kagome complained frantically in her heart. However, Kagome just doesn't hate it, after all, this is the first time she has a crush on a man. The floor is unnecessary, Kagome, I'll just rest against the wall. As he said that, Kaguya teleported to Kagome's side, holding the black knife, Kiyoshui, and sat against the wall. Kagome was startled again, and looked at Miban Kaguya in surprise. Is this teleportation? Probably. Miban Kaguya didn't deny it. 0. Kagome walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, lamenting in her heart that Miban Kaguya has so much ability. Of course, the most important thing is envy. After all, everyone has the dream of becoming a superpower, and Kagome is naturally no exception. Looking at the treasured sword in Kaguya's arms, Kagome suddenly asked curiously, Kaguya, is that sword very precious? I think you have been inseparable from that sword all the time. Miban Kaguya touched the black knife, Shu Shui, and said with a smile, yes, it's very precious, after all, it's a demon sword named Shu Shui. Shu Shui, demon sword? It sounds very dangerous, Kagome asked curiously. Of course. Yuban Kaguya explained, if a guy with weak willpower touches Kiyoshui, he will be controlled by Kiyoshui and become murderous and brutal. He will fight every day until he dies. It's scary, Kagome exclaimed in horror. Kaguya said with a nostalgic expression on his face, I snatched this from an undead. Now that I think about it, that battle seems like it didn't take long. In this way, Miban Kaguya and Kagome chatted with you, and I chatted with each other. Yuban Kaguya adapted his own battles in One Piece world at random, and talked about various battles with Kagome. And Kagome naturally listened and nodded repeatedly, fascinated and yearning. It wasn't until half past Yoruichi that Kagome realized that if he didn't sleep, he wouldn't be able to wake up tomorrow. After that, Kagome and Miban Kaguya stopped chatting, turned off the lights, and took a rest. Chapter 270. Killing Pills. Kagome lying on the bed kept turning from side to side, with a ruddy face, unable to sleep. In fact, Kagome felt a little bit regretful when she told Kaguya to come to the room, but Kaguya can move instantly, so it was too late for her to regret it. Kagome was lying facing the wall with her back to Kaguya, and looked back at Kaguya who was leaning against the wall. When Kaguya found that Kaguya was resting with her eyes closed, Kagome also breathed a sigh of relief. Sleep. Kagome closed her eyes and gradually fell asleep. Time flies. When the sun rose and the sun shone into the room, Kagome was still sleeping soundly. At this time, Kagome's mother, who was cooking, walked briskly, preparing for a long-lost dinner, waking her daughter up to serve. Crack. The door opened, and Kagome's mother said softly, Kagome, it's time to get up. Oh. After opening the door completely, Kagome's mother froze for a moment when she found Kaguya leaning against the wall, holding a knife and resting with her eyes closed. Allah. But immediately, Kagome's mother covered her mouth and smiled, then backed out gently, and closed the door. From this scene, Kagome's mother can see that in ancient times, Kaguya, the board, has always protected her daughter like this. As for her own daughter, she trusts Miban Kaguya so much, as a mother, she can only silently bless her. After a while, Kagome gradually opened her eyes, stretched her waist, rubbed her eyes, and got up. Looking at Kaguya, who was leaning against the wall and closed her face, Kaguya gently put on her slippers. How's your rest? Kagaya asked, opening his eyes suddenly. You're awake too, I'm resting well, Kagome said with a smile. Hey, Kagaya, let's go back later, aren't you going to stay for a few more days? Miban Kagaya was curious. Kagome smiled and said, no, since you can come back anytime, there's no need to stay longer, it's better to collect the Jade of the Four Souls earlier. Advertisement saying that, Kagome got up, let's go, Kagaya, let's go to eat, Mom should be ready, after dinner, let's go back. After a while, after eating, packing a school bag, and saying goodbye to his family, Kagaya put his arms around Kagome and jumped into the well of bones. A flash of light flashed, and the two disappeared into the bone-eating well of this era. Sengoku era. Age Tree Forest. Well of bones. A ray of light flashed, Kagaya put his arms around Kagome, and jumped from the bottom of the well to the ground. Looking at the surrounding environment, Kagome was very relaxed this time, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. Let's go back to the village, Miban Kagaya laughed. Kagome smiled and nodded, followed Miban Kagaya to the village with a relaxed expression. Due to the harsh environment of this era, Kagome was wearing gray long sleeves, dark trousers and sneakers this time, so it was easier to walk. In the shrine. Seeing the two come back, Granny Feng asked curiously, did you go to Kagome's time? Alright. Grandma Feng also knew that she was asking nonsense, after all Kagome's change of clothes was so obvious that Shangku was the only possibility. Kagome took the washed maiden clothes out of her school bag and returned them to Granny Feng, then under Granny Feng's guidance, she began to practice spiritual power. In a desolate and remote forest, a noble-looking humanoid monster wearing white clothes and a small green monster holding a wooden stick walks in this dangerous forest. You know, this is the era when ghosts roam everywhere, and there are countless ghosts in any sparsely populated place. But the monsters and ghosts in this forest, after the appearance of these two outsiders, not only did not come out, but hid even more concealedly. It can be seen from this that these two monsters, no, it is this one in white clothes with a knife hanging from his waist. A monster with long silver hair, moon lines on his forehead, 2 red lines on his left and right cheeks, and a pair of gold pupils, his strength is astonishing. This demon is none other than Sessamaru, known as the Trembling Noble Son, and Urguzi's half-brother. Advertisement and the little green monster next to him is Sessamaru's loyal servant, see. Master Sessamaru, the direction of the head stick keeps changing. Could the master's grave be on Inuyasha's body? Recently, the news of the reappearance of the Jade of the Four Souls has spread widely. Maybe Inuyasha will go there too. After all, Inuyasha was sealed for the Jade of the Four Souls 50 years ago. Sessamaru heard this, although his face was expressionless, but he was extremely upset in his heart. Thinking of Tetsuya on Inuyasha's body, Sessamaru felt unwilling, and didn't understand why his father didn't give Tetsuya to himself. Therefore, after a small lesson on wrong views, follow the guidance of the staff to find the place where Inuyasha is, or the place where Kagaya is. Put the black pearl on the gate of the cemetery, Kaguya's body. Time flies. In a flash, a few days are fleeting. Kagome's training has also temporarily come to an end. Although he has not learned the enchantment and sealing techniques, he has stronger control over spiritual power. So Kagome followed Grandma Feng to the forest to gather some herbs and relax. Of course, Yuban Kagaya is naturally inseparable, and the nickname is Guardian. And just when Yuban Kagaya was leaning on the tree, watching Kagome picking herbs in a good mood, a huge monster energy entered into Yuban Kaguya's perception. In Yuban Kaguya's perception, the quality and quantity of this evil spirit is stronger than his own evil spirit. At the same time, the appearance of the Master of Evil Spirit is naturally also the King of Perception that appears on the board Kagaya. Oh, seeing this monster, Yuban 3.0 Kaguya's eyes lit up, and finally came, Sessamaru, I have been waiting for you for a long time. To be honest, Iron Broken Tooth was clearly in his hand, but he couldn't touch it or use it, and Yuban Kagaya was very uncomfortable. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Pearl had to be opened with magic power, Kagaya would have gotten the Iron Broken Tooth long ago. Now Sessamaru came at the right time. Anyway, he can't use Tai Sui Ya, so Kagaya Yuban will naturally be the final winner. Kagome, Granny Feng, you hide behind me, a terrible guy has come. Miban Kagaya took a few steps forward, watching the direction of Sessamaru's arrival. Seeing Miban Kaguya's serious expression, Granny Feng quickly led Kagome back and came to the back of Miban Kagaya. A few minutes later, the figures of Sessamaru and Shiken appeared in front of him, and they came straight to Miban Kagaya. Chapter 271. Black Pearl in the Era Tree Forest. A jumping show hiding on a big tree is sneaking, observing Sessamaru in the distance from the tree. This jumping show is the retainer of Sessamaru's father, King Do-Ya, Ming Jia. In fact, Ming Jia has come here a long time ago. Ever since he heard that Sessamaru was looking for King Do-Ya's cemetery, Ming Jia felt bad, so he rushed to inform Inuyasha that he was here. But after arriving, Mingya didn't see Inuyasha at all, plus he didn't know Inuyasha's whereabouts. There was no way. Mingya took a rest in the Era Tree Forest, ready to leave. But just when Mingya was about to leave and went to find Inuyasha, something unexpected happened to him. Sessamaru, who was looking for the cemetery, did not go to the Inuyasha who was with him in the cemetery, but came to look for this human being who had scared him enough these past few days. That's right, Yuban Kagaya had discovered it a long time ago. It's just that this little dance show has been wandering in the distance, and didn't connect with them at all, so he just glanced at Mingya casually. And it was just this casual glance that really frightened Ming Jia, who was in a cold sweat, and his feet were so weak that he couldn't jump, so he only rested for a few days. To be honest, Ming Jia has lived for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen such a terrifying human being. Therefore, Ming Jia hid beside Yi 11 to see why Sessamaru didn't continue to search for the cemetery, but instead came to find this terrifying human being. Following Sessamaru's evil views, he came here along the headstaff, and was surprised to find that Inuyasha was not here. Moreover, the human being on the opposite side is also very strange, obviously full of monster aura, but also has a human aura. And it's all full of breath. It can be determined that it is definitely not the existence of a half-demon. This is the first time that Sessamaru has seen such a strange situation. Obviously, Sesshomaru has discovered more than Mingya. Of course, this is also normal. After all, it is just a little monster. Forget it, these are not important. The important thing is that the head stick is pointing here, and Inuyasha is not there, and the father's cemetery cannot be given to humans. So this human being should know the whereabouts of Inuyasha, and he is contaminated with the breath of the cemetery. Thinking of this, Sessamaru looked at the plain-faced human on the opposite side and asked, "Where's Inuyasha?" "Inuyasha?" Granny Feng was taken aback. "Came to find Inuyasha? Master Inuyasha?" Mingya suddenly realized, no wonder Sessamaru came to find this terrifying human being. It turned out that this human being knew the whereabouts of Master Inuyasha. After understanding this, Ming Jia quickly pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the conversation between Miban Kaguya and Sessamaru. Advertisement, however, Miban Kaguya's next sentence was directly dumbfounded by it. "Who are you? What's the matter with Urguzi? EHL. Granny Maple, Sessamaru, wrong view. Urguzi, are you talking about Master Inuyasha?" Puff. Mingya almost couldn't bear it, quickly covered his mouth and snickered, and secretly said in his heart, "How should I put it? Master Inuyasha is the second in the family, so it's normal to say it's the second dog." Granny Feng also looked astonished. Inuyasha was originally called Urguzi? Of course, not to mention these two guys, even Sessamaru's indifferent pupils flashed a wave of astonishment after hearing this name. Puff. Ha ha ha. Urguzi. Ha ha ha. Compared with the restraint of other people or monsters, the wrong view is more straightforward, and he laughed directly. Laughing and laughing, Xiejian even rolled over, holding the human head staff in one hand and patting the ground with the other, with tears splashing all over his face. Boom. Well, after being stepped on by Sessamaru and screaming in pain, he reacted to the evil view and got up quickly to restrain his emotions. Then he yelled at Miban Kaguya solemnly, "Humans, pay attention to your words. Who do you think you are facing? Standing in front of you is a trembling noble son, Master Sessamaru, who is also Inuyasha's elder brother. If you know him, tell him where Inuyasha is." Inuyasha's big brother, Granny Feng, was a little surprised. "Hey, human, hurry up and tell me the whereabouts of Inuyasha, otherwise, I don't need Master Sessamaru to take action, and I will teach you a lesson if I see you wrongly." Huh. Looking at the arrogant evil view, Miban Kaguya glanced at the evil view with murderous eyes. Advertisement, wrong view. For a moment, Xiejian was covered in cold sweat and his eyes were full of fear. He seemed to have seen just now that he was cut to pieces in a sea of blood, and there was no place to bury him. Feeling the fearful evil view, he quickly hid behind Sessamaru, not daring to say anything more. "What's going on with this human being? It's too scary." "What is that? It's too scary." Sesshomaru looked at Miban Teru Yoriichi in surprise. The murderous aura just now made Sesshomaru understand that this human being is very strong. Miban Kaguya said at this time, "If you want to find Urguzi, you don't have to think about it." Hearing this, Sesshomaru was naturally expressionless, while Mingya in the distance was relieved. Fortunately, this human being is really loyal. But the next sentence made Ming Jia disappointed again. "Because I don't know Urguzi's whereabouts, that guy is going to find a way to revive others. Who knows where he went?" Miban Kaguya said casually. "So I don't know. Master Inuyasha, where are you?" 71 Shiaga looked disappointed. Sesshomaru was also a little disappointed in his heart. After all, the clues were gone, and he had to search again. "However, since you are Urguzi's big brother, this can be returned to the original owner." As he spoke, Kaguya took out something from his pocket and threw it to Sesshomaru. Whoosh! Sesshomaru stretched out his hand to catch it, and after a casual glance, his eyes suddenly flashed, and a sense of surprise emerged in his heart. Miban Kaguya explained, "Before that guy left, he gave this to me and told me to look at it for him. He will return it when he comes back. If he doesn't come back, let me keep it. It's just right, your big brother is here, so let's return it to the original owner." Seeing this, Ming Jia in the distance immediately widened his eyes and hammered his own chest with disbelief. "Master Inuyasha, why are you so stupid? How can you give the master's grave to outsiders?" Well, Ming Jia also knew that it couldn't be blamed on Inuyasha. After all, Inuyasha didn't even know that this was his father's cemetery, let alone that there were treasures left for him in the cemetery. When you don't know if you can come back alive in the future, it's okay to leave a token and give it to someone you trust. And this human being gave Inuyasha's token to Inuyasha's family, and he did not live up to this trust. However, Sesshomaru is different. Chapter 272 Iron Broken Teeth. You know, although Sesshomaru is Inuyasha's big brother, he doesn't like Inuyasha's younger brother. Now that he came to find Inuyasha, he wanted to snatch the treasure left by the father of the two demons to Inuyasha, so Mingya was extremely uncomfortable now. However, Mingya knew that this human being couldn't be blamed for it. After all, this human being didn't know what was going on, so there was nothing wrong with handing over the token to Sesshomaru. However, is this really the case? These monsters can understand Kaguya's thoughts. However, these are not important. The important thing is that the current Sesshomaru was very happy. He also understood why the head stick was pointing here. It turned out that his father's cemetery was still in the district. Seeing Sesshomaru's wrong opinion that he was in a good mood, he immediately asked, "Master Sesshomaru, is this the cemetery of Master Sesshomaru's father?" Sesshomaru nodded. "The cemetery?" Miban Kaguya twitched his mouth pretending to be speechless. At this time, Sesshomaru directly threw the black pearl on the ground, then took the human head staff of the evil view, and tapped the black pearl lightly. In an instant, a black Uzumaki who was as tall as two people appeared above the black pearl. Seeing this, Sesshomaru jumped into Uzumaki without any hesitation, and the wrong view quickly grabbed the fur behind Sesshomaru and entered Uzumaki together. "Hey, Kaguya." At this time, Kagome, who had been hiding behind, came to Miban Kaguya. "You said that this Sesshomaru was so anxious to enter his father's cemetery. Is there any treasure in the cemetery?" "It's possible." Mida Kaguya nodded. Kagome continued to analyze. "Do you think Sesshomaru has a bad relationship with his younger brother, so he came to find his younger brother just to grab the cemetery?" When Miban Kaguya heard this, he nodded again and again. Sesshomaru was so anxious, it's no wonder that he is not tricky. Kagome said at this time, "Kaguya, we should go in too. After all, you carry this cemetery with you, so you have the right to go in." After hearing this, Miban Kaguya said in agreement, "You're right, if you don't tell me this is a cemetery, so what if I go in?" As he said that, Kaguya put his arms around Kagome and turned around and said, "Grandma Feng, you wait outside, we will go back as soon as we go." After speaking, Miban Kaguya said to Kagome again, "Let's go." Seeing Kagome nodding, Goban Kaguya took Kagome and jumped directly into Black Uzumaki. Advertisement. As for Ming Jia, he was still sitting on the tree with a slumped face. In his opinion, Tai Sui Ya belonged to Sesshomaru, so he naturally had no interest in entering the cemetery. Moreover, he was also afraid of going in and being crushed to death by Sesshomaru. Cemetery. This is the gap between this world and the next world, also called the gap between the living and the dead, or the world between life and death. In short, there are no living beings or undead here, only bones scattered all over the world. After entering Black Uzumaki, Kaguya and Kagome flew out of Black Uzumaki in this world. Yuban Kaguya hugged Kagome, stood in the air, looked at the huge corpse towering into the sky in the distance, at least 1,000 meters tall, with a look of amazement. You must know that the dragon of Yuban Kaguya is only a few hundred meters high. Only the Senju Buddha can compare with this corpse in height. Room. The invisible air current covered Fang Yuan hundreds of miles in an instant. Kaguya and Kaguya disappeared into the air in an instant with a thought. Inside the bones of King Do-ya, on a gold pedestal, stuck a tattered-looking knife. It is a human knife that represents the world, an iron broken tooth that can destroy hundreds of enemies with one knife. Sesshomaru and Shijian came to the pedestal and stared at the tattered demon sword. At this time, the figures of Kaguya and Kagome suddenly appeared not far behind. Miban Kaguya let go of his hand and walked forward slowly a few steps, watching how Sesshomaru took out the knife, while Kagome looked around and found nothing, so he didn't care. Sesshomaru glanced at Miban Kaguya, but said nothing. After all, he was given the black pearl. He didn't dare to say anything because of wrong views. He was almost scared to death just now, so let's just stay calm. Sesshomaru stepped onto the pedestal and was about to hold Tai Suiyu with his hand. Why? Lightning flashed, and a terrifying electric current gushed out from Tai Sui Fang, instantly electric charging Sesshomaru's hand, and the demon power surged to restore the hand. Sesshomaru's face was a bit ugly. Repelling enchantment. Father, is this your means? Advertisement. In order to give Tetsuya to Inuyasha, he actually forged a barrier for Tetsuya. Shoving. Unwilling, Sesshomaru reached out his hand again, but was still repelled by the barrier, and his hand was electrocuted. There was no other way. Sesshomaru could only accept his fate, and walked off the pedestal with a face full of unwillingness. When Yuban Kaguya saw this, his figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared on the pedestal in an instant. He looked at Tiashaya, and then reached out to touch it, but there was no lightning. This scene was seen by Sesshomaru, who stepped off the pedestal, and his face immediately became darker. Outsiders can touch it, but his son can't. Father, you are really good. Yuban Kaguya felt relieved when he found out that he was not rejected. He was afraid of being rejected by Iron Broken Tooth. After all, he has complete demon power. But now it seems that because he is both a complete demon and a complete human being, he is not rejected by Tai Sui Ya. In other words, Yuban Kaguya is more suitable for users of Iron Broken Fang than half-demon. Of course, even if he is rejected, Miban Kaguya still has the means of a treasure card, and even if he is not rejected, Miban Kaguya will use the treasure card afterward. At this moment, Jun Yi didn't hesitate, broke his tooth, and pulled it out easily. Nani? Sesshomaru's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. He couldn't even touch it, and the human was pulled out directly. Yuban Kaguya clenched the handle of the knife and injected demon power. In an instant, the blade shone with golden light, and it directly became a majestic, Wang Jiao Jiao, Yazidao. In other words, it is a big knife as tall as a person, with an unusually wide blade and a strong sense of power. There's silver plush on the knife dart, which can automatically move without wind, and is extremely elegant. Seeing this, Sesshomaru's complexion darkened again. This human being can still use it, and his own son is even more embarrassing. At this time, Miban Kagaya jumped off the base, came to Sesshomaru and inserted Tetsuya in front of Sesshomaru, and at the same time, Tetsuya returned to its original state. How can Sesshomaru not know what it means, although being helped by others made him feel uncomfortable, but he is not a demon who does not know good and bad. So he turned his head to the other side, snorted slightly, and stretched out his hand honestly, wanting to try again. Regarding this, Miban Kagaya naturally complained in his heart, Hey, I'm not Inuyasha. Why are you so arrogant? Your character design is about to collapse. ZZZ. As the electricity rang, the result naturally needless to say. Chapter 273 Iron Claw Sesshomaru's face was ugly, and he withdrew his palm that had been electrocuted, and then tried a few more times unwillingly. However, as the electric light kept flickering and the electric current crackled, Sesshomaru had no effect except that his hands became more blackened. Withdrawing the palm, the demon power surged, and after recovering the palm, Sesshomaru looked at Kagaya, who was in front of him. When Yuban Kagaya saw this, he reached out to hold the handle of the iron broken tooth very naturally, injecting demon power, turning the iron broken tooth into a majestic tooth knife. At this time, although Sesshomaru's heart was extremely unwilling, he also let go of a little bit in his heart, just a little bit. But at the next moment, the trace of letting go followed. Miban Kagaya withdrew his palm, looked at Sesshomaru again, and disappeared in an instant. Sesshomaru felt a great humiliation, and this shame was given to him by his father, King Do-Ya. Sesshomaru once again challenged the current, ZZZ. Seeing Sesshomaru's unwillingness to keep trying, Miban Kagaya smiled from the bottom of his heart, disapproving, as a monster. Sesshomaru couldn't possibly use Taishaya. The reason why Yuban Kagaya deliberately let Sesshomaru keep trying is to show that Taisui-ya chose me, not me forcibly taking it. In this way, if your Sesshomaru is not worthy of Taisui-ya, I, Miban Kagaya, naturally have no choice but to accept it with a smile. In short, I, Kagaya, did not grab 643. You are not worthy of Sesshomaru, so you can't blame Kagaya. In this way, after being rejected by Taisui-ya for the 10th time, Sesshomaru finally angrily gave up trying. Master Sesshomaru. The loyal servant had an evil view, looking at Sesshomaru worriedly. The demon power surged, and the palm was restored to its original state. Sesshomaru looked at Kagaya with a complicated expression. Human, pull out the iron broken teeth and fight with me. I want to prove that it was a wrong decision for my father not to give me the iron broken teeth. I, Sesshomaru, absolutely do not agree with this result. Hearing this, Kagaya said with a light smile, Yes, I just want to see how strong you are, a big monster like you. However, Sesshomaru, let's make a deal. Trade? Sesshomaru's face turned cold again. What deal? No matter what the outcome of this battle is, I hope you can teach me the spells you know. In contrast, I will tell you why you can't use iron broken teeth. Yuban Kagaya said. Advertisement, Nani. Sesshomaru's pupils trembled first, and then he said clearly, It turns out, be bad, that although he has demonic power, he doesn't know how to use it. That's right, after all, you are a human being, and you don't have the inheritance of monsters. In this case, yes, let me see why you are so confident, human. Saying that, Sesshomaru took the lead in attacking, and his claws directly moved towards Kagaya. Paper arts. For this claw strike, Miban Kagaya was like soft paper, dodging easily and freehand. Sesshomaru missed a single hit, and moved with the claws. The sharp claws kept grabbing at Kagaya. The speed was as fast as lightning, and countless afterimages appeared. Just the wind of the claws cut the paw prints on the ground. However, under Kaguya's graceful movement, Sesshomaru's attack had no effect at all, and even Kakuzu couldn't touch it. Shave. The leg muscles contracted rapidly, and then the strength exploded, and Yu Yu's figure instantly appeared behind Sesshomaru. Finger pistol. Iron claw. Miban Kagaya stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers were like iron hooks, grabbing Sesshomaru's shoulder instantly. Sesshomaru squatted down quickly, and swept his right paw backwards, grabbing Kaguya's calf. Tempest kick. The sharp legs suddenly swept towards Sesshomaru's claws. Seeing this, Sesshomaru's eyelids twitched, he retracted his claws and retreated quickly, away from the vicinity of Miban Kagaya. Puff. Yuban Kagaya kicked out an air slash, tore open a hole more than 10 meters deep in the bones on the ground, and then chopped through the skeleton of King Do-Ya, and flew outside. Sesshomaru looked at the ground, then looked at the skeleton, and finally looked at Miban Kagaya with a strange expression. This is pure physical strength. Can the human body reach this level? Miban Kagaya saw that Sesshomaru didn't care about his father's bones, but cared about his own attack, and couldn't help feeling in his heart the identity of Sesshomaru's filial son. Advertisement, of course, this cannot be blamed on Yuban Kagaya. The son of the family doesn't care, and takes the lead in attacking inside the skeleton, so there is no need to care about Yuban Kagaya, an outsider. Ordinary human beings really can't reach this level, but I'm a superpower, so it's normal. Miban Kagaya said casually. Superpowers? Didn't expect humans to have such talents? Sesshomaru looked calm on the surface, but he was a little surprised in his heart, because he had lived for hundreds of years, and this was the first time he had heard of a person with superpowers. Yuban Kagaya laughed. It's nothing strange, just like you were born with the blood of a big monster, and you can surpass the talent of monsters. Naturally, among human beings, there are also superhumans who were born with superpowers over Miko and Mage. A person with superpowers seems to be a natural strong man like Master Sesshomaru, no wonder this human being is so terrifying, Xie secretly thought. So that's the case. I'm afraid that demonic power is also the talent of so-called superpowers. This can explain why a human being has demonic power. Sesshomaru was thoughtful. Since this is the case, simple temptations are meaningless. I, Sesshomaru, will fight with all my strength. Humans, pull out your teeth. Saying that, Sesshomaru Gold's pupils instantly turned blood red, his silver hair stood up to the sky, and his body was full of monsters. The so-called demon energy, to put it bluntly, is demon power. When demon power flows in the body and soul, it is demon power. And when the demonic power is released, it is demonic energy, and the demonic energy is soaring to the sky, it is the demonic power that is released and rises to the sky. At this moment, Sesshomaru is trying his best to unleash the demonic power. He must prove that it was wrong for his father, King Do-ya, not to leave Taisui-ya to him. Sesshomaru wants to defeat Tetsuya, proving that Sesshomaru will definitely become a monster beyond his father. A burst of golden light flashed and enveloped the Sesshomaru. In the golden light, the Szechuan grew rapidly in height, and finally turned into a giant beast more than 10 meters high. The golden light dissipated, and a giant white dog appeared on the spot. Is this the real body of a monster? It's so tall. Kagome looked shocked from behind. Snort. The evil view not far away heard the words, snorted and shouted, Master Sesshomaru, come on, beat that human being. Seeing this little monster being so arrogant, Kagome couldn't help feeling upset, picked up the bone on the ground, and threw it at the wrong view. Boom. Ouch. The wrong view was directly smashed into a daze. Advertisement Chapter 274 Wind Injury, bang, bang. The evil views were constantly smashed on the head by bones, and he was almost confused, but if he fought back, he still didn't dare. There is no way. The look in the eyes of Yuben Kagaya, the evil view will never be forgotten in this life, it is too terrifying. So the evil view can only cheer for Sesshomaru while running further away. I can't afford to defend, can't I still hide? The other side. Yuben Kagaya pulled out the iron broken teeth and injected demon power, golden light flashed, and the majestic tooth knife bloomed. With one hand slashing the knife, the demonic aura of both sides collided and rubbed constantly, and a gap created by the collision of the demonic aura appeared in Kaguya's perception. The next moment, the iron broken tooth in the hand of Miban Kagaya suddenly trembled, sending out fluctuations similar to heartbeats, and at the same time, the airflow like Uzumaki wrapped around the blade. So that's how it is. This is the meaning of iron broken tooth, wind injury. Miban Kagaya knew it and said, Iron broken tooth is a demon sword that manipulates demonic energy. Through the collision and friction of demonic energy, the demonic energy has the characteristics of tearing and high temperature. Afterwards, manipulate the monster energy with tearing and high temperature characteristics, and cut it out. This is the essence of the meaning of wind injury. Once you can skillfully manipulate the vibration and friction of the demonic energy, you can directly use the wind injury without colliding with the enemy's demonic energy. ZZ. As mouthfuls of saliva full of demonic poison fell from the giant dog's mouth, the bones on the ground sizzled as they were corroded, and wisps of poisonous mist rose continuously. Miban Kagaya frowned when he saw this. Sesshomaru, control the enchantment of your demon sword, don't resist, I will transfer us out. Room. The invisible air current spreads instantly. This is the cemetery of an owner on Taisui-ya, and even your father's cemetery, there is no need for us to fight here. As he spoke, Miban Kagaya had a thought, and the giant dog instantly disappeared in place. Master Sesshomaru. Seeing Sesshomaru disappearing, the evil view yelled, but the next moment, it also disappeared. After that, Kagome also disappeared in an instant, and was transferred away by Kagaya. Finally, Miban Kagaya also teleported into the air outside the skeleton. Outside world. Advertisement: a giant dog soars in the air, the evil view is on a pile of bones in the distance, and Kagome is next to the bones of the fighting Tooth King, on a flat ground with no bones. At this time, Kagaya, holding the demonized iron broken teeth, appeared in midair, confronting the giant dog transformed by Sesshomaru. Master Sesshomaru, come on, defeat that human being, the evil view shouted. Kagaya, come on, Kagome also shouted, roar. Humanity. Sesshomaru roared up to the sky, then opened his huge mouth, the demonic energy condensed in the mouth, and a green demonic energy bullet with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters shot at Kagaya the board in an instant. When Yuben Kagaya saw this, without any hesitation, he raised his iron broken fang, and slashed down at the gap where the monster energy collided. Wind wound. Gold slash, like a gust of wind, rushed towards the demonic bullet. This is the slash of the wind of demonic energy, a slash with tearing and high temperature. In an instant, the wound of the wind shredded the Yaochi bomb, and then rushed towards the giant dog. Nani. The giant dog's eyes were full of disbelief. This human, the first time he used iron broken fang, unexpectedly used the wind injury. Of course, Sesshomaru didn't forget to dodge the attack, so he flew fast to stay away from the wind injury. But Yuben Kagaya didn't mean to use just one wind injury. I saw Yuben Kagaya constantly slashing at the gap created by the collision of monster energy. In just an instant, he slashed more than 10 times, and Gold's wind wound was like a violent storm, madly rushing towards the giant dog Sesshomaru in the air. Although the essence of wind injury is to manipulate evil energy, as long as you are proficient, you can use wind injury at will, but unfortunately, Kagaya is not proficient enough. Not to mention being random, even the slashing is directed at the gap where the monster energy collides. There is no way, cutting against the gap is easy. The evil spirit at the edge of the gap has the strongest characteristics and is also the easiest to manipulate, so Kagaya cuts at the gap. Roar. Looking at the storm like gold slashes coming from all directions, the giant dog could only step on the void and run continuously to avoid the slashes. When Yuban Kagaya saw this, he had a thought, and instantly appeared in front of the giant dog, and then he was wounded by the wind. This time the distance was too close, and gold slashed and swallowed the giant dog instantly. Of course, because Kagaya did not use too much demon power, Sessamaru would not be in danger. Advertisement, Master Sessamaru. Seeing this, Shiejian's eyes widened and he hurriedly shouted. Ask for flowers. A few seconds later, the slash dissipated, revealing a giant dog covered in scars, bleeding continuously, and panting heavily. The giant dog looked deeply at Kagaya, who was holding the iron-broken teeth, and then the golden light wrapped around the body, and began to shrink. When the golden light dissipated, Sessamaru turned back into a human figure in white clothes. Why do you have to be merciful? Is it because you sympathize with me that Sessamaru can't make it? Sessamaru's tone was a little excited. Pity? Miban Kagaya said flatly, don't get me wrong, Sessamaru, the strong never need the sympathy of others, and I never sympathize with the strong. I killed you with your father's knife, which is an insult to Tai Sui Ya. I don't want to tarnish this famous knife, that's all. Sessamaru heard the words, took a deep look at Miban Kagaya, and his tone became calm. You won, and Tai Sui Fang will be placed with you temporarily. Our battle is not over yet. 0.0 saying that, Sessamaru took out a bundle of animal skins from his bosom, and threw it at Miban Kagaya. This is part of the inheritance of our dog clan. I also practice these things. I will put it with you for the time being. Next time we meet, I will take it away with Tai Sui Ya. Yuban Kagaya took the animal skin and said with a light smile, next time we meet, I won't show mercy. I can't wish for it, I'm Sessamaru, and I don't need others to be merciful. Sessamaru's fur hanging on his body grabs the wrong views on the ground and takes them back. Master Sessamaru, it's great that you're fine, Shiejian said with tears streaming down his face. Sessamaru didn't say anything, but turned around with wrong views and was about to fly away. Sessamaru, how does your father's strength compare with yours? At this moment, Miban Kagaya suddenly asked. Sessamaru was silent for a while and then said, I don't have a good sword, and I can't even fight against my father with bare hands. Saying that, Sessamaru flew to Black Uzumaki in the air with his wrong view. When Yuban Kagaya saw this, he also had a thought, and instantly transferred Kagome and the iron-broken tooth scabbard in the skeleton of King Duya to his side. Kagaya, you are amazing, Kagome said with a smile while hugging Kaguya's arm nervously after reaching the air. Well enough. Miban Kagaya smiled and put iron-broken fang back into the scabbard, and then flew towards Black Uzumaki with Kagome. Chapter 275 Practice outside the cemetery, Black Uzumaki. The figures of Sessamaru and Shiejian returned to the Times Tree Forest, and they didn't intend to stay a second longer. Sessamaru left here quickly, and Shiejian naturally followed quickly. Seeing this, Granny Feng quickly looked at Black Uzumaki, thinking that Kagaya and Kagome should be coming out soon. As for Mingya in the distance, when he saw Sessamaru coming out, his frowning face disappeared instantly, because Sessamaru didn't have iron-broken teeth on him. Master Sessamaru didn't get Tiashaya. What's going on? Didn't you find it? It shouldn't be? Could it be that humans stopped Master Sessamaru? At this time, the figures of Kagaya and Kagome returned from Black Uzumaki to the Age Tree Forest. Seeing the figures of Yuban Kagaya and Kagome, Granny Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and Mingya also widened her eyes, with a look of disbelief. The 150 is iron-broken tooth, and it is actually in the hands of this human being. What happened? Looking back at the Black Uzumaki that quickly dissipated, and waiting for the Black Uzumaki to completely dissipate, Kagaya put away the black pearl on the ground. Sessamaru ran too fast, I haven't told him yet, why did Tai Sui Ya reject him? Miban Kagaya shook his head and secretly said, but it's not surprising, with Sessamaru's arrogance, I'm afraid I will ask about it next time we meet. Without thinking too much, Miban Kagaya looked at the sheathed iron-broken teeth in his right hand, held the handle of the knife with his left hand, and slowly pulled it out. As the blade was unsheathed, golden light wrapped around the blade in an instant, and when it was completely pulled out, Tiashaya directly turned into a majestic Fangzadao. Looking at the huge blade of Tiashaya, Miban Kagaya liked it more and more, and finally he had a big sword. When I return to One Piece World in the future, I should have a good fight with Hawkeye to see who is more Haki. Seeing the big knife in Kaguya's hand, Granny Feng came over and asked curiously, is this the treasure from the cemetery? How did you get it? Kagome heard the words, and said next to him, that monster can't touch this knife, it seems that this knife is rejecting that monster. Miban Kagaya said with a smile, this sword has a barrier to repel monsters, so it's cheaper for me. Hearing this, Kagome said unhappily, what, didn't you fight that monster with this knife, and finally the monster recognized you, so you retreated. It's not about taking advantage of it, it's obviously Kagaya you got it with your strength. In the distance, Mingya understood what was going on when he heard this, I didn't expect it to be this kind of result, the enchantment that repels monsters, the master is really scheming. Advertisement, but I don't know if this is a good thing. Master Sessamaru didn't get it, but it fell into the hands of this demonic human being. Oh, Master Inuyasha, where are you? Ming Jia shook his head helplessly, and then bounced away with his luggage on his back. Yuban Kagaya put the iron-broken teeth back into the sheath, and said in a good mood, you still don't pick herbs, go back if you don't pick them. In the village. Outside the shrine, after the three of Kagaya and Kagaya came back, Kagome went to collect herbs with Granny Maple, while Kagaya jumped onto the roof and took out a noble phantasm card from the king's treasure. With a thought, Kagaya thought about turning the iron broken tooth into a treasure. Whoosh! The treasure card turned into a golden light, which instantly merged into the sheathed iron broken tooth. A look of joy flashed in Miban Kaguya's eyes, and began to infuse magic power into Iron Broken Fang. Boom! Fluctuations like a heartbeat appeared on Tiashaya. Seeing this, Mibanwi Yoruichi looked surprised. As expected, it is indeed a demon sword with infinite growth, and this kind of fluctuation has widened the gap with other treasures. The next moment, Ban Kagaya instantly understood the four abilities of Tai Sui Ya. Profound meaning, wind injury, manipulate the vibration and friction of the evil spirit, so that the evil spirit has the characteristics of tearing and high temperature. The wind wound that has become a noble phantasm ability does not require proficiency. Shu can use it at will by injecting magic or demon power. And the stronger the magic power or monster power consumed, the more violent the vibration and friction will be, and the stronger the wind injury will be. Profound meaning, burst flow break, use wind injury and the fourth ability at the same time to devour the enemy's magic or demon power, fuse the enemy's magic or demon power with wind injury, and attack the enemy. Open black lens bracket repelling barrier close black lens bracket. Advertisement originally, it was a barrier designed to repel Yukai, but after it became a noble phantasm ability, it became that as long as the board Kagaya did not allow it, it would reject any existence. Devouring evolution. This is the most perverted ability of Iron Broken Fang. As long as the same kind of demon power or magic power is devoured, and the amount is enough, Iron Broken Yam can evolve a similar ability. The combination of this ability and the wound of the wind is the essence of Blast Lupo, and it is the advanced meaning of returning the other's weight to the other's body. As for the level of the treasure, needless to say, it must be an X-level treasure. At the same time, the scabbard of the Iron Broken Tooth has become an ill-level treasure, and has the ability, Guardian Barrier. It is the enchantment technique of the Demon Power technique. It can be used actively or passively. As long as it is cast and the enchantment is not broken, it will be invincible. Yuban Kagaya hung the Iron Broken Tooth on his waist with great satisfaction, and then took out the animal skin that Sesshomaru gave him. Opening the hide, Ueda Yoruichi looked curiously at the contents inside. Open black lens bracket streaming light close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket riding the clouds and driving the mist close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket monster chi bomb close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket confused heart close black lens bracket. The 4 demon power spells are okay. Miban Kagaya nodded. After all, Sesshomaru did not use any spells. For example, Claw Strike and Poison are the racial talents of Sesshomaru, and the Light Whip only has a strong control over the demon power, so there are not many 4 spells. And in Kaguya's opinion, these 4 spells are very advanced, and Liaguang is a flying spell, which can float in the air and fly slowly at the beginning. If you cultivate to a high level, you can transform your demon power into light, and wrap your body into a ball of light, so that you can fly at extreme speed. Riding the clouds and riding the fog. This technique is easy to understand, that is, the demon power turns into clouds and flies on the demon clouds. Monster Chi Bomb is to condense the demon power, compress the demon power into a spherical shape, and endow the demon power with the characteristic of exploding 2.9, so as to attack. It is different from before Kagaya, simply compressing the monster power, and in this world, the demon energy bomb is the signature skill of the big monster. Open black lens bracket confused mind close black lens bracket. It is a spell that confuses the mind and manipulates the soul. Yuban Kagaya also did not expect that Sesshomaru has this kind of technique, but with Sesshomaru's arrogance, it is impossible to use it. Next, needless to say, since he got the demon power technique, Kagaya naturally worked hard to practice. Of course, because of the proficiency function, the speed cannot be slowed down. Yuban Kagaya first practiced all 4 techniques, and displayed them on the system panel, and then began to practice hard. After practicing until evening, after dinner, and after Kagome rested, Kagaya went to the barren forest again. Chapter 276 Barrier Time Flies. Vertical Sun as the sun rises. Yuban Kagaya left again. This desolate forest has been tossed enough. The monsters here last night were really miserable. It will be manipulated by the mind-confusing technique, and it will be bombed by monsters, and Kagaya is still flying the clouds and driving the fog while bombing monsters. If the monster runs fast, use the streamer to turn it into a ball of light and fly to the front of the monster to blow up the monster. In short, this night, these monsters suffered, of course, because they were all destroyed by Kagaya. These monsters can't complain about their suffering. After a night of practice, these 4 spells were all trained to level 4 by Yuban Kagaya. Today's Miban Kagaya is sitting on the red cloud of level 4, and quickly flies to the village. When Miban Kagaya returned to the village, Kagome and Granny Feng had just finished packing. When the 2 walked out of the shrine, they were all taken aback when they saw Kagaya flying back from the red cloud. Is this a magic trick? Granny Feng's eyes were venomous, and she instantly recognized the essence of the red cloud. After all, the demonic aura above it was too strong. Good. Yuban Kagaya jumped off the cloud and landed next to Kagome, and the red cloud also dissipated directly. Kagome said in surprise, Kagaya, this is the demon power spell given to you by Sesshomaru yesterday. You have learned it now. Miban Kagaya said with a smile, it's not too difficult, just learn it casually. So good. Kagome said with a look of envy. I have never been able to learn the enchantment and sealing techniques, and it would be great if the spiritual power also had the flying technique. Granny Feng couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard the words, don't compare with him, Kagome. He's just a monster. How can a normal person learn so quickly? As for the spiritual flying technique, even Sister Kikyo doesn't know it, so don't think too much about it, Kagome. Seeing Kagome's envious gaze, Kagaya suddenly asked, Kagome, do you want to become a superhuman? Advertisement, Kagaya, do you mean that I can also become a psychic? Kagome asked curiously. Granny Feng also looked at Miban Kagaya curiously. Yoruichi said with a serious face, usually, people with superpowers are born. However, nothing is absolute. There is a kind of superpower fruit in this world. As long as you eat the superpower fruit, you can get a kind of superpower. It's just that this superpower fruit is very rare, and there is no fixed growth location. All fruits in the world may suddenly become superpower fruits. It's just that the superpower fruit must be picked by a superpower user, so that it will have the characteristic of eating it and gaining superpower. Common people pick it, and the superpower fruit will be abolished, and it will completely become a common fruit. And over the years, I have also obtained several superpower fruits. Speaking of this, Miban Kagaya looked at Kagome. What is your decision? Do you want to eat it or not? I want to eat, Kagaya. Kagome nodded quickly without hesitation. Anyway, sooner or later she will be Kaguya's person, so Kagaya will naturally not be polite. Seeing this, Miban Kagaya had a thought. Gold ripples emerged, and a barrier fruit flew to Miban Kaguya's hand. The gold ripples disappeared, and Kagaya handed the barrier fruit to Kagome. This is the barrier fruit. After eating it, you can create various barriers at will. Barrier fruit. Kagaya took the barrier fruit and asked curiously, what kind of superpower is the other fruit, Kagaya? Yuban Kagaya did not hide. There is also the ability to manipulate fire, and the ability to manipulate magma. Ah. Then why don't you let me eat these two fruits? Kagome was a little puzzled. No matter how she thought, those two superpower fruits were stronger. Yuban Kagaya said speechlessly, I'm doing it for your own good, Kagome. After all, you have to go home. If the magma and flames are not well controlled, it will be a bit dangerous. Kagome, I thought about my family, and then I thought about the magma flame. Well, it is really dangerous, so Kagome looked firm and ate the barrier fruit in his hand. Tasty. Kagome ate the barrier fruit quickly, while being amazed by the deliciousness of the barrier fruit. She ate even faster. Granny Feng couldn't help swallowing her saliva seeing this appearance. After eating, Kagome instantly felt an extra instinct, stretched out her hand, and a fist-sized barrier appeared instantly. Advertisement seeing this, Kagaya said with a smile, Kagome, try to consume spiritual power and use the barrier. This is what Yuban Kagaya accidentally discovered. Both spiritual power and demon power can replace physical power and become the consumption of devil fruit's ability. Magic power is not enough. Even if magic power is formed by refining vitality, it cannot replace physical strength. Yuban Kagaya guessed that this should be the reason for the same soul talent, so spiritual power and demon power can replace physical power. Moreover, the ability to use devil fruit by consuming spiritual power or demon power can also have the characteristics of spiritual power or demon power. Kagome's spiritual power is extremely powerful, and she was born with a level 5 level, which is equivalent to being born with a level 5 physical endurance, which can be said to greatly save the time for practicing constitution. When Kagome heard this, she nodded and tried to use up her spiritual power to use the barrier. As soon as she thought about it, she instinctively used a half-human high barrier. The next moment, Kagome had a whim, and directly turned the barrier into the shape of a bow, and then made an arrow. Opening the bow and setting the arrow, and using the barrier ability to cooperate, Kagome effortlessly pulled the bowstring made of the barrier completely apart. Whoosh. 860. As soon as the thought moved, the finger loosened, and the barrier arrow shot out instantly, and a half-person high rock in the distance from the shrine was directly pierced. Seeing this scene, Grandma Feng was amazed, and Miban Kagaya nodded in satisfaction, not to mention, the barrier fruit is really suitable for Kagome. Kagome looked at the pierced rock in the distance, and then at the green barrier bow in the middle, feeling excited and happy. Kagaya. Kagome turned her emotions into motivation, and hugged Miban Kagaya directly. You are so kind to me, thank you. Seeing this, Granny Feng snorted coldly with twitching corners of her eyes, and went to the side to sweep the floor. After more than half an hour, after eating, Kagome packed her luggage, then sat on the red cloud of Kagaya, and was ready to go to find the jade fragments of the four souls. Before leaving, Yuban Kagaya casually threw a palm-sized wooden dragon to Granny Feng, which was made by consuming spiritual power, and a level 4 enchantment was sealed on it. Granny Feng replenishes the spiritual power of the sealing technique and the enchantment technique, so she doesn't have to worry about monsters below Sessamaru's level. It is worth mentioning that there is no specific division of strength in this world, let alone any specific level. However, Yuban Kagaya made his own division based on the information he knew. Chapter 277 Pleasure. In this era of demons and ghosts walking everywhere, the division of strength is very general, and there is no specific level. Weak monsters are small monsters, and powerful monsters are big monsters. This also leads to uneven and huge gaps in strength between big monsters. Even after being lucky enough to be domineering for a period of time, some small monsters at the level of cats and dogs can break out the title of big monsters. Of course, Yuban Kagaya thinks it's normal for this situation. After all, monsters fight on their own, killing each other, and even if they don't kill each other for a day, they feel uncomfortable all over. Under such circumstances, how could it be possible to develop a set of concepts about the division of strength? However, Yuban Kagaya roughly came to a set of conclusions based on his understanding of monster power during this period, that is, monsters with level 5 monster power are the real big monsters. Take Sesshomaru for example, his demon power is much more than his own, and the quality is also better. Of course, he has not achieved a qualitative change, so he is still at level 5. And according to Sesshomaru, it can also be inferred that Do Ya Wang's strength definitely exceeds Sesshomaru's too much, and even a qualitative change has occurred, reaching level 6. Thinking about it, Sesshomaru's giant dog is only more than 10 meters tall, while Do Ya Wang's height has reached thousands of meters. This is definitely a higher level powerhouse. Of course, the level of demon power does not mean the level of combat power. After all, there are demon knives in this world. With a good demon knives, it is too easy to leapfrog to fight. This is also the real reason why Sesshomaru wants Tai Sui Ya, in order to become stronger, that's all. As for the monsters below level 5, there is no need to say more, they're just little monsters, so don't worry about them. After understanding the level of combat power in this world, Yuban Kagaya also felt emotional. Sure enough, as long as he lives for a long time, breakthrough is only a matter of time. For monsters, 1,000 years is nothing more than a breath of fresh air. As long as they are monsters with good talent and reach level 5, it's nothing. Even with level 6 monster power, as long as it doesn't die, it's only a matter of time. Heaven. A touch of red soars through the air. This is a red cloud, and on this red cloud are Kagaya and Kagome, who are sitting on the board. Kagome's eyes kept shining as he looked at the unusually beautiful natural scenery below due to the different perspectives. Advertisement. Although Kagome was not used to it at first, even a little confused, but after a while, Kagome got used to it. After all, Kagaya was protecting her. In the case of Miban Kagaya, of course he sensed his surroundings with observation haki. No way, although the Jade of the Four Souls is under the control of Kagaya Yuban, Kagaya can take back the Jade of the Four Souls at any time. However, due to the use of the split ability, one fragment cannot be retrieved individually, and all the fragments can only be retrieved. Also because of the split, Yuban Kagaya cannot perceive the location of the fragments, so Yuban Kagaya can only search through observation haki. No way, Miban Kagaya still wants to hang out Naraku, and even hopes that Naraku will harvest the soul of Eve 6 when he grows to level 6 through the Jade of Four Souls. It has to be said that Nala is indeed a talent, splitting the individual through the increase of the Four Soul Jade, and devouring the individual after it grows to a certain level, thereby enhancing its own demon power. This kind of growth is real, not the power of the Jade of the Four Souls, so Kagaya will focus on Naraku. When necessary, it is not impossible to destroy a few clones, even beat Naraku to pieces, and then deliberately let Naraku escape, giving Naraku the pressure to grow rapidly. Don't talk about raising a tiger to cause trouble. The Jade of the Four Souls is mine. What do you Nala use to fight with me? Obediently be fattened up by me, and you can be slaughtered by me. Nutrients require the awareness of nourishment. Obediently becoming my soul energy is the correct path that belongs to Naraku. As for whether it would be bad to do so, what's wrong? Laozi can do whatever he wants, and find some fun for the boring life. Laozi can't be a hedonist yet. I, Miban Kagaya, can do whatever I want. Time flies. After flying for a while, Kagome didn't look down. She was tired of watching, and flying like this is really boring. When Yuban Kagaya saw this, he also controlled the red cloud to land, and the two walked on the ground to see the scenery on the flat ground. However, just after walking more than 10 meters away, Miban Kagaya sighed helplessly. What's wrong, Kagaya? Kagome was a little surprised. There are some robbers in front. Kagome, you step back a little. Kagaya pulled out the iron-broken teeth and raised them in the air. Advertisement. Seeing this, Kagome hurriedly came to the back of Miban Kagaya. At this time, a group of bandits hiding not far ahead were still waiting for passers-by. It never occurred to them that they had already been discovered and would be attacked. Wind wound. Mibanwi Yoruichi slashed, and the gold slash like a shockwave was directly split into 3 slashes, instantly tearing the ground along the way, and went straight to the woods where the bandits were hiding. Moment. When gold slashed and plowed through the woods, the flowers, plants, trees and bandits were all wiped out, leaving nothing left. A trace of hot air rose into the sky, and the ground was actually scorched into magma by the high temperature. This is the wound of the wind, which is the profound meaning of manipulating the vibration and friction of the monster energy, and it is different from the knife's end slashing that weakens with distance and consumption. Wind injuries. Slashing strikes come from Tai Sui Ya. As long as the demon power does not stop, wind injury can continue without weakening its power. Even with the increase of the demon power, the wound of the wind can continue to become stronger during the attack, until Kagaya stops attacking. Moreover, the most important point is that the slash in the form of a shockwave like wind injury can be split. No good. It can be slashed in one blow, or it can be cut in multiple slashes. It all depends on Kaguya's will. It has to be said that in terms of slashing, the wind injury is indeed at its peak. Withdrawing the iron-broken teeth, Miban Kagaya looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. As for Kagome, she froze on the spot, looking at Miban Kagaya with an extremely weird look. She knows that Yuban Kagaya is very strong, and also knows that this newly obtained demon sword is very strong, but it is just a group of robbers. There is no need to come up and use the big move. Kagome seriously suspects that Kagaya just wants to smash his teeth with iron. Cough cough. Miban Kagaya cleared his throat, pretending not to see Kagome's eyes. Let's go. After talking about it, Mieb and Kagaya felt something was wrong, and added, let's go in another direction. In this way, leaving a rewritten ground, Mieb and Kagome left here. Chapter 278. Travel on the way. Mieb and Kagaya touched the handle of the iron broken tooth knife at his waist with his left hand, and a smile appeared on his face. How long has it been? How long has it been since I have experienced this feeling of slashing? As I have more and more means, I seldom use knives to slash people. It's been a long time since I used the slash, and it was the wind injury of the iron broken tooth. I seem to have recovered it. I just cultivated the feeling of flying slash. This is my original intention. It is easy to say not to forget the original intention, but it is too difficult to do it. Now Kagaya can regain the original intention. One of them, it is really gratifying. Alright, to be honest, Yuban Kagaya just thinks that the profound meaning of wind injury is handsome, of course, powerful, and it is also an important reason. If this handsome and powerful attack is not used as a signature, isn't it a waste? The time came to noon. Mieb, Kagaya and Kagome found a place with a good location, and had lunch with a few pheasants caught along the way. After Kaguya's culinary skills, the fragrant roast chicken naturally makes Kagome look happy. In the wild and ancient times, you can still eat this kind of food. It's great to meet Kagaya, Kagome cheered inwardly. Whoosh! A figure jumped down from the nearby tree in an instant, and then went straight to the grilled chicken in Kaguya's hand, which was being roasted. G850. Yuban Kagaya grabbed it casually, and it turned out to be a little monkey. Chi-chi. The little monkey kept struggling, trying to break free, but Kaguya's eyes turned to the direction the monkey came from, where a samurai in kimono was watching. Crack. Goban Kagaya squeezed hard, crushed the monkey's neck, and threw it aside. Sure enough, the next moment, the samurai drew his sword and rushed out. You be asterisk 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 D. You actually killed my pet because of a roast chicken, go to hell. Seeing this scene, Kagome was a little confused. This person must be sick, at least find a decent reason for the robbery. Just as the samurai approached and swung down with his sword, Kagaya raised his left hand and threw it at the samurai casually. Boom. The air burst, like traces of broken glass, appeared in the void, and the samurai's sword was directly stuck in the crack, unable to move. Advertisement, click. The crack expands, and the force of the vibration spreads. Crack. Cracks appeared on the blade, and then broke. The warrior's fragile body was instantly like a kite with a broken string. His limbs twisted, he vomited blood, and flew backwards. Thump. The samurai fell on the ground far away, twitching in pain. Puff. A mouthful of blood spewed out intermittently. Seeing this appearance, Kagome didn't feel anything, just watched the samurai vomiting blood while eating roast chicken, chewing constantly in his mouth. It has to be said that Kagome is also very talented. If she is a woman with a weak heart, I am afraid that she will not be able to eat it long ago. I didn't expect my life to end here. The person who hurt me, please take care of Princess Luji for me. He is a woman from the nearby castle. The samurai confessed his last words. Mieb and Kagome, as long as you tell Princess Luki that you belong to Nobunaga, she will keep you by her side and take care of her. Nobunaga. Kagome couldn't help but look subtle when she heard the name. Please, Princess Luki will take care of you in the future. Regarding the warrior's last words, Yuban Kagaya casually released a dragon flame, which directly extinguished the ashes of the samurai. Made, retarded. Mieb Kagaya said a 4-word evaluation calmly, and then continued to make roast chicken. Forget it, in this era where there are monsters and superpowers, it doesn't matter to anyone. Kagome ate the roast chicken indifferently. After dinner, after digesting the food for a while and packing their luggage, Kagaya and Kagome set off again, heading towards Princess Luki. Don't get me wrong, Mieb Kagaya is not interested in Princess Luki. Mieb Kagaya just remembered that there seems to be a toad castellan next to Princess Luki, BBAB. And this Toad City Lord has a jade of 4 souls, and Yuban Kagaya will naturally not let it go. Of course, Yuban Kagaya is not sure whether the Toad City Lord can still get the jade fragments of the 4 souls. Advertisement after all, the time and place where the jade of the 4 souls were broken had changed. After more than 10 minutes, Yuban Kagaya sensed the city, and also sensed the Toad City Lord, and then decided to go in a different direction. That's right, the Toad City Lord did not have the fragments of the jade of the 4 souls. Since there is no need to go, Mieb Kagaya is not interested in meddling. Time passed slowly. Under the strength of Kagaya enjoyed the joy of traveling well. Along the way, whether it was demons, ghosts or bandits, they were all wiped out by Kagaya in advance. Kagome seemed to be out camping, not at all looking for the jade of the 4 souls after going through hardships. Moreover, after killing the monsters for 2 days and 2 nights, Mieb Kagaya suddenly discovered that all the monsters seemed to have disappeared while the two were moving forward, but there was none. This makes Yuban Kagaya very boring. The souls of robbers and bandits are worth a few soul energy. How can there be so many soul energy of monsters? Afterwards, they accidentally caught a monster. After a while of questioning, Kagaya and Kagome finally understood the reason. It turned out that there were too many monsters killed, so all the monsters knew that there was a human with monster power and a witch with powerful spiritual power who hunted monsters everywhere and collected the jade of the 4 souls. Therefore, all self-aware monsters should stay away from here as much as possible, and they don't want to meet Kagaya and Kagome. Obviously, the vast majority of monsters are aware of their weight, but this monster who was caught by Kagaya dared to be here without knowing the heights of the heavens and the earth. Naturally, it was burnt to ashes by Kaguya's dragon flame, and the ashes were wiped out. Another 3 days passed. When Miban Kagaya and Kagone were on their way leisurely, and were studying what kind of food to eat for a while, there were bursts of thunder in the distance. Boom! Lightning flashes. Gold's lightning and blue's flames kept splashing in the distance. With the thought of Miban Kagaya, observation hockey instantly spread farther away. A yellow fox 2 or 3 meters tall, breathing blue flames from its mouth, was in a stalemate with 2 ghosts releasing gold lightning in the air. There are 2 monsters in the sky. One looks like a human, flies on something like a hot wheel, and releases thunder and lightning with a special-shaped weapon in his hand. The other weird-looking one was also standing on the gray cloud, with his mouth wide open, vomiting thunderbolts. These 2 monsters are the Thunderbeast brothers, Fei Tian and Man Tian. Chapter 270x12 The fox who fought against the Thunderbeast brothers Fei Tian and Man Tian. Yuban Kagaya knew the identity after sensing a little fox not fully transformed into a human not far behind the fox. The father of the little fox demon Kibao, the fox who turned into a scarf, hadn't been killed by the Thunderbeast brothers and took away the jade of the 4 souls. Of course, the identities of these monsters are not important. What is important is that the number of jade fragments of the 4 souls on the foreheads of these monsters surprised Yuban Kagaya. Feishan's forehead has 5 fragments, Manshan's forehead has 4 fragments, and even Kibao's father has 3 fragments of the jade of 4 souls on his forehead. Mad, this is absolutely wrong. Yuban Kagaya seriously doubts whether there is a conspiracy in it, or how could it be such a coincidence that these 3 monsters got so many 4-soul jades. This has nothing to do with strength. No matter how strong it is boosted by the jade fragments of the 4 souls, it is impossible to have so many jade fragments of the 4 souls by such a coincidence. There is no way. The jade fragments of the 4 souls are scattered all over the place. For the father of Kibao and the Thunderbeast brothers who have a fixed territory, it is impossible to encounter so many fragments of the jade of the 4 souls. You know, these are 12 jade fragments of the 4 souls. It is really impossible for Yuban Kagaya to have no doubts. And Yuban Kagaya seriously suspected that it was Naraku's layout. After all, the monster who was greedy for the jade fragments of the 4 souls and was willing to use the jade fragments of the 4 souls to make a big layout, also fell to Naraku. In fact, Miban Kagaya guessed right, it was really Naraku's handwriting. There is no way. Today's Miban Kagaya is too famous in the world of ghosts and ghosts. After Naraku learned about the character of Miban Kagaya, he also cautiously threw 7 fragments of the 4-soul jade nearby, wanting to test Miban Kaguya's strength. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Miban Kagaya doesn't think too much, because this kind of situation that scares Naraku and stimulates Naraku to become stronger as soon as possible is also what Miban Kagaya is happy to see. After all, your Naraku is not strong. How can I, Kagaya, let you be harvested by me in despair? The other side. The battle between the Fox Demon and the Thunderbeast brothers has reached a fever pitch. Obviously, the Fox Demon with only 3 jade fragments of the 4 souls cannot be the opponent of Fei Tian who has 5 jade fragments of the 4 souls and Man Tian who has 4 jade fragments of the 4 souls. Under the cooperation of Fei Tian Man Tian, the Fox Demon was beaten and retreated steadily, and his body was scorched black and scarred by lightning, and he was about to be unable to hold on. At this time, Kibao, the Fox Demon hiding behind, couldn't help jumping out, and threw a rapidly growing spinning top at the flying sky. Monster, give me a trick. Ha! Fei Tian frowned when he saw the big spinning top, and just hit the lightning randomly, splitting the spinning top into coke. But when he saw that Kibao was a little fox, Feishan's face became happy. Man Tian mainly attacks little foxes. As he said that, Fei Tian stepped on the flywheel, held the lightning strike blade, and went straight to Kibao. Advertisement, understood, Fei Tian big brother. Man Tian also stepped on the gray cloud and flew towards Kibao, and at the same time, lightning began to condense in his mouth, ready to attack. Not good, run, Kibao. Seeing this, the Fox Demon could only take the initiative to meet the attack of the Thunderbeast brothers, and give Kibao a chance to escape. Kibao, on the other hand, was stunned, completely unsure of what to do in the face of this scene. Facing the Fox Demon's attack, Fei Tian sneered, and directly attacked the Fox Demon, while Man Tian spit out lightning and shot at the house. Looking at the thunder and lightning that struck, Kibao remained motionless with a face full of fear. 7 treasures. Seeing this, the demon could only turn around and run towards Kibao. Snort! Fei Tian took the opportunity to stab the wounded fox with the lightning blade. After a muffled grunt, he hurriedly stood in front of Kibao with serious injuries. The thunder and lightning all over the sky directly struck the Fox Demon, causing the Fox Demon to suffer unceasingly. Thump! The Fox Demon completely lost his strength this time, and could only look at Kibao unwillingly, hoping that Kibao would run away quickly. Fei Tian sneered, landed on the ground, and smashed the lightning strike blade on the ground. Man Tian, go and get the jade of the 4 souls. Yes, Fei Tian big brother. Man Tian walked in front of the Fox Demon, and was about to reach out and take away the jade fragment of the 4 souls from the Fox Demon's forehead. Whoosh! At this time, Kaguya's figure suddenly appeared beside Manton. Clang! Yuban Kagaya drew his sword instantly, a golden light flashed, an iron broken fang instantly slashed across Mansion's neck. Puff! Blood spewed out from Man Tian's neck like a fountain, making Man Tian's astonished head soar into the sky. Seeing this scene, Fei Tian, Fox Demon, and Shibao's eyes were all dull for an instant. Advertisement, thump. The headless corpses all over the sky fell to the ground, and the blood directly sprayed the fox demon and Kibao all over. Call. Facing the fallen Mantian head, Yuban Kagaya opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of dragon flames, instantly extinguishing it to ashes. Only 4 fragments of the jade of the 4 souls fell down, were caught by the bored Kagaya, and were put back in his pocket. The sky is full. At this time, Fei Tian recovered from his sluggishness and roared with grief and anger. Ah! Raising the lightning strike blade, there are thunder and lightning flashes in the sky, one after another thunder and lightning. Entangled with the lightning strike blade, Fei Tian raised the lightning strike blade and was about to rush towards Kagaya. 0. Whoosh! A green arrow suddenly flew down from the sky, piercing Fei Tian's chest directly from behind. The terrifying spiritual power instantly opened a big hole in Fei Tian's chest. Well, Fei Tian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that it ended up like this. Call. A cloud of dragon flames was spit out by Kagaya, which directly burned Fei Tian to ashes. 5 fragments of the 400 jade were also collected by Kagaya and put in his pocket. Boom! The lightning strike blade and flywheel lost the support of the demon power and fell to the ground. Afterwards, Miban Kagaya looked at the fox demon on the ground. Seeing the begging eyes of the fox demon, Miban Kagaya asked, "Broken?" The fox demon, who had no strength to speak, nodded with all his might. Miban Kagaya nodded. "You're lucky." As he said that, Yuban Kagaya threw a ball of life essence into the fox demon's body, and then with a thought, he transferred the 3-4 soul jade fragments on the fox demon's forehead to his own hand. Then, Yuban Kagaya picked up the lightning blade and flywheel by gravity, flew high into the sky, landed on a red cloud, and then controlled the red cloud to fly away. Kagome, that arrow shot just now was really accurate. Of course, I also practiced very hard. Kagome laughed. The fox demon below recovered quickly from his injuries, then slowly got up, facing the red clouds that were getting farther and farther away, and put his forehead on the ground to express his gratitude. Then the fox demon bites Kibao's clothes and runs home to the factory with Kibao. Chapter 280 Food. Kibao in the mouth of the fox demon looked at the red clouds that were getting farther and farther away. His eyes were full of light, and his face was filled with admiration. At the same time, make up your mind in your heart that it must work hard to cultivate and become so powerful. It has 7 treasures and must become a big monster. Red on the cloud. Yuban Kagaya held the lightning strike blade, injected demon power, and felt the quality of this weapon. Not to mention, this lightning strike blade is really good. Although it has no profound meaning, it can transform the demon power into lightning and manipulate it. And as long as the demon power is enough, it can create thunderclouds and manipulate the thunder and lightning in the sky, which can be regarded as a high-end weapon. There is also this flywheel that looks like a Hot Wheel. Although it doesn't have the power of wind and fire, it is also very good for flying alone. What's the matter, Kagaya? Kagome asked curiously. Are these 2, 857, and West also treasures? Miban Kagaya laughed. That's right, I'm mainly thinking that this weapon should be suitable for you by reforging it and forging it into a magic weapon. Kagome thought for a while about how she was holding the lightning strike blade and manipulating the lightning to subdue demons, and she couldn't help nodding. Well, not bad. With a thought, Kagaya threw the lightning strike blade and flywheel into the king's treasure. I need to study it. Please, Kagaya. Kagome said calmly. Goban Kagaya saw Kagome's appearance. Although he was a little strange, he still nodded and said, "Don't worry." After finishing speaking, Yuban Kagaya looked at the poisonous bee secretly flying away in the distance, and said in his heart, "Hurry up and grow, Naraku." Time flies. 2 days later, Miban Kagaya and Kagome wandered around some areas and returned to the village after finding no more fragments of the 4-soul jade. Village. In the shrine. Looking at the 14 jade shards of the 4 souls in the small glass bottle, Granny Feng nodded with satisfaction. The collection is so fast, so many have been collected so quickly. It's all right, Miban Kagaya said casually. Passing the small glass bottle to Kagome, Granny Feng asked, "You are going back to Kagome's era?" Advertisement, nonsense. You don't need to ask, you can tell at a glance. Miban Kagaya was speechless. At this time, Yuban Kagaya was holding 5 bald and clean chicken demons, and a piece of cow demon meat that was as tall as half a person. I have to say that the quality of monster meat is really good, and because of its strong vitality, it is very nutritious, which can be said to be a great tonic. In this regard, Kagome, a gourmet who has eaten several times in a row, has a very right to speak. It just so happened that Kagome was going home for an exam recently, so Kagaya beat 5 chicken demons and 1 cow demon. After packing the 5 monsters into ingredients, they prepared to take them to the future and show them to Kagome's mother, grandfather, and younger brother. Okay, Granny Maple, let's go to the Well of Bone Eaters. Saying that, red clouds appeared at the feet of Miban Kagaya. Goodbye, Granny Maple. After Kagome said goodbye, she stepped on the red cloud and took off with Miban Teru Yoruichi to the Age Tree Forest. Well, Granny Feng shook her head and sighed. Sister, if only you could be as free and easy as Kagome. Age Tree Forest. Well of Bones. Goban Kagaya and Kagome jumped in directly, and for a moment, black light filled the air, and time and space reversed. Miban Kagaya and Kagome also came, in the bone-eating well of Higurashi Shrine. At this time, a pool of wine poured down from above, and Kagaya, who felt bad, immediately used room to transfer himself and Kagome out of the well. Wow! The sound of wine falling to the ground came from the bottom of the well. Looking at the strangely dressed grandpa, Kagome was speechless. What are you doing, grandpa? Kagome? When Grandpa Kagome saw the granddaughter next to her, he couldn't help being startled, and when he realized it, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. How is it, Sao Tai? My prayer technique is right, Kagome is back. Kusada didn't speak, but looked at the ingredients in Miban Kaguya's hands. What a big chicken. After all, the chicken demon in the hands of Miban Kaguya, is bigger than Kusada, which naturally surprised Kusada. Miban Kaguya smiled and said, "This is the monster I caught. The meat is very delicious. Tonight, I will show you a hand." Advertisement, Nani. Monster. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Kagome quickly came over to look at the chicken monster and cow monster meat, and asked curiously, "Can monsters eat it too?" Of course. Miban Kaguya shook the chicken monster and beef monster meat in his hand. As long as it is an animal monster, you can eat it, and it is much more delicious than common animals. After all, the vitality of monsters is very strong. After putting the 5 chicken demons and cow demon meat in the kitchen, Miban Kaguya and Kagome sat in the living room, drinking tea and eating some snacks. After watching the kitchen for a while, Kagome's mother also came out with a look of amazement. "Hey, Kaguya, Kagome, how can we cook such a big chicken?" Miban Kaguya smiled. "Don't worry, Aunt, I'll show you something tonight, just look forward to it. By the way, Aunt, eating this monster meat also has the effect of beautifying the skin and making the skin smoother." Ah. When Kagome's mother heard this, her eyes lit up instantly, and she said with a smile, "Then I will look forward to it." Afternoon. After school, Koda went home quickly, and when he got home, the setting sun had already appeared. In the yard, at this time, Miban Kaguya also set up an oven, a large oven, of course, not gold. Because Miban Kaguya does not have such a big golden oven, it is just an oven made of sensen fruit. Anyway, it is roasted with dragon flames, so there is no need to worry about it. Looking at the grilled chicken on the shelf, with the secret seasoning swayed by Miban Kaguya, constantly rolling 2.4 and emitting fragrance, I can't help but swallow my saliva. When the grilled chicken was ready, Miban Kaguya took out the beef skewers that had been prepared earlier, put them on the oven, and started grilling. After a while, when the roti and chicken were all done, Kaguya extinguished the dragon flames and dissipated the wood oven. In the courtyard, on the prepared table, Miban Kaguya and Kagome's family all tasted Kaguya and yakiniku. Delicious. Kagome's mother smiled and said, "Kagome is really lucky, he must have eaten a lot over there." Sao Tai also said, "Yeah, I really envy my sister. If you talk again, don't eat it." Kagome looked at Sao Tai fiercely. When Sao Tai heard this, she shrank her neck and concentrated on eating roasted thunder. Chapter 281 Girlfriend. After a while, Miban Kaguya and Kagome's family solved the grilled chicken and skewers. Of course, most of them were solved by Miban Kaguya. After all, there were too many. After dinner, after clearing the dining table and cutlery, Kaguya and the Kagome family drank tea to digest food while watching the evening program. Looking at Kagome's mother, Kagome's grandfather, and Soda, all of them rubbing their stomachs and looking full, Miban Kaguya didn't find it strange. When Kagome ate it for the first time, she was stronger than these three. After all, it is a level 5 cooking skill, so it is normal to not be able to resist eating more. The time has come to rest. It was already very late at this time, because Kagome and Soda had to go to school tomorrow morning, so Kagome's mother asked them to go back to the room to rest. As for Goben Kaguya, although Kagome's mother had tidied up the guest room, Kagome's mother did not say anything. Instead, watching with a smile on his face, Miban Kaguya followed Kagome back to her own room very naturally. But when he came to the door of the room, Kagome blocked Kaguya from the door, and after Kagome changed into her pajamas, Kaguya was allowed to enter the room. Kagome didn't say anything to complain, because it's useless to say. Kaguya 11 will definitely say something on the grounds of protecting her. Of course, the main thing is that Kaguya and Kagome have been fighting side by side during the trip during this period, so the relationship has also rapidly warmed up. Well, the main reason is that Kagome's feelings for Miban Kaguya quickly warmed up, and Miban Kaguya's feelings were at their peak from the very beginning. Vertical sun. The sun shone into the room, and then the alarm clock rang. Kagome got up with a dazed face, and yawned involuntarily. There was no way, in ancient times, people would sleep until they woke up naturally, and was suddenly woken up by the alarm clock, really tired. Rubbing her eyes, Kagome looked at Miban Kaguya, who was leaning against the wall, and turned her head to look at the scenery outside the window, and said hello, good morning. Good morning. Miban Kaguya smiled at Kaido, after more than 10 minutes. In the living room, Goben Kaguya, Kagome in school uniform, and Soda had breakfast together. After breakfast, Kagome and Soda picked up their school bags and got ready to go to school. Advertisement in this regard, Miban Kaguya naturally followed closely. After all, as Miban Kaguya is now an ancient person, it is normal to be curious about the school. So Kagome didn't think it was strange, it was just that Kaguya wanted to know her route to and from school so that she could protect her at any time. It's just that, looking around, all the female students walked with the female students, and the male students walked with the male students. Kagome felt a little embarrassed that he was walking with Miban Teru Yoruichi, and Miban Kaguya was not from the same school. She could imagine that the group of female classmates must be secretly talking about her having a boyfriend outside of school. The fact is indeed the case. Not far behind Kagome, there are 3 girls wearing the same school uniform as Kagome, discussing in a low voice. These 3 people are Kagome's classmates, friends, and best friend group, respectively, Yuka, Eri, and Tokuro. The 3 of them watched Kagome and Miban Kaguya go to school sweetly, and they all discussed in surprise, what's going on? Who is that man? Could it be Kagoma's boyfriend? Isn't Kagome sick and hospitalized? Why does she suddenly have a boyfriend? Could it be that being sick and being hospitalized is a fake? Kagoma's leave is just to date her boyfriend. No way. Kagome is too bold. The three girlfriends quickly approach Kagome and Miban Kagaya, discussing in a low voice. And when they arrived not far from Kagome, the three of them did not step forward, but followed cautiously behind. School entrance. After sending Kagome to school, Goban Kagaya said goodbye to Kagome and went back to the shrine. As for Kagoma's three girlfriends in the back, Miban Kagaya didn't care, just pretended that she didn't see it, and left here with a normal expression of indifference. After watching Kagaya leave, Kagome turned around and prepared to enter the school, but at this moment, three of Kaguya's girlfriends rushed towards Kagome quickly. Kagome. Seeing the three of them, Kagome smiled and said, Yuka, Eri, Ayumi, long time no see. The three girlfriends first smiled and said, long time no see, Kagome. Then they asked curiously, who is that man, boyfriend? Kagoma's face froze upon hearing this, and she said a little embarrassedly, did you see it? Advertisement. Is it your boyfriend, Kagome? Yes, Kagome, is that your boyfriend? The three girlfriends asked curiously. Kagome thought of Teru Yorichi's idea of going straight to him, and he didn't object, so he stammered and said, it should be a boyfriend. Really? How do you know each other? Why does he have two knives hanging around his waist, role-playing? What's his name? How did you know each other? Faced with a series of questions from her best friend, Kagome felt dizzy, and even couldn't help but miss the ancient life. Travel everywhere every day, you can be in the sky, you can be on the ground, you can sleep until you wake up naturally every day, and enjoy delicious food every day. By Kaguya's side, I feel full of security, I don't have to worry about anything, and I live freely without pressure every day. Thinking about it this way, Kagome suddenly misses Kagaya, or rather, Kagome suddenly realizes that she really relies on Kagaya and enjoys being around Kagaya very much. So Kagome suddenly said softly, his name is Miban Kagaya, and she treats me very well. After finishing speaking, Kagome instinctively felt something was wrong, and quickly covered her mouth, but it was too late. The girlfriends who heard this all looked at Kagome with surprise and ridicule. Kagome, you are in love. Yuka smiled. There is no doubt, Kagome, you are too bold. Eri nodded. Yes, Kagome, you are so amazing. Ayumi sighed. However, I wish you happiness. The three girlfriends said in unison. Student Higurashi, you came to school. I heard that you were sick, are you okay? At this time, a male student riding a bicycle stopped not far away and came over with a gift. But before he got close, he was stopped by the three girlfriends. Wait a minute, Hojo-san, please don't get close to Kagome. That's right, Hojo-san, Kagome already has a boyfriend, please stay away from Kagome in the future, don't let Kagome's boyfriend misunderstand. Hojo-san, I hope you won't embarrass us. Hojo is stunned, what's going on? Why does Higurashi suddenly have a boyfriend? And you guys, it's too fast to change, you weren't like this before. Chapter 282. Love Hojo looked at Kagome's three girlfriends with a dazed expression. You have changed too fast. You were not like this before. How could Hojo know the thoughts of the three girlfriends? From the perspective of the three girlfriends, you, Hojo, are interested in Kagome, and we can't make decisions for Kagome, so let nature take its course. But now that Kagome has a boyfriend, you Hojo is still a fart. In order not to misunderstand Kagome's boyfriend, the three of them, who are good girlfriends, must draw a clear line with you, Hojo, and tell you to go away and not disturb Kagome's life. Hojo held up the gift in his hand unwillingly, but this is the gift I want to give to Higurashi. Hojo classmate. Kagome didn't move, just stood behind her best friend and said flatly, thank you for the gift, but it really doesn't need to be like this, please leave. Hearing this, Hojo instantly turned gray and white and froze in place. The three girlfriends looked at Kagome, also full of surprise, but then they all gave thumbs up, meaning, what they said was beautiful. It has to be said that Kagaya often killed bandits, demons for a period of time, and Kagome's character became more decisive. After Kagome and her girlfriends finished expressing their attitudes, they walked towards the teaching building together, and no one gave Hojo a second look. You've changed, Kagome. Yes, this may be the power of love. It's so enviable. When will you introduce us to your Kagome? Kagome laughed and said, let's take a while. Higurashi Shrine. In the warehouse. A box wrapped and sealed with talisman paper suddenly flashed a ray of light, followed by a gust of monster energy, and the sealed talisman paper began to burn. At this time, Grandpa Kagome, who was cleaning the courtyard outside, felt bad after smelling the burning talisman paper, so he quickly put down the cane and ran to the warehouse. When Grandpa Kagome came to the warehouse, he saw the talisman paper burned out, and a white mask was floating in the air. Body, give me body, the mask kept making sounds. Not good, the monster sealed by the ancestors actually broke the seal and revived. Grandpa Kagome took out the talisman and said solemnly, I remember that this monster is called the Flesh Human Face. It is a powerful monster that our ancestors had to work so hard to seal. Advertisement. Grandpa Kagome threw out 5 or 6 talisman papers in an instant and rushed towards the mask, but before touching the mask, he was triggered by the mask's evil spirit and burned to death. Body. The mask rushed towards Grandpa Kagome quickly, and the eerie voice kept ringing in Grandpa Kagome's ears. Is the purpose of this monster a human body? Grandpa Kagome prepared to dodge with a solemn face. Whoosh! At this time, Kaguya's figure instantly appeared in front of Grandpa Kagome, facing the rushing mask. He stretched out his right hand instantly, and pinched the mask in his hand. Room. The next moment, all the flames in the warehouse were instantly transferred to Kaguya's left hand. Call. With a slight blow, the flame was extinguished immediately, and the light of the warehouse dimmed again. Body. The mask was trying to struggle in Miban Kaguya's hand, but it was useless, and he couldn't even move it. At this time, Grandpa Kaguya also breathed a sigh of relief, and said happily, "It's a good thing you're back, Kaguya, otherwise my old bones would be in danger." Yuban Kaguya turned around and said with a smile, "It's just a little monster, don't worry about it, old man." "By the way, old man, do you need me to destroy this mask for you?" Grandpa Kagome nodded and said, "It's better to destroy it, this monster sealed by the ancestors is too dangerous, it's better to destroy it." Hearing this, Yuban Kaguya pinched the right hand of the mask, instantly rising dragon flames, covering the mask. Ah! After a scream, the mask disappeared instantly, leaving only a fragment of Jade of Four Souls, which was caught by Yuban Kaguya. Just right, another piece of Jade of the Four Souls, after Kagome after school, give it to Kagome. A fragment of the Jade of the Four Souls? Grandpa Kagome had a strange look on his face. Kaguya, the treasure you and Kagome are looking for is the Jade of the Four Souls, right? It counts. Time flies. Advertisement. After helping Grandpa Kagome renovate the warehouse and prepare the ingredients for the evening, Yuban Kaguya began to practice the spiritual power technique and the sister power technique. The time of day also passed quickly. When the sunset was about to appear, Kagome and Soda also came back from school. Dinner is still roast chicken and barbecue. No one thinks it is repeated, it is a satisfying meal. After the meal, while watching TV and digesting together, Miban Kaguya handed the 4 soul jade fragments to Kagome. "The jade fragment of the 4 souls, did you find it?" I asked curiously. At this time, Grandpa Kagome had something to say. "Thanks to Kaguya today, Kagome. A monster in our warehouse broke the seal. If Kaguya were not at home, Grandpa would be in danger. This fragment is on that monster." "Nani? Monster?" When Cao Tai heard this, she immediately panicked. "How come there are monsters in our shrine?" Grandpa Kagome explained, "It's the ancestor of our Higurashi family, a sealed monster that has been eliminated by Kaguya, don't worry." Speaking of which, superpowers are really powerful. Kaguya subdued the monster in an instant, and then wiped out the monster in an instant. Kagome's mother was also surprised, and then quickly thanked Miban Kaguya. "Thank you, Kaguya, thanks to you for saving our family." Miban Kaguya smiled. "No thanks, this is what I should do." Soda tugged at Miban Kaguya's sleeve. "Kaguya big brother, will there be monsters in my house?" Miban Kaguya patted Soda on the shoulder. "Qian Wang Jiao, don't worry, I checked your house today, and there are no monsters left." "That's good." Cao Tai breathed a sigh of relief, and then happily asked what kind of monster it was, and how Kaguya got rid of it. Miban Kaguya casually talked about the process of eliminating demons. Although there was no processing, it was just a very common way of catching and then destroying them, but Soda still had his eyes lit up and looked forward to it. After it was completely dark, Goben Kaguya and Kagome went back to the room to rest. Put the pieces of the Jade of the Four Souls into the glass bottle, watching the fragments directly fuse with a small piece of the Jade of the Four Souls. Kagome breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know why the Jade fragments of the Four Souls merged into one, but one is definitely easier to organize and carry than the fragments. Afterwards, Kagome talked with Miban Kaguya about what she saw at school today, and her best friend wanted to see him, but she pushed her away, and we will wait for a while. Chapter 283. Forever time flies. In the blink of an eye, Kagome and Miban Kaguya have been in this era for 3 days. Today is the 4th day, also the weekend, and Kagome's school is on holiday, so Kagome and Miban Kaguya are going back to the Sengoku era, and then looking for the Jade of the Four Souls. And that's when Kagome and Mida Kaguya say goodbye to Kagome's family, and jump into the Well of Bone. At the same time, at one point in this city, there was a house with the word, Hojo, hanging on the door. Flames suddenly ignited and spread to the entire house. When the fire brigade arrived, they extinguished the flames and entered the house to search and rescue them. They found several burnt bodies, including a high school student. In this regard, the personnel of the fire brigade checked it, and after concluding that it was an accident, they withdrew. Sengoku era. In the Well of Bones. A flash of light flashed, and Kaguya jumped onto the ground with Kagome in his arms. The two leisurely returned to the village, nodded to the respectful villagers around them, and then returned to the shrine. Shrine. Granny Feng, who was sweeping the floor, nodded when she saw the two of them coming back. "I'm back, how long will you stay this time?" Miban Kaguya said calmly, "Go back to 227 after 2 days, Kagome still has to go to school." Granny Feng nodded when she heard the words, but said nothing. After all, what could she say? What could a weak old woman say? Of course, the main reason is that she doesn't want her sister's reincarnation to be entangled with the Jade of the Four Souls like her sister. It's good now, while living the life I like easily, while looking for the Jade fragments of the Four Souls. Although this will cause some demons and ghosts to use the power of the Jade of the Four Souls to do evil everywhere. However, without the fragments of the Jade of the Four Souls, wouldn't those demons and ghosts be doing evil? Although there is some suspicion of finding a reason, this is nothing compared to the happiness of my sister after reincarnation. After saying hello to Granny Mabel, Kaguya and Kagome embarked on a journey again. No, it was the road to find the Jade of the Four Souls. Although this journey is hard, Kagome and Miban Kagaya both have the confidence to persevere, because this is the path they decided to take. In this way, after wandering around for 2 days, Kagome and Miban Kagaya, who had nothing to gain, returned to the village and talked to Granny Feng. Advertisement: Kagome and Mita Kagaya passed through the era of Kagome in the Well of Bone Eaters, BBFI. Morning. Higurashi Shrine. In the living room, after breakfast, Kagome and Soda picked up their school bags and went to school. After Kagome's mother packed the tableware, she came to the door to look at the backs of Kagome and Soda, and then asked Kagaya, who was sitting in the corridor, is it really alright to accommodate Kagome like this? Even if Kagome keeps asking for leave, it's okay, it's more important to find the jade fragments of the four souls. Sitting in the living room, Grandpa Kagome, who was reading a newspaper, also put down the newspaper and said, yeah, I didn't write a few hospitalizations for Kagome recently, it's really boring. Goben Kagaya, it's okay, Kagome's life is also very important. Although the jade of the four souls is important, the most important thing is people. Miban Kagaya rubbed his cheeks in embarrassment. When Kagome's mother heard this, she couldn't help but fluctuate when she looked at Miban Kaguya's gaze, and the tenderness on Kazuya's face became more and more obvious. Really, Kagaya is really gentle. School. After the first class, 3 of Kagome's girlfriends came to Kagome and whispered, Kagome, do you know that Hojo is dead? Huh? Kagome was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then his heart moved, and he asked curiously, how did you die? At the same time, he wondered in his heart whether this matter was done by Miban Kagaya. Yuga whispered, Saturday morning, the house in Hojo caught fire for some reason. When the fire brigade arrived, everyone was dead. After investigation by the fire brigade, it was found that it was an accident. Kagome nodded. It seems that Kagaya did not do it. After all, Toru Yoruichi was with her all the time on Saturday, and went to the Sengoku era with her. Of course, it doesn't matter if Kagaya did it, after all, she couldn't be angry with Kagaya for an outsider. Whether Hojo is dead or not has nothing to do with her Higurashi Kagome. To be honest, during the period of living with Miban Toru Yoruichi, Kagome's thoughts have also subtly changed, getting closer and closer to Miban Kagaya. This may be, the one who is close to vermilion is red, and the one who is close to ink is black. Night. Advertisement: after watching the fixed night program every day, Kagome and Miban Kagaya returned to the room to chat. While chatting, Kagome suddenly said, Hojo is dead. Huh? Mita Toru Yoruichi asked with a dumbfounded look, who is Hojo? So-called people, I just asked casually. Kagome looked at Mibongwang's expression and said thoughtfully. Miban Kagaya nodded casually. Anyway, he didn't know who Hojo was, and he forgot to use the mind-confusing technique. Kagome, who knew the truth, skipped this topic. For Kagome now, he is just an outsider, not even worthy to carry the shoes of Miban Kagaya. In this way, Miban Kagaya and Kagome had a tacit understanding and chatted about other topics. While talking, Kagome suddenly asked again, Kagaya, what are your plans after collecting the 4 soul jade fragments? Yuban Kagaya heard the words, looked at Kagome's serious eyes, and said in a serious tone, I will never let go, forever. Hearing this, Kagome's eyes fluctuated constantly, and she looked at Miban Kagaya like a clear spring. At the same time, Kagome got up, left the bed, and walked slowly towards Miban Kagaya. Goben Kagaya also got up and looked at Kagome, who was slowly approaching. Kagome, haven't you slept yet? You have to go to school tomorrow. Suddenly, Kagome's mother shouted from outside the door. Kagome, whose atmosphere was interrupted, returned to the bed with a flushed face after realizing it, replied, and went back to sleep. Cough cough. Miban Kagaya also cleared his throat, sat on the ground again, leaned against the wall and said softly, sleep, Kagome. Kagome responded, turned off the light, and lay on the bed, her face flushed, and she closed her eyes in embarrassment. Time flies. 2 days later. Since that night, Kagome and Miban Kagaya have let things go more naturally, and their moods have become more relaxed. Kagome is no longer entangled, and Yuban Kagaya is naturally happy. So after 2 days with Kagome, Yuban Kagaya is going to go back to the Sengoku era alone. After all, he has to practice and research spiritual weapons, which is not convenient in this era. Of course, Miban Kagaya promised Kagome that he would visit her often, and would come back to pick Kagome to the Sengoku era on weekends. Chapter 284: Lingyun Sengoku era. In the shrine, Goben Kagaya came back through the Well of Bone Eaters after taking a small piece of jade of the 4 souls. After returning, Yuban Kagaya is practicing spells. After all, the spells have not yet reached level 5, so it is natural to practice spells. Moreover, once the skill is cultivated to level 5, the proficiency will reach the level of vermilion, and the speed will not be fast. Therefore, if you have skills up to level 5, naturally you have to practice to levels first. Granny Feng didn't care about Miban Kaguya's return. After all, Yubanwi Yoruichi can find the jade of the 4 souls, so Kagome can have a good rest. Night. Yuban Kagaya, who was sitting on the roof practicing spells, suddenly frowned, then opened his eyes, and looked at a white light group that was getting closer and closer in the distance. Mada and Yuban Kagaya did not expect that when he came back, someone would dare to act wildly in his territory, and they were quite unscrupulous, flying straight to the shrine. However, after realizing that the white light group is spiritual power, Kagaya is not so upset. The flying technique of spiritual power, isn't it coming? Kagome is blessed. In Kaguya's perception, inside the white light group is a long, strange old woman carrying a sickle. Seeing this old woman, after flying into the shrine, and flying straight to Kikyo's grave, Miban Kagaya knew who this guy was. An old shrine maiden who does not know the heights of the world and tries to control Kikyo in vain. This kind of shrine maiden who acts like a ghost is called a ghost girl, and this old witch is exactly the ghost girl Rito. I have to say that this old witch is really arrogant. You must know Kagaya, who has never concealed her evil spirit. This body is full of monsters, and the monster power of the big monster level, anyone who sees it has to weigh it. But the old woman with the sickle on her shoulders ignored it, as if she hadn't noticed it, and rushed madly to the cemetery of the Platycodon. It can only be said that it is indeed a brainless person who does not know the heights of the heavens and the earth, and tries to control the Platycodon. He doesn't even have a brain, so it is not surprising to do anything. However, Miban Kagaya does not intend to revive Kikyo. After all, Kikyo has been reincarnated, and if he wants to resurrect, he must take away the soul from Kagome. Yuban Kagaya couldn't bear to let Kagome suffer such suffering, so he could only let Kikyo sleep peacefully, and kill the ghost girl Bidao by the way. Room. Advertisement. The invisible airflow covered the entire village in an instant, and Miban Kagaya had a thought. Lidao, a ferocious and domineering ghost girl, disappeared in an instant when she rushed towards the cemetery of Kikyo. Then he appeared in front of Miban Kagaya in an instant, and Miban Kagaya grabbed the head of the ghost girl Lidao and threw it to the ground. Boom. Puff. Well, after a muffled sound, the ghost girl Lidao didn't react. She just lay on the ground, her hands and feet twitched, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, crying out in pain. At this time, Granny Feng heard the sound and hurried out of the house. When she saw someone on the ground, she hurried over to have a look. Miban Kagaya also jumped off the roof at this time and landed beside Granny Feng. This guy should be a ghost girl, and the goal is Kikyo's cemetery. Granny Feng heard the words and looked at the ghost girl Lidao's eyes, instantly filled with a cold light. Seeing this, Yuban Kagaya said directly, "Don't be in a hurry, this guy has a lot of good spells. Granny Feng, please prepare and record the spells." After hearing the words, Granny Feng also understood that this was a good opportunity. After all, she lacked the inheritance of the witch, so she hurried into the house and came out with a pair of animal skins and writing things. After Granny Feng came out, Yuban Kagaya had already manipulated the ghost girl Lidao's mind through the mind-confusing technique. The essence of the mind-confusing technique is to use demon power to invade the mind of the manipulated object, making the manipulated person think that the caster is the master, and then manipulate it. Ghost girl Lidao, tell me all the spells you know, as well as the specific cultivation methods of the spells, Kagaya ordered. Yes, master, the spells I know are. As the ghost girl Lidao began to narrate, Granny Feng began to record with a serious face. I have to say that Dao Wei in this ghost girl really has a lot of spells. Although some of the spells are a bit crooked, there are also many good spells. For the sake of the witches in the future, Granny Feng did not record more evil and crooked spells, such as the resurrection of the spiritual earth. This spirit earth resurrection technique is the technique used by the ghost girl Lidao to revive Kikyo. Use the ashes in the burial soil where the ashes were buried to make a puppet with the same appearance as the dead, and then summon the soul of the dead to return, thereby resurrecting the dead and manipulating the dead. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Of course, the premise is that the strength of the deceased during his lifetime cannot exceed the strength of the caster by too much, otherwise, the caster will definitely die. To be honest, although this technique is miraculous, not to mention that Granny Feng didn't record it, even Yuban Kagaya is not interested in practicing it. There is no way. This kind of practice requires digging a grave and resurrecting the dead once. Kagaya is really not interested in practicing. Time flies. 2 hours later, Granny Feng finally recorded all the orthodox priestess spells taught by Li Dao, the ghost girl. Although the recorded time is long, there are not many techniques, mainly because the recording of cultivation methods consumes time. 0. These spells are respectively, the flying spell, spiritual cloud, the attack spell, spiritual strike, and the auxiliary spell, water purification. These are the 3 valuable spells, and the rest are the repeated, boundary enchantment, and sealing spell, as well as some crooked spells, which Grandma Feng didn't record. Afterwards, Yu Banhui Yorichi said to the dragon flame, and after extinguishing the ashes burned by the pottery in the ghost girl, he left the village and went to the barren forest to practice Lin Shu. Granny Feng also returned to the shrine to study these 3 spells, especially the flying spell, Lingyun, which is a flying spell that even her sister Kikyo doesn't know. Another one is that no one can refuse the temptation to use their own strength to soar into the sky. Vertical sun. As the sun shines on the earth, the barren forest becomes empty again. Sitting cross-legged on the white cloud, Kagaya focused on the system panel in his mind. Host. Yuban Kagaya. Skills. Open black lens bracket knife Dao close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket magic close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket physical technique close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket hockey close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket gift close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket sorcery close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket devil fruit close black lens bracket. Cooking level 5, 2401 millions, open the spell category. Spirit power level 5, 1001 millions, spiritual sealing technique level 90,100 thousandths. Spiritual enchantment level 90,100 thousandths 9. Chapter 285 talent, open the spell category. Spirit power level 5, 1001 millionths. Spiritual sealing technique level 90,100 thousandths. Spiritual enchantment level, 90,000 100,000ths. Lingyun level 4, 1/100,000th. Spirit strike level 4, 1/100,000th. Water purification level 4, 1/100,000th. Demon power level 5, 1,001 millionths. Confusion level 4, 90,000 100,000ths. Streamer level 4, 98,500 100,000ths. Demon spirit bomb level 4, 98,000 100,000ths. 930. Level 4, 90,000 100,000ths. After seeing the rich spells, Miban Kagaya smiled and was extremely happy. The new spiritual power technique is also very miraculous. The spirit cloud technique is similar to flying through clouds and fog. It is the flying technique of turning spiritual power into clouds, and it can also wrap the spirit cloud around the body to fly. Of course, it is also possible to ride the clouds and ride the fog, but it is a little weak in front of the streamer technique, so Kagaya is not used. The spirit strike method is relatively simple and crude. It is to transform the spirit energy into a shockwave, and endow the spirit energy with the characteristics of explosion, and it can also be attached to the object to assist the attack. The water purification technique is an auxiliary technique, which is a technique that transforms spiritual power into water, purifies evil thoughts, and purifies the power of demons and ghosts. It can create spiritual rain in high places and purify the world. After Kagaya learned this water purification technique, some novel ideas appeared in her heart. As a bounty hunter, I have wood style, so it is normal to have a water style. Should be normal. Shrine. Going back to Kagaya on the board of the shrine, I saw that Granny Feng has been studying Lingyun surgery, said hello to Granny Feng, and went out to slay demons by herself. Advertisement. Looking at the red clouds flying into the distance, Granny Feng looked envious, and then turned her envy into motivation, and practiced the spirit cloud technique seriously. She, Granny Feng, also wants to fly on the clouds and appear holy in front of people. The route of Yuban Kagaya is not fixed, just fly around as you like. If you see where the demons and ghosts are more active, you will go to that side and give the monsters a birth plan. Not to mention, this kind of method of hitting one shot with dates or no dates really allowed Yuban Kagaya to collect 2 fragments of the Jade of the Four Souls. It can only be said that creatures like monsters really don't know how to keep a low profile. One by one, when they don't have the Jade fragments of the Four Souls, they're arrogant and domineering. After getting the Jade fragments of the Four Souls, they will directly become the boss, and the second child's madness is boundless. Therefore, Miban Kaguya's search method actually makes sense. And just when Miban Kagaya was flying around, doing family planning for demons and goblins. On the other side, there is a barren and inhabited volcano group. At the very center of the group of volcanoes, below the largest volcano, there is a cave. In this cave, there are all kinds of weapons, and each weapon has the appearance of a rising monster. It can be seen that these are weapons used by monsters. Of course, these weapons are only on the outermost edge of the cave, and in the center of the cave is a natural forging platform formed by underground magma. Beside the magma, there is an old man with simple clothes and big eyes, forging weapons with a hammer. This person is one of the retainers of King Do Ya, the swordsmith who forged the iron broken teeth and the natural teeth, Dao Dao Jai. And next to Dao Dao Jai, there is a dance show jumping back and forth, sweating all over, which is just a plus. At this time, after finishing the forging process, Dao Dao Jai put the tools aside, and then left the magma forging platform with Ming Jia. Outside the cave, Dao Dao Jai sat down on the ground and smoked his pipe leisurely, and Ming Jia finally didn't have to sweat all the time. To Dao Jai, you said where Master Inuyasha went. It's really worrying. Ming Jia looked worried. What are you asking me? Where would I know where to go? Dao Daochin said speechlessly. Advertisement. But fortunately, although I don't know the whereabouts of Master Inuyasha, but I can be sure that Master Inuyasha is still alive, and his life is not in danger. Hearing Ming Jia's words, Dao Dao Jai was taken aback. You're not going to find your wife, are you? Did she pinch you to death? Ming Jia looked helpless. Fortunately, I was crushed hundreds of times, but I also got information that Master Inuyasha is not in danger. Madam saw through the nether stone. Master Inuyasha's soul is not in the underworld. The next purpose is to find Master Inuyasha, and let Master Inuyasha take back the relic left by the Master to Master Inuyasha, Iron Broken Tooth, from that human hand. After hearing the words, Dao Dao Jai exhaled a puff of smoke, and said in a complicated tone, I advise you not to have such thoughts. That human being is terrifying. According to the analysis of the rumors, that human being can swing the wound of the wind at will, and even Sesshomaru has no intention of snatching it. I'm afraid that even Sesshomaru has recognized the human's strength, otherwise, even if there is an enchantment, Sesshomaru will not give up. Nani? Mingya was taken aback when he heard the words. How is it possible? How can a human being be able to show the wound of the wind? He is not a monster. Call. Dao Daojai took a puff of his pipe, and then exhaled a puff of smoke. That's not an ordinary human being. It's a special human being who possesses demon power and spiritual power in a human body. I'm afraid it's a special talent of human beings. So that human being can also use Iron Shard Fang, and he also mastered the wound of the wind. Speaking of this, Dao Daojai couldn't help but think in his heart, that is, Kiba Wong let him go through iron and steel teeth to forge a barrier to repel monsters. Originally, the purpose of what Do Ya Wong did in 1.8 was to let Inuyasha, who is a half-demon, get Iron Broken Fang. But now, apart from the half-demon Dog Ye, who is suitable for repelling monsters, there is another human being with demon power. In Dao Daojai's view, that human might even be more suitable for Iron Broken Fang than Inuyasha. This may be the fate in the dark. It is possible that the human being is the master chosen by Tai Sui Ya. Dao Dao Jai secretly thought. Although Dao Dao Jai is a retainer of King Duya, as a top swordsmith, it also has its own principles, and it respects the choice of weapons. So Dao Dao Jai has nothing to do. I feel sorry for the mentality of King Do Ya. After all, the iron broken teeth forged with the teeth of the Duya king all chose that human being, so what qualifications does it have to stop it? Chapter 286 Justice. Of course, although Dao Dao Jai is not qualified to make a decision, Dao Dao Jai still wants to see that human being with his own eyes. After all, Iron Broken Fang was forged by it, and it also wanted to see what kind of master Iron Broken Fang chose. It's just not now. I heard that recently, in order to collect pieces of the Jade of the Four Souls, the human being slaughtered ghosts and ghosts everywhere. To be on the safe side, let's visit after a while, when the human being is resting. Mingyan naturally didn't know about Dao Dao Jai's peaceful thoughts, and now his mind was full of looking for Inuyasha. So after chatting with Dao Dao Jai for a while and reminiscing about the old days, he embarked on the journey to find Inuyasha again. On the side of Yuban Kagaya, while merging the third fragment of the Jade of Four Souls just obtained into a small piece of Jade of Four Souls in his hand, he sat leisurely on the red cloud and flew casually. It can be said that today's luck is good, and it can also be said that the monster who got the Jade fragment of the Four Souls is too crazy. All in all, Miban Kagaya has a good catch. In this way, after flying for a while, Kagaya came to the bottom of a town with the board. It was nothing at all. After all, Miban Kagaya passed many towns along the way. Humans in the cities and towns didn't find it strange either. After all, this is the era of demons and ghosts roaming everywhere. Although there are not many monsters who can ride clouds and fog, there are also many. But this time is different. In this town, Miban Kagaya sees a S*X monster who likes to touch women's buttocks and grabs girls' hands, hoping that girls will bear children for him. To be honest, in Kagoma's era, casually touching a woman's butt was unbearable or even contemptuous. But in this era, touching a woman's butt at will is ruining a woman's innocence, and asking a woman to marry and have children at will is a PR street ***. And after groping women's buttocks and proposing marriage, they just ignored it, patted their buttocks and left, without thinking about what will happen to these women in the future. And this person is still a mage, a monk, which is even more disgusting. You must know that this is the real world, the reality. Under such circumstances, it is obvious that these women will end up miserable. Just the spitting stars of other people in this town may be able to spray to death these women who have had their butt touched, or even been proposed to. Therefore, for love and justice, for world peace, for a better tomorrow, and for protecting the safety of women, Yuban Kagaya made up his mind to get rid of this lewd thief mage, Maitreya. Therefore, Kagaya Mita sat on the red cloud, stopped above the town, and looked at Maitreya who laughed amidst the screams of women. After waiting for Maitreya to leave the town, he was slaughtered in the wilderness. There was no way, the people in the town were innocent, and there were even victims, so naturally Kagaya would not do it. Advertisement. After a while, Maitreya stopped with a satisfied face, and was about to leave the town. But as he was walking, Maitreya discovered a strange thing, that is, the red cloud in the sky has been following him, and the look of the red cloud is a monster. This made Maitreya feel that something was wrong, so he ran and went straight to the outside of the town. Sure enough, Red Yunduo followed behind. After a while, Maitreya was far away from the town, surrounded by wilderness. Goban Kagaya, sitting on the red cloud, naturally followed behind. At this moment, Maitreya stopped, turned around and looked solemnly at the red clouds in the sky. Yuban Kagaya is also controlling the red cloud, which floats down, and jumps directly to the ground after approaching the ground. Looking at Kagaya, who was full of monsters, Maitreya looked solemn. Monster, what do you mean? Why are you following me? While speaking, Maitreya, who knew that magic power alone was no match, grasped the magic weapon that sealed the wind acupoint with his right hand with his left hand, ready to open the seal at any time. Miban Kagaya flicked his left thumb, and a part of the blade popped out from Iron Broken Fang. Clang! Gold flashed, and Ban Kagaya issued a majestic fangzadao. It's nothing interesting, I just want to kill you because I'm upset with you, and I'm a human being. Human? I see, it turned out to be you. Maitreya recognized Kagaya, a human being who has been collecting pieces of the Jade of the Four Souls and has both spiritual power and demon power. Why do you want to attack me? As human beings, what we have to deal with are monsters. Miban Kagaya nodded. You are very good, but in my opinion, you are much more disgusting than monsters. If I don't kill you, I have no idea. Nani? Maitreya frowned, pretending to be apprehensive, and at the same time unsealed the seal instantly, opened his right hand, and aimed at the paddle Kagaya. Wind hole. A black hole appeared in Maitreya's palm, and the terrifying suction instantly centered on the black hole, attracting everything around it. Call. Whoosh. Advertisement. The surrounding airflow crazily poured into the black hole. The flowers, plants and trees were uprooted, and then sucked into the black hole, and dust and debris were sucked into the black hole. This terrifying black hole seems to swallow everything, swallowing everything that is attracted to it. However, after using the trump card wind point, Maitreya not only did not feel at ease, but directly widened his eyes with disbelief. How is it possible? How can you not be affected by the wind point? I saw Yuban Kagaya standing upright on the spot, with a relaxed face, not affected by the wind acupoint at all. For Maitreya's shock, Yubanwi Yoruichi looked disdainful, and said inwardly, Lousy has gravity fruit 627, can he still be afraid of your wind point? Room. The figure of Yuban Kagaya disappeared in front of the wind cave in an instant, and suddenly appeared on the right side of Maitreya. Brush. There was a flash of phantom light, and the knife fell in his hand. Puff. Blood splatter. Maitreya's right hand separated from his arm in an instant and fell to the ground. Ah. Hand. Ah. Maitreya looked at the bleeding wrist with pain and panic on his face. And the severed hand with the wind hole on the ground, because there is no magic power to suppress it, the wind hole expands instantly, swallowing the severed hand in an instant, and then without the support, the wind hole disappears. Call. Yuban Kagaya opened his mouth and spit out. A ball of scorching dragon flames instantly burned the screaming Maitreya to ashes, leaving no slag left. Crack. Putting the knife back into the sheath, ignoring the poisonous bees sneaking away in the distance, Yuban Kagaya got clouds under his feet, sat on the red clouds, and then flew around. In a dark mountain range. Miasma-like smog envelops the entire mountain range densely, and various poisonous insects nest here and guard the mountain range. In a dark cave in the mountains, a half-demon with a human-like head and body features of various monsters rests here with his eyes closed. Chapter 287 Purple Weave. At this time, a poisonous bee flew in from the outside and came to this strange-looking monster. After hearing the sound, the weird-looking monster opened its eyes, and then various monster features began to shrink, and finally turned into a human body. This demon is Naraku. After Naraku turned into a human form, he began to listen to the news brought back by the poisonous bee. After learning that the offspring of the monk cursed by it had been hacked to death by Kagaya, Naraku not only didn't find it interesting, but his complexion became more serious. Not only killing robbers and soldiers at will, but even mage hacking to death without paying attention. It's really scary. This is the first time I have met such a terrifying human being. There is no way. As a great example of non-martial ethics, Naraku naturally knows how difficult it is to deal with people who do not practice martial arts. Especially Kagaya, who doesn't talk about martial arts, is also powerful, and can kill wantonly for the jade fragments of the four souls. To be honest, Naraku's pressure is quite great. Thinking of this, Nala turned his head and looked at the three blood-colored giant cocoons behind him who were as tall as a person and kept beating like hearts. These three giant cocoons are the avatars bred by Naraku with the jade fragments of the four souls, and they are also the helpers Naraku found for himself. There is no way, anyway, Naraku dare not appear in front of Miban Kagaya completely, so he can only find a helper to restrain Miji Kaguya's eyes on the surface. Soon, it will be conceived soon, Naraku pondered. The other side. For the sake of justice, Yuban Kagaya flew freely after getting rid of a thief. Flying, Yuban Kagaya flew to the seaside, looking at the endless sea. Yuban Kagaya stopped flying and landed on a cliff by the sea. Miban Kagaya sat on the cliff, blowing the sea breeze, smelling the damp seawater, watching the churning waves, thinking of the sea in One Piece world. Good luck. Mibanwi Yoruichi looked down the cliff with a smile on his face. There was a huge cave there. Miban Kagaya sensed that there were a group of bat monsters and a half-demon living in the cave. By the sea, there are bat monsters, female half-monsters, and a head-sized blood jade coral. With such obvious features, Miban Kagaya certainly knows what treasures this place has. Monster power enchantment. Here I come. Whoosh. The red light wrapped around Kagaya in an instant, and then turned into a red light, which instantly appeared on the edge of the cave below. Advertisement. The demonic power erupted without the slightest concealment, and for a while, the demonic aura soared into the sky, and countless cracks were instantly shaken out beside the cave. The 100 Ghost Bat clan in the cave was instantly startled into chaos. Quiet. As the patriarch of the 100 Ghost Bat clan, Changjimaru yelled angrily, and after the clan was quiet, he continued, Zizi, come out with me. Saying that, Daguan walked towards the outside of the cave, followed by a silent little girl holding a blood jade coral. Outside the cave, Miban Kagaya looked at the enchantment covering the entrance of the cave, and the expression on his face became more and more joyful. This enchantment is really great. Whether it is the impact of demon power or Conqueror's Haki, they're all blocked. If it weren't for observation Haki's sixth sense to perceive, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to perceive the situation inside the cave. Yuban Kagaya has now confirmed that this enchantment of demon power is the same as the enchantment of spiritual power, which can defend against all abilities. As long as the barrier is not broken, they are inherently invincible. No wonder a group of small 100 ghost bats can still occupy the mountain as king with the rare enchantment of demon power. It's not that other monsters don't peep, but that they can't do anything about it. At this time, a huge bat appeared behind the barrier, and a little girl with gray-blue hair and dark yellow skin also walked behind the barrier. Oh, Miban Kagaya didn't look at Daigokumaru, but looked at the little girl. Hey, kid, did you cast this enchantment? When Zizi heard the words, she couldn't help being stunned for a moment. She didn't expect this monster to talk to her, but Zizi still nodded her head as a response. Miban Kagaya laughed. So, you know how to practice this enchantment? Zizi nodded again when she heard the words. She didn't notice anything, but Daguan understood that the purpose of this terrifying big monster was their kind of enchantment. If your excellency's goal is our family's enchantment, don't think too much about it, it's impossible, Daigokumaru said, suppressing his anger. Yuban Kagaya rested his right hand on the left neck, shook his neck, stretched his muscles and bones, and looked cold for a moment. Shut up, B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Nani? Daigokumaru's face trembled, and his heart was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to offend Kagaya. After all, they couldn't hide in the barrier forever. Advertisement. Clang. Miban Kagaya draws out the black sword, Akisui, injects magic power, Bankai, remnant fire Taidao. In an instant, the blade of the black knife, Shu Shui, was wrapped in a layer of ashes, and a terrifying high temperature of 1,000,000 degrees was firmly wrapped around the blade without leaking a trace of temperature. Brush. The black knife, Shu Shui lightly stroked the barrier. Wave. The enchantment is like a bubble, breaking instantly. Dagumaru and Zizi just froze in place, completely unresponsive. Unlock Bankai, restore the black knife, Shu Shui to its original state, put the knife back into its sheath, and hold the right hand of Yuban Kagaya at the palm of Daigokumaru. Crack. Gravity is instantly applied to the limbs and wings of Dagumaru, and then twisted instantly, causing the limbs and wings of Dagumaru to distort and deform. Confused. The eyes of Yuban Kagaya, Qian Lihao, instantly turned red, and 2 rays of red demonic power instantly hit the Dagaya pill. Dagawan's eyes froze for a moment, as if he couldn't feel any pain. He didn't move and didn't call out. Zizi next to him came back to his senses, and after seeing this scene, he couldn't help taking a few steps back in fear. Little ghost, what's your name? Miban Kagaya looked at Zizi calmly. Zizi. Zizi lowered her head and hugged the blood jade coral tightly, whispering. Zizi, you are a half-demon. Where's your father? I have something to ask him, Miban Kagaya asked. Zizi whispered, my father died to protect the clansmen. I see. Miban Kagaya turned to look at Dagumaru with dull eyes. What does this guy have to do with you? It's my grandfather. Miban Kagaya heard this, and asked directly to Dagumaru, how did Shiori's father die? Chapter 288, Mother and Daughter. Hearing this question, Zizi immediately raised her head, with a look of confusion. Why did Miban Kagaya ask this question? But after Dagumaru told the truth, Zizi's face changed instantly. Yu Yewen was killed by me, because he actually negotiated conditions with me for mere human beings. Daguruan said with dull eyes. Clang. The blood jade coral fell to the ground. Ziji was stunned. Her father was actually killed by Grandpa. Miban Kagaya looked at Zizi, did not speak, but pulled out the iron broken tooth, and then slashed at the blood pressure coral on the ground. Crack. The blood jade coral split into 2 in an instant, and the devouring ability of the iron broken tooth was activated instantly, directly devouring the demon power of the blood jade coral. Next moment, Tai Sui Fang sent out fluctuations like a beating heart, and the silver-white blade instantly turned red. Yuban Kagaya also understood instantly. Tiashai has evolved an ability called Break Barrier. Raising iron broken fang and looking at Red's blade, Miban Kagaya smiled. Because Tai Sui Ya is a treasure, this barrier-breaking ability can not only break the enchantment of demon power and spiritual power, but also the defense of magic power. At this time, Zizi got up and looked at the Daguan on the ground with resentment. She was deceived, and she actually used the barrier to protect these 487 enemies. Thinking of this, Zizi was in great pain. At this time, Miban Kagaya said, Shiori, come with me. Zizi heard the words and said quickly, my lord, I know the enchantment and sealing techniques of the 100 Ghost Bat Clan. Please kill Daigokumaru. Zizi is willing to protect you forever. It is not surprising that Kagaya is not surprised that the 100 Ghost Bat Clan has the magic power sealing technique. After all, if you don't know the sealing technique, how can you make the bleeding jade coral? Room. The invisible airflow spread instantly, and with a thought, a spare unused blood jade coral hidden in the depths of the cave instantly appeared in the hands of Miban Kagaya. Take it. Yuban Kagaya threw the blood jade coral to Zizi, and then raised the iron broken tooth to inject the demon power. Boom. The Uzumaki-like airflow instantly entangled the red blade of iron broken fang. Wind wound. Mibanwi Yoruichi slashed down, and a gold slash, like a shockwave, instantly swept across the entire cave, first tearing up the Daigokumaru and then rushing into the cave. Advertisement. Boom. In an instant, the fidgeting 100 Ghost Bat Clan in the cave didn't even let out a scream, and was torn to pieces by the wind injury. When the wound from the wind dissipated, what Zizi saw was a magma cave full of high temperature. The whole cave was red, the heat was rising, and the ticking magma was dripping down continuously, and the magma below was like a river, flowing slowly. Yuban Kagaya put the iron broken teeth back into the sheath, and Zizi, who had a dull face and trembling legs, disappeared into the cave in an instant. On a piece of land not far from the cliff, this is near a village near the sea. The figures of Miban Kagaya and Zizi appeared here in an instant, and the scenery changed suddenly, making Zizi look left and right quickly, with a shocked expression on his face. Come with me, Miban Kagaya said, turning to leave. My name is Miban Kagaya. Master Kagaya, can I say goodbye to my mother? ZG whispered. Farewell. Miban Kagaya said, since you don't want to be separated, you can take your mother with you. I live in a shrine. From now on, you and your mother can live in the shrine. Zizi was delighted when he heard this, and quickly thank you, Kagaya Tianping. Let's go to your mother first, Miban Kagaya said. Yes, Master Kagaya. ZG hurriedly led the way to the place where her mother lived. A few minutes later, Miban Kagaya and Shiori came to the village. The people in the village, after seeing Zizi, all had unlucky expressions on their faces and hurried to the distance. BBFD. Watching Miban Kagaya frowning. But Zizi didn't care about these, just walked quickly to a wooden house, and shouted in a brisk tone, Mother, I'm back. ZG. The mother, whose face was covered with mud and was wearing dirty clothes patched all over, walked out of the house quickly, and when she saw ZG, she immediately hugged ZG with a happy expression on her face. Mother. Zizi also hugged her mother with a happy face. Mother, Daguan is dead, and all the bats and ghosts are dead. Advertisement, I'm going to live in Kagaya-sama's shrine. Mother, come with me too. Dagakumaru is dead. Zizi's mother was taken aback for a moment, and then she found Kagaya behind Zizi. Miban Kagaya nodded and said, I have wiped out the bat family of the 100 ghosts. I am going to bring Zizi back to the shrine. Zizi is reluctant to part with you. You mother and daughter, please go with me. Grown-ups. Zizi's mother didn't have any reluctance to leave this place. If she couldn't let go of Zizi, she might not want to live. Don't worry, pack your things. Let's get out of here now, Miban Kagaya said. Thank you, Master Kagaya. Zizi's mother also thanked her daughter as she called her, and then quickly packed up her things. After tidying up, Yu Kagaya took Zizi and her daughter to leave the village. But it will rain, and the brainless will seek death. This is an unavoidable law at any time. At this time, seeing Zizi's mother and daughter about to leave with their burdens, the villagers who were originally disgusted were not happy, and ran over quickly. Stop, you can't leave. If you leave, what will happen if the monster comes again? Yes, you can leave. The villagers are not fools. Although they dislike Zizi mother and daughter, they also know that only when Zizi mother and daughter are here can they not be harmed by monsters. Zizi said with a look of resentment, where we go has nothing to do with you, and the 100 Ghost Bat Clan is gone. It is impossible to come here. Nani, the monster is gone? Really or not? It should be true, otherwise she wouldn't be able to come back. That would be wonderful. Since that's the case, why don't you get out, you damned half-demons? As he spoke, a villager suddenly threw stones at Zizi's mother. Mother. Zizi panicked. Fortunately, the stone was caught by Miban Kagaya. It's disgusting. Miban Kagaya flicked it off. Boom. The head of the person who threw the stone exploded in an instant, and the red and white ones collapsed all over the villagers next to him. Chapter 289 Humans, killed. The villagers who were covered in red and white liquid sat on the ground in fright and kept howling. Seeing this, the other villagers also looked at Mibanwi, Yi with horror on their faces. Who are you and why are you helping this half-demon mother and daughter? Go away, this is our village's business, it has nothing to do with you? It's clearly agreed, as long as the half-demon is handed over, the village will not be attacked, but someone is still attacked. This is a disaster for the mother and daughter. After hearing this, Kagaya looked at the rubbish with cold eyes, a group of ungrateful white-eyed wolves. If it weren't for this mother and daughter, you would have been eaten up by monsters long ago. In the face of such a great favor, not only are you not grateful, but you also repay the favor and transfer the hatred to the person who protects you, which is really disgusting. Are you kidding me? When these people heard the words, even if they were very scared, they still said sternly, what do you know as an outsider? This is a matter of our village and has nothing to do with you. Miban Kagaya grinned grinningly and said, you are right, this matter really has nothing to do with me. However, I have endured your face for a long time, and I am tired of it, so you should die. Clang. The golden light flashed. Yuban Kagaya directly pulled out the demonized iron broken teeth, the violent and huge blade, and the silver white fluff, instantly shocked the audience. Holding iron broken fang horizontally, Miban Kagaya took a step forward, and in an instant, the airflow wrapped around the blade of iron broken fang. Run. The villagers who were so aggressive just now were panic-stricken and fled back in fear. At this time, Ziji's mother grabbed Miban Kaguya's wrist, and said with a pleading face, Master Kagaya, can you not kill someone? I know such a request is rude, but please. Why, doctor? Zizi was puzzled. Those guys have been bullying us all the time, why do you plead for them? They deserve to die. Zizi, you are too young to think like this? Ziji's mother looked sad. Looking at Ziji's mother's expression, Miban Kagaya said softly, Ziji's mother, don't worry, I know what you mean. Zizi is still young, you don't want Zizi to live in hatred, it's normal, parents don't want their children to live in hatred and pain. Advertisement, however, the world is cruel, and some people must die. Also, you made a mistake. Hatred cannot be forgotten. The only way to end hatred is to deal with the guy who created it. Hearing Miban Kaguya's words, Ziji's mother looked at her daughter, and found that Ziji's eyes were very firm, her heart softened, and she let go of Miban Kaguya's wrist. Miban Kagaya raised his iron-broken teeth and said to Ziji's mother at the same time, listen well, it is human beings who hurt you, and I am also human beings who are going to kill those human beings now. So, Ziji's mother, your worries are unnecessary. When the words fell, Mibanwi Yoruichi slashed down with his sword. Wind wound. 5 gold slashes plowed across the ground in an instant, roaring forward, and the slashes like shockwaves instantly tore apart all obstacles. Those villagers who hadn't run far, together with the whole village, and everyone in the village, were instantly wiped out by the wind injury, leaving nothing left. When the slash dissipated, the 5 cracks on the ground that were hundreds of meters long and several meters wide, as well as the red magma flowing slowly in and around the cracks, immediately stunned ZG and her daughter. Putting Iron Broken Fang back into the scabbard, a red cloud big enough to carry 5 or 6 people appeared at the foot of Miban Kagaya. Okay, don't look at it, go to the cloud quickly. Ah good. The voice of Yuban Kagaya called Zizi mother and daughter back to God, and Zizi mother and daughter were a little dizzy, and stepped on the clouds directly. It wasn't until the red clouds flew up and away from here that Ziji's mother realized, fly up. Seeing the ground getting higher and higher, Ziji's mother hurriedly hugged Kagaya next to her in fear. Meben Kagaya, purple fabric, realizing something was wrong, Ziji's mother blushed instantly, and quickly let go of her hands, sitting on the red cloud in embarrassment, and stopped talking. Ahem. Meben Kagaya changed the subject, don't worry, it's safe. Ziji's mother responded softly. Just like that, after a period of silence on red cloud, Zizi finally said, Master Kagaya, you said you were human before, but why do you have demon powers? Ask for flowers. Advertisement, it's simple, because I'm a psychic. Meben Kagaya laughed. Superpower. Zizi was a little puzzled. Next, Yuben Kagaya used the same set of rhetoric again, fooling the mother and daughter of Zizi into a daze, and learned about superpowers, a powerful talent among human beings. It's amazing, ZG exclaimed, after a while. Under the control of Meben Kagaya, Red Cloud flew quickly, and soon across countless mountains and cities, returned to the village where Granny Feng was. Middle. Seeing the slowly descending Red Cloud, and a woman and a girl on the Red Cloud, Granny Feng looked puzzled. Kagaya, they are. Meben Kagaya didn't say much, just said casually, they will live in the shrine in the future, and you will be taken care of by the quilt. All right. Granny Feng didn't ask further when she heard the words. She knew that Yuben Kagaya must have his reasons for doing things. The mother and daughter Zizi walked down from the clouds and followed Meben Kagaya to an open space next to the shrine. Wood style, 4-pillar house technique. As Kagaya folded his palms together, the ground surged instantly, and then countless tree trunks emerged, quickly forming a huge wooden house. This wooden house is about the size of a shrine, and it is the residence arranged for Ziji's mother and daughter. Seeing the shocked expressions of Ziji's mother and daughter and Feng's mother-in-law, Meben Kagaya didn't care, but said to Ziji's mother and daughter, you guys can live here from now on. By the way, Granny Feng, Ziji's mother also has spiritual power. You can teach her how to cultivate, so that you can also have a helper. On the way back, Yuben Kagaya secretly used the jade fragments of the 4 souls to help Ziji's mother awaken her spiritual talent, which happened to let Ziji's mother live in the shrine with peace of mind. When Granny Feng heard the words, her expression immediately became clear. It turned out that this was a messenger for her shrine. Tell me earlier. As for Ziji's mother, she was immediately stunned. She still has spiritual power. Can she become a witch? Why doesn't she know? Zizi is also a little confused. Mother has spiritual power, so why doesn't she have it? Time flies. Today is Friday. The weather was gloomy, and it began to drizzle 5. Chapter 290 Purification in the Shrine. Ziji's mother, dressed in a red and white maiden costume, is studying with Granny Feng seriously. Zizi was also on the side, quietly practicing the enchantment of demon power. Yesterday, I walked around the village with Granny Feng, and found that the atmosphere in this village was very harmonious, and all the villagers were respectful to Granny Feng. The Zizi mother and daughter also breathed a sigh of relief, and then started a new life at the shrine with peace of mind. I have to say that this village is definitely one of the few relatively harmonious villages in this era. There was no other way. Kikyo and Granny Feng came out successively, 2 kind-hearted witches who guarded the village wholeheartedly, and the villagers would naturally be relatively simple. Kagaya, who was sitting at the gate of the shrine, looked at the gloomy sky with constant drizzle, and planned to go to the Well of Bone Eater in a while to find Kagome. By the way, the Demon, 190, Power Sealing Technique and Demon Power Enchantment Technique, Yuben Kagaya also got the practice method from Zijina, and practiced to level 4. At the same time, after yesterday's day and night, Yuben Kagaya also practiced 3 spiritual power spells and 3 demon power spells to level 5. Among them are the Spiritual Power Sealing Technique, the Spiritual Power Enchantment Technique, the Water Purification Technique, as well as the Streamer, Flying the Clouds and Driving the Fog, and the Heart of the Country. These are all techniques that are easy to practice, and their proficiency increases faster than other techniques. Especially for water purification, it directly came from behind and reached level 5 first. Of course, this is also the reason why Meben Kagaya wanted to use water style. Facts have proved that the water purification did not disappoint Meben Kagaya, or even Kagaya Meben was a little surprised, and even underestimated the power of water purification. The water purification that has reached level 5, the purification ability becomes extremely overbearing, not only can purify evil thoughts and the power of demons and ghosts. It can purify disease bacteria, even matter, energy, and soul, all of which can be purified. This is not the kind of purification that removes impurities, but purification in the true sense. It is to wash away the things washed by clean water, all of which are wiped away like the power of decomposed demons and ghosts. This can no longer be called purification. This kind of domineering purification should be called corrosion and decomposition. As long as Yuben Kagaya does not agree with it, it will be completely purified, leaving no residue. How can this water purification technique be an auxiliary technique? This is clearly an overbearing attack technique. Whenever he thinks of this, Yuben Kagaya will pull out the ghost girl Ritao and whip the corpse. There is a treasure mountain in the sky without knowing it, and he is trying to control the power of Kikyo. What a fool. Time flies. Soon it was afternoon. However, the weather is still gloomy, and the light rain is getting bigger and bigger. Judging from the situation, the rain will not stop today. Advertisement. Yuben Kagaya took the beef demon meat that had been packed long ago, and used gravity to isolate the rainwater on his body, after saying goodbye to Granny Feng and Zizi mother and daughter. The red light wrapped around the body, and instantly turned into a stream of light, flew to the time tree forest, and fell into the bone-eating well. Black light flowed. The figure of Yuban Kagaya appeared in the well of bone eating in Kagoma's era. Jumping to the ground, Miban Kagaya walked out of the hut where the well of bone eaters was. It didn't rain in this era, and the weather was pretty good. When Kagaya came out, she was seen by Kagoma's mother who was back from shopping. Allah, back, Kagaya. Aunt, how about eating beef demon meat today? Miban Kagaya laughed. That's really exciting. Thinking of the delicacy of beef demon meat and the noticeably smoother skin recently, Kagoma's mother was naturally delighted. Next, Ban Kagaya started preparing for the evening barbecue. After a while, when the setting sun was about to appear, Kagome and Soto returned home one after the other. Kagaya, you're here. Kagome came to Kagaya who was grilling meat with a smile on her face. Yes, I'm here to pick you up, Miban Kagaya laughed. Kagaya big brother, when can we eat barbecue? Kusada looked at the barbecue and swallowed. Hurry up, don't worry, I guarantee you will enjoy it. Mibanwi Yoriichi smiled. After a while, dinner is ready. Yuban Kagaya and Kagoma's family couldn't wait to start eating. A mouthful of rice, a bite of barbecue, all of them were full of oil, with a look of enjoyment. After dinner, after tidying up, it was a regular routine every day, digesting food and watching night shows to pass the time. When the night falls completely, Goban Kagaya and Kagome returned to the room. Advertisement, Kagome, after I went back, I caught a ghost girl who was trying to plot against Kikyo's tomb map. Ghost girl, why is she looking for Kikyo's cemetery? Kagome, who was sitting on the bed, looked puzzled. She wants to revive Kikyo and control Kikyo, Miban Kagaya said. Kagome blinked, aren't I the reincarnation of Kikyo? How did she come back to life? Miban Kagaya explained, of course it was against you, so that the Kikyo was revived, you can guess the specifics. Why? When Kagome heard this, her face darkened instantly. Hey, Kagaya, she should have walked cleanly. Don't worry, I'll take the shot, of course it's clean, and I guarantee there will be no residue left. Miban Kagaya laughed. That's good. Kagome breathed a sigh of relief. This is just one point, and the most important point is that I have obtained the priestess inheritance from this ghost girl, and in this inheritance, there is a flying spell. Flying spell? Kagome looked delighted, so, I can fly too? Yuban Kagaya said with a smile, it depends on when you learned it. I will teach you how to practice when you go back tomorrow. Great. Kagome looked happy, flying with her own strength, soaring into the sky, and conquering the sky. This is a temptation that no one can refuse. Vertical sun. The weather in this era has also become gloomy, and tiny raindrops are continuously dripping to the ground. U-1.7 bored Kagaya, and Kagaya got up early, said goodbye to Kaguya's family, and quickly jumped into the bone-eating well. Sengoku era. The weather here is still raining. Judging from the gloomy weather and the dense clouds, I am afraid it will not stop today. The ticking raindrops kept falling on the ground, in the forest, and in the bone-eating well. A black light flashed in the well of bone-eaters. Mita Kagaya and Kagome appear at the bottom of the well. After using gravity to isolate the rain around himself and Kagome, Kagaya took Kagome to sit on the red cloud and quickly flew back to the shrine. After the shrine landed, Kagome couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw an extra house. It's amazing to build a house without coming back for a week. Chapter 291. Fighting. Yuban Kagaya looked at Kagome's shocked eyes, and knew it in his heart. Speaking of which, he had never shown the power of the dense fruit in front of Kagome. That's one of my superpowers, which I can create in an instant. When Kagome heard this, she asked in confusion, then why don't you use this ability when we're out in the wild? Miban Kagaya explained with erratic eyes, with this ability, you have to sleep in separate rooms. If you don't use it, we can be closer. Kagome was speechless. Kagaya, although he cares about me, it makes me happy, but it's a bit too scheming. If you want, you can use this ability in the future. Miban Kagaya scratched his cheek and said. Kagome nodded, use it. Why live in the wild when you can live in the house? Okay. Miban Kagaya said with regret. Kagome and Miban Kagaya came to the entrance of the shrine, opened the door, and said as they went in, Grandma Feng, I'm back. Seeing two women, one big and one small, coming out of the room, Kagome gave a moment. I'm back, Kagome, come in quickly. Granny Feng waved with a smile. Walking into the shrine, Kagome 11 sat beside Granny Maple, looking at Zizi mother and daughter curiously, while Miban Kagaya closed the door and sat aside. ZG's mother and daughter nodded at Kagome with a smile. Kagome also nodded with a smile when she saw this, and asked Granny Feng in a low voice, who are they? Didn't Kagaya tell you? Their mother and daughter were brought back by Kagaya from outside, Granny Feng said. Mother and daughter? Kagaya brought it back? Oh. Kagome narrowed her eyes slightly, and stared at Miban Kagaya who was sitting on the side for an instant. Miban Kagaya didn't dodge her eyes, she was upright, there was nothing to be afraid of. Seeing this, Kagome nodded, not thinking too much, but asked directly, hello, my name is Higurashi Kagome, what is your relationship with Kagaya? Hearing this, Zizi said with a serious face, I am Zizi, this is my mother, Master Kagaya is our benefactor. It is Master Kagaya who rescued us from hell. And I also made up my mind to protect Master Fuya for the rest of my life. After speaking, Zizi roughly talked about what happened to their mother and daughter, and how they were brought back by Miban Kagaya. Advertisement. After hearing this, Kagome's eyes softened, and he no longer doubted Miban Kagaya. Although Zizi said that she would protect Teru Yoriichi's life, but Kagome would not treat a child as an opponent. If you want to be an opponent, Zizi's mother is a threat, but considering that Zizi's mother has children as old as Zizi, there should be no threat. Well, because of it, in short, this matter has come to an end for the time being. Anyway, Kagome and Zizi's mother and daughter get along very well. They are both kind-hearted girls and they all have a common language. Afterwards, because of the rain outside, and because Kagome was full of flying spells, Kagome practiced Lingyunjutsu in the shrine house under the guidance of Miban Kagaya. Granny Feng was on the side, also instructing Zizi's mother to guide the spiritual power, while eavesdropping on Miban Kaguya's instructions. Time flies. 2 days passed in a flash. As for the spirit cloud technique, Kagome may be the reason for her too strong desire, and she has even grasped a little bit of fur. It can be said that as long as you practice hard for a period of time, common flying is not a problem. Of course, because the time was up, Miban Kagaya took Kagome back. After that, I rested at Kagome's house for one night, and the next morning, Kagome went to school, and Miban Kagaya returned to the Sengoku era. After saying goodbye to Zizi mother and daughter and Feng mother-in-law, Miban Kagaya is ready to leave to find the jade fragments of the Four Souls. Master Kagaya, can I go with you? I promise not to cause trouble. Zizi looked expectant. Looking at Zizi's mother, seeing her shaking her head, she looked helpless. Miban Kagaya smiled and touched the top of Zizi's head. Zizi, don't worry, your talent is very good, the most important thing is your cultivation now. But Zizi said that she will always protect Master Kagaya, Zizi said with a pouted mouth. Yuban Kagaya thought for a while and said, well, Zizi, you should work hard to cultivate first, and when you can master the sealing technique, enchantment technique, and flying clouds and fog, I will take you out together, how about it? Really? Zizi's eyes lit up, and she asked quickly. Really? Miban Kagaya nodded. After finishing speaking, Miban Kagaya flew away quickly with clouds forming on the soles of his feet. Advertisement. Looking at the back of Yuban Kagaya, Zizi secretly made up his mind that he must work hard to practice, and then follow Master Kagaya. Moreover, it is very easy for Zizi to practice demon power techniques, and she feels that these 3 techniques are easy to master, so Zizi asks for the guarantee from Yuban Kagaya. Seeing Zizi's determined face, Zizi's mother smiled happily. Aren't you going to stop it? Granny Feng asked curiously. Zizi's mother shook her head. No, it's safe to be beside Kagaya-sama. This sense of security reminds me of when Tsukiyomaru was around. I think Zizi is also by Kagaya-sama's side, and feels this kind of security, so she is so attached to Kagaya-sama. After leaving the village, Miban Kagaya started flying as he pleases. Anyway, just fly around, kill any active monsters when you see them. If you don't have the jade fragments of the Four Souls 077, just move your hands and feet. If you have the jade fragments of the Four Souls, you are right. Flying bored, Yuban Kagaya walked on the ground, this time turned into killing bandits and soldiers. No way, in this war-torn era, even if demons and ghosts walk everywhere, they are not as numerous as robbers and bandits. Time flies. 2 days later, just came out of a town, and took a piece of jade of the Four Souls that had just been retrieved, and after merging it into a small jade of the Four Souls, Kagaya started walking casually again. After walking for a while, Yuban Kagaya came to a forest. Inside this forest, the evil spirit was soaring to the sky and miasma was abundant. Yuban Kagaya took a fancy to this point, and planned to check here to see if there were any fragments of the jade of the Four Souls. After entering the forest for a while, Kagaya heard the sound of fighting. Boom! The ground trembled, and the sound of heavy objects rubbing against the ground continued to come from the front. Roar! The roar of the monster echoed continuously in the forest. Whoosh! At this time, a big yellow cat with burning flames on 4 legs, 2 tails, and a diamond-shaped fluff between its brows that looks like a third eye rushed out of the woods and flew into the sky. On this big yellow cat sat a long-haired woman wearing a tight combat suit, carrying a large boomerang, and wearing a gas mask. Chapter 292 Coral. When seeing this pair, Miban Kagaya recognized the man and cat as Coral and Micah. Roar! Micah roared, leading the coral to avoid the poisonous mist sprayed from below. Boom! The earth trembled, and a ferocious centipede more than 30 meters tall stood up straight with its teeth and claws open, and shot straight at the Coral and Micah in the sky. Flying bones. Coral, who was wearing a gas mask, grabbed the flying bone on his back, and threw it hard at the giant centipede that rushed over. Whoosh! The huge boomerang cut through the air, and instantly hit the shell of the giant centipede. Boom! The flying bone was directly knocked into the air, while the giant centipede rushed towards the Coral and Micah unscathed. It's not good, it's a bone. Seeing the flying bones flying into the distance, Coral was a little anxious, but helpless. She and Micah kept avoiding the giant centipede's attack. However, although the flexible Micah can always avoid the attack of giant centipedes, the poisonous mist in the air still affects the Coral and Micah after all. Hateful. Looking at the 3 jades of 4 souls on the head of the giant centipede, Coral's eyes were full of unwillingness. The increase of the jade fragments of 4 souls is too strong, and the flying bones are gone. There is no way at all. The most important thing is that the Coral feels a little weak and dizzy, and it can't hold on if it goes on like this. So Coral intends to let the Micah retreat first, and then come to trouble this giant centipede after it recovers. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of the Coral. In an instant, a frightened scene appeared in front of Coral. The giant centipede in the nearby forest instantly dissipated in the golden light, leaving only the magma playing with rising heat. Whether it was Coral or Micah, all eyes widened in an instant, and they froze in midair. Coral's head was a little messed up. She turned her head hastily, and looked in the direction where the golden light was flying, just in time to see a figure holding a big knife horizontally, walking slowly towards this side. He also saw 3 jade fragments of the 4 souls flying towards that figure quickly. Advertisement, who is? Who? At this time, Shan's eyes suddenly spun, and the whole person suddenly lost consciousness and fell off Micah. Physical exhaustion, poisonous mist attack, mental tension, and violent emotional fluctuations, these series of reasons caused the corals to no longer hold on. Roar. Micah flew down anxiously, trying to catch the corals, but due to her physical exhaustion and being invaded by toxins, Micah couldn't speed up. Room. Kaguya, who put the iron-broken teeth back into the scabbard, raised his hands flat, and the next moment, he fell to Kaguya's bad king. Seeing this, Micah quickly came to Miban Kaguya, staring at Miban Kaguya expressionlessly. Micah understood that such a strong person would not be so troublesome if he wanted to harm the coral, so he didn't act fiercely. Miban Kaguya comforted, "Don't worry, she is not in danger." Saying that, Miban Kaguya hugged the coral, walked under a big tree, and let the coral lean against the trunk. Then, Kaguya flicked the coral, and a cyan ball of light flew into the coral instantly. As the essence of life healed the coral, the frowning of the coral slowly eased. Seeing this, Micah quickly rubbed her head against Miban Kaguya's hand, and then the fire flashed, and she turned into a kitten, sitting next to the coral. Seeing the Micah shrinking, Miban Kaguya's eyes flashed, and he reached out and touched the Micah's head. Feeling unsatisfactory, Miban Kaguya stretched out his evil hands, lifted up the Micah, and gently stroked the Micah. "That's great. This kind of cute cat that never sheds hair is really great," Miban Kaguya secretly sighed. Holding Micah in his arms, looking at Micah's round eyes, a cyan ball of light appeared on Kaguya's fingertips, and then touched the rhombus between Micah's eyebrows. Seeing Micah's comfortable and lazy expression, Miban Kaguya also sat on the ground and put Micah on her lap. Afterwards, with a thought, Kaguya transferred a chicken demon in the distance, and then quickly slaughtered it and packed it into clean ingredients. Miban Kaguya took out the golden oven, put in a ball of dragon flame, and started making roast chicken. As time passed by, Micah was on Miban Kaguya's lap, staring intently at the tumbling, sizzling grilled chicken. As Miban Kaguya continued to sprinkle various homemade seasonings and the aroma of roast chicken continued to spread, the Micah rolled on Miban Kaguya's legs and acted coquettishly. "It'll be fine right away, don't worry." Advertisement. After another 2 minutes, the golden brown roasted chicken was finished, and Micah was also impatient, jumping off the ground from Miban Kaguya's legs. Mika Kaguya tore off a chicken leg 3 or 4 times larger than Micah, made a wooden bowl, put the chicken leg into the wooden bowl, and handed it to Micah. Micah nodded to Miban Kaguya, then lowered her head and started wagging her 2 tails, eating the drumstick happily. As for the wild beasts or ghosts in the forest, they dare not approach them at all. Kaguya's murderous aura and Conqueror's haki make the surrounding areas directly into restricted areas. The coral next to the tree trunk gradually woke up, and after smelling the fragrance, the nose moved instinctively. "It smells so good." Coral slowly opened her eyes and looked at the forest in front of her. After recalling the reason for her coma, she also remembered that powerful figure. "It's so strong, just one blow can kill such a strong centipede monster. Also, where does this fragrance come from? It smells so good." "Here you are, the ones that are full and round are the cute ones." "Who?" After hearing this voice, Coral turned her head and looked to the side, just in time to see a man and Micah eating roast chicken. And next to the man, there is a chicken being roasted, which is still roasted on a golden stove. "Huh, well done, gold stove." Coral's eyes widened suddenly, and she immediately regained her spirits. "Gululu." There was a sound of hunger in the stomach, which immediately attracted the eyes of Miban Kaguya and Micah. Coral's face instantly turned rosy, and she turned her head quickly, feeling a little embarrassed. At this time, a grilled chicken flew directly in front of Shan. "Eat it, it is very painful to be hungry, and only when you are full can you quickly recover your strength." Gululu. After smelling the fragrance, Coral's stomach growled again. This time, Coral, who couldn't resist the temptation, took the roast chicken, said thank you, and ate it with big mouthfuls. Delicious. Coral ate quickly with a happy face. After a while, after Kaguya extinguished the dragon flames and returned the golden stove to the king's treasure, only a pile of chicken bones remained on the ground. Chapter 293. Naraku. Coral sat on the ground, hugged Micah, who was lying on her back with her belly rounded, and thanked Miban Kaguya. "Thank you for saving your life. I am Coral, and I am an exorcist." "This is Micah, my partner," Coral said, touching the Micah. "Chirp," Micah responded. Miban Kaguya also introduced himself. "My name is Miban Kaguya. You can call me Kaguya. I am a superpower, and I am currently collecting pieces of the jade of the 4 souls." "Superpowers?" Coral blinked her eyes with a dazed look on her face. It was easy to understand the collection of jade fragments of the 4 souls, but Coral, the superhuman, really couldn't figure out what it meant. Miban Kaguya said with a light smile, "A person with superpowers is a superpower, and superpowers are talents that possess both demon power and spiritual power, or even other abilities." "Talent? Have demon power and spiritual power at the same time?" Coral suddenly remembered the recent rumors among monsters, "So it's you. The one in Legendary who possesses both demon power and spiritual power, slaughters monsters wantonly, and collects the jade fragments of the 4 souls. According to what you said, it should be me, and those with superpowers are very rare." Miban Kaguya said, The superpower who collects the jade fragments of the four souls should be only me, and there is no one else. It's amazing. Kagaya. You can kill such a strong monster in one fell swoop. Are all superpowers so strong? Shan 523 recalled the scene he saw before he fell into a coma, and couldn't help feeling shocked. Yuban Kagaya leaned against the tree and explained leisurely, naturally, it is impossible for all superpowers to be so strong, and I can be considered a top superpower. When Shan heard the words, her eyes were filled with envy. Needless to say, as a member of the Exorcist, she was quite envious of those who were born with spiritual power and magic power. After all, she can only fight head-to-head with monsters by honing her body. This road is too difficult. Speaking of which, Shan Hu, you monster extermination masters should have collected quite a few fragments of the Jade of the Four Souls. Yuban Kagaya said, do you have anything you want? I can exchange it with you. There is no need to change it, Kagaya. We collect the pieces of the Jade of the Four Souls, and we originally wanted to give it to someone who can protect the Jade of the Four Souls from being taken away by monsters. Your strength is so powerful, it's the same for you, Coral said with a smile. In that case, let's go. Yuban Kagaya didn't mean to be polite. After all, the Coral was about to decide, so he directly raised a cloud on the bottom of his feet and waved to the Coral. Advertisement. Seeing BBFA Kagaya in such a hurry, Coral froze for a moment, but when she saw the red cloud, Coral still walked up curiously holding the mica. By the way, this is for you. Yuban Kagaya remembered the flying bone, directly transferred the flying bone to his hand, and handed it to Coral. Thank you, Kagaya. Coral took the flying bone with a look of surprise, and carried it behind her back. Let's go, Coral. After saying that, Yuban Kagaya controlled Red Yunduo to quickly rise into the sky, and then followed the guidance of the Coral, and went straight to the village of the Exorcist. Along the way, Coral stood on the red clouds with a look of surprise. This was the first time she flew so straightforwardly. Chirp. Micah also jumped out of the Coral's embrace and kept running on the red clouds with a curious look on her face. After a while, Red Yunduo approached the Demon Eliminator village, but when he sensed the Demon Eliminator village, Yuban Kagaya frowned. At this time, the Demon Eliminating village was directly surrounded by a group of monsters. It is roughly estimated that the number of monsters must not be less than several thousand. That ape skin dress, so it's like that, are you scared, Nala? I feel that I can't do anything about it, so I don't plan to waste time. I want to quickly collect the jade fragments of the Four Souls. Sensing that there is a monster wearing a white ape skin at the back of the monster, Kagaya immediately understood the reason. Thinking of this, Yuban Kagaya said to Coral, Coral, your village is surrounded by monsters. Nani? When Coral heard this, her face turned sideways for a moment, and she was about to make the mica bigger and take her back to support. Yuban Kagaya said calmly, don't worry, the monster hasn't attacked yet, don't worry, I'll take you in right away. Thank you, Kagaya, if I don't die, I will definitely repay you. Coral didn't refuse, with a grateful expression on her face. Needless to say, with Yuban Kaguya's thigh, it must be full of security. When Yuban Kagaya heard this, he turned the red cloud into red light and wrapped the two of them together. He said with a smile, then I have to protect you well. After all, women's repayment is usually a promise with their body. Marrying a beautiful woman like you is really something you can only wish for. Advertisement. Yuban Kagaya is different from Maitreya's pervert, he will never let go of whomever he marries. Shan's face turned red when she heard the words, and she stammered, what are you talking about, Kagaya? Now is not the time to say such things. Yuban Kagaya smiled, you're right, I'll talk about it later, get ready, Coral, it's time to flush. After saying that, after putting a layer of spiritual power barrier on the red light, he took the Coral and flew straight to the village of the Exorcist. The red light flashed, sprinting like a meteor falling to the ground. At this time, in the village of exorcising demons, Shanhu's father brought all the men who could fight and stood in the village fully armed. And looked solemnly at the sky and the densely packed, countless ghosts on the outer wall of the village. The old and the weak, women and children all hid in the house and observed the situation outside. Father, what should we do? Amber said in a cold sweat as she watched the countless demons and ghosts holding a chain sickle. Coral's father asked resolutely, are you afraid, Amber? Don't be afraid, I'm already a man, even if I die, I will die in the battle with monsters, Amber said through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, yes, as expected of my son, Sean's father looked relieved. Hearing the words, the other exorcists also praised, well said, Amber. You're already a man, Amber. Fight, Amber. To protect everyone in the village, let's fight. Seeing everyone's morale improve, Sean's father couldn't help praying, don't come back, Sean, you must live well. Jade of the Four Souls, hand over the pieces of the Jade of the Four Souls. Roar. At this time, the monsters seemed to be impatient, and while roaring the jade fragments of the Four Souls, they rushed towards the father of Coral like a torrent. Whoosh. A ray of red light passed through the middle of the demons and goblins in an instant, and fell towards the ground of the village. Chapter 294. Son-in-law. The red light, like a shooting star, instantly passed through the middle of the demons and ghosts, and landed not far in front of Sean's father. Just when Shanhu's father and others were on guard, the red light dissipated, and a figure with a flying bone on his back rushed out. Father, Amber, I'm back. Coral ran to her father and breathed a sigh of relief. Sean, what are you doing back? How did you get in? Sean's father was stunned. Sister, who is he? Is he brother-in-law? Amber asked, looking at Kagaya who was walking over. Nani? Shan Shan's father found Yuban Kagaya after hearing this, and immediately asked curiously, Shu Shan, is this really my son-in-law? The other monster extermination masters also looked at this scene curiously at this time, and even forgot about the monsters in the sky. After Yuban Kagaya came over, he first gave Amber a thumbs up in his heart. Then he said seriously to Shan Hu's father, if you agree, I can call you father-in-law anytime. Ha ha ha, good boy, you have the guts to marry Coral. Coral father laughed. What are you talking about, father, Kagaya, it's still very dangerous now. Although Coral's face was flushed, she still stomped her feet anxiously. Don't worry, Coral, just leave it to me. Mibanwi Yoruichi looked calmly at the demons and ghosts in the sky who were frightened by Miban Kaguya's evil spirit just now, and now mustered up the courage to attack again. Clang! With a flash of golden light, the majestic tooth sword was unsheathed in an instant, and at the same time, Uzumaki-like airflow wrapped around the blade in an instant. Wind wound. Facing the sky, Kagaya slashed horizontally with one strike. In an instant, 5 gold slashes directly traversed the sky. The dazzling golden light even covered the sun. How could it be so strong? Countless demons and goblins, under the golden light, were wiped out one after another unwillingly, and were torn to pieces by the wounds of the wind. When the golden light dissipated and the screams disappeared, what appeared in the eyes of Shan Hu's father and the demon extermination masters was a clear blue sky. Clang! Clang clang clang! Advertisement. The weapons of Coral's father and the others fell to the ground one after another, and they all stared at Kaguya's back in dumbfounded. It's too strong, what kind of power is this? Amber murmured in disbelief. Shan Shan's father stammered, Shan, where did you find my son-in-law? Although father usually trains you very strictly, it is for your own good. Don't let him beat father. Father is weak, so he can't help beating like this. Coral speechlessly glanced at her father. Coral looked at Miban Kaguya's back, her eyes were also full of shock. When she rescued her, she felt that Kagaya was so strong, but now she saw how strong she was, it was too strong. After finishing the monsters in the sky, Kagaya turned his attention to the monsters who knocked down the wall and attacked from the ground. At this time, these monsters and ghosts running from the ground, seeing that the situation is not good, have already started to run back. After thinking about it, this is the village of Coral after all, and Miban Kagaya decided not to rewrite the map. Put the knife back into the sheath, and put your hands together. Water style, water severing wave. Miban Kagaya opened his mouth and spit out, a white water column compressed by Miban Kagaya ultimate shot out instantly, directly surpassing the escape distance of the demons and ghosts. Then, as Kagaya turned his head, the jet of clean water compressed by ultimate instantly split the demons into two. Stop releasing the jet of water, put your palms together again. Water style, water rushing waves. Kaguya's cheeks puffed up, and the clean water like a waterfall was spit out in an instant. The rushing clean water rushed towards the demons and ghosts in rough waves. The demons and ghosts who were washed away by the clean water were decomposed with screams and neighs, and there was no residue left. When Yuban Kagaya stopped consuming spiritual power, the clean water dissipated one after another, and the ground was clean and full of life again. Whoosh! Next moment, the figure of Miban Kagaya disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Amber couldn't help but wonder, Sister, what did sister do? Boom! Advertisement. After asking Amber to cover the big bag on her head, Coral was also puzzled, not knowing where Kagaya Miban had gone. Only Shan Hu's father said solemnly, I'm afraid it's my son-in-law who discovered the mastermind behind this incident. Ask for flowers. After all, there are so many monsters attacking our village suddenly, no matter how you think about it, it's not normal. Someone must be planning behind the scenes. The other side. On a hill not far from the demon eliminator's village, Naraku, who was dressed in ape skin, was horrified when he thought of the power of Kagaya, who had been on the board just now. It's too pervert, it's too dangerous that there are such strong people among human beings. Whoosh! The figure of Miban Kagaya suddenly appeared behind Naraku, and asked with a flat face, are you the mastermind behind the scenes? The purpose is also the jade fragment of the four souls? Naraku turned around quickly, and said in a respectful tone, Master Kaguya's ability is really shocking. My name is Naraku, and I have no intention of going against Master Kagaya. This time it was my mistake. I didn't know that Master Kagaya had something to do with the demon village. If I knew, I would never dare to destroy the demon village. A trace of disdain flashed in Miban Kaguya's eyes, and he deliberately let Naraku see it. Really, it's very good, if you were mommy, I might still believe what you say. But I'm really not in the mood to listen to what you, a rat in the gutter, say. Naraku, isn't it? I don't care what purpose you have, in short, I won't trouble you for the time being. I will give you who are weak, like a reptile, some time to grow up, take this opportunity to grow up. When I think you are worthy of being tortured by me, I will attack you and try to make you die as quickly as possible. If you don't grow on purpose, then I'll catch you, tear you to pieces, and suppress you under the latrine for 10,000 years. I will do what I say. Naraku. In the previous words, Naraku was at most feeling sorry for Kaguya's overbearing and cruelty, but in the last words, it really made Naraku's eyelids twitch crazily. Crack down on the bottom of the latrine for 10,000 years? Is this something that humans can do? Who is the monster and who is the human? I don't know, but I thought you were the monster? No, even a monster can't do this kind of thing. Don't even think about doing it, don't even dare to think about it. It's not that you don't talk about martial arts, you have no humanity. 4. Chapter 295, City wall. Ignoring Naraku's distorted expression after hearing these words, Miban Kagaya just put his right index finger and middle finger together in front of his chest. Get out! The next moment, the invisible gravity instantly twisted on Naluo's body. Shish! The ape skin Naraku was torn into dozens of pieces of ape skin in an instant. There was no blood inside the ape skin, and there were only some wood residues. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion of a city. In a room, a puppet suddenly shattered into slag. Nala, who had just seized the body of the young city lord of this city, saw this scene with an extremely gloomy face. This time, the plan to reap the benefits of the fisherman and seize the jade fragments of the four souls not only failed, but also exposed its existence to Yuban Kagaya. And Miban Kaguya's words pierced his heart like a sharp thorn. 6 or 7 sacks. Weak as a reptile, what a contemptuous words. Naraku has worked so hard to get to where he is today, but in front of Yuban Kagaya, he is still a reptile. This kind of description made Naraku feel unwilling and resentful from the bottom of his heart, but he had to swallow it, because he really didn't have the confidence to survive in front of Yuban Kagaya. At this moment, Nailuo made up his mind that he must become stronger, he must speed up the pace of searching for the Jade of the Four Souls, and he must use the power of the Jade of the Four Souls to continuously become stronger. Hina Law, definitely not a reptile. Village of Exorcists. The villagers began to replan at the original site of the wooden fence destroyed by the monster, planning to build a new fence. The exorcists from before also changed back to common clothes one after another and began to repair wood. Coral's father took the lead in rebuilding their homeland, while Coral took the old and weak, women and children, ready to eat and supply them at any time. Boss, your son-in-law is really amazing. You cut so many monsters into scum with just one knife. A demon exterminator sighed. That's right, it's too strong. If Shanhu marries him, you can rest assured, leader. Another demon exorcising master said. Ha ha ha. Advertisement. Coral's father laughed loudly and said, of course, my daughter's vision is naturally high. Didn't you hear what Shanhu said? My son-in-law is the one in Legendary, who possesses demon power and spiritual power at the same time. It is a superpower, a talent that surpasses the female rider mage. Whoosh! Boom! A stone hit the head of Coral's father, who was laughing proudly, and a big bag was thrown out on the spot. Father, don't keep talking about what you have and what you don't. Coral looked at her father fiercely. Well, sorry, Coral. Coral's father held his head and dared not say more. At this time, Miban Kagaya appeared here in an instant, and after seeing Coral's father, he greeted, Father-in-law, I'm back. I'm back, my son-in-law. Coral's father instantly revived with full blood, patted Miban Kagaya on the shoulder with satisfaction, and then burst out laughing. Coral. Coral stepped forward, grabbed the board Kagaya, walked to the side, walked a distance, away from the crowd, and said with a ready face, what do you mean? Why do you call my father father-in-law? We just met. Miban Kagaya blinked when he heard this, and then resolutely blamed him, it's your father who made me call him that. Don't play dumb. Coral is not easy to fool, obviously you said it first, don't think I forgot. Really? Miban Kagaya rubbed the back of his head, pretending to be contemplative. Just like that, after thinking for a second, Miban Kagaya shook his head decisively, I never said that. Coral, this guy, so shameless. However, if you don't like it, I just don't call it. Alas, Miban Kagaya sighed, and said in a sad tone, I'm hated. Saying that, Yoruichi turned around with a sad face, ready to leave here. Really, when did I say I hate you? Coral tightened Kaguya's arm, preventing Kagaya from leaving. Advertisement. Hearing Coral's words, Miban Kagaya smiled decisively, then there is no problem. Hearing this, Shan felt that something was wrong with Kaguya's eyes. This kind of eyes widened, but the pupils became thinner and elongated. Kagaya couldn't stand the vicious eyes. So Miban Kagaya decisively disappeared into Shan's hands, and teleported to Shan's father, saying father-in-law, made Shan's father laugh again. At this time, Amber came over and asked curiously, sister, what did you whisper to brother-in-law just now? Boom. After a smooth punch, Coral went back and took the girls to cook. Amber squatted down again with a painful and aggrieved face, covering the big bag on her head, and looked pitifully at the women behind who were secretly looking at this side. These women, seeing Amber's eyes, quickly turned their heads away, as if nothing happened. Well, it turned out to be these women ate trigrams, so Amber was sent to find out the news. On Kaguya's side, watching Coral's father and everyone arranging the wood, he asked curiously, father-in-law, what kind of fence do you want to build? For safety's sake, this time we are going to build a larger fence like the one before. If you hadn't come, we would have been in danger. Shan's father said with emotion. Yes, we must build a bigger one this time, otherwise, it will be too unsafe. The other monster extermination masters also agreed. Hearing this, Kagaya smiled and said, father-in-law, let me help you, I have a superpower, which is perfect for building walls. Can you? Coral's father looked surprised, although he didn't know how Miban Kagaya could help. But in his opinion, since Kagaya is so strong, he must have his reasons for being able to help, so Coral's father is very happy. No problem, these are trivial matters. I don't know what the father-in-law's standard 1.7 is, such as the range, distance, and location. Is there any specific plan? Miban Kagaya asked. That's not true. Anyway, it's better, bigger, and a little bigger than before. Shan's father thought for a while and said. Miban Kagaya nodded, it's easy, father-in-law, you let those planners come back first, I'm afraid of hurting them. Hurt them? Shan's father heard that, and suddenly felt that Yuban Kagaya had a big hand, so he quickly called everyone back. After everyone came back, when everyone who came back was confused, his father looked at Yuban Kagaya. Seeing this, Kagaya walked to the front of the crowd, clasped his hands together, sensed the surrounding environment, and immediately activated the ability of Sense and Fruit. Wood Style, Wall Technique. Chapter 296, Celebration. Wood Style, Wall Technique. Boom! The earth trembled in an instant, and countless thick tree trunks emerged from the ground in the surrounding area hundreds of meters away from the Demon Master's village. Then these tree trunks, under the shocking eyes of the demon exorcising villagers, quickly merged and deformed, and finally turned into a solid wooden city wall 5 or 6 meters wide and more than 20 meters high. The wooden city wall is the same as the normal city wall, with towers, crenels, steps, city gates, city gateholes and so on. It can be said that it is no different from the common city wall except that it is made of wood. And because it was made with the ability of Sense and Fruit, it is much, much harder than the city walls of common. Even if it is steel, it is impossible to be as hard as wood made of Sense and Fruit. The 4 walls are exactly the same, and they are all connected together. Moreover, Sense and Fruit's ability is still activated with spiritual power, and it is born to restrain demons and ghosts. For the village of exorcising demons, this can be said to be the best city wall. By the way, the most important point is that the trees made by Yuban Kagaya are capable of photosynthesis. Although Kagaya can't self-regenerate after being destroyed without a shield, it can convert vitality into spiritual power through photosynthesis. That is to say, as long as Yuban Kagaya seals the spiritual power enchantment on the city wall, the village of the exorcising demon masters will be protected by an endless spiritual power barrier. In the beginning, Yuban Kagaya didn't know this, and he didn't expect that after the combination of spiritual power and Sense and Fruit, there would be this characteristic. This is because Grandma Feng told Yuban Kagaya that the magic weapon made by Yuban Kagaya does not need to be replenished, and the spiritual power has always been abundant. It is very strange that Yuban Kagaya discovered this. After the city wall was completely completed, Yuban Kagaya put his hands down with a calm face. In this way, Coral should be able to leave with him at ease. As for Micah, if Coral follows, Micah will naturally follow. Clang. Clang. Clang clang. There was another sound of something falling to the ground, but this time it was not a weapon, but a tool. Coral's father and the others opened their mouths wide open, staring at the tall city wall in bewilderment and disbelief. It can be said that the total shock of Shanhu's father and others in this life is not as much as today's one day. The old and weak women and children who were cooking, as well as Shan, were also stunned when they heard the sound. Advertisement cat and Micah in the form of a kitten, jumped onto Shan's shoulders. His eyes were full of shock. Shan led everyone towards his father. It's just that when she came here, her father's words shattered the shock in her heart, and even turned her head into black lines. Ha ha ha. Coral's father laughed and put his arm around Yuban Kaguya's shoulders. As expected of my son-in-law, the village will be safe from now on. Congratulations to the leader for getting a good son-in-law. Only a strong man like Kagaya can match the strongest man in our demon village, Shan. Yes. Coral, the strongest exorcist, and Kagaya, the superpower, is a match made in heaven. Coral's father was happy, and so were the villagers. With such a tall city wall, their family members would be safer in the future. Moreover, the leader's son-in-law is strong, which means that their village is strong. How could such a happy event be unhappy? Ha ha ha. Everyone, we must celebrate tonight. Let's eat and drink freely. Shan's father shouted boldly. Oh. The crowd cheered in unison. Can Kagaya even make a city wall? Coral looked at Kagaya in shock. Night. The sun rises, the moon rises, and the stars are shining. When the villagers lit the bonfire and celebrated lively, the Coral father who started an opening came back home. No way, anyone can get drunk, but he can't, because he is the leader, and he has to stay sober at all times. Not only does he carry his family on his shoulders, but he also carries the entire village of exorcists. The whole village is counting on him as the leader to lead everyone to make a living. You must know that the village of demon extermination masters does not make a living by farming, they live by exorcising demons. The whole village, from the elderly to the children, all serve as logistics for the demon extermination team. It can be said that everyone in the exorcist village is dealing with monsters. Craftsmen use the bodies of monsters to forge weapons, and women use the fur of monsters to sew battle clothes. Even children take the materials from monsters and do some simple training every day, always working hard to become demon exorcisers. Therefore, as the leader, Coral's father must always plan for the village to ensure that everyone can survive. Advertisement of course, today is different from usual. Today's Coral father is not only sober because of his status as the leader. It was also because, as a father, he wanted to talk to his daughter Shanhu about his son-in-law. Coral's home. Yuban Kagaya is holding a golden stove and grilling Coral and Micah skewers. As for Amber, he is also under the influence of his sister and eats the astonishing delicacy grilled by Yuban Kagaya. When Coral's father came back, he smelled the fragrance. Needless to say, he joined another Lu Shi. Time flies. After midnight, the celebration outside was over, and everyone went home in a daze. The 4 of Yuban Kagaya and Micah also finished their meal, digested the food and prepared to rest. 553. After Kagaya went back to the guest room to rest, Amber went back to his room to rest. In the living room, Coral's father looked serious. Coral, what do you think of Kagaya? What do you think? I feel that Kagaya is very good, powerful, saved me and Micah, and saved the village, and has a very good personality. At this moment, Shan Shan's voice became quieter, and she felt that the more she spoke, the more crooked she was, and if she didn't stop, she would really put herself in it. Coral's father nodded. I have nothing against you being with Kagaya, just because Kagaya saved you, Micah, and the village. As my daughter, you should marry Kagaya, which is why I will publicly admit that Kagaya is my son-in-law. We get rid of the sons and daughters of demon masters, we must avenge any grudges, and we must repay any kindness. As my daughter, you must lead by example. And, Coral, didn't you say that you will only marry someone who can defeat you, and Kagaya also meets this condition? Hearing her father's words, Coral lowered her head, her face was rosy, and she didn't speak. She was not dissatisfied, but felt that all this happened too fast. After all, she just met Yuban Kagaya today. Seeing that his daughter didn't object, Coral's father nodded. Since you don't object, then you can leave with Kagaya. Ah, so urgent. Coral was stunned. Chapter 297 Devour. Regarding her father's decision, Coral was stunned, not understanding why she was in such a hurry, and asked her to go with Kagaya. Even if you decide to marry Kagaya, you don't just meet Kagaya and walk away with Kagaya the next day. And this is not her own decision, it is her father's decision, which makes Coral very confused. Coral, are you an idiot? It's not easy to meet someone who is strong, nice, and you have a crush on. If you don't hurry up, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Coral's father said with a look of resentment, a good man like Kagaya is a favorite. I don't know how many women are playing with him. Didn't you see that the girls in our village all looked at Kagaya with their eyes shining? If you act slowly, you may not even be able to drink soup, let alone meat. Hearing this, Shan Shan recalled the eyes of those girls during the day, and suddenly found that, as her father said, those eyes were almost glowing. Also, Shan Shan, remember, for a good man like Kagaya, women around him are indispensable. There will always be a woman who wants Kaguya's idea, and because of fate, she will follow Kaguya's side. And what you have to do is neither to compete for favor, nor to swear sovereignty, but to stay with Kagaya every day and understand his difficulties. To become an indispensable part of Kaguya's life, to make Kagaya feel that life has no meaning without you by my side, you know? Hearing her father's advice, although Shan Shan was shy, she still nodded earnestly, remembering everything in her heart. But there is one thing that Coral is very curious about, that is his father, since he has so much experience. Why is her mother a woman? Regarding this, Coral couldn't hold back her curiosity and came back out. Ahem. Coral's father is a little embarrassed about his daughter's problems, but for the sake of his daughter's happiness, Coral's father can only choose to tell the truth, no matter how embarrassed. Actually, that's how your mother manipulated me back then. Coral, advertisement. Although a little speechless, Coral also has to admit that her mother has something that can make her father know that she is being manipulated, but she has to be deeply involved in it. Cough cough. Coral's father explained with some embarrassment, don't tell your mother about this, or your father will sleep in the hallway again after your mother comes back from her mother's house. I see. Coral nodded. Seeing Shan Shan's shy and contemplative expression, Shan Shan's father sighed inwardly. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, he was willing to give up his old face. There is no way. Shan Shan's father is really afraid that Shan Shan will not be able to marry in the future. After all, Shan Shan is too strong, and she is the strongest exorcist in the village at a young age. Moreover, he has no interest in marriage, and every day is either training or exorcising demons. Under such circumstances, Coral's father and Coral's mother are really heartbroken. This time, I finally met Kagaya, who not only made Coral feel good, but also saved the village. Of course, Coral's father had to seize the opportunity. Guest room. After hearing the conversation between Coral's father and daughter, Miban Kagaya was also a little confused. Although he is excellent now, it is the first time that his future father-in-law said that he is a good man. Is this an assist from my father-in-law? It really makes people feel warm from the heart. And since I haven't started yet, my father-in-law is about to send the Coral over. It's really smooth. The gratitude of the father-in-law and the son-in-law is really endless. Miban Kagaya got up from the quilt and sat down against the wall. His heart was constantly rising and falling, and the sense of joy can't be suppressed at all. No, I'm a little excited. I should find something for myself to do. Miban Kagaya thought for a while, and finally set his sights on the iron broken teeth at his waist. Speaking of which, after Tai Sui Ya becomes a treasure, it can not only absorb demon power to evolve, but also absorb magic power to evolve. Yuban Kaguya's demon power is awakened by the dragon constitution, and its characteristic is to strengthen the body in dragon flames, and this characteristic is actually repeated with the magic power of the fire dragon slayer. Of course, it doesn't matter, since being idle is idle anyway. Kagaya intends to try to let Iron Broken Fang absorb his own magic power, and see what form he can evolve. Advertisement through the use of Iron Broken Fang. Miban Kagaya has already figured out how to make Iron Broken Fang necessarily evolve. The reason is very simple, that is, the quality and total amount of demon power must be sufficient, and it must be cultivated, and cannot be amplified by the Jade of the Four Souls. This is also the reason why Tai Sui Ya cut down the Thunderbeast brothers but failed to absorb their demonic power, because they are not qualified. The strength of Thunderbeast brothers is too weak to be absorbed by Tai Sui Ya. The Blood Jade Coral is different. It is a treasure handed down from generation to generation by the Ghost Bat family. There are generations of guardians in the Blood Jade Coral, and the demon power injected by using enchantment and sealing techniques. After generations of hard work, the quality and total amount of demon power is naturally worth swallowing by Tai Sui Ya, and it makes Tai Sui Ya evolve. In the same way, the conditions for Iron Broken Fang to absorb magic power are the same. The quality and total amount of magic power must be sufficient for Iron Broken Fang to devour and evolve. Otherwise, devouring is no problem, but evolution is unlikely, because if the quality and total amount are not enough, evolution cannot be achieved. But now, Yuban Kagaya is about to let Iron Broken Fang devour his Fire of Dragon Extinguishing Calendar. Clang! Yuban Kagaya slowly pulls out the Iron Broken Teeth, turning the Iron Broken Teeth into a majestic tooth knife, and at the same time casts a spiritual enchantment around them to avoid too much fluctuation. Hold the handle of the Iron Broken Teeth with the right hand, and put the Iron Broken Teeth blade on the left hand at the same time. Concentrate the magic power of Fire Dragon Slayer on the left hand, and then activate the devouring ability of the Iron Broken Teeth. In an instant, a terrifying suction burst out from the blade of the knife, Li Hao, and the magic power of Fire Dragon Slayer in Kaguya's left hand was continuously sucked into Tiashaya. Feeling the devouring power of Iron Broken Fang, Yuban Kagaya ran the Fire Dragon Slayer magic with all his strength, concentrating all the Fire Dragon Slayer magic power in his whole body on his left hand. At the same time, use the magic power transformation to continuously extract the magic power and convert the magic power into the magic power of the Fire Dragon Slayer. Through the photosynthesis of sense and fruit plus primordial chaos breathing method, the renewable vitality is continuously restored, and then the magic power is extracted, and the magic power is transformed into the magic power of Fire Dragon Slayer. In this way, over and over again, Tai Sui Ya continued to devour the magic power of Fire Dragon Slayer, and Kagaya continued to restore vitality and extract magic power, and then transformed into the magic power of Fire Dragon Slayer to be swallowed by Tai Sui Ya. Although Miban Kagaya didn't feel exhausted, the expression on his face became clear. Boom! Suddenly, Tai Sui Ya stopped devouring the magic power of Huoji Long Slayer, and sent out fluctuations like a heartbeat. 8bh Chapter 298. Evolution slightly. The next moment, Iron Broken Yan White's blade began to change. The red light is wrapped around the Iron Broken Teeth, densely packed red dragon scales emerge on both sides of the huge blade, and the blades on both sides under the dragon scales turn red like a soldering iron. Yuban Kagaya also knew instinctively that Iron Broken Fang has an extra ability to transform magic or demon power into dragon flames. Because it is an X-level noble phantasm, as long as the magic power or demon power is sufficient, the temperature of the dragon flame has no upper limit, and it is an ability similar to the Remnant Sword. Of course, in Miban Kaguya's view, Tetsuya in this state is much more handsome than Remontachi. Yuban Kagaya gave the Iron Broken Tooth in this state a name, named Open Black Lens Bracket Fire Dragon Iron Broken Tooth Close Black Lens Bracket. Looking at the Fire Dragon Iron Broken Fang in his hand, Yuban Kagaya sighed in his heart. He devoured the level 5 Fire Dragon Slayer magic, and all the Fire Dragon Slayer magic power made Iron Broken Fang evolve. If it weren't for Kaguya's strong recovery power, he would have been sucked dry. That is to say, only big monsters are qualified to be devoured by Tai Sui Ya and make Tai Sui Ya evolve, and those below big monsters are not qualified at all. Control Tai Sui Ya to restore the 053 state of the silver white blade, and then put the blade on the left hand again, this time to concentrate the demon power on the left hand, and then activate the devouring ability. Boom! Tai Sui Ya fluctuated suddenly, rejecting the engulfing. Seeing this, Yuban Kagaya nodded thoughtfully, because it was the same as the state of the Fire Dragon's Iron Broken Teeth, so there is no need to swallow it. Yuban Kagaya stopped injecting magic power, then sheathed the Iron Broken Teeth, and cancelled the spiritual barrier. Vertical sun. The sun is up and the sun is shining brightly. Even though he hadn't slept all night, Miban Kagaya was still refreshed and walked out of the room without a trace of fatigue. Coral is different. Last night I couldn't sleep at all. Suddenly there was a future husband appointed by my father, and I didn't object to it. I couldn't sleep at all. When Miban Kagaya saw the coral was still covering her mouth and yawning. Advertisement. Good morning, Coral. Didn't you have a good rest yesterday? Mibanwi Yoriichi said with a doubtful face. Ah, way. Kagaya, good morning. Good morning. A blush flashed across Coral's face, and her tone was a bit unnatural. How should I put it? Yes, that city wall is too shocking, so I have insomnia. Coral found a reason for herself. At this time, Coral's father came out and saw his daughter talking to Kagaya. He couldn't help nodding with relief. Then he came over and said, Kagaya, I heard that you were collecting pieces of the Jade of the Four Souls, and it happens that there are 3 pieces of Jade of the Four Souls in our village, so I will give them to you for safekeeping. Thank you, father-in-law. Miban Kagaya smiled. Shanshan's father shook his head and said, it should be us thanking you. The fragments of the Jade of the Four Souls are in our hands, and they are hot potatoes. Only you can protect the Jade of the Four Souls. Moreover, the Jade of the Four Souls originally came from our village. Back then, my father gave the Jade of the Four Souls to a witch. Now, I want to give you the pieces of the Jade of the Four Souls. To tell the truth, we, as monster extermination masters, feel ashamed in our hearts. At this time, Shanshan's father's tone suddenly changed. Therefore, Kagaya, I decided to let Shanshan follow you. Shanshan is the strongest demon extermination master in our demon extermination village. Although we can't help you much, it is what we should do to let Coral follow you and share the burden for you. Please don't refuse. Yuban Kagaya couldn't help but blinked when he heard this, and gave Coral's father a thumbs up in his heart. Tall. This is really tall. Sure enough, Ginger is still old and hot. You say so, let me refuse to look down on you? However, I did not refuse. Glancing at his ruddy face, erratic eyes, not daring to look at his own coral, Miban Kagaya nodded without hesitation. No problem, I will take good care of the coral. My father-in-law, BBFE, ha ha ha. Coral's father laughed, and patted Miban Kagaya on the shoulder with satisfaction. Good son-in-law, let's go, let's eat first. After a while. After the meal, Coral's father took Miban Kagaya and Coral to the ancestral hall, took out the jade fragments of the four souls, and handed them to Miban Kagaya. After that, Yuban Kagaya sealed the enchantment on the four walls respectively, and sealed the Micah's evil spirit in. This is to allow the mother to come in and out freely. Finally, Miban Kagaya has a cloud on the soles of his feet, carrying a flying bone on his back, wearing a combat uniform inside, and a pink kimono outside, holding a coral with Micah. After bidding farewell to Coral's father and Amber, he left the demon village. Advertisement on the way. Looking at the coral with his head down and stroking the mica, Miban Kagaya couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was so smooth, and he came back so quickly. I don't know if Kagome will be angry when she finds out about it. Regardless, even if I'm angry, I want it all. As for her desire, Yuban Kagaya never hides it. Of course, you still have to pretend, so just let nature take its course. That, Coral. Miban Kagaya said, let's go back to my place first. I live in a shrine. Listen to you. Coral has already relaxed at this time, and she has already left with Miban Kagaya, and there is nothing to worry about. Now she should think about how to use her mother's methods. Coral, do you want to have spiritual power? Miban Kagaya asked suddenly. Spiritual power? What does this mean? Kagaya. Coral was a little confused. Kagaya explained, actually, I can use the power of the Jade of the Four Souls, and the Jade of the Four Souls can awaken human beings' spiritual power. Nani? Shan was shocked. The Jade of Four Souls still has this kind of power, and you can still use the power of Jade of Four Souls. Coral covered her head, feeling a little confused inside. This news was too shocking. That's right, do you want to have spiritual power, Coral? Miban Kagaya then asked. I want it, of course I want it. Shan nodded hastily. As a demon extermination master, Shan has always been envious of spiritual power. Now that I can get it, how can I refuse it, let alone it was proposed by Miban Kagaya, so there is no need for me to refuse it. Coral is not a fool, she knows how precious this ability is. This kind of power to mass produce witches is too terrifying. Once leaked, the whole world will fall into a wave of snatching. And Yuban Kagaya told her that he trusted her or regarded her as a family, so Coral's heart was both sweet and excited. Shrine. When Hongyun landed and saw Miban Kagaya returning with another woman, Granny Feng, who was sweeping the floor, looked at Miban Kagaya in a strange way. Last time you brought back a pair of mother and daughter, you can still explain. This time how can you explain the woman? Is it possible that this woman also has spiritual power? Chapter 299. Happiness. Nani. This demon extermination master also has spiritual power, so you want to learn it? Granny Feng's brain is buzzing. Is the current spiritual power so worthless? How come you go out with Yuban Kagaya, and you can meet the undiscovered spiritual power owner? You are so lucky. Let those witches who have not found successors until they die, how can they live? Moreover, Granny Feng's mind is normal, and she can clearly feel that this female exorcist named Shan is looking at Miban Kagaya with a hint of imperceptible emotion. Granny Feng understands that Kagome may have more and more competitors. Well, this Yuban Kagaya, why do you feel that your luck is getting stronger and stronger? You should discuss it with Kagome. Don't go back all the time, you should stay with Kagaya and watch him more. Thinking of this, Granny Feng shook her head. Otherwise, after Kagome goes back a few more times, Kaguya's children might be born. Master Kagaya, you are back. Zizi ran over with a happy face, and hugged Miban Kaguya's thigh tightly. I'm back, Zizi. Miban Kagaya smiled and patted Zayori's head. Master Kagaya. Zizi's mother also came over, saying hello to Miban Kagaya, while looking at the coral curiously. As a woman who has been in love, it is easy to find that Coral looks at Miban Kagaya with unusual eyes. Miban Kagaya introduced the two parties, and then took Coral to choose a room and helped Coral tidy up the room. Afterwards, Coral, Zizi's mother, and Granny Feng learned how to guide spiritual power. Zizi is working hard to practice enchantment, sealing, flying clouds and fog, and is going to go out for an adventure with Mibangui Yoriichi as soon as possible. Miban Kagaya did not go out again, but stayed at the shrine every day, watching Granny Mabel's teaching, and waiting for the time to come. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a Friday arrived. Watching Miban Kagaya jump into the bone-eating well and disappear in an instant, Coral took the mica and looked into the well with surprise. It's unbelievable that I can go to the future, but thinking that Miban Kagaya is going to pick up a woman, Coral's heart feels uncomfortable for a while. Advertisement sure enough, just as her father said, there must be other women around Kagaya. Zizi's mother is one, and this future woman named Kagome is also one. It seems that it will take a lot of time to win this war, Coral secretly said with a firm face. I won't lose. Vertical sun. After a black light flashed in the well of bone-eating, Miban Kagaya jumped out of the well with Kagome and flew back to the shrine. Shrine. Coral, Zizi's mother, is helping Granny Feng clean up Shenwang. After seeing Kagaya flying back from the red cloud and another strange woman, Coral knew that her opponent was coming. Maybe it's a woman's intuition. After getting off the red cloud, Kagome didn't say hello to Granny Feng and Mother Zizzy. Instead, as if they had a tacit understanding, they looked at the coral. This guy looks so tricky, the two secretly said in their hearts. Kagaya, this is it? Kagome asked softly, her eyes narrowing. Ban Kagaya heard this, although he was a little nervous inside, but he introduced calmly on the surface, this is Coral, a demon exorcist. As he said that, Kagaya whispered to Kagome again, the jade of the four souls came from the village of Coral. That's why Coral came to help us after hearing that we collected the jade fragments of the four souls. The jade of the four souls belongs to their village. Hearing this, Kagome couldn't help being a little surprised, and then felt that Shanhu was her opponent. After all, Yuan is sometimes the easiest way to draw in a relationship. Then, Ban Kagaya introduced Kagome to Coral. Coral, this is Kagome, I told you. Hello. Coral greeted with a smile. Hello. Kagome also greeted with a smile. This guy is really tricky, the two women secretly said in unison. Granny Feng looked at the two girls who seemed to have lightning flashes in their eyes, and couldn't help shaking her head secretly. Granny Feng, your eyes are healed. At this moment, Kagome suddenly found that Granny Feng was not wearing blindfolds anymore. It was Kagaya who cured me, Granny Feng said casually. Advertisement, your superpower is stronger, Kagaya. Kagome was amazed. It's okay, I also practice very hard, Ban Kagaya laughed. That's right, in front of Kagome and Granny Mabel, Kagaya is a superpower who keeps getting stronger, so some things, Kagaya Mida, are all done step by step. Ask for flowers. After an episode in the morning, Kagome and Coral became acquainted formally. Although they both felt that each other was difficult, they were both amiable on the surface. Moreover, as the two kept in touch, after chatting, the two suddenly discovered that they chatted very well, and both felt that each other was very nice. As a result, the relationship between the two quickly heated up, and they became good girlfriends directly. Sure enough, good women and good women can easily become close friends. Yu Kai-yi is naturally happy to see the results, and you and I will naturally be able to live well. However, this incident also gave Kagome a warning, that is, if she was in her era for a long time, and Kagaya was in this era, it would be easy for her relationship to change. Zero coupled with Granny Feng's subtle reminder, Kagome knew what she should do. If this continues, her competitors will increase. In this way, 2 days later, after Ban Kagaya took Kagome back, Kagome stopped Ban Kagaya from going back, and asked Ban Kagaya to wait for her, and she wanted to ask for leave. School. Because of the reason for asking for leave, Kagome is going to ask her girlfriends for help. I just hope that the girlfriends can help her make up lessons and borrow her notes when she is in school. Please, Yuka, Eri, Ayumi, this vacation is very important to me, I must ask for it, it is related to my future happiness. Kagome clasped his hands together and begged. It's so heavy, the three girlfriends complained neatly in their hearts. Well, Kagome, we are close friends, it's okay to help you, but what happened? Yuga asked. Could it be your Kagaya? Eri asked curiously. Ayumi also looked at Kagome curiously. That's right, Kagome scratched his cheek. Oh. Hearing the words, the three girlfriends immediately laughed mockingly. How about the old place? All right. Kagome sighed and agreed. The so-called old place is a hamburger restaurant where Kagome and her girlfriends often go to discuss 8 trigrams, so it became the old place 4. Chapter 300. The help of girlfriends afternoon. After school, the burger joint. A window seat. Kagome and her best friend sat in this familiar seat with burgers, french fries and happy water. Kagome, please start your reason. Picking up the hamburger, the girlfriend looked at Kagome with a pained face, and uttered extremely cruel words. Well. Kagome put her wallet back into her school bag in pain. Fortunately she was going to the Sengoku era, otherwise the pocket money for this week would not be enough. How should I put it? It's mainly Kagaya, who has only been separated from me for 5 days. When I went to visit him on the weekend, a mother and daughter unexpectedly appeared in his home. Nani, mother and daughter, are they your boyfriend's ex-girlfriend and illegitimate daughter? The 3 girlfriends looked confused. They want to hear about Kagome's love story, not about the explosive, May 20th, of an illegitimate daughter. And how old is Kagome's boyfriend? How come he even has an illegitimate daughter? When we met last time, he looked very young. No, where are you thinking? The mother and daughter were only rescued by Kagaya. It seemed that the original place was very dangerous and they couldn't survive, so Kagaya took them home. Kagome was also speechless about the brainholes of her girlfriends, and quickly shook her head to explain. Rescued? The 3 girlfriends looked at each other and couldn't help feeling puzzled. Yuka asked, speaking of which, Kagome, is your boyfriend a student? When I saw it last time, I didn't feel like a student. Yes. What does your boyfriend do? Why do you save people? Eri and Ayumi looked curious. Kagome said with a smile, Kagaya hasn't gone to school for a long time. At the same time, he complained in his heart, I'm over 300 years old, so why go to school? As for what? Actually, Kagaya is a bounty hunter. Kagome remembered what Ban Kagaya had said, and said it. Bounty hunter? No way, your boyfriend is a bounty hunter at such a young age. Advertisement. No wonder I went to save people. It must have happened when I was on a mission. I couldn't bear the suffering of the mother and daughter, so I rescued them. Oh, it's really romantic, the 3 girlfriends all sighed. Kagome, what are these 3 guys talking about? What are they thinking? It's only been 2 days since I saw each other, so why can't they suddenly seem to keep up with their thoughts? Patting her forehead, Kagome shook her head and said, "This mother and daughter are nothing. I'm not worried about them, but another woman." Another woman. The moved expressions of the three girlfriends disappeared immediately and were replaced by dignified ones. "Let's listen," the three girlfriends said in a dull tone. Kagome didn't care about the speed of her girlfriend's face changing. 5 days later, that is, when I went to see Kaguya this week, there was a female bounty hunter in Kaguya's home. This female bounty hunter admires Kaguya's strength, so she wants to be Kaguya's helper. When I saw that woman for the first time, I had a feeling, that guy, I can't be wrong, she is my opponent. Rivals. The three girlfriends became more and more excited as they listened to it. It was so exciting that this kind of story that only appeared in novels actually happened around them. "Tell me, Kagome, how do you want to deal with her? How can we help you?" the three girlfriends said excitedly. Counter. When Kagome heard this, she scratched her cheeks in embarrassment. "Well, how should I put it, after chatting with that woman, we became good friends." By plus, Eri, Ayumi, friend? The eyes of the three girlfriends were not right. "Kagome, what do you think? You've become friends with her, how can you snatch her away?" Eri had a look of resentment. "Yes, it's wrong for you to do this." Yuka and Ayumi also nodded. "Well, she is very nice and kind, and she chats with me very well. She gives me the same feeling as you, and I feel like I can become a close friend," Kagome said softly. Kagome. When the three girlfriends heard the words, they immediately covered their mouths and looked at Kagome with a moved face. This kind of trust, as expected, this is a close friend. Advertisement. Well, how should I put it? I mainly want to go around with Kaguya. I'm afraid that in a few days, there will be a bunch of women around Kaguya, which will be too dangerous, Kagome explained. So, please, Yuka, Ayumi, and Eri, I must take this time off, and please take care of the remedial lessons and notes after that. Kagome clasped her hands together. The three girlfriends came to Kagome's side, put one hand on Kagome's shoulder, gave a thumbs up with the other hand, and showed 2 rows of teeth brightly. "Leave it to us, Kagome. Go. Go and pursue your own happiness." Kagome was moved. "Everyone, thank you." Vertical Sun. When Grandpa Kagome took leave of absence for her granddaughter very smoothly, Kagome jumped into the well of bone eaters with her schoolbag and the board Kaguya on her back. Sengoku era. Shrine. Seeing Kagome who came back with Miban Teru Yoruichi, Granny Fung nodded with a look of relief. "That's right, if you don't come again, Kaguya's children will all grow up." After a day of rest, on the second day, Miban Kaguya took Kagome, Coral and Micah on the journey again. This time, the three of them did not ride the clouds and fog, but moved on the ground, looking at places one by one. As for Micah, it has always been on the shoulders of Miban Kaguya. There is no other way, and it is fed with various delicacies every day, and Micah's stomach is completely conquered. In this regard, even Coral didn't say anything, but acquiesced that Micah has been on Kaguya's shoulder. The reason, I am quite embarrassed to say it, she was also conquered by the food. Not to mention, Micah is very popular. Along the way, I don't know how many young women, after seeing the Micah on Miban Kaguya's shoulders, they took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Miban Kaguya. But Yuban Kaguya refused. After all, it was in front of Kagome and Coral. In this regard, Coral and Kagome 1.5 are naturally very satisfied with Kaguya's approach, especially Kagome, who is even more sure that her decision is right. In this way, as the demons were slain everywhere along the way, and after the robbers and bandits were wiped out, the news that the terrifying human named Yuban Kaguya started killing again quickly spread all over the place. And not only Kaguya brought a shrine maiden with her, but now she also brought a demon exorcist and a two-tailed cat. This combination scared the demons and ghosts into fear, and they ran away. As for the demons and ghosts, how did they know the name of Kaguya? Naturally, it was the news that Naraku spread in order to prevent the monsters with the jade fragments of the four souls from being killed. Of course, it's useless. After all, most of the ghosts are very pretentious, especially the ghosts that have obtained the jade fragments of the four souls. Chapter 301. The ones who ran away because they were afraid of Kaguya's reputation were all little monsters who could recognize their own strength. Like those little monsters who caused troubles due to chance and coincidence, they are called big monsters. They stay where they are, and some even want to take the initiative to attack. There are also some small monsters whose strength has been amplified to big monsters after obtaining the jade fragments of the four souls, and they are even more confident. He didn't take the rumors about Kaguya to heart at all, but went on looking for the jade fragments of the four souls everywhere. In this regard, Yuban Kaguya said that it doesn't matter, anyway, if you encounter a rampant monster, you just take advantage of the situation and slash it. In this case, the three of Yuban Kaguya were lucky and got a fragment of jade of four souls. 2 days later. Night. The crescent moon in the sky is full of stars. The cold moonlight fell on the earth, so that the dark earth would not be completely plunged into darkness. At the foot of a deserted mountain, suddenly a wooden house appeared. The three of Miban Kaguya and Micah lay on the rocking chair leisurely after dinner. That's right, Micah also has a rocking chair. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, Coral couldn't help sighing. These 11 days are the most comfortable time in my life to live in the wild. I never thought before that being in the wild can be so comfortable, it's almost like being at home. Yes, Kaguya's superpower is really convenient, Kagome also sighed. After enjoying it for a while and feeling sleepy, Coral and Kagome went back to the cabin to sleep. Miban Kaguya and Micah then rested on the rocking chair. Vertical sun. As the sun rises, the light shines on the earth. The three of Meben Kagaya and Micah finished their breakfast, packed up and set off again. After Meben Kagaya and others left, the wooden rocking chairs made by Morimi fruit also disappeared in the mind of Meben Teru Yoruichi. Advertisement: a hot area at the foot of a volcano. There is a huge bone-shaped house in this hot area, which is a residence of Dao Dao Jai. Seeing Dao Dao Jai holding a hammer and riding the three-eyed bull demon, he hurried away from here in a panic. No way. Sessamaru found this stronghold of Dao Dao Jai, and asked Dao Dao Jai to make him a demon sword of the level of iron broken teeth. To this, Dao Dao Jai naturally agreed superficially, and then ran away quickly. There was no way, not to mention that Dao Dao Jai couldn't make a demon sword for Sessamaru, because it would affect the growth of Sesshomaru. Even if it is to create a demon knife for Sessamaru, it is impossible to create a demon knife of the level of Tai Sui Ya. I really thought that the Yaodao can be made casually, and you can make it if you want. Of course, for Dao Dao Jai, Common's Yaodao is naturally made as you want. But Tai Sui Ya is different. It is the only demon sword that cannot be copied at all, and can no longer be forged. I really think that the three realms of heaven, earth and man are represented by Bai. There is no unique and unrepeatable characteristic, what to use to represent the three realms of heaven, earth and man. Since it can represent the three realms of heaven, earth and man, the material for making iron broken teeth and natural teeth cannot be as simple as the fangs of the fighting tooth king. Therefore, it's not that Dao Dao Jai doesn't make it for Sessamaru, but that it can't be made at all. Of course, Dao Dao Jai doesn't want to make it for Sessamaru either. After all, when Sessamaru was young, Todosei actually made a demon sword for Sesshomaru, which belonged only to him, but Sesshomaru didn't know about it. If he knew, although Sesshomaru would still feel that King Do-Ya was eccentric, he would also understand King Do-Ya's good intentions. Well, sitting on the back of an ox, Dao Dao Jai, who was flying fast in the air, shook his head. Let's go, change your residence, I can't come back here for the time being. After the words fell, the three-eyed bull demon accelerated its flight and disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye. At the foot of the volcano, seeing the empty residence, Sesshomaru's expression was calm, but his heart was extremely upset. Dao Dao Jai, do you think you can escape? The next moment, a green light emerged from Sesshomaru's body, and after turning into a green light ball, it disappeared in the same place instantly, and followed the scent, and went straight to Dao Dao Jai to chase after it. Master Sesshomaru, wait for me. At the side, who was afraid that Sesshomaru would get angry, but his face was full of cold sweat, he quickly got on the double-headed dragon and let the two-headed dragon follow Sesshomaru. Wind wound. Advertisement gold light streaked across the sky, and after rewriting a large area of the map, Meben Kagaya put his sword back into its sheath with a relaxed expression. Kagome, Coral, and Micah next to them also had familiar expressions. However, there is a demon who doesn't seem to be surprised at this, and this demon is Dao Dao Jai. After escaping from the previous residence, Dao Dao Jai sat on the back of a bull and rushed to the next residence. Flying and flying, a golden light suddenly burst out from a distance, which made Dao Dao Jai a little dumbfounded. As the forger of Iron Broken Fang, he was very familiar with Wind Wound. And this kind of power even reminded him of the power of King Do-Ya when he used it. No way. How about such a coincidence? And this kind of power is terrifying. It's really terrifying. I didn't expect that human being to use the iron broken teeth to such a degree. Dao Dao Jai patted his forehead, with a troubled expression on his face. What should I do? I really want to see what Tai Sui Ya looks like now, and Tai Sui Ya must be very happy to be able to choose his own master. But remembering the rumors about Meben Kagaya, Todosei couldn't help but shudder. 510. It doesn't matter, no matter what I say. I am also the forger of Tai Sui Ya. In view of Tai Sui Ya's face, it should be fine. After all, it was the feelings for Yaodao that surpassed the fear of death. After Dao Dao Jai made up his mind, he let the three-eyed bull demon fly in the direction of Fengjishang. Although the three-eyed bull demon was a little nervous about this, the objection was ineffective, so he could only fly over slowly with his sword on his back. After the three-eyed bull demon came slowly to the vicinity of Fengjishang with a sword on his back, Kagaya discovered it. Casual glance, really just a casual glance, just some murderous intent, no long way or conqueror's hockey at all. But this casual glance, in the eyes of the three-eyed bull demon, it seems to have come to a world full of blood. The sun is blood-colored, the sky is blood-colored, the earth is blood-colored, the forest is blood-colored, and the three-eyed bull demon has turned into a pile of flesh, dripping with blood. It is too horrible to look at. The three-eyed bull demon screamed in fear, and the clouds under his feet dissipated in an instant, and he fell to the ground with his sword. Boom. After a muffled sound, the three-eyed bull demon and Dao Dao Jai fell to the ground in embarrassment, their legs and feet twitching continuously. Goben Kagaya, Kagome, Coral and Micah all looked at this scene with puzzled expressions. Chapter 302 Guardian. A monster. Although Meben Kagaya recognized Dao Dao Jai's identity from Dao Dao Jai's attire and the three-eyed bull demon, he didn't intend to do anything. But Meben Kagaya is still very interested in scaring the old man. There is also a cow monster, just right. I haven't eaten cow monster meat for a long time, and today I'm going to make a tooth being sacrifice. As he said that, with a flash of golden light, Kagaya pulled out his iron broken teeth, as if he was going to kill Dao Dao Jai and the three-eyed bull demon. Wait, I mean no harm. Dao Dao Jai, whose legs and feet were constantly twitching, got up quickly when he heard the words, and hurriedly waved his hands, expressing his attitude with a nervous expression. The three-eyed bull demon also quickly hid behind Dao Dao Jai, trembling all over, not daring to raise his head. The saying that he hadn't eaten the meat of the bull demon for a long time, and it happened to be a tooth sacrifice, was really terrifying. The three-eyed bull demon swears that this is definitely the scariest human being it has encountered since its birth, and today is also the biggest crisis it has encountered since its birth. Dao Daojai quickly introduced himself. I am Dao Daojai, the forger of Iron Broken Tooth. I just saw the wound of the wind in the distance, so I came to see Iron Broken Fang. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tai Sui Ya. Tai Sui Ya knows me. Tell me, Tai Sui Ya. Dao Daojai looked expectantly. Dao Feng pointed at him in the iron-broken teeth of the three-eyed bull demon. Maybe because he heard Dao Daojai's words, Tai Sui Ya's blade turned to one side, as if I didn't know him. It seems that Tai Sui Ya doesn't know you. What else do you want to say? Miban Kagaya nodded solemnly. Hey, don't think I didn't see it. It was obviously you who twisted your wrist. What does this have to do with Tai Sui Ya? On the surface, Dao Daojai was furious, but he was relieved in his heart. Yuban Kagaya teased him like this, which meant that he didn't want to kill him, otherwise he would have chopped him down long ago. Okay. Yuban Kagaya put the knife back into its sheath, although I don't know whether what you said is true or not, but you really have no malicious intentions. Tell me, what is your purpose for looking for me? Huh? Dao Daojai breathed a sigh of relief, and sat directly on the ground. The three-eyed bull demon also breathed a sigh of relief, but still lay behind Dao Daojai, not daring to show his face. What I said is true, since you got Tetsukiya, then you should know Inuyasha. I am the vassal of Inuyasha's father dog Admiral, and I used Admiral's fangs to make Tetsuya. Miban Kagaya nodded thoughtfully. I do know Urguzi. Sessamaru also said that Tai Sui Ya was made of his father's fangs. It seems that you have some credibility. 2 dogs. Advertisement. Hearing this address, Totozai was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that it was Inuyasha. Puff. Dao Daojai covered his mouth with both hands, forcibly stopping the smile. Kagome, Iron Broken Tooth is Kaguya's demon sword, Coral asked curiously. Kagome nodded and said, Iron Broken Fang is the demon sword that Kagaya obtained in the monster cemetery. What Kagaya didn't want at first was that the monster named Sessamaru couldn't touch Tetsuya, so Kagaya took Tetsuya away. Whoosh! At this time, a ball of green light flew from a distance. Everyone who sensed this evil spirit cast their eyes over it. After the green light ball fell not far away, the green light dissipated immediately, and the figure of Sessamaru slowly walked towards Dao Daojai. Dao Daojai, why did you run away? I think that Sessamaru, is not worthy for you to forge a demon sword. Dao Daojai wiped off his cold sweat and said, Don't talk nonsense, Sessamaru, I didn't run away. I just came to see Tai Sui Ya. If you don't believe me, ask this human being if that's the case. Dao Daojai pointed at the bored Kagaya, and quickly argued. Whoosh! Goban Kagaya threw the bundled hides to Sessamaru. After Sessamaru took it, he put the animal skin into his arms, looked at the iron broken tooth on the waist of Miban Kagaya. His eyes were extremely complicated. It seems that the iron broken tooth is very suitable for you. Although Sessamaru looked calm, his tone was unavoidably sour. Yes. Yuban Kagaya didn't say anything, just responded flatly. After all, if you talk too much, it will be regarded as showing off. Aha. Seeing the two of them communicate so peacefully, Totose was stunned. How about your violent temper, Sessamaru? And how you, Yoruichi Ohita, drew his sword and slashed at monsters when he disagreed. If you don't fight, how can you find a chance to run away after more than 10 years of fighting? Don't worry, Dao Daojai is indeed here to see Tai Sui Ya. Miban Kagaya said casually. Miban Kagaya, a human being, is surprisingly good. Dao Daojai couldn't help sighing when he heard Miban Kagaya explaining for him. Advertisement, of course, after watching Tai Sui Ya, I don't know where he's going. Miban Kagaya stabbed Daojai in the back. Dao Daojai, just think about what you said just now. At this time, Shijian also flew over with a 2-headed dragon, and originally wanted to call out twice. But after seeing Yuban Kagaya, he didn't say anything from his heart, just let the 2-headed dragon stay away. Sessamaru didn't look at the wrong view, didn't look at Dao Daojai, just looked at Miban Kagaya. Why would Tai Sui Ya reject me? Hearing this question, Dao Daojai's heart skipped a beat. If Sessamaru knew that it was because of the barrier he created to repel monsters, then he would have to tear him up. Thinking of this, Dao Daojai suddenly burst into cold sweat, and his heart beat faster and faster. The reason? Miban Kagaya heard the words, and did not say anything about the enchantment, but asked back with emotion in his eyes, Sessamaru, do you have someone to protect? Nani? When Sessamaru and Dao Daojai heard the words, their eyes suddenly changed. At this moment, they thought of King Duya at the same time. In Sessamaru's mind, a memory from the past and the figure that made him keep chasing appeared immediately. Father, please give me Tai Sui Ya and Kong Yen Ya, Sessamaru said. Why are you so thirsty for power, Sessamaru? King Duya asked. The road we want, Jiao Hao, to take is to become the strongest domineering road, and power is the way to open up this road. Sessamaru road. Overbearing? Sessamaru, do you have someone to protect? A person to protect? Sessamaru's eyes were extremely complicated, and it was this sentence again, it was this sentence back then, and it is this sentence again now. Dao Daojai looked at Mi-Ban Kaguya's eyes, something was wrong, and he understood why Tai Sui Ya chose Mi-Ban Kagaya. Unexpectedly, Yuban Kagaya actually fit in secretly, the real purpose of Admiral asking me to forge Iron Broken Fang back then. It may be fate that this Iron Broken Fang, which was built for protection, fell into the hands of Kagaya, who has the heart of protection again. Sessamaru. Dao Dao Jai stood up at this time and said, "The natural teeth on your waist are also forged by me, and they are as famous as Tai Sui Ya's demon sword. Why are you not satisfied?" Chapter 303. Cure, a demon sword as famous as Tai Sui Ya? Kagome and Shan Shan were a little surprised when they heard the words. They saw the power of Tai Sui Ya, it was so strong. Since Sessamaru has a demon sword as famous as Tai Sui Ya, why does he still look unwilling? Why not satisfied? Hearing this, Sessamaru's face suddenly became unhappy. How can you be satisfied with this blunt knife that can't kill people? You be asterisk 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 D. Do you want me, Sessamaru, to fight around a blunt knife that can't kill people? A blunt knife that can't kill. Since it is a blunt knife, why is it as famous as Tai Sui Ya? Kagome and Shan Shan looked at Dao Dao Jai curiously. Don't talk nonsense. Dao Dao Jai heard that Sessamaru looked down on the sword he made so much, and immediately jumped up and down and shouted. The natural teeth I made are not blunt knives, but you can't use them at all? It is true that natural teeth cannot kill people, but natural teeth are not a knife for killing, but natural teeth are a knife for healing. Unlike iron-broken teeth that can save hundreds of demons with one wave, natural teeth can save hundreds of lives. Your father passed on your natural teeth to you in the hope that you will have a compassionate heart and that 647 will grow up safely. The healing knife? Both Kagome and Shan Shan were shocked by the power of natural teeth. They didn't expect there to be such a life-saving demon sword. The evil seeing and hearing not far away is also the reason why King Do Ya gave Master Sessamaru natural teeth. Master Sessamaru's father is really well-intentioned, of course, the wrong view can only be thought in his heart. Compassion? Safe growth? When Sessamaru heard this, his expression became even more unhappy. Isn't strength the safest way? What is safer than strength? Dao Dao Jai, alright. Dao Dao Jai admits that what Sessamaru said is reasonable, but he is only acting in accordance with the will of Do Ya Wang, which has nothing to do with him. Listen well, Dao Dao Jai, if you don't make me a demon sword, I'll kill you. Sessamaru looked at Dao Dao Jai with a cold face. Cough cough. Totose hurriedly looked at Miban Kagaya. Help me, Kagaya, Sessamaru is too much. Advertisement. How can I say that Tai Sui was also forged by me, and I am also a BBEJ vassal of Tai Sui's previous master. For Tai Sui's sake, you should help me too. Miban Kagaya was speechless. What you are saying is that I got the iron-broken teeth from Sessamaru's father's graveyard. Isn't Sessamaru more valuable than you? Or do you think that King Do Ya cares more about you than his son? Of course. Hearing this, Dao Dao Jai looked confident. Admiral treats me very well, and when we usually drink together, we still call him brothers. After all, I'm still the uncle of Sessamaru. Yay, if Admiral is still alive, seeing his brother being bullied by his son will definitely teach Sessamaru a lesson. Speaking of this, Dao Dao Jai shook his head sadly, as if what he said was true. Sessamaru, wrong view. Miban Kagaya, Kagome, mountain. Coral Sessamaru raised his sharp claws and was about to walk towards Dao Dao Jai with a blank face. Wait, I see, I'll just make a knife for you. Seeing this, Dao Dao Jai couldn't help but quickly agreed to Sessamaru's request. Snort. Hearing this, Sessamaru snorted coldly. Don't try to run this time, Dao Dao Jai. I will stay nearby until you finish casting the demon sword. After finishing speaking, Sessamaru looked at Miban Kagaya again. I will become stronger, human. No, Miban Kagaya. I'll be waiting for you, Sessamaru. Miban Kagaya could say nothing but agreed with a smile. Seeing the back of Sessamaru leaving, Totozai sighed helplessly, a little disappointed with Sessamaru's actions. Don't feel disappointed. King Duya is too high in Sessamaru's heart, so it is inevitable for Sessamaru to pursue the power of King Duga. Miban Kagaya said flatly, when Sessamaru puts down his obsession, the power in his body will awaken. Nani? Dao Dao Jai heard the words, his big eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Miban Kagaya with a look of horror. Did you see it? Miban Kagaya nodded and explained, when we met for the first time, I felt very strange. This time I can confirm that Sessamaru's body is giving birth to his own demon sword, and it is only a little bit away from completion. If I'm not mistaken, this is the road paved for Sessamaru by King Duya when Sessamaru was a child. Advertisement. Dao Dao Jai touched his head. You human being is really scary. Dao Dao Jai no longer thinks about it. After all, judging from this contact, Miban Kagaya is a righteous person, so there is no need for him to worry about this or that. With that skill, he might as well think about how to find an opportunity to escape and stay away from Sessamaru. That's right, Dao Dao Jai just lied to Sessamaru, and he never thought of casting a knife for Sessamaru. Bye now. Dao Dao Jai flew away on the three-eyed bull demon. It can be seen that the three-eyed bull demon is really scared. When flying, the cow's legs are still shaking. I'm afraid that Miban Kagaya will say, the demon can leave, but the cow must stay, and he must drink. As for the wrong views, he had already left with the two-headed dragon and Sessamaru. Let's go too, Miban Kagaya said to Kagome, Coral and Micah. Good. Kagome and Coral were in a good mood, walking beside Miban Kagaya, and Micah was on Miban Kaguya's shoulder. They wouldn't tell Miban Kagaya that the sentence, do you have someone to protect you? Just now, the two of them were elated. Although Miban Kagaya felt that the two girls were a bit strange, she didn't care. She was in a good mood, not bad. In a forest not too far from Dao Dao Jai's residence, Sessamaru stayed here for the time being, ready to take a good look at Dao Dao Jai. Outer forest. Xie took the two-headed dragon to inspect the forest. Sessamaru sat on the ground, put the fur on his back, leaned back against the tree, and his eyes couldn't help but wander. Do you have someone to protect? Sessamaru's mind recalled this sentence again. Rustling. In the grass next to Sessamaru, a small head popped out suddenly. It was a little human girl. After Sessamaru turned his head and took a look, he didn't care, but continued to think. Seeing Sessamaru's motionless appearance, this little human girl couldn't help feeling a little worried. She thought Sessamaru was injured and couldn't move anymore. Thinking of this, the little girl quickly left here. After a while, rustling, the little girl sneaked back again. Chapter 304. Girls holding some fruits and food in her hands. The little girl walked carefully to the side of Sessamaru and put the fruits and food on the ground. Sessamaru glanced at the fruit and food, then at the little girl's worried expression, and said in a cold tone, "No need." The little girl shook her head and was about to leave when she was startled by a voice. "Hey, kid, what are you doing? Stay away from Master Sessamaru." The evil view saw a little human girl approaching Sessamaru from a distance, and ran over quickly to drive her away. However, when Shijian ran over and saw the food on the ground, he was stunned for a moment, as if he understood something, but when Shijian looked at the little girl again, he was suddenly startled. "Little ghost, what are you doing? Get out of here quickly." It turned out that after being startled, the little girl instinctively hid behind Sessamaru, only daring to secretly look at the evil view. "Get out of there quickly, brat." The evil view was a little nervous. Evil view. Sessamaru glanced at the evil view. "Yes, don't worry, Master Sessamaru, I'll let this brat leave if you see it wrongly." "Shut up, you're making too much noise," Shosa said. "Oh, yes." The evil view felt that something was wrong, and quickly closed its mouth. Sessamaru glanced at the little girl hiding behind him, and said in a flat tone, "Take the food and get out of here, I don't need it." Hearing this, the little girl quickly shook her head, then turned around and left quickly. Sessamaru didn't pay attention, but continued to let go of his thoughts, quietly leaning against the big tree, thinking about the common ground between his father and Miban Kagaya. Guardian. Snort. Madness. Time passed, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. After confirming the smell of Dao Dao Jai, Sessamaru was still leaning on the tree, resting quietly. The wrong view was resting next to the two-headed dragon. Rustling. There was another movement in the grass, and the little girl came out quietly with some food again. It's just that this kind of quietness is for little girls, and it's too obvious for monsters. After Shijian and the two-headed dragon heard the voice, they both opened their eyes instantly and looked at the little girl. When he saw the little girl, Shijian blinked and couldn't help being a little surprised. He felt that the little girl was so courageous that even monsters dared to worry. Advertisement. The little girl came to Sessamaru and saw that yesterday's food was gone. A happy smile appeared on her face. Seeing this scene, Shijian rubbed his belly. A trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. He was embarrassed to say that he ate those foods after he was hungry yesterday. So when he saw the little girl bringing the food, he just watched and didn't have the nerve to go forward and say anything. After the little girl left happily, the evil view came to Sessamaru, looked at the food on the ground, and found that the food was less than yesterday. Evil view sighed. The wrong view is not that there is little, but that this little child is rare. Life is obviously very difficult. Food is getting less and less, and it is used for monsters to eat. Master Sessamaru, why don't you just eat some? It's very difficult for this child to survive, so he gave you food. This kind of heart is too rare. Hearing this, Sessamaru's cold eyes instantly fell on the chattering evil view. The evil view was seen in cold sweat. "I see, Master Sessamaru, take the evil view away." As he said that, the evil view picked up the food on the ground and wanted to play away. Whoosh! A green light whip entangled an apple from the food, and then retracted it to Sessamaru's hand, and Sessamaru began to eat it flatly. Master Sessamaru, Shijian was moved by this scene and burst into tears. Vertical sun. Today's time, the wrong view feels very long, because it is almost noon, and the little girl didn't come, which is obviously abnormal. Could it be that there was an accident? The evil view was a little worried. Rustling. At this time, there was a sound in the grass. The evil view heard the sound, and looked up instantly. Sure enough, the little girl came out in the next moment, but Shijian was shocked by the little girl's state. The little girl was covered in injuries and her face was still bruised and swollen, but even so, the little girl still came over with some food. The little girl looked at the food residues and fruit cores in the distance, and couldn't help but smile on her face. Seeing the little girl covered in wounds, Sessamaru couldn't help but stir up waves in his heart, especially after that smile from the heart. Why is this human being laughing? Why is it so easy to be stupid? What happened to your injury? Sessamaru asked. Ask for flowers. Oh, the little girl smiled when she heard the words, but said nothing. Shijian came to the little girl and said with a worried face, "Little devil, tell me who hurt you, and I will avenge you." Advertisement. Hearing this, the little girl smiled and shook her head. After putting down the food, she ran back with a smile. Seeing the little girl's back, Sessamaru's eyes fluctuated inexplicably. Why is this human? Not far from the forest, there is a village at the foot of a hill. The little girl walked into the village in a good mood, and bounced to a dilapidated small house on the edge of the village. When she came to the door of the house, the little girl was surprised to find that there was a strange-looking guy drinking water at her house. .0***. After this strange-looking guy saw the little girl, he didn't pay attention, but walked out of the house, preparing to leave here quickly. Ah! At this time, there was a howl of wolves, and a group of wild wolves rushed into the village in an instant, biting anyone they saw. Ah! Ah! The villagers screamed in horror, unable to run if they wanted to, but were thrown down and bitten to death by the wolves. Not good. This strange-looking guy looked flustered and turned around to run away, but was thrown down by 2 wild wolves and couldn't move. Seeing this scene, the little girl looked terrified, turned around and ran away, not daring to stay in the village. At this time, a whirlwind entered the village, and after coming to the strange-looking guy, it turned into a humanoid monster with long hair with pointed ears and brown hair on its hands and feet. After the humanoid monster took out a fragment of the jade of 4 souls from the strange-looking guy, he immediately laughed happily. Found it, ha ha ha, gang ya, don't kill me, spare me, the strange-looking guy begged for mercy. Puff. With a wave of steel-teeth claws, the strange-looking guy's throat was cut instantly. If you don't tell me, I'll forget. You guys have enough to eat today, I'm leaving first. After speaking, the demon power instantly turned into a whirlwind, and the steel teeth quickly disappeared. Ah! The wolves howled excitedly, and even 2 wild wolves went straight to the little girl who had just run away. At the same time, Sessamaru on the outskirts of the forest instantly smelled a strong bloody smell. Chapter 305 Thunderball. This smell is the smell of blood, and the smell of wild wolves, so that's it, are wolves attacking human villages. The Sishangwan leaning on the tree could tell the situation just by the smell in the air. At this time, Sessamaru frowned, smelling the little girl and the 2 wild wolves that were getting closer to the little girl. That human being was also attacked. Sessamaru's eyes wandered, and he remembered the little girl's smile that he couldn't understand. Why do you laugh? Because you smile so innocently. Da da da, hoo hoo. The little girl kept running away with fear on her face. She didn't dare to look back at all. She could only run madly with fear in her heart. Ah! 2 wild wolves came after them, howling, while chasing the little girl unhurriedly. After the little girl heard the wolf howling, she ran even more anxiously, but how could the child outrun the wolf? So the little girl was soon overtaken by the wild wolf. Ah! At this time, the little girl suddenly accidentally stepped on a small pit, fell directly to the ground, and rolled twice. The 2 wild wolves also seemed to have lost the fun of chasing their prey, so they jumped up and lay down on the little girl who was about to get up. Ah! The little girl closed her eyes, covered her face with her hands, and yelled out with a look of fear. Whoosh! With a flash of green light, the 2 wild wolves were cut in half in midair. Thump! 4 pieces of meat fell to the ground. The little girl who didn't feel pain for a long time slowly opened her eyes and lowered her arms. When she saw the divided wild wolf on the ground, she was startled and looked around quickly. Behind, brat. The voice of Evil View came from behind. Hearing this familiar voice, the little girl quickly looked back. When she saw Sessamaru standing behind her and staring at her calmly, she immediately smiled from the bottom of her heart. Is it that smile again? It's boring. A wave of fluctuation flashed in Sessamaru's eyes, then he turned and left. Master Sessamaru, wait for me. The Evil View hurriedly followed. The little girl looked at Sessamaru's back, got up instinctively, and quickly followed. Advertisement at the same time. Mibanwi Yoruichi's pedestrians also gradually approached the village attacked by wild wolves during their slow travel. However, the route that the 3 of Miban Kagaya walked did not lead to that village. This taste. The 5 senses of Yuban Kagaya are also extremely perverted. After all, it is the constitution of the dragon, and the smell of blood coming from a distance can naturally be smelled. Observation hockey spread instantly, and the tragedy of the village was instantly sensed by Miban Kagaya. Moreover, those wolves who ate the village are not enough, and they are now marching here, planning to find food in the forest. What's the matter, Kagaya? Seeing Miban Kagaya stop suddenly, Coral and Kagome are a little strange. Get ready, the wolves are coming. These beasts are full of evil spirits. It's not enough to eat so many people, and they still have to go into the forest. It's really damn. Wolves. Shan and Kagome heard the words, quickly took out their weapons and prepared to attack. Yuban Kagaya raised his hand and aimed at the direction where the wolves were rushing. The demonic power instantly condensed, and a ball of red demonic energy shot out instantly. The air was pierced in an instant, the trees exploded, and the demonic bomb instantly cleared the obstacles and rushed directly into the Wolfpack officials. Boom! A red light flashed, and then swept across the surrounding area, instantly wiping out all the wolves rushing over. The wolves in the rear who hadn't run over saw this scene and retreated instantly, and howled as they retreated. Tweet! Whoosh! It was another demonic bullet, fired by Kagaya. Boom! The wolves stopped howling because they were all gone. Call! At this time, a whirlwind appeared in Kaguyu's perception, and rushed towards the place where the wolves were dead at an extremely fast speed. As for Yuban Kaguyu's response, of course, another shot of demonic energy was ejected. Whoosh! The red Yaochi bullet rushed into the distance in an instant, hitting the whirlwind. Boom! Another deep pit appeared, but it didn't hit the steel teeth in the whirlwind. Advertisement, I see. Goban Kagaya recognized the person who came, but didn't pay attention. It was just a little wolf cub. Kagaya, that monster has 3 fragments of jade of 4 souls on his right hand and 2 legs respectively. Kagome reminded. Don't worry, it's just a little monster. As soon as the words fell, Yuban Kagaya instantly turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared in place. The next moment, the figure of Yuban Kagaya appeared in front of Ganya, who avoided the explosion. His right hand instantly pinched Ganya's head and pressed hard on the ground. Boom! The gravel splashed everywhere, and the head of the steel teeth smashed into the ground in an instant, creating a pothole on the spot. The brain that hadn't reacted at all turned its eyes white in an instant, and was so dazed that it didn't even utter a scream. Red's blood slowly flowed out from the back of Gang Fang's head, quickly filling the hole and overflowing the ground. If it weren't for the jade fragments of the four souls, the monster power of the steel tooth would be amplified to the level of a big monster, making its vitality stronger. With this blow, Gang Fang, who is a little monster, will undoubtedly die. Yuban Kagaya let go of his hands, straightened his waist, and with a thought, 3 fragments of the jade of the four souls were instantly transferred into his hands. Zizi. The violent thunder and lightning condensed in Kaguya's hand, and his face was calm. It's been a long time since I used the electromagnetic fruit. I feel honored, wild dog. Yuban Kagaya flicked it casually, and a thunderball the size of a head blasted towards Ganya in an instant. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, and a blue and white light shone all around. A long time. A Tianqing appeared like a meteorite falling, and the steel teeth were directly wiped out. There was only magma bubbling and bursting in the pit. Crack! The scorched black parts of the surrounding trees 1.1 also broke off one after another and fell to the ground. The figure of Yuban Kagaya has also returned to the side of the two women and Micah. The two women didn't care about the Tianqing, they just looked at Miban Kagaya expressionlessly after Miban Kagaya came back. What's the matter? Do you have strange expressions? Miban Kagaya was a little puzzled. Well, Kagome sighed and said, Kagaya, can you let us take the shot too? It's always been you who made the shot, it seems that we are superfluous. Yeah, Kagaya. Coral also had a resentful expression on her face, although you are safe to shoot, we are boring. I want to try Philigu to add spiritual power. Chirp. Chirp. Micah jumped onto Miban Kaguya's shoulder, and also nodded, with a face of agreement. Chapter 306 Genius. After Kagaya knew the reason, he said with a smile, I know, if you encounter monsters later, you should attack first, and I will protect you so that you can attack with peace of mind. Yuban Kagaya understands the thoughts of Kagome, Coral, and Micah. After all, he has just reached the level of swordsman, so he wants to use flying slash to kill people, which is normal. Chirp. Micah nodded again and again. Kagome and Shan Shan were also satisfied when they heard this. After merging the pieces of the four-soul jade into the existing small four-soul jade, Miban Teru Yoruichi embarked on a journey again. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the past 3 days, I have not encountered monsters with jade fragments of 4 souls, but I have encountered quite a few monsters without jade fragments of 4 souls. After all, it is an era when demons and ghosts walk everywhere, so there is nothing strange about it. Those who deal with these monsters are Kagome, Coral and Micah, and Yuban Kagaya is protecting them. There is no way, Kagome's barrier fruit is not yet proficient. Once the barrier made becomes a bow and arrow, it will lose its ability to protect. When you become proficient in the future, you will be able to create 3 barriers at the same time, 1 for protection, 1 for bow, and 1 for battle with arrows. There is nothing to say about the fighting situation. 11. Linglishan overcomes monsters. Under Kagome's spiritual power arrows and Coral's spiritual power flying to the bone, demons and ghosts will be injured if they are touched, and they will die if they touch them, and they have no resistance at all. At this time, the 3 of Miban Kagaya were sitting on the red cloud and flying towards the village. After being out for so many days, the 2 girls are both tired, and they plan to go back to get some rest, take a good bath, and then sleep in to wake up naturally. Touching the Micah in his arms, and seeing the sullen look on the Micah's face, Miban Kagaya naturally knew what was going on. After all, I watched Coral and Kagome fight every day, but Micah could only watch and couldn't get in the way at all. It's normal to be depressed. It is also strange to say that Micah is born to be able to fly on fire, but not to breathe fire. Even Yaochi bombs, Micah has been learning for a while, but she can't use them. Thinking of the envious eyes that often flashed in Micah's big bright eyes when she watched Kagome fighting Coral in the past few days, Kagaya made a decision in her heart. After a while, in the village, advertisement shrine. Yuban Kagaya controls the red cloud to land, and then walks down to the ground with Micah and 2 girls in his arms. Master Kagaya, welcome back. Zizi ran over and hugged Miban Kaguya's thigh. This action also instantly warmed Miban Kaguya's heart. After all, she was so cute. Touching Zizi's head, Miban Kagaya smiled and said, I'm back, Zizi. Master Kagaya, Zizi has already learned how to ride the clouds, seal, and enchantment. Can Zizi go out with you? Nani, I learned it. Kagome and Shan Shan looked shocked. How long has it been? They learned it so quickly. Yes. Look, as she said that, a purple cloud formed from the bottom of Zizi's feet, and it flew up with Zizi. Although the speed was not fast, it was very stable. It's amazing, Zizi, I haven't fully mastered the spirit cloud technique yet, Kagome exclaimed. I just learned spiritual power. Coral nodded. Miban Kagaya was also a little surprised, but thought that Zizi was able to maintain the knot of the Hyaki Bat clan at a young age. After being able to repel all the Bat clan of ghosts in the barrier, it is no wonder that Yuban Kagaya is no wonder. There is no doubt that Zizi is a genius in demon power and magic. Okay, Zizi, I mean what I say, and you will set off with us in the future. Miban Kagaya laughed. Thank you, Master Kagaya. Zizi was very happy. Next, the three of Mebe and Kagaya prepared some bathing supplies and a change of clothes, and went to the stream in the back mountain. Don't get me wrong, Kagaya is only responsible for the safety of the two women, and at the same time wipes out any things that may be peeping. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Micah also went to take a bath. There is no way, Micah is female, so she can naturally accompany the two girls. If Kagaya went in instead of Yuban, he would have been beaten out long ago. After a period of time, the two women put on a change of clothes and asked Mebe and Kagaya to help dry the washed clothes. The three of them and one cat went back to the shrine. Night. Everyone ate a meal, and after digesting the various delicacies prepared by Mebe and Kagaya, they went back to their room and fell asleep. Advertisement Gob and Kagaya naturally didn't feel tired, so he flew to the distance, and then went to practice spells. Vertical sun. The sun shines on the earth, and the birds leave their nests to catch insects. After the crowing of the roosters in the village, Granny Feng, Mother Zizi and daughter got up and started cleaning. As for Kagome and Shanshan, they were still sound asleep. They didn't even eat the breakfast made by Mebe and Kagaya, and slept until noon. The two girls woke up naturally, and then ate the lunch made by Mebe and Kagaya full of energy. After dinner, Yuban and Kagaya took the two daughters and Micah to the back mountain again. This time it was not a bath, but Yuban and Kagaya had something to say to Coral and Micah. Coral, Micah, do you want to become espers? Mebe and Kagaya asked. Well, sure. Coral and Micah both looked puzzled. How did superpowers become? And, why the two of them, Kagome? Thinking of this, Coral turned to look at Kagome. Seeing this, Kagome put her arms around Shanshan's shoulders and said with a smile, I'm already a psychic. Kagaya gave me 250, you don't have to think about it. Yuban and Kagaya naturally told Kagome in advance, and Kagome has no objection to Yuban Kaguya's decision. After all, she and Shanhu are not only competitors, but also close friends who can turn their backs on each other. Of course, the main thing is that Mebe and Kagaya asked her first and discussed this with her, which made Kagome very happy. Discussing with her, doesn't that mean that Mebe and Kagaya regards her as his wife? Kagome is very satisfied with this. Yuban and Kagaya then talked about Coral and Micah, the previous set of rhetoric that fooled Kagome. And from the king's treasure, I took out Mara Mara fruit and Lava Lava fruit, these two devil fruits. These two superpower fruits are the superpower fruit that controls flames, and the superpower fruit that controls magma. Yuban and Kagaya said, after eating the fruit, not only can you control the flame and magma, but you can also turn into flame and magma. It can be said that if you don't master it well, it is very dangerous. What is your decision? Coral, Micah. Looking at the fruits in Kaguya's hands, Kagome looked regretful. The reason why she didn't dare to eat these two devil fruits was because she was afraid of hurting her family when she went back to the future. Moreover, it is easy to cause too much impact, so Kagome ate a barrier fruit that is not dangerous. Chapter 307 Practice. But in Kagome's view, Coral and Micah don't have to worry about this, because they have always been in the Sengoku era, and they have always been with Kagaya. There is no need to worry about who will be hurt, let alone what kind of sensation it will cause. Coral looked at the superpower fruit in Kaguya's hand, and when she thought of the power of magma and flames, she felt excited. Hoo-hoo. Coral's breath became short of breath. As long as one eats this superpower fruit, one can become a superpower user and control flames and magma. This kind of temptation is really too strong. But whether this will affect the friendship with Kagome, Coral is a little worried about this, and then instinctively looks at Kagome. Kagome patted Coral's shoulder and said seriously, eat it, Coral, I have already eaten the barrier fruit, so you don't have to worry about me. Kagome. Coral was moved, and said inwardly, don't worry, Kagome, even if you win, I will agree with you to be a small one, and I won't let you leave. Kagome looked at Shanshan with a smile on her face, and said inwardly, Shushan, I think of you so much, I hope that when you find out that I have succeeded a long time ago, you will not be sad, but bless me. Just when the two women were thinking about each other, Yuban and Kagaya also secretly said, yes, that's right, the harem should be so harmonious. The deeper your relationship, the less you will quarrel over who comes first, and the harem will be stable. If anyone has the purest mind right now, it's Micah. She didn't think too much, but just looked at Mebe and Kagaya with those lovely big eyes. To be honest, it's so cute. Kaguya's heart felt warm when he saw it, and he directly put Lava Lava fruit in front of Micah. Here, Micah, you were born to fly, more suitable for Lava Lava fruit. The terrifying destructive power of magma combined with your flexibility can make you stronger. Chirp. The Micah screamed and jumped down from the coral's arms. The fire flashed and instantly turned into a large Micah. Micah first arched Kagaya with her head, then gently held the Lava Lava fruit in her mouth, raised her head so that the Lava Lava fruit entered her mouth, and began to chew slowly. The deliciousness of Lava Lava fruit made Micah squint her eyes unconsciously, enjoying it, and soon, Micah completely ate up Lava Lava fruit. Coral and Kagome also looked at the Micah curiously at this time, wanting to see what kind of changes the Micah had. In the next moment, the Micah itself drove the calendar area of Lava Lava fruit. Advertisement. ZZ. The four legs of Micah slowly flow magma, which belongs to the high temperature of magma, which continuously melts the rocks on the ground. Seeing this, Coral and Kagome quickly pushed back. After all, things like magma are really dangerous. Micah raised her paws, looked at the flowing magma, her pupils fluctuated constantly, and she looked curious. Mika Kagaya came over and touched Micah's head. Okay, Micah, take back your abilities. Using magma here is too dangerous. After a while, I will take you to a safe place and let you cultivate as you like. When Micah heard the words, the flames flashed and turned into little Micah. Chirp. Micah ran to the side, not planning to get close to the three of them for the time being, and she also knew that she was in danger now. Coral, this flame fruit is for you. After eating it, you will be able to control the flame. In this way, even if it is flying away from your hand, you can still have attack power. Coral came to Meeb and Kagaya, nodded expectantly, took the flame fruit, and opened her mouth to bite. Crack. After tasting the delicacy of the fruit, Coral's eyes lit up, and then he chewed and swallowed it quickly, and quickly ate up the fruit. Next moment. Hoo. The blazing flame instantly enveloped the coral, but did no harm to the coral. Obviously, the coral awakened the ability of flame. With a thought, Coral concentrated all the flames on her body in the palm of her hand, and then pushed them directly towards the rock next to her. Boom. The rocks appear in the Kankohei, although they have not moved to extend the surface. Seeing this, Coral couldn't help clenching her fists with joy on her face. Yuban Kagaya smiled and said, Coral, Micah, just take advantage of these few days to repair, you should practice your superpowers, and when you are proficient, we will start again. Advertisement, especially for Micah, you must be proficient in magnetization, otherwise the coral will be very dangerous. When Coral heard this, she couldn't help but shudder when she thought of the situation when the Micah's back suddenly turned into magma when she was sitting on the Micah. It was really terrible. Micah, we all have to work hard to cultivate. Sean looked at Micah seriously. Chirp. Micah nodded in response. Gagome, you have to work hard to practice, whether it is Lingyun, spiritual strike, or superpowers. Yuban Kagaya looked at Gagome. Leave aside the spirit cloud technique. If you can instantly create 3 or even more than 3 barrier arrows and launch them together, the power will definitely explode. If spirit strikes are added to the barrier arrows, the destructive power will be even more terrifying. In addition, the spirit cloud technique can be used to attack and retreat. Kagaya didn't say anything after that, but Kagome's eyes lit up. Thinking about that scene is exciting. I have to say that Yuban Kaguya's plan is very useful. After all, this is not a big cake, but a fact, so Kagome, Coral and Micah's desire to practice instantly increased. Kagaya didn't even need to ask for it. Kagome and Coral asked Kagaya to find a place for them to practice, and they had to work hard. In the following days, Kagome, Coral, and Micah were taken to practice in a mountain range by Kagaya every day. As for the search for the Jade of the Four Souls? If you don't have time, you can't lose it anyway. Don't worry, cultivation is the most important thing. Also, Nuo Dahao taught 2 women and 1 cat to practice every day, and mainly taught 2 women to practice. After all, Yuban Kagaya has a very deep understanding of spiritual power techniques, so it is normal to teach the 2 girls hand in hand. As for why the 2 girls are always blushing, Yuban Kagaya is not clear. After all, he is only serious about guiding the 2 girls to practice. To be honest, Yuban Kagaya is quite satisfied with this kind of life, and even wants to live like this for a while longer. However, it is a pity for Yuban Kagaya that the training speed of 2 women and 1 cat is a bit fast, and it feels like he will be able to grasp the purpose of this training soon. Well, thinking of this, Yuban Kagaya felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would not have taught so quickly. Take his time and give more hands-on guidance for a period of time. Of course, Yuban Kagaya has no other intentions, but just doesn't want to make the 2 girls so hard. I have to say that Yuban Kagaya is also a well-intentioned post. Advertisement Chapter 308. Go home time is like water, always flowing slowly. Before I knew it, a week had passed. The practice of 2 women and 1 cat is coming to an end. For elementalization, Coral and Micah have almost mastered it. And Coral barely mastered the spiritual strike, so it can be used in conjunction with Filaigu. As far as Micah is concerned, Yaochi Bomb and Enchantment are only mastered a little, and they are not effective at times, and they still need to practice. In Kagome's words, he has mastered both the Spirit Cloud technique and the Spirit Strike technique and can instantly create 2 barrier arrows, which is quite obvious progress. Time flies. 7 days later, another week passed. The practice of 2 people and 1 cat has finally come to an end, and the purpose of this practice has been completely achieved. Kagome has thoroughly mastered the Spirit Cloud technique and Spirit Strike technique, and can instantly create 5 barrier arrows. Coral's Spiritual Strike is thoroughly mastered and can be used at will, and the use of fruit abilities is quite proficient, and the elementalization is thoroughly mastered. Micah's Lava fruit ability is completely proficient, and the elementalization is completely mastered, so there is no need to worry about the sudden magma on the back. At the same time, Yuban Kagaya also discovered the real reason for the slowness of Micah's practice. That is, Micah's monster power is too much. Yuban Kagaya didn't realize before that Micah's monster power is actually 797 of the big monster level. To put it bluntly, although Micah's monster power is at the level of a big monster, Micah's control power is too poor. Even if the monster's aura is soaring, she can still exert a part of her power. This is also the reason why Yuban Kagaya did not find that Micah is a big monster. Similarly, it is also because Micah's ability to control the monster power is too poor, so she has been unable to learn the magic power of the monster. After finding out the reason, Mida Kagaya formulated a control discipline for Micah. And when Micah completely mastered all the monster power, sure enough, she quickly learned the monster energy bullet and the enchantment technique. After the practice, Yuban Kagaya took the 2 women and 1 cat, and teleported to the back mountain of the village, and let the 2 women take a bath. Of course, Yuban Kagaya still consistently protects the 2 girls, ready to obliterate all enemies at any time. After a while, after the 2 women changed their clothes, they brought out the washed clothes, After Miba and Kagaya helped dry them, they returned to the shrine with the 2 women and 1 cat. After such a long time of practice, the 2 girls went back to the shrine and finished their dinner, then went straight to their room and fell asleep. Vertical sun morning. Advertisement. Everyone got up and finished breakfast. After Yuban, Kagaya and Kagome said goodbye to everyone, they went straight to the well of bone eaters. After all, Kagome has been in this era for a long time this time, so she should go home and have a look. In this regard, Coral didn't feel anything, because Kagome had told her a long time ago. Higurashi Shrine. After a black light flashed in the well of bone eaters, the figures of Kagaya and Kagome appeared at the bottom of the well. Yuban Kagaya jumped onto the ground with Kagaya in his arms, walked out of the small house, came to the yard, and saw Kagaya who was sweeping the floor. "Grandpa, we are back." When Grandpa Kagome heard the words, he turned his head quickly, and when he saw his granddaughter came back, he immediately looked happy. "Kagome, you're back. It's been a bit long this time. It's a good thing you're back, otherwise Grandpa wouldn't have found any reason to ask you for leave." Ignoring Grandpa who was thinking of some reason there, Kagome grabbed the paddle Kagaya and walked into the house. In the room. "We're back." Kagome and Mita Kagaya enter the living room. "Era, Kagome, Kagaya, you are back. This time is a bit long." Kagome's mother came out of the kitchen and said. "It's a bit long." Kagome smiled awkwardly. Night. After dinner and watching TV programs with his family, Kagome and Kagaya went back to the room. "Ah, it's so soft, the long-lost bed, how nice it is." Kagome lay on the bed with a relaxed face, turned over, lay on her back, looked at the ceiling. Kagome's eyes blurred. "Hey, Kagaya." "J, BBEA." Wei's voice was very low, but Miban Kagaya still heard it. "What's wrong?" Miban Kagaya sat on the tatami with his back against the wall and asked softly. "Snore. Snooze." A small grunting sound came into Miban Kaguya's ears. "You are mine, I won't give it up to Coral," Kagome whispered to herself while falling asleep. Advertisement. Hearing this, Miban Kagaya smiled softly. "Is that so, Kagome? I will work hard for both of you to be happy." Goban Kagaya got up, came to Kagome's side, covered Kagome with a quilt, and turned around. Yuita Teru Yoriichi was stunned, looked back at Kagome who was sleeping soundly, and grabbed his soft little hand. "Don't go, Kagaya." Kagome snored and babbled. Morning. As the moon sets and the sun rises, bright light shines into Kagome's room through the curtains. Kagome's mother went upstairs quietly and came to the door of Kagome's room, intending to wake Kagome up for dinner. If she didn't get up again, she would be late for school soon. Opening the door quietly, Kagome's mother looked into the room. When she saw Kagome's situation, she was taken aback for a moment, but then she covered her mouth and laughed. Allah, I didn't stay for so long this time, it's all developed to this extent." After saying that, Kagome's mother left quietly and didn't bother Kagome anymore. At worst, she would just ask for another day off. Bed. As the sun shone on Kagome's eyes, Kagome gradually woke up and slowly opened her eyes. Looking at Miban Kagaya beside her, Kagome rubbed her eyes. No, Kagome put down her hand, her eyes suddenly widened. When she realized that she was holding Kagaya, Kagome hurriedly stood up, her face flushed instantly, as if she was about to burst into steam. After finding that the pajamas on her body were intact, Kagome breathed a sigh of relief, and then wondered what happened yesterday and why Kagaya was in bed. Looking at Kaguya's sleeping face, Kagome curiously stretched out her finger and poked Kaguya's face. Feeling speechless, Kagaya opened his eyes and looked at Kagome with a strange look. "What are you doing, Kagome?" "Kagome, cough cough." Kagome withdrew her fingers, with a questioning expression on her face. "Kagaya, why are you on my bed?" Miban Kagaya pretended to be speechless and said, "You dragged me up yesterday, and you still ask me?" "Ha." Kagome was taken aback. "Why can't I remember what you were talking about?" "You fell asleep in bed yesterday, and I covered you with a quilt, but unexpectedly you dragged it up. I was afraid of hurting you, so I didn't dare to resist. That's it. Look at our clothes, aren't they all in good shape?" Chapter 309. Best Friend. Yeah. Kagaya didn't believe Miban Teru Yoriichi's explanation, but because there was no evidence, Kagaya had no way to refute it, so she had to let Miban Kagaya out quickly. After Miban Kagaya went out, Kagome instantly relaxed, and exhaled a few breaths with a rosy face. So shy. Kagome covered her face with her hands, feeling flustered because of a sudden shock. Shaking her head, Kagome forcibly calmed down, changed her pajamas into her school uniform, packed her school bag, and went out of the room to wash up. After washing up, I went back to my room, took my school bag, and went to the living room to have breakfast. Yuban Kagaya had finished eating a long time ago, and was sitting on a rocking chair in the yard, swaying and basking in the sun. After Kagome finished eating, she went to school with Soda. School entrance. When they saw Kagome coming to school, the 3 girlfriends ran over quickly, surrounded Kagome, and showed curious eyes. "How is it, Kagome?" "Yeah, how's it going with your Kagaya? After taking such a long vacation, you must be very hot." Well enough." Thinking of life in the Sengoku era recently, Kagome smiled. "Anyway, every day is relaxing, and Kagaya cooks delicious food every day." It's really enviable, Kagome, to cook for you every day?" "So good." When the 3 girlfriends heard the words, they all looked envious. "Although it's not just for me to eat," Kagome thought to himself. "Hey, Kagome, is your boyfriend at your house today? Can we go and see? It's time for you to introduce us to," Yuka said. "Yes," Kagome, let's get to know each other, Eri said. It's just right, let's go to your house to give you extra lessons, how about it, Kagome? Ayumi also said with a smile. Ah, so suddenly. Kagome looked nervous. When the three girlfriends saw this, mocking smiles instantly appeared on their faces. Oh, sure enough, my friend is at your house, Kagome. Advertisement, since this is the case, then it's a deal, Kagome, and we will gather at your house after school. Well, okay, Kagome reluctantly agreed. Anyway, sooner or later she will introduce, even today. At this time, the class bell rang. Kagome and her three best friends heard the voice and walked into the school quickly, ready to go back to class. At the same time, after Kagome's mother cleaned up the kitchen, she was about to go out to buy groceries. By the way, she asked Miban Kagaya if she wanted to go. It happened that Miban Kagaya felt bored, so she went shopping with Kagome's mother. And just as Miban Kagaya and Kagome's mother left the shrine, the warehouse in the shrine, a rectangular black box, suddenly shook. Inside the box is a sword with three large characters engraved on the scabbard, Kong Yunya. I sensed it, there is a powerful demonic aura nearby. A bloody light flashed across the orb on Kong Yunya's hilt. Yan. At the same time, the voice of an old man who just woke up came from the scabbard. What's going on? Kong Yunya moved just now. Calculate the time, it seems to be 700 years. Ah. What should I do? Once the 700 years comes, I don't know who can subdue Kong Yunya. But it's okay, it can be suppressed for a while, let's talk about it then. Hulu, Hulu. Talking, the sound from the scabbard turned into a grunt. On the street. On the way to the supermarket. Kagome's mother met several women who lived nearby and went grocery shopping together. When these women saw Miban Kagaya, they would ask Miban Kagaya who she was curiously. In this regard, Kagome's mother will introduce with enthusiasm, this is my Kagome's boyfriend, Miban Kagaya. Nani, Kagome's boyfriend, is amazing. These women were all surprised. At this time, Miban Kagaya will cooperate and find an opportunity to say a few words about my mother-in-law. And those women naturally asked in surprise, could it be that Kagaya has already made a private appointment with Kagome for life? No, it's not a private decision for life, but with the blessing of Kagome's parents and I, we made a decision for life. Miban Kagaya explained. Amazing. So romantic. In short, Kagome's mother is very comfortable today. It can be said that she has earned enough face in front of her friends. Afternoon. Advertisement. As the school bell rang, the three girlfriends came to Kagome in an instant, looking at Kagome with smiles on their faces. Ask for flowers. Oh, I got it. Let's go. Kagome sighed, carried her school bag, and went home with the three of her girlfriends. We're finally meeting, Kagome's boyfriend. Yeah. Let's find out about him and listen to the love story between him and Kagome. That's right. Listening to the whispers of her girlfriends, Kagome had a headache and prayed in her heart, Kagaya, please, don't say too much. After a while, Kagome returned home with three of her girlfriends. After walking into the living room, after the three best friends greeted Grandpa Kagome and Mother Kagome one after another, they followed Kagome back to the room. After returning to the room with the three best friends, Kagome did not find Miban Kagaya. Although she didn't know where Miban Kagaya had gone, Kagome breathed a sigh of relief. However, the three girlfriends were a little disappointed and they couldn't hear the love story. Wow. At this time, the window was suddenly opened, and Kagaya, who had just come out of the warehouse, jumped to the window and opened the window to come in after hearing the voices and words of the three girlfriends. Since you want to see me, please see me. Anyway, Kagaya is not too much about the oath of sovereignty. Seeing Kagaya who came in from the window, Kagome and her girlfriends all froze in place. What are you doing, Kagaya? What are you doing coming in from the window sill? Kagome thought silently. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the three girlfriends flashed brightly, and they gathered around Miban Kagaya. You are Kagome's boyfriend, Kagaya Goben. How did you meet Kagome? How long have you known Kagome? The three girlfriends didn't care about coming in through the window at all, they only cared about their love story. Miban Kagaya sat on the tatami mat, and chatted casually with the three girlfriends, regardless of Kagome's wink. I am Miban Kagaya, Kagome's boyfriend, you are Kagome's best friends. Kagome often mentioned you to me, saying that you are her best friend and her best friend for life. Kagome. Hearing Miban Kaguya's words, the three girlfriends were instantly touched, and they patted Kagome on the shoulder one after another, and wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes. Chapter 310. Sword Spirit. Seeing that the three of them were so moved, Kagome pretended to be calm and smiled. Well said, Kagaya, come again more violently, let these three women cry. The three girlfriends hugged Kagome directly, and they all murmured, best friend. After wiping the light from the corners of their eyes again, the three girlfriends still did not forget their purpose, which is a love story, so they asked again, how did Miban Kagaya and Kagome meet? That's a long story. A trace of nostalgia flashed across Kaguya's face. I still remember that time when Kagome was in danger. In this way, Miban Kagaya talked about an extremely outrageous story about a hero saving a beauty that he saw in a book in the world of pirates. Of course, it doesn't matter whether it's outrageous or not, the important thing is that the three of my girlfriends believed it and listened carefully. In the end, I hugged Jay Wei with one hand and a knife with the other, killing a bloody river, and I also established a deep relationship with Jay Wei. After hearing this touching story, the three girlfriends were very moved, only Kagome looked embarrassed. Okay, let's be honest, how did we meet? Although the story is very touching, we are more concerned about Kagome. Yes. The three girlfriends wiped away their tears and said. Seeing this, Yuban Kagaya stopped talking, and just told the truth. It is true that heroes save beauty, but there are not so many twists and turns. I don't know if Kagome told you guys, I'm a bounty hunter, and my strength is also very good. That little trash was killed by me on the spot. At 2H at carat at plus. Afterwards, I sent Kagome home, and fell in love with Kagome after coming and going. This is how I got to know Kagome. Killed? Really killed? The three girlfriends were stunned when they heard the words. Etc. After Kagome realized it, she quickly covered Kaguya's mouth. What are you talking about? Saying that, Kagome turned her head back with a smirk, looked at the three of her girlfriends who were stunned, and wanted to explain. So handsome. Ha, Kagome was stunned. What did she hear? So hot. Yes. I feel so safe. Advertisement. The three girlfriends all had golden eyes, thinking that Miban Kagaya is so handsome. Nani? Kagome looked at the three girlfriends with a strange expression. Are you all okay? Of course we're fine. Don't worry, Kagome, we won't talk nonsense, Yuka said seriously. Yeah. The person who bullies Kagome must be a piece of trash. It's better to be killed by Kagaya, Ayumi said. Eri also said, that's right, we are close friends, so of course I'm happy about this. At this time, Yuban Kagaya put down Kaguya's hand, and said with a smile, I think so too. A woman as good as Kagome is bullied, so if she doesn't beat her to death, why not keep it for the Huxia New Year? Amazing, it's enviable, it feels very safe. The three girlfriends were amazed. Kagome, patting her forehead, Kagome directly pushed Kagaya out of the room. They're eating here today, you go and help mom cook, Kagaya. After dinner, sitting on the tatami mats, the three girlfriends, who were full of stomachs, sighed, I didn't expect Kagaya to cook so deliciously. It's really enviable, Kagome can often eat such delicious food. Yes. Kagome is so happy. Night. Because the three girlfriends ate too much, they were afraid of danger on the road, so Kagaya and Kagome sent the three of them home from the beginning of the day. After sending the three of them home, on the way home, Kagome asked curiously, why did you tell them that? And you said you were going to kill them? I was the one who killed the centipede witch, Miban Kagaya laughed. You know that's not what I meant, Kagome said angrily. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if they talk nonsense. Anyway, the centipede witch is a monster. You can't find it at all, and you can see whether they are really good girlfriends. Even if they don't talk nonsense and prove that they are good girlfriends, they will subconsciously help you block other people's strike-ups. And pass on the information that you have a boyfriend and that the boyfriend is not easy to mess with. Explained Kagaya, Miban. But it's despicable to test them like this, Kagome said in a low voice. Advertisement, Kagome. Goban Kagaya stopped, put his hands on Kagome's shoulders with a serious face. I am the one who is despicable, not you. Besides, to me, you are the most important thing, others don't matter to me at all. Kagaya. Kagome's eyes kept fluctuating upon hearing this. Although the past was very cold, it also made Kagome's heart extremely warm. Go home. Vertical sun. When Kagome went to school, Miban Kagaya came to the warehouse, looking at a black rectangular box. For Kong Yunya here, Yuban Kagaya knew it well, and he had already discovered it. It's just that Kong Yunya is a magic sword that can even counterattack the Duya King with level 6 demon power, so Yuban Kagaya is not too sure that he will be able to subdue it perfectly. That's right, surrender is very simple, whether it is using a treasure card or forcibly defeating Kong Yunya, Yuban Kagaya can do it. It's just that Yuban Kagaya doesn't like Kong Yunya's sword spirit and wants to erase the sword spirit, so he has no idea to fight Kong Yunya. Simple erasure is difficult to do, but with the transferability of Op fruit, Kong Yunya's sword spirit can be transferred away. It's just that Kong Yunya's sword spirit can counterattack the Duya King. I'm afraid the soul level is level 6, so it's difficult to do Op fruit at level 5. In addition, it is very difficult to improve from level 5 to level 6, so Yuban Kagaya has actually been preparing for the second hand, that is, the sealing technique. After this period of practice, Yuban Kagaya has cultivated all the techniques to level 5. Next, Yuban Kagaya only needs to find an opportunity to let Kong Yunya find a host, then consume Kong Yunya's power and seal the sword spirit, and the sword spirit can be transferred by 0.2. And yesterday, after accompanying Kagome's mother to buy vegetables, Miban Kagaya found a trace of evil in the warehouse. Therefore, Yuban Kagaya judged that Kong Yunya might break the seal soon. Do you want to help Kong Yunya unlock the seal in advance? Yuban Kagaya shook his head, forget it, after all, Kong Yunya is a family heirloom in the eyes of Grandpa Kagome, I'd better not be this villain. Anyway, Kong Yunya will come out by himself sooner or later, just wait for a while. Thinking of this, bored Kagaya turned and left the warehouse. Monster Chi, such a strong Monster Chi. Kong Yunya's orb flashed again. After Kagaya, who walked out of the warehouse, sensed the new evil spirit, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hurry up, don't worry, Kong Yunya. Chapter 311. Demon Sword. After dispelling the evil spirit, Miban Kagaya went out, and went to the supermarket with Kagome's mother. After school in the afternoon, I originally wanted to pick up Kagome's Yuban Kagaya, but I didn't plan to go after I sensed that Kagaya and her best friends went to the burger restaurant and listened to their makeup lessons. When Kagome returns home after making up lessons, just go pick her up. Night. After Miban Kagaya picked up Kagome and came back, Kagome's mother also prepared dinner. After the family finished dinner, Kagome went back to her room to study. Yuban Kagaya will naturally follow, of course, will not disturb Kagome. Besides, after fully adapting and guiding the spiritual power, Kagoma's soul will become stronger and stronger, and her learning ability will naturally become stronger and stronger. After the soul is strong to a certain level, it is easy to have a photographic memory, so I really don't have to worry about Kagoma's study. Vertical sun. The rhythm of life has not changed. Kagome, who changed into her school uniform, washed up, and had breakfast, took her school bag and went to school. After a while, 11 Kagoma's mother went shopping again with Kagaya. At night, Goben Kagaya went out, planning to pick Kagome home. And just after Meben Kagaya walked out of the shrine and walked away, a black rectangular box in the shrine warehouse suddenly vibrated. Evil spirit, damn it, damn dog admiral, he is restless after death, he insists on sealing me. Kong Yunya in the box, and the orb on the hilt of the sword kept flashing a strange blood-purple light, and the whole sword body kept shaking. The scabbard was awakened, and panicked instantly. Oh, it's not good, why is Kong Yunya going to break the seal? It shouldn't be, it should be sealed for a while. What happened and what to do? Boom! Under the vibration of Kong Yunya, the black rectangle fell off the shelf. Grandpa Kagome, who was lying on the rocking chair in the yard, came to the warehouse door with a puzzled expression after hearing the sound. Boom! There was another sound of hitting the floor. Grandpa Kagome felt something was wrong, and hurriedly opened the warehouse door, and immediately saw a black rectangular box jumping up and down. Advertisement, isn't a box containing the divine sword passed down from the ancestors? Why is it still moving? Could it be that there are monsters coming to snatch it? Boom! At this time, the black rectangular box was directly broken under the impact, and Kong Yunya, which was sealed by the scabbard, was directly bounced to the ground. There are no monsters. What's going on here? Grandpa Kagome didn't dare to go in. The incident with the mask last time is still vivid in my memory. Kagaya is not at home yet, so Grandpa Kagome didn't dare to move. Hey, that human being, are there any powerful monsters around here? I can't hold Kong Yunya any longer. If Kong Yunya breaks the seal, there will be a catastrophe. Nani, you've spoken. Grandpa Kagome was taken aback for a moment, then stepped back quickly. Next moment, the orb on the sword hilt flashed blood-purple light, and then Kong Yunya quickly floated in the air, quickly flew out of the warehouse, and flew out of the sunset shrine. Kong Yunya. Grandpa Kagome was sweating on his forehead, and while looking at the direction Kong Yunya flew away, he muttered to himself. Could it be that the ancestors made a mistake? This is not a divine sword at all, but Kong Yunya, and if there is anything to break the seal, could it be that this sword is sealed? Whoosh! Kong Yunya cut through the air in an instant, and flew straight to the place with the strongest evil spirit nearby. At this time, the scabbard could no longer seal Kong Yunya's power, and could only be carried around by Kong Yunya. I found it, evil spirit, strong evil spirit. Kong Yunya orb flashed a strange blood-purple light, and then accelerated instantly. The sun was setting. Quack quack. A group of crows flew in the sky. After receiving Kagome, Kagaya took Kagoma's hand and walked slowly to Kagoma's house along the deserted street. A piercing sound came into Kaguya's ears. Goben Kagaya frowned, pulled Kagome behind him, and observation hockey spread instantly. At the next moment, Mibanwi Yoriichi was stunned, surprised in his heart. Kong Yunya. Why did it break the seal so quickly? It shouldn't be. What's the matter, Kagaya? Kagome looked around, ready to use the barrier ability at any time. Whoosh! Before Yuben Kagaya could speak, Kong Yunya fell from the sky instantly and landed upright not far in front of Yuben Kagaya and Kagome. Advertisement, Yauchi, I found it. The orb on the hilt of Kong Yunya's sword flashed a strange blood-purple light. Wait, this aura is human, and the monster aura of this human is so pure. Ha ha. It's really great. The desire of human beings and the power of monsters are simply the most perfect carrier. After Kong Yunya discovered Yuben Kagaya, the strange blood-purple light kept flickering, and he planned to control this human being for a while to kill. At this time, an old man with a soul state floated out of the scabbard, and this old man was the sheath spirit of the scabbard. Because of the lack of strength, it can only be seen from the evil spirit that Yume Kagaya is a powerful monster. So the sheath spirit instantly looked happy. That big monster, help me, this is a magic sword, can you hold it down for me, don't let it break the seal. Once this magic sword is broken, it will destroy the world. Nani? Destroy the world. Kagome couldn't believe it. What kind of magic sword is this? It sounds more powerful than Iron Broken Fang, and it can destroy the world. Hearing the words of the sheath spirit, Kong Yunya did not move. Although it was able to break the seal, Kong Yunya wanted to wait for Kagaya to hold it. Yuben Kagaya let go of Kagoma's hand, motioned Kagome not to come, and then walked in front of Kong Yunya and sheath spirit with a curious face. Isn't this Tai Sui Ya? It's been a long time, why is it in your hands? The sheath spirit found Tai Sui Ya at this time, and was immediately surprised. Are you Inuyasha? No, Inuyasha is a half-demon, and should have silver hair. Miben Kagaya put his left hand on the handle of Tetsuya. I'm not Inuyasha, that guy has gone somewhere, I got this Tetsuya in the graveyard of the King of Fighting Fang. Originally, Sessamaru was there, but he couldn't touch Tai Sui Ya, so I took Tai Sui Ya away. Sessamaru. Hearing this, Shay Ling nodded quickly. It's easy if you know Sessamaru. This sword belongs to Kong Yunya, and it also belongs to Sessamaru's father Dog Admiral. After the Dog Admiral passed away, in order to prevent Kong Yunya from causing a bloodbath in the world, I was responsible for sealing Kong Yunya and taking Kong Yunya into the Well of Bones to sleep. Now that 700 years have passed, I no longer have a calendar seal. Kagome asked curiously from behind, is Kong Yunya stronger than Tai Sui Ya? Chapter 312. Evil Gate, of course. Shay Ling nodded solemnly. Kong Yunya's strength surpasses that of Tai Sui Ya. You must know that Kong Yunya is a magic sword. There are primordial evil spirits on the sword body, which can continuously devour life and grow without limit. Once the power of Kong Yunya is released, the sky will rot, the earth will rot, life will wither, and the whole world will be destroyed quickly. Therefore, you must not let Kong Yunya break the seal. This monster, please help Kong Yunya hold him while the seal is not broken, and then throw him back into the well of bone eaters. I see. Mibanwi Yoriichi nodded with a serious face, and then reached out to hold Kong Yunya's gray-white sword hilt. Ha ha ha. When Yuban Kagaya held the hilt, a blood-purple light flashed from the orb on the hilt, and he burst out laughing instantly. This time it was not Kong Yunya's mental activity, but a real voice. Stupid scabbard, you are fooled, this perfect container, I accept it with a smile. As he said that, Kong Yunya ignored the power of the scabbard directly, and blood vessel-like tentacles gushed out of the hilt in an instant, trying to penetrate into Kaguya's body. Not good. Seeing this, Shay Ling didn't know that he was deceived by Kong Yunya. Let go. It's dangerous, the sheath spirit shouted anxiously. It's late, huh? Kong Yunya's laughter stopped abruptly, and the orb on the sword hilt flashed blood-purple light quickly, indicating that Kong Yunya was extremely restless. How is it possible? What kind of flesh is this? How could it be so hard? Kong Yunya's tone was full of disbelief. Kagaya, are you okay? Kagome worriedly came to Kaguya's side, and he was relieved when he found that Kong Yunya's blood vessel tentacles and Kaguya's hand hit sparks. Kagome remembered the deed of Yuban Kagaya breaking the blade with his bare hands, and he was not worried immediately. What the hell is going on with you? As a human being, it doesn't matter if you have monster power. Even your body is so hard. Are you really human? Kong Yunya was stunned. As a primordial magic sword, it was the first time he had seen such a wicked human being. The sheath spirit also looked at Kagaya with a bewildered expression. Are you a human, not a monster? When did I say I was a yukai? Kagaya Mita laughed. Advertisement. But how can human beings have demon power? The sheath spirit couldn't figure it out. Yuban Kagaya didn't explain it. It's just a scabbard, and it's not worth explaining the superpowers. Damn human. Dare to reject me, Kong Yunya. I don't believe that I can't break for your defense. As he spoke, Kong Yunya's blood vessel tentacles surged out in multiples in an instant, hitting Kagaya frantically. Clang. But it's useless. In front of Kaguya's dragon constitution, this level of attack is like scratching an itch. Oh. Miban Kagaya grinned disdainfully. Kong Yunya. How can it be repaired? Since you suddenly lost your defense, let me look at your memory. I don't believe I can't find your weakness. The orb on Kong Yunya's sword hilt kept flashing blood-purple light. Obviously, Kong Yunya was a little out of breath, and only remembered that it had the ability to read memories. But the next moment. What the hell are you? Why is my power ineffective against you? Kong Yunya's frantic voice recalled again. Oh. Yuban Kagaya smiled disdainfully again. As a person who practiced armament hockey, the most feared thing is the ability to show off. If you can't break armament hockey's defense, any ability is useless. Especially for those who have no offensive ability, they don't need to release armament hockey for defense, and they can be immune based on the characteristics of armament hockey. Because armament hockey is a will-derived ability, even if it is not used, the soul will of Kagaya will always have the characteristics of armament hockey. Damn humans. Kong Yunya is going crazy. The blood-purple light is flickering wildly, just after breaking the seal, and meeting such a wicked guy. Is it possible that Kong Yunya will be sealed for another 700 years? Mibanwi Yoriichi held the hilt of the sword with one hand and the scabbard with the other, firmly pressing Kong Yunya into the scabbard. With a thought, the invisible air current spreads instantly. The next moment, Yuban Kagaya held Kong Yunya and the scabbard, took Kagome and the sheath spirit with him, and disappeared into the deserted street in an instant. Higurashi Shrine. Miban Kagaya, Kagome, sheath spirit, and the cloud tooth and scabbard in Miban Kaguya's hands appeared in the yard instantly. Advertisement constantly walking back and forth in the yard. Grandpa Kagome, who was a little worried, was shocked when he saw the sudden appearance of Kagaya and Kagome. He was not shocked by Kaguya's sudden appearance, but the cloud teeth held in Kaguya's hand. What is this? How did the divine sword passed down from generation to generation become like this? Seeing Kong Yunya with countless blood vessel tentacles gushing out, Grandpa Kagome had a chilly expression on his face. Kagome, please explain to the old man. I want to go back to the Sengoku era. Kong Yunya is too dangerous in this era. After speaking, Kagaya let the sheath spirit enter the scabbard, and then teleported into the bone eater. What's going on, Kagome? How did our family's Excalibur become that kind of virtue? Grandpa Kagome looked puzzled. Grandpa, that's not a divine sword, it's a demonic sword, a monster's weapon. Later, it was sealed in the well of bones because it was too dangerous. The magic sword is broken now. It is intended to eat people. If Kagaya were not here, our era would be in danger, Kagome explained. Nani, that's the magic sword sealed in the well of bone eaters, so the ancestors made a mistake, and dug out the magic sword. Thinking of Kong Yunya's disgusting appearance just now, Grandpa Kagome believed it. There was no other way. Seeing it with his own eyes, how could he not believe it? Okay, Grandpa, let's not talk about it. I'm going there too. See if I can help you, Delise. After speaking, Kagome ran into the room, ready to change into long-sleeved trousers for easy movement. Sengoku era. In the Well of Bones. A black light flashed, and the figure of Kagaya holding the scabbard and hilt tightly appeared here. Whoosh! Goben Kagaya jumped on the ground and let the sheath come out. Here is it. After the sheath spirit came out, she looked around curiously. Miban Kagaya explains, this is the Sengoku era, the era of Sessamaru and Totose. As he spoke, Kagaya directly dialed out Kong Yunya. Clang. After 700 years of experience, the sharp sword body finally came out of its sheath. Boom. Kong Yunya's monster power shot up into the sky in an instant, and the monster's blood-purple beam of light continued to hook the sky and the ground. The evil breath instantly spread between the heaven and the earth, and the surrounding animals all fled to the distance from the fear in their hearts. Chapter 313 Method. Boom. The blood-purple light soared into the sky, and the evil spirit instantly filled the space between the heaven and the earth. All of a sudden, birds and beasts fled frantically, and snakes, insects, rats and ants moved one after another. The animal's instinct urges them to escape from the vicinity of Kong Yunya. In the shrine, Granny Feng, Ziji's mother and daughter, and Shan Shan all looked at the bloody purple beam of light with solemn faces. What's with that breath? Granny Feng was sweating coldly. I always feel very dangerous. Coral, who was wearing a combat uniform and a pink kimono, looked at the direction of the blood-purple beam of light, and couldn't help but move. That place seems to be the Bone Eater. Is Master Kagaya doing something? I'm going to protect Master Kagaya. Saying that, Zizi ran back to the shrine, took the blood jade coral, and rushed to the Well of Bones. Coral stopped Zizi, then looked at Granny Feng. I'll go with Zizi. Granny Feng, guard the village. Okay. You have to be careful, Granny Feng ordered with a nod. Mica. With a flash of fire, the mica instantly grew in size, and when Coral and Zizi sat on it, they flew towards the Well of Bones. On a mountain path. A little girl in a kimono with bare feet is leading a two-headed dragon and following behind Sessamaru and Shijian. 360. Grandpa Shijian, where are we going? The little girl asked. I don't know, that old man in Dao Dao Jai is too treacherous, it's hard to find. Shijian sighed. However, Ling, these are not important. The important thing is, wherever Master Sessamaru is going, we will go there. The little girl Ling heard the words, nodded and smiled. Yes, I understand. I will always follow Master Sessamaru. Well said, Ling. The evil view agreed. Boom. At this time, Sessamaru, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, looking at the natural tooth hanging from his waist, which was constantly fluctuating like a heartbeat. Advertisement, natural teeth seem to feel something. Sessamaru felt a little puzzled in his heart, as if he had sensed something. His heart suddenly moved, and he looked back quickly. After seeing the purple beam of blood soaring into the sky, Sessamaru's calm expression finally became no longer calm. That aura is unmistakable. It is the aura of Kong Yunya, and that direction, it should be the side of Yuban Kagaya. So that's the case. No wonder Kong Yunya seems to have disappeared completely, BBDG, and has been missing. It turns out that he was hidden in the Well of Bone Eaters by that guy from Dao Dao Jai. Thinking of Dao Dao Jai, Sessamaru's face became a little unhappy. That guy, who didn't expect to have a body replacement technique, left a wooden substitute and ran away. By the time Sessamaru went to find Dao Dao Jai, he had long since disappeared. On the edge of the Well of Bone Eaters. Human, let me go. A mere human is not worthy of the power of my Kong Yunya. The orb on Kong Yunya's sword hilt kept flickering with blood-purple light, and he spoke angry and unwilling words one after another. Yuban Kagaya ignored Kong Yunya, who had given up the violent struggle and retracted the vascular tentacles, but looked at the troubled spirit floating aside. As the sheath spirit who has sealed Kong Yunya for 700 years, do you have a way to completely suppress Kong Yunya? Shay Ling shook her head. Kong Yunya can't be suppressed, it's too strong, but if Tai Suya and Tian Shenga join forces, they can beat Kong Yunya. Joint together. No need. Miban Kagaya said flatly. Ah. Sheath Ling froze for a moment. Miban Kagaya looked at Kong Yunya, who was clamoring in his hands, with a calm face. Since you have no other way, follow my way. What way? Sheath Spirit asked. It's very simple. Find a user for Kong Yunya, and then crush Kong Yunya to greatly consume its power, so it will be much more convenient to clean up. Yuban Kagaya said. Nani? What are you talking about? Didn't I say that Iron Broken Teeth alone can't beat Kong Yunya? Sheath Spirit said hastily. Iron Broken Tooth can't beat Kong Yunya. Who decides? Yuban Kagaya asked with a glance at the Sheath Spirit. Ah. Shay Ling was taken aback when she heard the words. It doesn't matter. Tai Sui Ya couldn't beat Kong Yunya in the first place. Advertisement. That's because you can't do it. You can't exert the true power of Tai Sui Ya at all. In my hands, Tai Sui Ya is invincible. Miban Kagaya said with a grin. Ha ha ha. The orb on Kong Yunya's sword hilt flashed blood purple light. Interesting, human. I started to appreciate you, but you actually tried to defeat me, Kong Yunya. You are very good, human. If you can do it, try it. As long as you can defeat me, I, Kong Yunya, will obey your domination. Ah. Miban Kagaya chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. You have been defeated by me. Do you have the right to refuse? Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. You human being is much better than that guy Admiral the dog. Kong Yunya's tone was full of excitement. He didn't expect it to have a chance. It was great. At this time, a black light flashed in the well of bone eaters, and then Kagome, who had changed into a long-sleeved trousers sportswear, flew up on the white cloud. At the same time, Coral and Zizzy also came here sitting on Micah. Master Kagaya, are you okay? Zizzy said. What happened, Kagaya? What happened to the sword? Coral asked. Kagaya, what are you going to do with this sword? Kagome also asked. Mika Kagaya looked at the three women and Micah. Kagome, Coral, Zizzy, Micah, what I did in a while may be a little rough, and there may be a lot of rewritten maps. Don't get too close to me, it's dangerous, I want to defeat this magic sword head on. As he said that, a red light flashed on Kaguya's body, and his figure flew into the sky in an instant. Observation Hockey spread out to find a powerful monster. Seeing the figure of Yuban Kagaya leaving, Kagome and Shanshan knew in their hearts that if they could make Yuban Kagaya say so, the next step would be a fierce battle. Therefore, Micah and Kagome's white cloud are both followed by Miban Kagaya, and they have no intention of approaching. Sister Kagome, Sister Coral, what do you mean by rewriting the map? Zizzy sat behind Coral and asked a little puzzled. It's just that the battle for a while is terrifying. Even if the mountain is flattened, it is normal for the ground to become a canyon, Shanshan said. Is that sword so powerful? ZG was shocked. Kagome nodded and said, that's right, that sword is called Kong Yunya, and it's a magic sword on the same level as Tai Sui Ya. The sealer of that sword even said that Kong Yunya's strength surpassed that of Tai Sui Ya. It's a lie, it's actually stronger than the terrifying demon saber like Tai Sui Ya. Coral frowned. Chapter 314 Overbearing. Whoosh, Yubanwi Yoruichi holds the scabbard in one hand and Kong Yunya in the other, flying fast in the red light, looking for the powerful monster. At this moment, Yuban Kagaya suddenly saw Dao Dao Jai riding a three-eyed bull demon, looking at him from a distance, to be precise, with a face full of astonishment, looking at Kong Yunya in his hand. Yuban Kagaya didn't go over, but threw the scabbard directly at Totozai. Whoosh! The scabbard flew in front of Totozai in an instant, and Totozai raised his hand to catch it, while Yuban Kagaya continued to fly away. Huh? Dao Dao Jai, it's you? It's been a long time? Shay Ling casually greeted Dao Dao Jai after seeing Dao Dao Jai. Long time no see your head, Dao Dao Jai said speechlessly. Shay, didn't you say that you could seal Kong Yunya for 700 years? Why did you release Kong Yunya in only 200 years? Ah, I have indeed been sealed for 700 years. How could it be 200 years? Ah, the sheath spirit was a little confused. Whoosh! At this time, Kagome's white cloud, and the Micah carrying coral and purple weaving, also flew here. After hearing the conversation between the two demons, Kagome explained, it is indeed 700 years, 200 years passed in the Sengoku era, but 500 years after Kong Yunya went to the bone-eating well, it adds up to exactly 700 years. This is not a place to talk, it's important to catch up with Kagaya, talk while walking. Saying that, Kagome and Micah flew straight to Kagaya, and Dao Daozai also let the three-eyed bull monster fly to Kagaya. What could the three-eyed bull monster do? It could only fly away with a slight trembling of its legs. Looking at Dao Dao Jai flying beside him, Kagome explained that the bone eater can pass through the present and the future. After understanding, Dao Dao Jai nodded clearly, so that's the case. No wonder everything thrown into the well of bone eaters will disappear. It turns out that they were sent to the future. That's right. The sheath spirit in Dao Dao Jai's hand said, I said I should have sealed Kong Yunya for 700 years. Advertisement, Dao Dao Jai, I heard from the scabbard that Kong Yunya was also the weapon of Tai Suya's previous owner, so could it be that you also made Kong Yunya? Kagome asked doubtfully. No, Dao Dao Jai explained, I forged Iron Broken Fang and Natural Fang. Kong Yunya is a magic sword handed down from Primordial, and I did not forge it. Originally, Kong Yunya has been passed down in the hands of humans, but human desires are too great, and they are always controlled by Kong Yunya. This also leads to the massacre of every human being who possesses Kong Yunya, killing anyone they see until they die. And just after Kong Yunya caused disasters among humans for hundreds of years, a monster appeared, and he was the Dog Admiral. Relying on his powerful demon power and firm will, he controlled Kong Yunya and completely ended hundreds of years of killing. This is the origin of Kong Yunya. Dao Dao Jai continued, Kong Yunya is a sword that represents hell. It is different from Tai Sui Ya who can save fire monsters with one swing, and Tian Sheng Ya who can save lilies with one swing. With a wave of Kong Yunya, hundreds of undead can be awakened, and even hell can be opened and controlled. It is because Kong Yunya is too strong and evil that the Dog Admiral collects all kinds of treasures from heaven and earth, even the only treasure in the world that can represent the heaven and the human world. Thus, I created the iron broken teeth and natural teeth that can suppress Kong Yunya. Heaven? Human world? Hell? Kagome and the three were a little confused. Is this the world they live in? Is it so complicated? Dao Dao Jai said, this world is divided into three parts, and the world where the gods live is the heaven. The world where the undead live is the underworld, which is hell, and the world we live in is the human world. Natural teeth represent heaven, iron broken teeth represent human world, and cluster cloud teeth represent hell. The sheath spirit said, these three weapons were obtained by the Dog Admiral, so they are called the three swords of the world's overbearing. Since Dog Admiral is so strong, why did he die? Zizzy asked curiously. That's a long story. No matter how strong the Dog Admiral is, he is not immortal after all. Dao Dao Jai sighed, several demon kings of the same level attacked and besieged, and finally Kong Yunya turned back when the Dog Admiral was seriously injured. Suffering from this series of severe injuries, the Dog Admiral didn't get treatment, but instead tried his best to save a human lover with his seriously injured body, and finally died of being dragged down by the injuries. Advertisement. Speaking of which, what did Kagaya do with Kong Yunya? Judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem to be controlled by Kong Yunya. Speaking of this, Dao Dao Jai is also puzzled, since he can ignore Kong Yunya's control. Even if Kong Yunya can be used, can he still seal it again? Why run around? Ask for flowers. By the way, Dao Dao Jai, do you have a way to stop that human being who wants to find a user for Kong Yunya? Then defeat Kong Yunya head-on to consume Kong Yunya's power. After thinking about this, the Sheath Spirit hurriedly said, that human actually wants to defeat Kong Yunya with Iron Broken Fang. How is this possible? It's not impossible to defeat Kong Yunya with Tai Sui Ya. Unexpectedly, Dao Dao Jai also said that Tai Sui Ya can defeat Kong Yen Ya. What do you mean, Dao Dao Jai? That's Kong Yen Ya. If you don't join forces with Tian Sheng Ya, how can Tai Sui Ya beat Kong Ku Ya? Shay Ling looked puzzled. Kagome, Coral, Zizi, and Micah all looked at Dao Dao Jai, wondering what was going on. Dao Dao Jai looked calm. Don't worry, the sheath, iron broken teeth, natural teeth, cluster cloud teeth, respectively represent the 3 realms, and they are all demon swords of the same level. Why do you think that Tai Sui Ya is not Kong Yen Ya's opponent? Why? Shay Ling looked puzzled. That's what Admiral said, and in order to suppress Kong Yunya, he also forged 2 knives, Iron Broken Fang and Tianshinga. Dao Dao Jai thought inwardly, you're thinking wrong, you only forged the Tai Sui Ya knife at the beginning. If I hadn't found the treasure representing the heavens later, I would not have been able to separate the crescent moon from the underworld and rebuild a pair of natural teeth. Of course, I don't think so, but Dao Dao Jai didn't say that, but put it another way, actually, even the dog has not been able to really display the power of the iron broken teeth. Nani? The Dog Admiral hasn't displayed the true power of Iron Broken Tooth? Sheath Ling was stunned, but she couldn't help but believe it, because it was said by the creator of Iron Broken Fang, and the credibility was high. After all, even the Dog Admiral only swallowed a waning moon of the underworld with his iron broken teeth. If you devour the power of a few more big monsters, Warlock will not necessarily die. Dao Dao Jai sighed secretly. Dao Dao Jai explained, Tai Sui Ya's real ability is to devour evolution. As long as he swallows the power of powerful monsters, Tai Sui Ya can evolve stronger. The reason why Kagaya is so confident is that he has discovered this ability, and has swallowed many powerful monsters with his iron teeth. Chapter 315 Demon Moth. Devouring Evolution. Shay Ling couldn't believe it. Is Tai Sui Ya's ability so pervert? It can evolve by devouring demon power. Isn't this just as pervert as Kong Yunya devouring life to grow? It's no wonder that Shay Ling doesn't know this ability, even Ming Jia doesn't know the true power of Tai Sui Ya. There is no way, this power is too pervert, and the Dog Admiral never takes the initiative to speak out, so naturally no demon knows about it. Kagome, Coral, and Micah next to her were all shocked. I didn't expect Tiashia's ability to be so perverted. Only Zizi suddenly remembered that when Yuban Kagaya rescued her, he cut the blood jade coral with a knife, and then the blade turned red. I remembered, when Lord Kagaya rescued me, he chopped down the treasure of the 100 Ghost Bat clan with Iron Broken Fang, and then the Iron Broken Fang changed color. That should be evolution. Dao Dao Jai, Baki-san, nodded with such a face. That's what happened, as expected. That guy Kagaya discovered the ability of Iron Broken Teeth. If that's the case, there's no need to worry. Kagaya must be very confident in the power of Iron Broken Fang. We can just watch from a distance. A forest. Here is a small hill that is not too high, not a lush forest, and it has been cleared by humans to make it even more empty. There is a small village here, and there are bandits living here. Judging from their appearance, these bandits are very lazy and don't worry about being surrounded and suppressed. Originally, there were no bandits who would set up a camp in such an easy to attack and difficult to defend place, but this group of bandits was unusual. They had monsters as their backers. Judging by the demonic aura alone, the yokai here are very unusual, which is why Kagaya will fly here. Hey, prepare everything, the food is almost gone, and I will set off with the adults tomorrow. In the cottage, a bandit walked back and forth, constantly notifying the other bandits. Great, it's finally time to rob again. I really hope that my lord can keep a few women alive this time, and don't suck them all up. Yeah. Look, there is a red light flying over. Why do monsters dare to approach us? Yeah, these monsters think too highly of me. How dare they get close? That's right, there are always some monsters who don't know how to live or die to provoke adults. The bandits looked at the red light in the sky one after another, and instead of getting nervous, they started discussing. After the red light stopped in the sky above the cottage, it dissipated immediately, revealing the figure of Yuban Kagaya holding Kong Yunya. This demonic energy, so it's like that, it's a flying demon moth. A blood-purple light flashed from the orb on Yunya's hilt. Flying demon moth. Advertisement. What, Kong Yunya, from your tone, are you satisfied with this monster? Kagaya asked. Kong Yunya said arrogantly, so, barely qualified. That's good. Miban Teru Yoruichi said calmly. At this time, a flying demon moth in the form of a human appeared below, looking up solemnly. There is no way, the flying demon moth who was beaten by the Dog Admiral back then was seriously injured, and his strength fell to the level of a big monster. After so many years, although the injury has almost recovered, the strength has still not recovered. So when the flying demon moth sensed the arrival of a demonic aura at the level of a big monster, it immediately came out to see what was going on, and if it came, it would run away. What? Just run away. Please, think about it. Flying demon moth, who was also one of the all-powerful demon kings back then, just slipped away like this. How will it mess around in the future? Doesn't it want to lose face? Seeing Miban Kagaya in the air, flying demon moth was taken aback for a moment, wondering that a human being had magical powers, and then remembered the rumors, and recognized who Miban Kagaya was. However, what makes Fei Yalmouth feel wrong is that there is an evil spirit constantly exuding around this human being that makes the demon's heart palpitate, and the source of this evil energy is Kong Yunya. Kong Yunya. Flying demon moth said Kong Yunya's name with a look of shock on his face. How could flying demon moth forget about this magic sword that was controlled by Do Ya Wang and beat them and other demon kings? How is it possible? How can a mere human being control Kong Yunya? Yuban Kagaya didn't intend to talk to the flying demon moth, and directly threw Kong Yunya at the flying demon moth. Bah! After Kong Yunya was inserted in front of the flying demon moth, the orb on the sword hilt suddenly flashed blood purple light. Flying demon moth, hold me, and then defeat that arrogant human being. From now on, you will be the strongest demon king. Kong Yunya's tone is full of endless temptation. The strongest demon king. When flying demon moth saw Kong Yunya in front of him, he was quite confused at first, and didn't understand how that human threw Kong Yunya away. But when he heard Kong Yunya's words, he was instantly aroused with desire. Speak, the sword speaks. After the bandits heard Kong Yunya's voice, they immediately discussed in shock. Snort. Advertisement. Although I don't know what that human being means, but Kong Yunya is in front of me, so there is no reason not to take it. Flying demon moth stretched out his hand excitedly, and directly grasped Kong Yunya's sword hilt. Kong Yunya's sword hilt orb flashed a blood-purple light, and he said disdainfully, to put it bluntly, is it at this level? What a waste. However, although this kind of waste is not worthy of using me, it is still much better than the dog admiral and that evil human being. Flying demon moth pulled out the cluster cloud teeth, held the sky high, couldn't bear the joy in his heart anymore, and laughed directly. Ha ha ha. From now on, I, flying demon moth, will be the strongest demon king. Ha ha ha. When the bandits heard this, although they didn't understand what was going on, they all cheered, the strongest demon king. The strongest demon king. The strongest demon king. At this time, Kong Yunya's bewitching tone sounded again. Saw, flying demon moth, I need sacrifices, so let's use these human blood to celebrate my rebirth of Kong Yunya. Nani. How can adults listen to what you say with this broken sword? 5.8. That is, don't talk nonsense with your broken sword. Hearing Kong Yunya's words, the thieves exploded and shouted continuously. But the next moment, these bandits were dumbfounded. Whoosh! With a wave of the flying demon moth, Kong Yunya instantly cut the bandit next to him in half. The bandit who was divided into two halves did not bleed out, and turned into a mummy directly. Big people, run! Seeing the bloodthirsty gaze of the flying demon moth, the bandits turned around one after another, trying to escape. Whoosh! The figure of the flying demon moth disappeared in an instant, shuttling back and forth among the bandits. Ah! After hacking the last bandit to death and absorbing all the vitality and soul, Kong Yunya let out a joyful laugh, ha ha ha. Chapter 316 Mysteries. Ha ha ha. Hearing Kong Yunya's contented laughter, flying demon moth also laughed. The laughter was full of joy, and the joy of being about to dominate the world. At this moment, the flying demon moth felt that its demon life had reached its peak, and it had already begun to think about what kind of palace to build to match its status as the strongest demon king. Kong Yunya, it is your greatest luck to meet me. I belong to the flying demon moth family, and I am born with powerful demon power. In terms of total demon power alone, 10 dog admirals are no match for me. Flying demon moth held up Kong Yunya's teeth, and said extremely proudly, the combination of your destructive power and my demon power directly used up a mountain of admiral. It was your luck to meet me. You were in the hands of the dog admiral, and you were simply a violent thing. Lucky? Ha ha ha. Kong Yunya laughed loudly, his tone full of sarcasm and disdain. You are right, it is my luck to meet you. If it weren't for your waist, how would I have a container? Nani. 11 inches. As soon as the flying demon moth's face changed, its arm was instantly invaded by the blood vessel tentacles released by Kong Yunya, and then spread to the whole body. You guy, Kong Yunya, what are you doing? Why are you doing something to me? Aren't you going to join forces with me? Aren't you going to help me become the strongest demon king? Join together? Help you become the strongest demon king? Ha 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 ha. Kong Yunya's orb on the hilt of his sword kept flickering, and his tone was full of sarcasm. A trash like you with demonic power deserves to join forces with Kong Yunya? You also deserve to be compared with the dog admiral? Although I can't control that guy, but that guy's will is not comparable to a piece of trash like you. You weak-willed waste monster, you will end up being my puppet. Ah, damn it. As he said that, Kong Yunya's blood vessel tentacles directly invaded the whole body of the flying demon moth, and the flying demon moth also lost consciousness with an unwilling roar. Next moment, flying demon moth's eyes turned blood red, looked at his body, and commented casually, it's not bad, it's barely a qualified container. After moving the container, the demon moth. No, it should be said to be Kong Yunya. Kong Yunya looked up at Yuban Kagaya, and said with a ferocious smile, humans, let's fight. Let me see, what confidence do you have to defeat me, Kong Yunya? As he spoke, Kong Yunya raised the sword body, and the blood-purple light instantly condensed into a spherical shape at the tip of the sword, and a grey tornado of demonic power shot up into the sky in an instant. Roar! Advertisement. Several dragons from hell flashed around the sword body and let out dragon roars. Prison dragon break! Kong Yunya shouted angrily, and chopped down with his sword. In the distance, when Kong Yunya was controlling the flying demon moth, Kagome and the others who had already arrived saw Kong Yunya's attack, and were all taken aback by the terrifying power. What kind of attack is that? Is that the destructive power of Kong Yunya? Coral was shocked. Sitting on the back of the three-eyed bull demon, holding a scabbard sword knife, he said with emotion, "That is the dragon of hell, and the prison dragon breaks. Is the powerful mystery of choosing Chao Feng's injury." Boom! The terrifying tornado of demonic power instantly tore apart the earth, cut off rivers, and smoothed out mountain peaks. It ravaged thousands of meters before dissipating slowly. Kagaya, who had already teleported to another place, looked at the destructive power caused by Yulongpo, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, very satisfied with the power of Yulongpo. When he thought that he could also use the dragon break from prison in the future, Yuban Kagaya was very excited. On the traveling route of Prison Dragon Po, a longhorned demon with a spider pattern on its back is wandering around, looking for powerful monsters to devour. This monster is one of the 3 monsters bred by Naraku, a mind-savvy ghost with mind-reading skills. Wushin Ghost is tall, with a ferocious face and a tuft of white hair on the back of his head. He was originally devouring monsters. However, following the violent shaking of the ground and the continuous neighing of the air, Wushin Ghost was stunned for a moment. Even if he reacted in an instant and wanted to escape, it was too late, because the attack range of Prison Dragon Po was too large, and he couldn't escape at all. No! After Wu Xinggu roared unwillingly, he was instantly torn into pieces by the prison dragon. Even the poisonous insect who had been following Wu Xin Ghost and was responsible for delivering the news was also torn to pieces. A city lord's mansion. Originally, he thought that after Wu Xin Ghost became stronger, he could eat Wu Xin Ghost to become stronger, so Naraku, who was in a good mood, suddenly changed his face. Dead. Wu Xin Ghost is dead. How is it possible? How did he die? Naraku gritted his teeth, but he had no choice but to wait for the poisonous insect to bring back the information. Don't let me know who it is. Naraku's tone was full of distress. It's really not easy to breed monsters. Whoosh! The figure of Miban Kagaya fell to the ground instantly. Clang! Advertisement. With a flash of golden light, Kagaya instantly pulled out his broken teeth. Snort! Kong Yunya smiled disdainfully. Iron broken teeth. There are no natural teeth. What do you use to fight with me, human beings? As he spoke, Kong Yunya jumped up instantly, raised his sword and slashed downwards. Clang! Sparks splatter. Yuban Kagaya held the knife in one hand, and held the knife horizontally in the air, catching Kong Yunya's slash with a relaxed face. Nani! Kong Yunya was stunned for a moment. It was a lot of strength. Even if you were a human being, your body is harder than monsters. Even if you were 277, immune to the ability to read memory is also acceptable. But your strength is also stronger than monsters, so hell, it has lived for countless years, and this is the first time it has seen such a wicked human being. Yuban Kaguya's right arm shook, directly flicking Kong Yunya, and then took advantage of the situation to chop off. Boom! Bloody slash plowed across the ground and flew towards Kong Yunya. This was the holy sword intent. Kong Yunya didn't dare to take it hard. After all, the body of the flying demon moth is too fragile, so it can only spread its wings and dodge the slash. The earth was divided, and several mountains were divided into 2, which spread for several kilometers before the bloody slash slowly dissipated. Looking at the big crack in the back, Kong Yunya was surprised that such damage could be caused without wind damage. Sure enough, this human being is really evil. Miban Kagaya raised Teishuya again, and the invisible airflow wrapped around the blade, and he slashed at Kong Yunya. Wind wound. The dazzling gold light instantly rushed towards Kong Yunya in midair. Seeing this, Kong Yunya, not to be outdone, used Longpo from the prison. It's a mere wind injury. Roar! The phantom of the hell dragon flashed away, and the blood-purple light spun into a spherical shape. Prison dragon break. Kong Yunya swung his sword. The tornado of demonic power instantly wrapped the ball of blood-purple light and rushed straight to Gold's wind wound. Chapter 317. Devour. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be divided by 2 kinds of light, gold light and blood-purple light, each occupying half of the sky. Boom! Gold's wind injury collided with blood-purple jail dragon Po instantly, and the monster power tornado was directly blasted away, leaving only the blood-purple light and gold light tearing each other apart. The air is neighing, the ground is trembling, and the terrifying air current is like a shockwave, crazily impacting the surroundings. The ground was torn apart, and countless gravels flew all over the sky, and were torn into powder by the gold light and the blood-purple light, spreading wildly around. Boom! The gold light gradually weakened and fell into a disadvantage, and the blood-purple light became brighter and more conspicuous. Boom! The blood-purple light magnified suddenly, and directly scattered the gold light, and once again condensed a grey tornado of monster power, heading straight for Kagaya. Ha ha ha! Humans, go to the underworld with your confidence. Kong Yunya laughed loudly and continued to increase the release of demon power. Ah! Yuban Kagaya smiled lightly, knowing that the wind injury dissipated, because it was intentional. If you don't let the wound of the wind dissipate, how can you let Kong Yunya have hope, and how can you consume Kong Yunya's own strength to the maximum extent? Call! The invisible air current entangled Tetsuya's blade again, Mibanwi Yoruichi raised Tetsuya with ease. It was time to give Kong Yunya despair. Burst. As soon as the knife fell, the horizontal gold tornado hundreds of meters tall rushed towards Yulongpo in an instant. As soon as the slash in the shape of a horizontal tornado came out, it instantly swallowed up all the monster energy around it, making the tornado stronger in an instant. Boom. When the horizontal tornado collided with Yulongpo, the gray demon power tornado around the prison Dragonpo was instantly swallowed up and became the nourishment of the gold tornado, making the gold tornado even stronger. Then the mighty gold tornado, with an overwhelming advantage, swallowed the blood purple light ball instantly like a giant beast opening its bloody mouth to swallow everything. Stop time. Advertisement: the blood purple light is directly integrated with the gold tornado, and the gray demon power tornado directly becomes the outer armor of the gold tornado. The blast Lupo that devoured prison dragon Po charged directly towards Kong Yunjin with incomparably terrifying power. At this moment, Kong Yunya was stunned. Impossible. How is this possible? How can a mere Tai Sui Ya's burst flow Po swallow prison dragon Po? Even Admiral the Dog's blaster can't reach this level. How divine is this human being? Kagome here. After watching Bao Lupo devour Jilongpo, the scabbard said with disbelief. Bang Lupo actually swallowed Yulongpo? How is it possible? This is something that even the big admiral didn't do. Dao Dao Jai also murmured in his heart, how many monsters has this Kagaya devoured? You don't even need to use the ability to evolve, you can use Blast Lupo to defeat Prison Dragon Po. With Tai Sui Fang in his hands, you really have grown a lot. When Tai Sui was a demon sword, devouring demon power was not only a special ability to evolve, but also allowed Tai Sui's own demon power, profound meaning, and even quality to grow infinitely. Therefore, Dao Dao saw that Tai Sui Ya could defeat jailed Dragon Po by just bursting and breaking, so he would naturally devour less monsters. This is crushing Kong Yunya. Dao Dao Jai believes in swallowing more than 10 big monsters. The third daughter Kagome and Micah didn't have any other thoughts, they just felt a burst of relief. They all thought that as expected of Kagaya, even in the face of the primordial magic sword Kong Yunya, he could win with a crushing momentum. Boom. The terrifying tornado mixed with gold, blood purple, and gray rushed towards Kong Yunya with an aura of devouring heaven and earth. For a moment, the wind swept away, the sky and the earth turned pale, and everything around was torn to pieces. Only Kong Yunya was left motionless in front of him, like a lone boat sailing on a stormy night, pitiful and weak. He could only quietly wait for death, without any room for resistance. It's not that Kong Yunya doesn't want to resist, but that the flying demon moth is too weak, not only can't exert its power, but it consumes too much power. Now that he can't even use Prison Dragon Po, how can he resist? And the attack range of this Blast Lu Po is too wide now. It is not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan is thousands of meters away, and they are all within the attack range. With flying demon moth's weak body and flying ability, it can't dodge at all. So in Kong Yunya's view, instead of struggling to escape in embarrassment, but unable to escape, and can only die in mourning, it is better to die generously, which can be more decent. Well, anyway, it wasn't it that died, it was the flying demon moth. Advertisement, covering the sky and the sun, the blast that devoured the sky and the earth instantly engulfed Kong Yunya, and then continued to charge without stopping until it hit thousands of meters before gradually dissipating. When the blast dissipated and the sun shrouded the earth again, Fang Yuan was thousands of meters away, and it had already turned into a magma canyon that was constantly steaming and steaming. This magma canyon has a length of 1,000 meters and a depth of 1,000 meters. The bottom of the canyon is like the bottom of a volcano, with bubbling magma flowing. The sand and rocks on both sides of the bottom of the canyon are even shimmering with crystal light in some places. To this, Yuban Kagaya didn't care, but followed by a flash of red light, and went straight to Kong Yunya, who was flying in the distance with the help of the impact force just now. As for the moth, there is no scum left. Seeing Yuban Kagaya flying away, Kagome and Micah in the rear quickly followed behind. Dao Dao Jai held the scabbard, and let the three-eyed bull monster follow. He wanted to see how far Tai Sui Ya had grown. What could the three-eyed bull monster do? It could only fly away with a knife on its back while its legs trembled. Whoosh! Kong Yunya's entire blade was shining with blood purple light, which, Qian,'s, was flying with full force. How could it be repaired? How could that human being be so strong that he swallowed my prison dragon Po with a blaster? Sensing Kagaya, who was chasing up from behind, Kong Yunya quickly accelerated his flight. It was not willing to accept its fate like this. It has been sealed for 700 years, and it does not want to be sealed for another 700 years. As long as you get to that place, you will still have the power to fight. Kong Yunya's blood purple light shines on the sword body, and it goes straight to a canyon in its memory. Kagaya, who was behind the board, was not in a hurry, but just flew in a leisurely manner. Looking at Kong Yunya's appearance, he knew that if he could fly so vigorously, he must still have the power to resist, and he had to continue to consume it. In the rear, Kagome and the others also followed slowly, flying slowly and unhurriedly. Looking at the direction of flight, Dao Dao Jai, who was sitting on the back of the cow, thought of where this route leads to. Chapter 318 Strength. That direction, so that's the case, is Kong Yunya going to find Dragon Bone Essence? Dao Dao Jai understood Kong Yunya's destination, but he was not worried at all. Because the Dragon Bone spirit has been sealed by the Dog Admiral for 200 years, even if it breaks the seal, it is still in a weak state with no demon power remaining, and it is impossible to be the opponent of Yuban Kagaya. After a while, Kong Yunya flew into a canyon. This is the last chance. If it doesn't work, it will be sealed again. The orb on Kong Yunya's sword hilt kept flashing blood-purple light. As for why not find other monsters? Pull it down. The demon moth is still a big monster no matter how trash it is, and it is still a demon king. The body of the demon moth is not good enough, let alone other monsters. If you really choose other monsters, you will be looking for a dead end instead. When its power is exhausted, Kong Yunya will not be able to move without the human being. Arrive. Dragon Bone Essence, relying on its powerful body and its characteristic defensive demon power, it was the one who resisted my prison dragon Po and attacked the dog Admiral back then. It's also because of this that I was given the opportunity to counterattack that guy, Admiral the dog, and that guy could barely seal the Dragon Bone Essence. At that time, let alone use my prison dragon, that guy can't even use the Wound of the Wind. Looking at the keel spirit nailed to the rock wall of the canyon by a 180 fang, Kong Yunya remembered the reason why the dog Admiral was seriously injured. Thank you, Long Ji Yu Jing. If it wasn't for me, Kong Yunya, you would have been beaten to death by the dog Admiral. You can save a life, live up to now, and it's time for you to repay the debt with your life. Speaking of this, a blood-purple light flashed across the entire body of Kong Yunya's sword, and then the tip of the sword directly pierced the head of Long Gu Jing, his face like a mask. Puff. Kong Yunya's sword pierced all in, and then began to devour the soul and vitality of the Dragon Bone Essence. Feeling the pain, the Dragon Bone Essence instantly woke up from a deep sleep, and a pair of blood-red eyes opened on the face of the mask. You be asterisk 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 D. Kong Yunya, you actually dared to devour the vitality of my Dragon Bone Essence. The Dragon Bone Demon recognized the cluster of cloud teeth stuck in its face, and after sensing the constant loss of vitality, the Dragon Bone Demon looked angry. Advertisement he wanted to resist, but the dog Admiral's fangs were still nailed to his body, so he couldn't move at all. Kong Yunya said disdainfully, "Stop struggling, Dragon Bone Demon. If it wasn't for me, you would have been beaten to death by the dog Admiral long ago. It's all thanks to me that you can live until now. Now it's time for you to repay your kindness. Use your vitality and soul to become my nourishment for Kong Yunya. You be asterisk 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 D. Damn it." There was a trace of fear in the Dragonbone spirit's angry expression. Its body had gradually shriveled and lost the luster that flesh and blood should have. The consciousness of the Dragonbone essence also continued to weaken under the engulfment of Kong Yunya until it disappeared. That mask-like face immediately became twitchy, like a dead tree. In the rear, Miban Kagaya watched this scene indifferently, without the slightest thought of stopping it. Because the characteristic of the Dragonbone spirit's demon power is defense, to be honest, pure defense is not worth swallowing by Tai Sui Ya. As for the soul, the Dragonbone essence is too weak. If you can get a perfect Kong Yunya by consuming a level 5 soul energy, it will be worth it. Ka 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 ka. The Dragonbone spirit's body, which looked like a dead tree, first showed cracks, then shattered and fell to the bottom of the canyon, turning into powder. The fang that sealed the Dragonbone demon also lost its carrier due to the death of the Dragonbone demon, and turned into a gold spot of light, which drifted away with the wind. Boom. The blood-purple airflow entwined around Kong Yunya's sword, and then spread loudly, turning into a blood-purple tornado, sweeping across the entire canyon, soaring into the sky. In an instant, blood-purple clouds were densely covered in the sky, and the evil energy of hell permeated between the heaven and the earth, and Fang Yuan thousands of miles away instantly became gloomy, BBDG. At this time, the blood-purple light instantly wrapped Kong Yunya, and then beat as fast as a heart, just like the eye belt that gave birth to life. Next moment. Boom. The giant purple cocoon of blood that wrapped Kong Yunya shattered and dissipated, revealing a body close to a human shape. This body has no hands, but 2 large knives on the arms, spikes on the head, and 2 black gemstones as eyes. The whole body is like Black's musical instrument. Ha! Advertisement. Kong Yunya slashed his arms with both swords, and the blood-purple airflow spread to the surroundings, blowing away all the surrounding gravel. How? Human? What about my pose? Kong Yunya single-handedly pointed at Yuban Kagaya, and his tone was full of arrogance again. This time, I will definitely send you to the underworld. Ah! To Kong Yunya's disappointment, Yuban Kagaya did not show a shocked look, but still grinned at the corner of his mouth, revealing a plain but ferocious smile. Is this your whole card? Is there no other trick? Nani? Kong Yunya was taken aback. Isn't its current strength enough to shock this human being? Does this human have any trump cards? Forget it, since you can struggle so much, let me show you an interesting power. Clang. With a flash of golden light, Kagaya pulled out the demonized iron-broken teeth, and said calmly, although it is enough to deal with you. However, out of respect for you, I have no choice but to show you the real power of Tai Sui Ya. Tai Sui Ya's real power. Kong Yunya's gemstone flashed a blood-purple light, and his tone was full of doubts. Here we come. Dao Dao Jai saw this scene in the distance. His heart moved suddenly, his eyes stared straight at the iron-broken teeth in Yuban Kaguya's hand. Kagome, Coral, Zizi and Micah also watched the battle carefully. Miban Kaguya's thoughts moved, and the silver-white blade of Tiashaya changed instantly. Red's dragon scales covered the blade densely, the scorching red infects the blade. The surrounding airflow made a buzzing sound of evaporation, which was the sound of moisture in the air being evaporated. Call. The fiery dragon flames wrapped around the blade like Uzumaki, spinning continuously. The terrifying heat instantly made the gloomy canyon dry and hot. Seeing this scene, Kong Yunya's scalp instantly tingled, if it had scalp. In short, Kong Yunya's intuition told it that Tiashaya is very dangerous now, so let him stay away as soon as possible. How can it be? I, Kong Yunya, am actually afraid. Kong Yunya's heart was full of disbelief. Chapter 319 Fighting. Fire Dragon Iron Broken Teeth. Yuban Kagaya softly read the state of Tai Sui Ya at this time. The sound was not loud, but it spread all around. Fire Dragon Tai Sui Ya. Dao Dao Jai saw Tai Sui Ya's appearance, his big eyes widened, and he was horrified in his heart. I can't figure out which monster Tai Sui Ya devoured to have such a terrifying flame ability. So strong, the current Tai Sui Ya should be able to defeat Kong Yen Ya, Sheath Spirit said in amazement. Tai Sui Ya has changed. Kagome and the three daughters all looked shocked, and Micah also roared, expressing shock. And Kong Yunya, who was opposite Kagaya, felt extremely uneasy after seeing the fire dragon and iron broken teeth. Its intuition actually told it that it was in danger, and even gave it a trace of fear. How absurd it was. Who is that? It is the magic sword representing hell, Kong Yunya. This kind of fear is simply shame, and this kind of mentality of fear and shame entangled with each other makes Kong Yunya unable to bear it anymore. Kong Yunya's shame can only be washed away with blood. Humanity. Kong Yunya let out a roar like a ferocious beast, then ran quickly with both legs, jumped up, aimed at Kagaya with both knives and slashed down. Clang. Sparks fly. Yuban Kagaya held the knife with one hand, just like before, easily blocked the attack. Human, I, Kong Yunya, will not lose. A blood-purple ray of light flashed from the black gemstone, and Kong Yunya's body took the initiative to retreat and land on the ground. Then there was a forward charge, two swords attacking alternately, a series of slashing and slashing straight to Kagaya. For this kind of slashing battle, Yuban Kagaya did not use a big move, but also slashed with a knife. Clang clang. Fire Dragon Tai Sui Ya and the pair of knives slashed continuously, echoing Kong Yunya's two knives. Yuban Kagaya naturally moved his heart at will. The knife moved with him, the fire dragon iron broken teeth in his hand. Every knife can bounce off Kong Yunya's double knives, and then he can chop towards Kong Yunya's body. To be honest, Yuban Kagaya has not experienced this kind of close combat for a long time. Advertisement ever since he was too strong and could instantly kill the enemy at will. This kind of battle has gradually moved away from Kagaya. Now that he can experience this kind of melee fighting again, the feeling of blood boiling, Yuban Kagaya is very excited. It is not known when the next fight will take place, so this time Kagaya used his saber skills to his heart's content. The well-integrated flying Yujian style is constantly displayed in the hands of Yuban Kagaya. Red sword shadow keeps flying, and soon suppresses Kong Yunya and keeps retreating. In this regard, Yuban Kagaya naturally started to move with his sword, followed closely by his footsteps, slashing with his sword one at a time, and fully experienced this kind of melee fighting that he hadn't seen for a long time. And Kong Yunya, who was constantly suppressed and retreated, was not in a very beautiful mood. The already humiliating mood added a feeling of being aggrieved. From Kong Yunya's point of view, this human being is simply evil. No, he is not a human being, but a monster. After all, how could a human being be so strong? I think it has existed for countless years, witnessed countless fights, and read countless memories. It stands to reason that this kind of close combat should be at Kong Yunya, suppressing this human with countless years of experience, but now, it is suppressed by this human instead. Knife skills are inferior, experience is inferior, countless years of experience are like a joke. This feeling makes Kong Yunya suffocate to death. Ha ha ha, yes, please me as much as you want. It's been a long time since I saw this kind of blood-boiling feeling. Mibanwi Yoruichi was laughing wildly while swinging his saber wildly. Red saber light kept dancing, making Kong Yunya more and more difficult to parry. Hateful monster human. Kong Yunya regretted to death. It shouldn't rely on its rich experience to take advantage of melee combat. Above the canyon in the distance, looking at Kaguya's exquisite sword skills, Zizi couldn't help but his eyes lit up. It's amazing, as expected of Master Kagaya. The sheath spirit on the side also lamented to Dao Dao Jai. It's really a terrible human being, who can suppress Kong Yunya with only sword skills, which is something that even the Dog Admiral can't do. Dao Dao Jai also nodded, thinking to himself, what a monster. Tai Sui Ya really did not choose the wrong master. Clang. Clang. Yuban Kagaya dashed from left to right, and Fire Dragon Iron Broken Fang kept slashing at Kong Yunya's body. Hey, what's wrong, Kong Yunya, why did your knife become weak? Seeing that Kong Yunya was getting more and more difficult to parry his own attack, Yuban Kagaya laughed and mocked. Ask for flowers. Be serious, show me your proud combat experience. Advertisement, damn it, don't get too carried away, human. Kong Yunya's tone was full of exasperation, and he was no longer as calm as before. To be honest, Kong Yunya really wants to open hell and summon the undead to help it fight. But it didn't dare, because once the hell was opened, its power would be consumed a lot, and by then, it would be even less likely to be the opponent of the human being in front of it. Oh, forget it. Yuban Kagaya no longer stormed, but forcefully knocked back from Yunya. I'm tired of it. If you are at this level, this battle can be over. Point 0. Because he seized the opportunity to stay away from Yuban Kagaya, Kong Yunya, who was originally relieved, heard what Yuban Kagaya said, and his heart suddenly burst into anger. Humans, as I said, don't get too carried away. However, it should be over, but it's not you, but me, Kong Yunya, to end this battle. Kong Yunya raised his swords together, and the phantom of the Hell Dragon wandered back and forth. Roar. The blood-purple light instantly spun into a ball, and then expanded violently, increasing several times, reaching a level with a diameter of tens of meters. The gray tornado of monster power whizzed around the periphery of the blood-purple light ball, and rushed straight into the sky. The terrifying suction force swept everything around into the sky, and then tore it into powder. Humans, go to hell. This time, I will definitely send you to the underworld. Prison Dragon Break. Kong Yunya suddenly leaned back, arched his body, and then slammed towards Kagaya. Boom. The earth shook suddenly, splitting countless rubble, and the canyon walls on both sides were directly torn into slag and razed to the ground. The continuous tornado, with the dominance of destroying everything, came straight to Yuban Kagaya. Call. The air current, which is enough to tear everything apart, came to Miban Kagaya. It was like a breeze, and could only be blown gently. Even though there is a gray storm ahead that rolls up, shreds, and destroys everything, Yuban Kagaya still holds up the fire dragon iron broken teeth calmly. Chapter 320 Fire Dragon Bites. Boom. At this moment, there is darkness between heaven and earth. The gray tornado of demon power continued to tear up everything hundreds of meters away from Fang Yuan and dragged it into pieces. Then, with the dominance of devouring everything in the world, even the light, and destroying everything, he rushed straight to the unusually obvious fire in the darkness. Facing this terrorist attack like the end of the world, Yoruichi raised his fire dragon iron broken tooth with a flat face. With a thought, with the injection of magic power, the fiery dragon flame instantly wrapped around the blade and circulated back and forth. Call. Yuban Kagaya exhaled lightly, and then slashed down at the terrifying tornado in front of him. Fire Dragon Bites. As the iron-broken teeth of the fire dragon fell, suddenly, a group of dragon flames rushed forward, instantly turning into the head of the red dragon. 887. That was larger than the prison dragon, and opened its bloody mouth. In the blink of an eye, the red dragon head was swallowed by the gray tornado that stretched hundreds of meters across Fang Yuan. Then, with the dominance of swallowing heaven and earth, he swallowed the unbelievable Kong Yunya, and rushed hundreds of meters before dissipating under the control of Yuban Kagaya. There is no way, it cannot be controlled. This is a dragon flame with millions of degrees. If it is not controlled, half of the world will be directly destroyed. Just like the terrifying prison dragon breaker just now, no matter whether it was the monster power tornado outside or the blood-purple light ball inside, they were instantly burned into nothingness by the high temperature. As for Miban Kagaya, how to determine the temperature? What Kagaya practiced is the fire dragon slaying magic, and the dragon constitution is also the essence of dragon slaying. Therefore, the control of temperature is naturally very sensitive. The specific temperature cannot be told, but the temperature level that is not bad will not be wrong. When the fire and dragon bite dissipated, without the support of Kong Yunya's power, the power of hell gradually dissipated, the sky and the earth regained their light, and the sun once again shone on the earth. And where the fire dragon nod passed, there appeared a terrifying abyss hundreds of meters deep and nearly 8,000 meters long and wide. The original forests, rivers, and even mountains and valleys all disappeared without a trace, as if there was no such thing in the first place. The terrifying abyss, as well as the surrounding abyss, did not have any traces of being burned, as if this place had always been like this. Call. Advertisement. Seeing this horrible result, Miban Kagaya let out a breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Now there are more important things, that is Kong Yunya. Whoosh. The figure of Yuban Kagaya disappeared instantly, and the next moment, he teleported to the bottom of the abyss. The other side of the canyon. At this time, only a small part of the canyon remained, and most of it was burned into nothingness. In front of this small part of the canyon was an abyss nearly a kilometer long and wide. Looking at the canyon like a dividing line, Kagome and the others above the rest of the canyon no longer fly. Instead, it landed on the top of the canyon, with a shocked face, watching all this with a wandering mind. Dao Dao Jai and Shay Spirit are at the bottom of the canyon. Don't get me wrong, it's not that they want to watch the abyss up close, but the three-eyed bull monster was scared and fell down. The three-eyed bull demon fell down, and Dao Dao Jai and Sheath Spirit sitting on the back of the bull were naturally not spared either. Looking at the terrifying abyss in front of him, to be honest, Dao Dao Jai is also a little weak in his legs. He really couldn't imagine what kind of monster Tai Sui Ya had devoured to become so fierce. This is no longer stronger than Kong Yunya. This horse is crushing Kong Yunya. The profound meaning that Yuban Kagaya displayed just now really frightened Dao Dao Jai. The dragon head that devours everything and burns everything into nothingness is too terrifying. Shay Spirit is the same, surprised by Tai Sui Ya's current strength, but also a little curious. Dao Dao Jai, do you think Kong Yen Ya has been destroyed? Will not. Dao Dao Jai shook his head. If the magic sword that represents hell is easily destroyed by the sun, how can it represent hell? Shay Ling heard the words and nodded. Speaking of which, this human being is really scary. He actually defeated Kong Yunya. This is something that even the Dog Admiral can't do. In the future, if this human being holds Kong Yunya, there will be no need to worry about Kong Yunya destroying the world. Dao Dao Jai rolled his eyes speechlessly when he heard the words, destroy the fart. The one who will destroy the world in the future will be Tai Sui Fang. Unless Kong Yunya keeps devouring life and grows to the level of Tai Suya, otherwise it will not be Kong Yunya's turn to destroy the world in the future. Deep in the abyss, Kong Yunya was inserted into the ground and gave up resistance, because its power had been exhausted. Whoosh! The figure of Yuban Kagaya appeared in front of Kong Yunya in an instant, and he was relieved to see that Kong Yunya was not damaged at all. Advertisement: when the fire dragon devoured Kong Yunya's body disappeared instantly, only Kong Yunya was burned in the dragon flame. Yuban Kagaya also felt something was wrong, so he quickly controlled the dragon flame and stopped burning Kong Yunya. No way. Yuban Kagaya doesn't know whether Kong Yunya can resist burning. After all, it is a high temperature of millions of degrees. In order to prevent the loss of an X-level treasure, Kagaya, the board, must be protected naturally. After seeing with his own eyes that Kong Yunya was intact, Yuban Kagaya was also completely relieved. At the same time, I am even more impressed by the power of Kong Yunya. It is intact under the high temperature of millions of degrees. It really deserves to be the magic sword representing hell. Human, you win. Kong Yunya's sword-hilt orb flashed a blood-purple light, and his tone was a little weak, as its power was almost exhausted. This is my first defeat, Kong Yunya. How to deal with it next, it's up to you. Hearing Kong Yunya's deep and desperate voice, Yuban Kagaya didn't care, and he didn't intend to keep his sword spirit anyway. Yuban Kagaya pointed at Kong Yunya, and a demon power sealing technique was released directly on Kong Yunya. Sleep, Kong Yunya, you are too dangerous, Kong Yunya. Kong Yunya, who wanted to say something, fell into a deep sleep under the demon power sealing technique at 5.9. Then, Kagaya, who felt unstable, performed another spiritual power sealing technique and released it on Kong Yunya. So far, Kong Yunya fell asleep completely. Yuban Kagaya grinned at the corner of his mouth when he saw this, and opened room as soon as he thought of it. In the room, Yuban Kagaya clearly sensed that the evil spirit born in the orb on the hilt is the sword spirit of Kong Yunya. Transfer. Next moment, a thumb-sized blood-purple light ball appeared in midair. It was the sword spirit from Yunya. The bored Kagaya didn't hesitate. First, he released the room, and then sealed the demon power and spiritual power instantly. After that, he controlled the fire dragon Tai Sui Ya, released millions of degrees of dragon flames around the blade, and finally threw Kong Yunya's sword spirit directly into the dragon flames. Chapter 321. Sword Spirit. Silently, Kong Yunya's sword spirit fell into the dragon flame, and was burned into nothingness in an instant, completely disappearing from this world. However, Yuban Kagaya did not take it lightly, but took a look at the system panel, and found that the soul energy had increased, and then he was sure that Kong Yunya's sword spirit had completely fallen. The next moment, gold ripples emerged, and a gold treasure card flew into the hand of Kagaya the board. After withdrawing the gold ripple, Kagaya had a thought, thinking about turning Kong Yunya into a treasure. Whoosh! The gold noble phantasm card turned into a golden light, directly submerged into Kong Yunya, without any abnormal phenomenon. Kong Yunya became the noble phantasm in a very ordinary way. He stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of Kong Yunya's sword, pulled out Kong Yunya, and then injected magic power to completely control the treasure of Kong Yunya. In an instant, Ban Kagaya knew everything about Kong Yunya. I see. Is this the real power of Kong Yunya? Yubanwi Yoruichi exclaimed. To be honest, Yuban Kagaya was very curious about the essence of Prison Dragon Po, and the monster power tornado is easy to understand, but the blood purple light ball really can't see anything. Now that Kong Yunya has become a noble phantasm, Yuban Kagaya also understands the essence of Kong Yunya's power. Kong Yunya only has 3 noble phantasm abilities, namely, Power of Hell, Soul of Hell, and Devour. The first ability, the Power of Hell, collectively refers to all the powers of hell. This ability is to transform magic power or demon power into the power of hell, and control and manipulate the power of hell. This ability is the essence of Prison Dragon Po, and the Prison Dragon Po performed by Kong Yunya is actually incomplete. Kong Yunya's Prison Dragon Break is simply using the power of the Hell Dragon. For example, the blood purple light ball is actually the power of thunder and lightning of the Dragon of Hell, and the Dragon Circle Wind of the demon power is the energy of wind of the Dragon of Hell. After all, the Dragon of Hell is also a dragon, so he can naturally control wind, fire, thunder and rain, but the characteristics of the wind, fire, thunder and rain in Hell are different from those in the world. The real Prison Dragon Break is actually performed by the Hell Dragon's wind, fire, thunder and rain together, and it can also integrate the power of corruption and even death from Hell. Advertisement: the power of Hell itself is all the power of Hell, and only when all the power of Hell is used in a concentrated manner can the real dragon break the Hell. The second ability, Soul of Hell, is the orb from Yunya's hilt. The ability of this orb is to give birth to the sword spirit, and the sword spirit is the key to ensure that Kong Yunya can act alone. The strength of the sword spirit has no effect on Kong Yunya itself, but has a great influence on Kong Yunya's users. Let's put it this way, the sword spirit is level 6, and the user is level 2. If the sword spirit doesn't backfire at this time, the user will make a lot of money. Because the user can use the power of level 2 with the help of the sword spirit to use the power of level 6, and the power of the sword spirit and the user can still be superimposed. If there is no sword spirit, it depends on the user's own strength. Even if he can leapfrog the level to kill the enemy, at the level of level 2, he can at most kill a level 3 or level 4. If you want to beat level 6, then it's a dream. No matter how strong Kong Yunya is, it's useless if you can't perform well. In short, the existence of the sword spirit, if it cannot be counterattacked, is a very perverted ability for the user. After all, the stronger the sword spirit, the stronger the user, and the power of the sword spirit cannot be increased with that of the user. The third ability, Devour, is to grow through devouring life force and soul, and the sword spirit also grows through devouring this ability. When Kong Yunya is not a treasure, using this ability can make Kong Yunya's own strength and sword spirit continue to grow. However, this kind of growth is not the same as Tai Sui Ya. Tai Sui Ya evolves and grows, while Kong Yun Ya does not evolve, but only grows, and only strengthens its own power and the power of the sword spirit. Of course, Iron Broken Fang can also grow. Although the essence of devouring evolution is evolution, in the process of devouring, it will also make Iron Broken Fang stronger and stronger. Yin, Tool, or X-level treasure, its own power has reached the level where as long as there is enough magic or demon power, there is no limit to the level of power. The ability to devour is useless to Kong Yunya itself, but it is still useful to Sword Spirit. Although Kong Yunya does not have a Sword Spirit today, as long as he uses the ability of the Soul of Hell, a Sword Spirit can be born again. It is worth mentioning that only one Sword Spirit can be born, unless the existing Sword Spirit dies, a new Sword Spirit can be born, otherwise there can only be one. Advertisement, Yuban Kagaya thought for a while, and felt that a Sword Spirit should be born. After all, he had completely controlled Kong Yunya, and even if there was a Sword Spirit, there was no possibility of backlash. And the stronger the Sword Spirit, the stronger he is, this ability can be said to be very fragrant. Besides, if the Sword Spirit doesn't satisfy him, it's no big deal to get a new one. Of course, it is impossible for the new Sword Spirit not to satisfy Miban Kagaya. Because of the ability of the Soul of Hell, after the Sword Spirit is born, the memory of the previous generation of Sword Spirit will be instilled into the memory of the new Sword Spirit as inheritance. And Kong Yunya has survived in this world for countless years, so it is naturally impossible for him to be a Sword Spirit all the time. In fact, through the ability of the Soul of Hell, Miban Kagaya has already learned that the Sword Spirit killed by his 200 is actually the 4th generation Sword Spirit. 3 Sword Spirits died before, all when they were weak, and all of them were killed by witches who were good at attacking souls. The Sword Spirit who was killed by Yuban Kagaya was lucky enough not to meet the witch Queasy, and then met the Duya King, so he could grow all the way to level 6. Shaking his head and not thinking about it anymore, Kagaya had a thought, injected magic power into Kong Yunya, and used the Soul of Hell ability. Boom! A blood-purple light flashed at the orb on the hilt of the sword, and there was a heartbeat-like fluctuation, thumping. After more than 10 seconds, the fluctuation stopped, and the blood-purple light kept flickering, and then a melodious, but full of serious and solemn female voice came into the ears of Miban Kagaya. Master Kagaya, I am the newly born Kong Yunya Sword Spirit. From now on, I will swear to protect Master Kagaya. Please name Master Kagaya. Miban Kagaya, woman? No, you are a female Sword Spirit? Yuban Kagaya was a little surprised. This Sword Spirit is divided into male and female? No, Master Kagaya, the Sword Spirit has no gender. Even if it is away from Kong Yunya, the Sword Spirit is just a round spirit body, or has the same shape as Kong Yunya, so there is no gender distinction. Chapter 322 The Scabbard. Hearing the words of the Sword Spirit, Miban Kagaya nodded. After all, it is a Sword Spirit, and it must be in the shape of a sword. It is normal that there is no gender distinction. Then what is your voice? Miban Kagaya asked curiously. The calm and solemn female voice sounded again. Since Kagaya-sama is a male, in my inheritance memory, men generally like this female ninja's voice, so I use this voice. The voice of a female ninja? Miban Kagaya nodded. No wonder it sounds so comfortable. If it is the voice of a female ninja, it is not surprising. If Kagaya-sama doesn't like it, I can replace it. How about a coquettish woman? Cough cough cough. Hearing this, Yuban Kagaya cleared his throat quickly, and said pretending to be calm, no, this is fine, the sound is very good. Yes, thank you, Master Kagaya, for your appreciation. The female ninja's solemn and calm voice sounded again. The next time I ask you to change the voice of that coquettish woman, you can change it, and you can use this voice normally. Miban Kagaya said indifferently. Yes, Master Kagaya. Miban Kagaya nodded, and then said, as for the name, you can call it Sword Spirit, it sounds very good, and it fits a female name very well. Thank you, Lord Kagaya, for giving me the name. The Sword Spirit swears to protect Lord Kagaya to the death. Miban Kagaya nodded, smiled with satisfaction, held Kong Yunya in front of him, and then carefully looked at the details of Kong Yunya's appearance. 2 fingers wider, gray and white slender hilt. Under the hilt there is an inlay at first glance, but in fact it is an orb integrated with the hilt. Whenever the Sword Spirit thinks, speaks, and uses the power of Kong Yunya, the orb will flash in purple light. On the top of the hilt is a strange-looking gold sword, and the swords on both sides of the sword body are flat. The sword tan corresponding to the 2 sides of the blade has a unique shape like 3 pairs of wings. Then there is the slender sword body corresponding to the hilt, with 2 fingers wider. This is a real double-edged sword, not a knife called a sword. The overall length of the sword body is more than 1 meter, including the length of the hilt. It is not too long, it can only be said that it is just right, very suitable for fighting. Advertisement. Watching carefully for a while, Miban Kagaya made a scabbard casually with the ability of sense and fruit, put Kong Yunya in the scabbard, and carried it on his back. Because Kaguya's clothes are all formed by releasing magic power, it is easy to change the shape of the clothes a little and add a place to hang the scabbard. Temporary Rongyu, Sword Spirit, I will make a good scabbard later, said Miban Kagaya. Thank you Kagaya-sama, the female ninja's voice sounded again. Yuban Kagaya nodded, instantly transformed into lightning, and flew out of the abyss created by himself. Above the abyss, below a small part of the canyon. A flash of thunder rushed up in an instant, and landed in front of Dao Dao Jai and Shay Spirit, directly startling Dao Dao Jai, Shay Spirit, and the 3-eyed bull demon. When the thunder turned back to Kagaya, the three monsters were relieved. It seems that you have completely controlled Kong Yunya, Kagaya. Looking at the hilt of the sword behind Kagaya, Dao Daojai sighed. There are two knives around his waist and a sword behind his back. The knife seems to have fallen greatly after seeing it. It's just that Admiral the dog is a monster, while Kagaya is a human being. Admiral the dog has long silver hair, and Kagaya the board has black hair that is neither too long nor too short. White shirt, black trousers, and black boots. This outfit of Meben Kagaya, looks carefully, it is really suitable for the combination of two swords and one sword. In addition, although Kaguya's face and body are not top-notch, they're very pleasing to the eye, and because of continuous practice, her face and body are becoming more and more perfect, and she also has a free temperament. After a lot of fighting, I got Kong Yunya. This battle is also my blessing. Meben Kagaya smiled, and in front of Totozai, made a log 2 meters high and 3 meters in diameter. Dao Daojai, can you use this wood to help me make a scabbard with cloudy teeth, just like the scabbard of Iron Broken Fang? Dao Daojai was taken aback when he heard the words, and pointed to the sheath spirit. Isn't this ready-made? Forget it, I still like common scabbard. Besides, you are all old friends, I will not leave you. Meben Kagaya snapped. Dao Daojai scratched his cheek, and complained, just say you hate it, it sounds weird if you can't separate anything. The sheath spirit, which was originally transparent, directly turned gray and white. Advertisement. Dao Daojai knocked on the wood. Dao Daojai was stunned when he knocked. It was the first time he saw such a hard wood. It felt harder than his old friend, Pu Xianwang's body. Dao Daojai tried the conductivity of the demon power again. This time, Dao Daojai's already big eyes suddenly became bigger. It was so perfect. This wood is like the demon power itself. And the most important thing is that this is the wood that Meben Kagaya made at will. Doesn't that mean that Meben Kagaya has as much of this kind of wood as he wants? Thinking of this, Dao Daojai immediately looked at Meben Kagaya, and said excitedly, Kagaya, making the scabbard is only a small problem, can you give me more of this kind of wood? This wood is so perfect, it is simply the most perfect material for the scabbard. It's a small matter, as long as you forge the scabbard, I'll give you as much as you want. Meben Kagaya said casually. By the way, and these, you also helped me build them to make these weapons more perfect. As soon as Kagaya thought about it, gold ripples emerged, Kong Yunki, Thunderbolt Blade, and Flywheel. These 3 weapons immediately fell in front of Dao Daojai. Withdrawing the gold ripple, Kagaya moved to the top of the canyon in an instant, and came in front of the 3 women and 1 cat. Kagaya. Nose, Master Kagaya, chirp. Meben Kagaya nodded and said with a smile, let's go back and talk about the specific things. Coral, you give me the flying bones, and I'll let Dao Daojai build it. Good. Hearing that Dao Daojai was asked to build a Filigu, Coral's eyes lit up, and she quickly handed the Filigu to Kagaya. It's a good thing for the swordsmith who made iron broken teeth and natural teeth to make flying bones. Meben Kagaya took the flying bone, and teleported to the front of Dao Daojai below. At this time, Dao Daojai was squatting on the ground holding Kong Yunki to observe carefully. After seeing Meben Kagaya come back, Totozai asked in surprise, Kagaya, who made this big sword? The material is unusual. I have never seen Akira before. And this is not a demon sword. It is obviously just a common weapon, but it has surpassed too many demon swords. This knife maker is absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 323. Madam. Meben Kagaya was not surprised by Totozai's surprise. After all, this is a world where monsters and ghosts roam everywhere. It is not surprising that Dao Daojai, who is a top swordsmith, would be surprised by a weapon without the characteristics of demon power and spiritual power, whose quality can exceed most demon knives. I don't know who the knife maker is. Anyway, he is a human being. You can help me make this knife into a shape suitable for my body. Meben Kagaya intends to transform Kong Yunki, and use it as a weapon for his daughter Rin after returning to One Piece World. By the way, Dao Daojai, if you can increase the weight of this knife, you can also add more, as long as it does not exceed 30,000 households. Thinking of her daughter's terrifying power, Meben Kagaya made another request. No more than 30,000 caddies, it's too heavy. Dao Daojai couldn't help being a little speechless when he heard the words, even if my forging knives are fine, I can't make them, I can't hold them at all. I can only add a special material to this knife, so that the weight of the knife can increase according to the amount of demon power injected, see if this works. When Meben Kagaya heard this, his eyes lit up, this feature is good. If it is a demon sword, there is still a limit to this characteristic, but if it is a treasure, this characteristic has no upper limit, 190. Thinking of this, Meben Kagaya suddenly recalled that the knife he had at the beginning had not been repaired, and there was a top swordsmith in front of him, isn't it just right? With a thought, gold ripples emerged, and a common samurai sword with a sheath flew into Kaguya's servant. Taking back gold ripple, Meben Kagaya also handed the samurai sword to Totozai. This knife is very common, and it's broken, it's easy to repair. Dao Daojai looked at it and gave this evaluation. Meben Kagaya said with a nostalgic expression, this is my first sword, and it has been with me since I practiced swordsmanship. It's a pity that as my strength grows, this knife can't keep up with my pace gradually, and the battle is even interrupted. After hearing what you said just now, I want you to help me repair it. Of course, it's best to add a material that can increase the weight. Dao Daojai speechlessly glanced at Meben Kagaya, saying that this is the first sword, Toto Seixen, but to put it bluntly, don't you still want the ability to increase weight? But thinking of the innumerable, BBDD, good wood, even if there are some distressed materials, Dao Dao Jai reluctantly agreed. Advertisement after all, he has a lot of materials to increase the weight, but his old friend Pu Xianwang has not given him wood for more than 200 years. Now that he can get better wood than his old friend Pu Xianwang, Dao Dao Jai naturally doesn't want to give up. By the way, there is also this flying bone, you can also see how you can change it, and it is best to increase some abilities. Afterwards, Yu Ban Kagaya made some requests to Dao Dao Jai, and tied all these weapons to the body of the one-eyed bull demon. After making an appointment with Dao Dao Jai for a month, after going to his place to pick it up, Yu Ban Kagaya used the room to transfer Dao Dao Jai, the Shay spirit, and the three-eyed bull demon to 100 miles away. After all, the distance was too far and there were too many weapons, so Yu Ban Kagaya gave the three monsters a ride according to the location Dao Dao Jai said. Whoosh! Yu Ban Kagaya came to the side of Kagoma's three daughters and Micah, and with a thought, the 5-meter diameter red cloud directly lifted the three daughters and a cat, and flew towards the shrine. On the way, Yu Ban Kagaya introduced the sword spirit of Kong Yunya to the three women and Micah, and told Kagome that the previous sword spirit died, and this is the newly born sword spirit. Sword spirit has seen the three ladies, husband, ma'am. When the three daughters of Kagome heard the words, they were stunned, their faces flushed and they stuttered. Husband. Madam or something, it's too early, ZG said while covering her face. Hi. Kagaya. Kagoma's eyes widened, her pupils shrunk to the size of a pinprick, she grabbed Kaguya's shoulder with both hands, and kept shaking. Say, did you let the sword spirit say that? Coral also stared at Yu Ban Kagaya with a flushed face. How can you let sword spirit say this in front of children, it's outrageous. Yu Ban Kagaya also looked embarrassed, he didn't expect the sword spirit to say that, so he quickly explained, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding, I really didn't let the sword spirit say that. Sword spirit, please explain, why do you say that? Yes, Master Kagaya. Sword spirit explained unhurriedly, according to my inheritance memory, Mrs. Kagome and Mrs. Coral have a deep love for Mrs. Kagaya. Advertisement. In this case, it is actually correct for sword spirit to call the two ladies that way. What? What love? With deep meaning, what are you talking about? Kagome and Coral instantly turned into steam princesses. What about Zizi? Is she still so young? Coral stared at Kong Yunya's orb and asked. When Jay Wei heard this, she also quickly stared at Kong Yunya's orb. Although Mrs. Zizi is young, her love is no less than that of the two ladies, and she must be a lady in the future. Sword spirit explained slowly. After hearing the words, Kagome and Shan Shan hurriedly turned their heads to look at the shy Zizi, with only one thought in mind, that is, being careless. Unexpectedly, it turned out that they had misunderstood their competitors all along. The real opponent was not Zizi's mother, but Zizi, a seemingly harmless child. This is really a saying, what seems to be no threat is often the deadliest. And this is actually the reason why Yu Ban Kagaya likes to cut grass and roots, regardless of whether there is any threat or not, he must kill them all. Anyway, as long as all possible dangers are eliminated, there will be no more dangers. If there is, it can only show that it is not enough to kill. Well, off track. In short, Kagoma's three daughters were flustered when they heard what Sword Spirit said. In this regard, Yu Ban Kagaya was helpless on the surface, but in his heart he gave Sword Spirit a thumbs up. In the changed canyon, holding a long-horned ghost head, Sessamaru slowly came to the top of the canyon where only a small part remained. Sessamaru frowned deeply as he looked at the place where there was no abyss at all if he hadn't known in advance that this was a canyon. This abyss is too strange, there is no sense of disobedience at all, as if this place was originally an abyss. If you don't know the original terrain here, I really wouldn't find it strange. At this time, Evil View and Xiao Ling, who was pulling the two-headed dragon, also came here. After seeing the situation here, the Wrong View immediately became confused. What is this? What happened here? Obviously, the Wrong View also knows what the original terrain here is like. Chapter 324. Hades, Grandpa Xiejian, what's going on here? Xiao Ling led the two-headed dragon, looking around curiously. A terrible thing has happened here. The tone of the Evil View was full of shock. Sessamaru's brow stopped frowning, and he began to think in his heart, it can't be wrong. This is indeed the place where Yu Ban Kagaya and Kong Yunya fought. But why is the situation here so different from the previous place? What kind of power is it that can cause such terrifying destruction without leaving any traces? Thinking of the place I saw before, although it was much deeper than the abyss in front of me, but it was full of crystals and magma left over from the battle, Sessamaru frowned again. As for dragon bones, the dragon bone spirit that has been sealed for 200 years is not worthy of Sessamaru's attention. On the battlefield where Kong Yunya and Tai Suya clash, there is no place for the dragon bone spirit. Could it be that Yu Ban Kagaya has become stronger again, or that guy has always been so strong, and only used his real power when facing Kong Yunya? Sessamaru glanced at what was in his hand, an unlucky ghost who had been torn to pieces by the prison dragon, especially after the teeth of this unlucky ghost were filled with extremely resentful and evil spirits. Sessamaru knew who he should go to up. There is no way, this kind of evil material, plus Dao Dao Jai has been avoiding him, in order to quickly become stronger and not be left behind too much by Kagaya, so I can only go to Dao Dao Jai's disciple Huiran Fang. Let's go, Evil View, Ling. Sessamaru turned around and left without delay. Master Sessamaru, are we not going to look for Kong Yunya left behind by the master? Xiejian quickly followed up and asked. Ling also led the two-headed dragon, and followed behind Sessamaru with a cheerful face. No need, Kong Yunya has already been defeated by Yuban Kagaya, and now it should fall into his hands, Sessamaru said. Is that scary human again? I never thought that there would be such a strong monster among human beings. Evil View shook his head and sighed. Night fell. Today's moon is extraordinarily round, coupled with twinkling stars and a cloudless sky. Even at night, the earth is rarely clearly visible. After dinner, Miban Kagaya came to the roof, ready for a long-lost draw. After all, the first time I got level 6 soul energy, I couldn't suppress the desire to extract it. Lying on the roof, Kagaya focused on the system panel in his mind. Host. Yuban Kagaya. Skills. Open black lens bracket knife Dao close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket magic close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket physical technique close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket hockey close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket gift close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket sorcery close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket devil fruit. Advertisement cooking level 5, 3001 millionths. The soul energy of the blood-colored energy bar can be extracted to 300. If you have 300 soul energy, you can draw 650 in one. Kagaya made a decision. System, 50 in 1 extraction, dimension. With the thought of Miban Kagaya, 300 directly became nothing. Extracting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, the extraction is successful, and you will get the demon saber, natural fang. Natural teeth. Seeing this knife, Miban Kagaya felt excited. It's done, it's perfect this time. The 3 swords of heaven, earth and man are all in hand, and in the future, I can also take the 3 domineering swords of the world and travel through the heavens and myriad worlds. Moreover, the natural tooth also has the power of the crumbling moon of the underworld, which means that his future attack and defense will also come to a whole new level. The extraction is successful, and the treasure card is obtained. The extraction is successful, and the fusion card is obtained. The extraction is successful, and the treasure card is obtained. The extraction is successful, and the treasure card is obtained. At this time, Yuban Kagaya didn't care much about what was drawn, because a natural tooth meant that the draw was not in vain. The extraction is successful, and you will get the Hades stone. Seeing the last thing drawn, Miban Kaguya's calmed down mood was excited again. This horse-riding man is really lucky, and he can't stop it. The Hades stone is a good thing. If Tai Suya splits this Hades stone, then Tai Suya can also be broken by the crescent moon. No, wait a minute. Miban Kagaya got up straight away, sat on the roof, touched the handle of the iron broken tooth, and suddenly remembered something important. Advertisement. It seems that there is no limit to the number of times you can use a treasure like the nether stone. Even if there are times to use it, after it becomes a treasure, it won't be destroyed because of too much use and exhaustion of power. Ask for flowers. Furthermore, if I remember correctly, the waning moon of the natural tooth seems to be half a moon, not full. Whether to extract. Extract. After the natural tooth, Hades stone, and 4 cards appeared in front of Kagaya Miban. Kagaya grinned. After a while, Yuban Kagaya first absorbed the demonic power of the noble phantasm of the Hades, and awakened the complete Hades crescent moon broken iron broken tooth and put the knife back into its sheath. Then used the fusion card to fuse the treasured stone with the natural tooth, and make the natural tooth look like the main one. There is no way, the Mingdao stone is not a knife, so naturally it only has the appearance of natural teeth, and this result is the result. In this way, the X-class noble phantasm natural tooth was born. 0. After injecting the magic power, Yuban Kagaya instinctively understood the 4 treasure abilities of the natural teeth: healing, destroying the soul, reviving the dead, and breaking the dying moon. Healing. No matter whether you are dead or not, no matter how many injuries you have suffered, no matter whether it is soul or body, as long as you are cut by the natural teeth, you will recover as before. Of course, you can also choose the specific recovery level. Soul Destroyer. This ability is passive, which means that the blade of natural teeth cannot kill life, it can only kill life or soul. Back to life. As long as the soul is not dead, after being cut into the body by the natural teeth, the soul can be pulled back to the body in an instant, revived, and restored to its peak regardless of the distance of time and space. It may be because of the fusion of the nether stone, the ability to resurrect the dead does not have the restriction that one person can only be resurrected once. No matter who it is, they can be resurrected at will, provided that the soul is not dead. Death Path Crumbling Moon Break. The essence of this ability is to create a Hades path that only belongs to oneself, for attack or defense. Ming Dao is a world that devours everything, so this ability can be regarded as tearing apart the space, allowing space cracks to devour everything. At the same time, this world also has a dark way, so you can also use your own created dark way to connect to the world's own dark way, so as to go to the world's own ignorant way. Regarding the ability of natural teeth, Miban Kagaya can't help but sigh. After becoming a treasure, it really is different. Not only is there no limit to saving people, even the healing ability that can only be used when saving people has no limit and can be used alone. Chapter 325. Full Moon. Put the natural tooth back into the sheath, and take the remaining treasure card and natural tooth back to the treasure of the king. After all, there is a natural tooth in this world, so Miban Kagaya is not going to let the natural tooth show up in this world. There is no way, as the saying goes, if there is no need, there is no need to do it. Miban Kagaya doesn't like trouble. By the way, Natural Tooth Scabbard is also an ill-level treasure, and like Iron Broken Fang's Scabbard, it has a defensive barrier. Next. As soon as Kagaya thought about it, the room spread instantly, and then teleported to a mountain range far away from the village. Standing on the top of the mountain, facing the evening wind, overlooking the mountains and forests of ghosts and ghosts hidden in Fang Yin. Under the cold moonlight, the mountains and forests are shadowy and rustling, and all kinds of monsters and ghosts are constantly wandering and neighing in the mountains and forests. In this regard, Yuban Kagaya doesn't have any special 010 idea, but simply wants to release Mingdao Wanyuepo and see how powerful this space ability is. The essence of Mingdao Wanyuepo is to create a Mingdao that belongs only to oneself, and Mingdao is like a crack in space, which can swallow everything. If this own dark way is not connected to the dark way of this world, when the underworld disappears, everything that is swallowed into the underworld will disappear with the underworld, and will be annihilated by the power of space. After all, this kind of Hades that belongs to oneself is, to put it bluntly, a temporarily created space. When the space is no longer stable and dissipates, everything in the space will naturally be annihilated with the destruction of the space. Of course, this actually belongs to the advanced usage of Mingdao Wanyuepo, which is very difficult to achieve. The waning moon of Common's Hades, even a full moon at the perfect level, is connected with the Hades of this world. The level that Yuban Kagaya has reached is naturally the highest level. After all, Iron Broken Tooth and Natural Tooth are both treasures. As long as the magic power is enough, there is no need to develop them. Clang! With a flash of golden light, Yuban Kagaya quickly pulled out the demonized Iron Broken Tooth from the left waist with his right hand. Boom! In an instant, Tai Sui Ya sent out a wave like a heartbeat, and the silver blade suddenly turned into the appearance of an outer starry sky. The blade of the purple-black blade exudes dim light, like a starry sky at night, and there are spots of light flowing continuously like stars on the blade. Now the blade of Tai Sui Ya is as dazzling as an eternal starry sky, although it is dark, it is beautiful. Miban Kagaya touched the blade, and after admiring it for a moment, he swung the sword at the forest below. The waning moon of the underworld is broken. Advertisement. Whoosh! A purple-black slash in the shape of a crescent moon, as bright as a starry sky, flew into the forest in an instant. Next moment, the slash instantly swelled and expanded, directly turning into a tall and dark full moon with a diameter of tens of meters. Everything touched by the dark full moon, whether it is forests, rocks, or ghosts and ghosts, is instantly swallowed. Ah, what is this? It hurts. Hand, shoulder, it hurts. Countless demons and ghosts howled in pain. These ghosts and ghosts, if they were lucky, were swallowed whole, or their heads were swallowed. Those who are unlucky will have a part of their body swallowed up, screaming in pain. In an instant, when the dark full moon swelled, the terrifying devouring power erupted in an instant. Don't, what is this? This time, even the howling and neighing demons and ghosts were not spared, and were directly sucked into the underworld by the terrifying devouring power. Completely disappeared in this world, leaving only the echoes of screams, reflecting their unwillingness. When everything around was swallowed up, the dark full moon shrank rapidly again, like a space collapsed, instantly turned into a spot of light, and then disappeared. And everything that was swallowed was also destroyed with the collapse of the underworld, and was destroyed by the calendar of space. At this point, Miban Kagaya could see it from the ever-increasing soul energy. Call. The evening wind blows. Under the bright and cool moonlight, the mountains fell into a dead silence. Seeing a small part of the mountain disappearing directly and roundly, Miban Kagaya withdrew his iron-broken teeth with a flat face, then turned around and teleported away as if nothing happened. I didn't do anything. Vertical sun as the sun rises, the sun covers the earth. After breakfast, Miban Kagaya took Kagome back home. After all, this time I came to Sengoku very urgently, and Kagaya also needs to report to her family that she is safe. Kagome's home. Advertisement early in the morning, Grandpa Kagome, Mother Kagome, and Sao Tai gathered around the well of bone eaters, waiting for Kagome's return. Grandpa, why are there so many dangerous things in our house? Last time it was a sealed monster, and this time it's a sealed magic sword. Sao Tai asked with a sad face. The house is becoming more and more unsafe. Kaotai is very insecure. Ahem. It's also very embarrassing. Whatever he can do is something left by the ancestors to the younger generations. Besides, the ancestors couldn't be blamed for this. Maybe the ancestors didn't expect that the younger generation couldn't even subdue the sealed things. Fortunately, Kagaya Big Brother is in our house, otherwise our family would have been ruined, Sao Tai complained. Yes. When Kagome's mother heard this, she also sighed. If Kagaya hadn't been able to come over from the Sengoku era, our family might be finished. Really, this is a monster and a magic sword. This time when Kagaya comes back, I must ask Kagaya to help me thoroughly check the things left by my ancestors, otherwise it will be too dangerous. These 2 times were lucky. Kagaya happened to be at our house. It would have been terrible if he wasn't there. It makes sense, it should be thoroughly investigated. Although Grandpa Kagome was helpless, he also agreed with this statement. Speaking of which, you say, Kagaya can come to our era. Is it because of the blessing of our ancestors that Kagaya was specially asked to save our family? Grandpa Kagome suddenly thought of such a possibility. It may be that the ancestors blessed in 5.5, knowing that our descendants are in danger, so they asked Kagaya to help our family. Well, Sao Tai shook her head helplessly when she heard the words, forget it, Grandpa, if the ancestor is so powerful, he still needs to seal monsters, causing trouble for us? Wouldn't it be better to just kill Yukai like Kagaya Big Brother did? Grandpa Kagome, boom, ouch, Grandpa Kagome withdrew his fist and said with a displeased face, "Stinky boy. Grandpa can't beat you, let's go." Rubbing his head, Cao Tai looked helpless. "I won't talk about it, let's go to the head office, Grandpa." Boom. Ouch. Grandpa Kagome withdrew his fist again. "What are you talking about? Is Chen Chen the kind of unreasonable person?" Chapter 326. Hero Cao Tai rubbed his head, looked at Grandpa Kagome with resentment. "Beat people even if he said nothing. How can you be a reasonable person?" Grandpa Kagome had a displeased expression on his face. "What kind of eyes are you? Are you doubting Grandpa's success?" As he said, Grandpa Kagome raised his fist. "Grandpa, I was wrong. You are the most reasonable." Facing this fist, Cao Tai hugged Grandpa Kagome's thigh resolutely and sincerely. HMPH. "That's about the same." Grandpa Kagome withdrew his fist and looked as if he knew you. Kagome's mother also smiled slightly when she saw this scene, but she sighed slightly when she thought that her daughter hadn't come back yet, and she didn't know what was going on there. At this time, a black light flashed at the bottom of the well, and then Kagome's voice came up. "Mom, Grandpa, Cao Tai, I'm back. Kagome is back. Kagome, you are back. Sister, you are back." Kagome's mother, Kaguya's grandfather, and Soda all looked at the bottom of the well, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Miban Kagaya and Kagome. Whoosh! The figures of Yuban Kagaya and Kagome disappeared at the bottom of the well in an instant, and then appeared behind the three of them in an instant. Kagome. Kagome's mother patted Kagome's arm, and some 11 asked worriedly, "Isn't it hurt?" "Don't worry, Mom, I'm just the one who cheers in the back, and Kagaya is the one who fights Kong Yunya in the front," Kagome explained. "Yeah." Kagome's mother was surprised. "Yes," Kagome nodded. "Then you go up to the side." Kagome's mother directly pushed Kagome away, and then came over and patted Kaguya's chest and arm. "You are not hurt, Kagaya. Don't worry, Aunt, I have the superpower of healing, so I won't be afraid of getting hurt." Miban Kagaya laughed. "That's good." Kagome's mother breathed a sigh of relief. "These 2 times are all thanks to you, otherwise we would have been miserable." Kagome, watching her mother push her away to greet Kagaya, although Kagome understands very well, she still feels a little sad. Advertisement, "Sister, you are so pitiful." Cao Tai shook his head and sighed. Boom. Ouch. Cao Tai has a resentful expression on his face. "Grandpa is like this, and sister is also like this. Sure enough, you are the real grandparents, and only I, Cao Tai, picked it up." This is. At this time, Grandpa Kagome found Kong Yunya that Yuban Kagaya was carrying, and said in shock, "Kagaya, why did you carry such a dangerous magic sword back?" After Kagome's mother and Soda heard the words, they also noticed that Kagaya was carrying Kong Yunya. Yuban Kagaya explained, "Old man, don't worry, I've already subdued Kong Yunya." "Nani, subdued?" Grandpa Kagome remembered how Kong Yunya kept gushing blood vessels and tentacles before, and suddenly said worriedly, "There will be no danger. If it is really impossible, it would be better to seal it and throw it away." Yuban Kagaya shook his head, and said righteously, "Kong Yunya is too dangerous. This is the magic sword representing hell, and it has the power to open hell and summon the dead to the world. If it is thrown elsewhere and someone with a heart gets it, it will be a disaster for the world. That's why I bring Kong Yunya with me. With me suppressing Kong Yunya, I don't have to worry about being used by someone who wants to." Kong Yunya. Kagome, dangerous. If I didn't know that you killed a sword spirit on Kong Yunya, I would have believed it. Of course, this is Kagome's idea. Grandpa Kagome, Mother Kagome, and Soda were deeply shocked by Miban Kaguya's righteousness. Amazing. Soda admired. Kagaya Big Brother is the hero of the world. It's nothing, it's just an unknown hero. Miban Teru Yoruichi's face was indifferent. Kagome, night falls. After dinner and watching TV programs, Kagaya and Kagome went back to their room. After seeing Kagome's bed, Kong Yunya, who was carrying Kagaya, made a sound, and a blood-purple light flashed across the orb. "Master Kagaya, do you want to rest with Mrs. Kagome? Do you want the sword spirit to warm the bed?" "Huh?" Yuban Kagaya and Kagome were both taken aback when they heard this. "Why do you say that?" Miban Kagaya asked curiously. Advertisement sword spirit said, "It is recorded in the inheritance memory that female ninjas can warm the bed of the master they serve when necessary." "Ninja?" Kagome looked at Miban with a different gaze. This kind of eyes widened and pupils shrunk to the size of a needlepoint made Miban Kagaya a little inexplicably embarrassed. "Oh, I got it. I said that the way sword spirit speaks is so strange, it turns out to be the way a female ninja speaks." "Hey, Kagaya, do you like female ninjas?" Feeling that Kagome's tone became more and more strange, Miban Kagaya came directly in front of Kagome. This startled Kagome. His eyes returned to normal and he said, "Wait, what are you going to do?" Standing 2 knives and 1 sword on the head of the bed, Yuban Kagaya directly pushed Kagome in, and then lay directly on Kagome's bed, occupying half of the bed. "Sleep." Kagome blushed and looked at Kagaya next to him, not knowing what to say for a while, so she could only lie obediently on her side. As for the female ninja, just forget about it, and this is also the purpose of Miban Kagaya. 453 time flies. In a blink of an eye, the next morning came. Although she was a little shy, she experienced it once after all, so after Kagome got up, she still pushed Kagaya out of the room and changed into her school uniform. That's right, Kagome has to go to school as usual even though she experienced the battle that destroyed the world yesterday. Even if you want to ask for leave, you have to study for a week before asking for leave. After all, you have taken leave for a while. In the days that followed, life returned to its former peace. Kagome goes to school every day, and Miban Kagaya walks back and forth between the two ends of the 3 days. A week later, Kagome, who finished a week of school, asked her grandfather to take a week off again, and then went back to the Sengoku era with Miban Kagaya. Sengoku era. Miban Kagaya took Coral, Kagome, Ziori, and Mika, and walked leisurely in the surrounding area every day, and did not go too far. After all, everyone was thinking about the weapons made in Dao Dao Jai, and they were not in the mood to look for the jade fragments of the 4 souls. By the way, Miban Kagaya went to Dao Dao Jai these days, and brought Ziji's blood jade coral to Dao Dao Jai, and asked Dao Dao Jai to build it. To this end, Yuban Kagaya first made 10 round grains for Dao Dao Jai in advance, which were 5 or 6 meters in diameter and 18 meters long with demon power. Chapter 227. The cat again. Time flies. After wandering around casually for a week, Miban Kagaya and others returned to the village. After a night's rest, Miban Kagaya sent Kagome back home. After that, they went through the Well of Bone Eaters, walking back and forth every 3 days. In this way, in a blink of an eye, another week passed, and Kagome, who had been studying for a week, asked her grandfather to ask for leave again. For this, Grandpa Kagome naturally readily agreed, and then gave Kagome a 2-week holiday with great proficiency. That's right, this time I took a 2-week vacation directly, and the reason is not important. Shrine. Kagome was the same as before, with a bag full of various snacks. Everyone ate snacks and drank hot tea together, enjoying a quiet and peaceful life. Even Granny Feng was holding snacks, savoring the snacks from Kagome's era carefully, even skipping today's practice. Wait for the night to come. Miban Kagaya made a great dinner to give a happy ending to today's leisurely life. The moon sets and the sun rises. In the morning of the next day, the people who had made some preparations embarked on the journey again with the mood of traveling in the mountains and rivers, without a goal, just wandering around. Behind the mountains of Kagome, Coral, Mika, and the last special training, there is a village on a high terrain, close to the river. Here there is a kitten with 2 tails and a black diamond-shaped fluff between its eyebrows. It is the same family of Mika, that is, a 2-tailed cat. The difference between this cat and Mika is that the fluff on the neck is a different color. Mika is light yellow, and this cat is black. This cat got along very well with the villagers here. She helped the villagers catch mice, and the villagers provided her with food. Everyone got what they needed. But for some reason, these villagers suddenly changed. Not only did they not give her food, but after she caught the mice, they even threw stones at her to drive her away. Because of the pregnancy, the cat was not in the mood to look for the reason. She just wanted to find a place to give birth to the baby first, and then think about other things. Therefore, the cat stayed away from the village again, looking for a hidden place, waiting for the time to give birth. At the same time, Miban Kagaya, 3 women and 1 cat also passed through the mountains and came to the village near the river. After seeing the river, Mika jumped off the ground from the embrace of the coral and walked to the river. After seeing the big fish swimming in the river, her eyes lit up instantly. Then he quickly ran to Miban Kagaya, rubbed Miban Kagaya, and called out twice. I see, it's time for lunch, so let's eat grilled fish today. Miban Kagaya knelt down and touched Mika's head. Advertisement, chirp. Chirp, Mika wagged her tail excitedly. Next, it's time for Miban Kagaya to show off her skills. First, control the gravity to catch the fish in the river, and then use the ability of Op fruit to transfer all the fish scales, internal organs and other parts that do not eat. Then take out the golden oven, and grill the fish threaded with wooden sticks in rows with dragon flames. Kagome, Coral and Zizi, 3 girls, sat on the wooden bench made by Miban Kagaya, looking expectantly at the grilled fish in Miban Kaguya's hand. And just as Yuban Kagaya was sprinkling the seasoning he prepared and turning over the grilled fish, a group of villagers suddenly came running from a distance. When the group of villagers saw the Mika at Kaguya's feet, they picked up stones from the ground and threw them at the Mika. There were even stones thrown at Kagaya, and the 3 daughters of Kagome next to her. Get out of here, you cat demon. Yuban Kagaya frowned, and with a thought, the gravity instantly grabbed the stone, and then threw it back directly. Whoosh! Boom! Ouch! These villagers were smashed to the ground by stones one after another. Roar! Mika directly exploded her hair, the flames flashed, and her figure instantly became larger, and she rushed directly at those villagers, and she was about to kill them. Wait, please wait, this is a misunderstanding. At this time, an old man ran over anxiously, looked at Mika who was about to kill, and said quickly, this is a misunderstanding. They admitted it. Yuban Kagaya got up and came to Mika's side, touched Mika's head, and then asked the old man, you mean, if you make a mistake, you can beat people at will? No. Looking at Kagaya, who had a cold temperament and 3 swords on his body, the old man said nervously, I just want to say that this is a misunderstanding. Everyone just solve it. Oh, Miban Kagaya said amusedly, then what you mean is that you beat someone up for no reason, just say a misunderstanding. Ouch, advertisement. What else do you think? You are not hurt, but we are hurt. It is a misunderstanding. Why are you so unreasonable? An injured villager looked displeased, as if he had been wronged greatly. Yeah. Why are you so unreasonable? Other villagers also complained. Clang. Tai Sui Fang unsheathed in an instant and turned into a demon. In an instant, the blade flashed, and the heads of these villagers were severed. Puff. The blood spattered, and the ground was instantly dyed red, and the heads rolled one by one, and some even rolled to the old man's feet. The old man was stunned, and was so frightened that he was trembling with cold sweat. Miban Kagaya raised Tia Xiaofeng, The blade directly rested on the old man's neck, the corners of his mouth slightly opened. Now, is it still a misunderstanding? The old man was trembling all over, but he didn't dare to move a little bit, so he could only say in a trembling voice, "No, it's not." "Wrong." Yuban Kagaya shook his head and said with a light smile, "It's still a misunderstanding now. I recognized the wrong person and accidentally killed the wrong person. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, you won't blame me." "Got it." "No. No," the old man said with a trembling voice, his face covered with cold sweat. "Really, then should I thank you for your understanding?" Miban Kagaya sneered. "No. No need." The old man didn't dare to say more, for fear of saying the wrong thing. "Get lost," Miban Kagaya said calmly. "Yes, thank you sir." With joy on his face, the old man backed away quickly, away from the blade of the iron broken tooth, then turned around and ran. Even if he fell down, he could get up quickly and continue running. Boring. Yuban Kagaya put the knife back into the sheath, and with a thought, he directly transferred the bloodline and the corpse on the ground to a distance. Returning to the third daughter with the shrunken Micah, Miban Kagaya continued to make grilled fish as if nothing had happened. Kagome and the three daughters didn't care, after all. They walked around with Yuban Kagaya. They had seen this kind of scene a lot, and they got used to it. Moreover, they all believed that Miban Kagaya would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Chapter 228 Kagura. Call. A woman sitting on a feather in the sky looked curiously at Yuban Kagaya who was grilling fish below. She also saw what happened just now from a distance. To be honest, from her birth to the present, it was the first time she had seen such a strange human being with power. How should I put it? This world is really strange. The people of Common are extremely vicious, killing and committing crimes is commonplace. Not only does it disrespect humans who have the ability to eliminate demons, but they even have a vague sense of superiority, but they are afraid of demons and ghosts. Most of the human beings with the ability to eliminate demons are too kind. No matter how much they are wronged by the same kind without the ability to eliminate demons, they will smash their teeth and swallow them in their stomachs. Whoever was entrapped by the same kind, most of the human beings with the ability to eliminate demons, would still swear to protect this kind of kind, and thought from the bottom of their hearts that they should be like this. Demons and ghosts are even more interesting. Their favorite thing is to cooperate with humans who do not have the ability to eliminate demons, and entrap those humans who have the ability to eliminate demons. All in all, the world is really weird. Therefore, this woman is really curious about a human being like Miban Kagaya who has power but doesn't care about waving 990 knives at humans. No way, this kind of person is too rare, and she was just born for a while, and Miban Kagaya was the first special human being she saw. At this time, Yuban Kagaya, who was grilling fish, couldn't help frowning. This woman is endless, isn't she? Flying around in the sky, is it annoying? Thinking of this, Miban Kagaya looked up directly, and the conqueror's haki spread instantly. In an instant, the moment Kagaya and the woman in the sky looked at each other, the woman's complexion changed instantly, her heart trembled instinctively, and her body stiffened instantly. Next moment, the woman became stiff and fell from the sky. Is this guy a monster? Just one look made me move in fear. Seeing that it was about to fall to the ground, the woman closed her eyes and complained secretly. What happened? The woman felt strange. Not only did she not feel pain, but she also felt falling into a warm embrace. Embrace? Advertisement. The woman suddenly opened her eyes, and when she realized that she was really hugged by Princess Kagaya, her face turned rosy instinctively. Looking at the features of the woman in his arms, some pointed ears, red eyes, wearing a kimono, bare feet, holding a folding fan in his hand, and the appearance of flying with feathers before. Miban Kagaya naturally recognized who this woman was, the monster bred by Naraku, the messenger of the wind who pursued freedom, Kagura. Of course, because the eyes of Kagome and Coral were getting more and more wrong, Miban Kagaya had a thought, and moved Kagura to the ground next to him. And during the transfer process, let Kagura's feet touch the ground so as not to fall to the ground. Suddenly found himself transferred from Miban Kaguya's arms to the ground next to him, and Kagura naturally stood on the ground instinctively. Siv. Kagura stood up straight, opened the folding fan, and looked at Miban Kagaya with a smile on his face. You are the Miban Kagaya who is rumored to have demon power and spiritual power. What a domineering and gentle man. Coral. Purple fabric. Miban Kagaya. What's the situation? You can talk about this kind of thing in private, don't be so above board. No way. Under the extremely oppressive eyes of Kagome and the three daughters, Miban Kagaya could only say calmly, what can you do with me? Kagura smiled. I came here to tell you that Chen Luo found a black witch to deal with you. That guy Naraku told the black witch that you have a way to possess demonic power and stay young forever without selling your soul, and that black witch was moved and has already set off to find you. Naraku. Miban Kagaya nodded. So that's the case, the master, BBCJ, of that monkey. It's boring, I gave it time to grow up, but it still plays this little trick. It really is a mouse in the gutter, it can't get on the stage. Monkey? Kagura asked curiously. It's that Naraku, doesn't it always like to wear ape skin? Miban Kagaya explained, and then asked, what is your relationship with that monkey? Why did you come to remind me? Advertisement. Kagura smiled and introduced herself. I am the Wind of Freedom, Kagura, the clone conceived by Naraku, but I don't want to work for Naraku, so I'm here to tell you about it. Kagura didn't hide it, because she knew that Naraku didn't dare to get close to Miban Kagaya. Avatar. Miban Kagaya shook his head. You are mistaken, you are not Naraku's clone. A clone does not have an independent soul. You can give birth to your own soul, which means that you are you, not a clone of anything else. I'm afraid that Gaia Nala should be in control of your heart. If you are really a clone, it won't use this method to control you. Kagura looked at Miban Kagaya with a shocked face. She never expected that the other party could analyze so many things with just one sentence. No wonder Naraku was so afraid of this person, it was simply too terrifying. And that sentence, you are you, not a clone of anything else, made Kagura's heart most excited. Hearing this, Kagoma's 3 daughters no longer regard Kagura as an enemy, they also sympathize with Kagura. Their hearts are actually controlled by others. Goban Kagaya distributed the grilled fish to Kagome and Micah, and then threw one to Kagura. I understand what you mean, and thank you for your information. Also, I have never paid attention to that monkey in Naraku. The reason why I didn't kill it was because it hit its heart, and it doesn't make sense to just kill its body, as it can regenerate. Therefore, I decided to give Nala time to grow, let it collect the pieces of the Jade of the 4 Souls, and wait until the Jade of the 4 Souls is complete. Its heart will be forced to regenerate back to Naraku's side due to the increase of the Jade of the 4 Souls. At that time, it will be the time of the monkey's death. Kagura held the grilled fish and froze in place after listening to Miban Kaguya's plan. This guy has already arranged for Nala clearly, just waiting for Shenla to jump into the trap. Miban Kagaya continued to grill the fish, with a calm face. You don't have to worry, from now on, you can take a good look at Naraku. The more confident it is now, the more desperate it will be when it dies. When I do it, I will take your heart back, you don't have to worry. Why? Why did you help me? Kagura was a little puzzled. She was only providing information, and she would not be able to get the help of a strong man like Miban Kagaya. Light, there is a ray of light in your eyes. Chapter 329, Happiness. Light, there is a kind of radiance in your eyes. Miban Kagaya glanced back at Lanaju Red's pupils, with a hint of nostalgia on his face. Light? Kagura looked puzzled. Ah, yes. That is a light that I am very familiar with. It is the light that pursues freedom. That's the light that I once wished to have. Now I can see it in your eyes. If I let the past see it, I will definitely be envious. Envious? Kagura couldn't understand why a strong person like Miban Kagaya would envy her, who was weak and not free. But looking at Miban Kaguya's eyes, Kagura didn't feel that Miban Kagaya was talking casually, because eyes can't deceive demons. After seeing Miban Kaguya's eyes, Kagura instinctively understood that Miban Kagaya should have experienced times like her involuntary, even more involuntary than her. Miban Kagaya didn't say any more, his eyes became cold again. In short, you don't have to worry, just observe Luo's struggling expression carefully. After all, after that monkey is slaughtered by me, you will never see him again. When Kagura heard the words, she smiled from the bottom of her heart. She suddenly found that she was getting closer and closer to freedom. This feeling of hope is really good. Thank you, if I can be free, Kagura will definitely repay you, Miban Kagaya. As he said that, a gust of wind blew, and Kagura sat on the feather and flew away. On the feather, Kagura looked at the grilled fish in his hand, and after taking a light bite, his eyes widened suddenly. It's delicious. This grilled fish is so delicious, and his cooking skills are so good. Then, Kagura began to eat big mouthfuls. Goban Kagaya sighed. Kagome, Coral, Zizi, and the 3 daughters were also eating grilled fish while looking at Miban Kagaya with weird faces. Some people don't understand what Miban Kagaya meant when he said freedom just now. While grilling the fish, Yoriichi said helplessly, you don't have to look at me like that, what I just said is true, I really envy that woman Kagura. Master Kagaya, why do you envy her? She is so pitiful, her heart is in the hands of others, Zizi asked puzzled. Because she has power. When she can't help herself, she can still have the power to resist. Isn't this enviable? Miban Kagaya sighed. Back then, I could do nothing but accept and be numb. I was so weak that even the thought of resisting was a mistake. If it weren't for a chance, I wouldn't be where I am now. This is why I envy Kagura. Although she can't help herself, she has the power to resist. Advertisement, that's why I want to give her a hand. I definitely don't have the idea of playing Kagura, really, after all, even if I want to play Kagura, now is not the time. Miban Kagaya said secretly. Coral, Kagome, Zizi, and the 3 women couldn't help but look heavy after hearing what Miban Kagaya said. I have lived in this garbage world for more than 300 years, and the struggle and growth in it, just thinking about it is enough to make people sad. In the hearts of the 3 women, a dark fantasy of struggling and heartbroken arises spontaneously. At this time, the atmosphere suddenly felt a little dull, so Miban Kagaya smiled and said, you don't have to think too much, I am very satisfied with my life now. With you by my side, I feel extremely happy now. Kagaya, Kagome and Shan heard this, their eyes fluctuated endlessly. Master Kagaya. Zizi also had a satisfied smile on her face. Chirp. Micah also rubbed Miban Kagaya. Just like that, the atmosphere changed from heavy to warm again. After everyone had a good meal of grilled fish, they set off again. Let's go. I found something interesting just now, I'll take you to have a look. Yuban Kagaya held a special grilled fish in his hand, and led the 3 women and 1 cat to a cave at the foot of the mountain ahead. What's interesting? Kagome asked curiously. Miban Kagaya said with a smile, you will know when it arrives, it will definitely be a surprise. Because Kagura was flying in the sky just now, Miban Kagaya instinctively used observation haki to sense the vicinity. This perception led to the discovery of a Micah kin, as well as the mouse monster hidden in the village. Yuban Kagaya also understood why those villagers would use the excuse of admitting a mistake, so Yuban Kagaya also thought that it was better to kill herself. Ask for flowers. It's farting to admit a mistake, it's just an excuse to bully others to play prestige. The mica and the cat are two colors, one black and the other light yellow, and it's not like they don't have eyes, so how could they be mistaken? It's a pity that they are looking for death by playing prestige in front of Yuban Kagaya. Advertisement come outside the cave, chirp, chirp. Micah, who sensed the same kind of breath, immediately called out twice at the entrance of the cave. Chirp, chirp. There were also two calls from the cave, and then, a cat that looked very similar to Micah came out of the cave. This is the second Micah. Coral was surprised. Really, it looks like it, it's not right, the difference is also obvious, the neck hair of this Micah is black, Kagome said. 0. Roar. After seeing the Micah, the cat had a look of surprise in its eyes. This was the first time she had seen its kind. But after seeing the four of Miban Kagaya, especially after she instinctively perceived how powerful Miban Kagaya was, she immediately became furious. After all, she is pregnant now, she does not allow any danger to approach her. Don't be afraid, we have no malice towards you. Miban Kagaya knelt down and put the grilled fish in his hands in front of this cat. Eat it. If you are pregnant, you need to add some nutrition. This Micah is pregnant. Kagome's 3 daughters were all surprised when they heard this. Yeah, she should be giving birth soon, Miban Kagaya explained. She has 4 breaths of life in her body, so she should be pregnant with 3 children. It's amazing. Master Kagaya, I can also perceive this. Zizi was amazed. The cat heard the conversation between Miban Kagaya and the others, and smelled the smell of grilled fish. Although it was very tempting, it hesitated. Chirp. Micah comforted the cat a few more words. This time the cat tried to take a bite of the grilled fish again, and then got out of control, and soon ate up the grilled fish, leaving only a fishbone. Chirp. Chirp. After eating, the cat squinted his eyes again, with a look of aftertaste. Miban Kagaya reached out and touched Maoyu's head, but Maoyu didn't resist, and even rubbed against Wong. Chapter 330. The Black Witch. Kawaii. Kagome looked at Mamata with a smile on his face. It's like another Micah. Since she lives in a cave, we might as well take her back, Coral suggested. Good idea. Zizi smiled and said, when she is born, the shrine will be even warmer. Yuban Kagaya heard the words, and while stroking the cat, he asked, what do you think, do you want to go back with us? Here, those villagers may still trouble you, come with us. The cat heard the words again, thinking of the recent experience, it was also disappointed with those villagers, so it nodded in agreement. At this time, a little girl's voice came from a distance. The cat heard the sound again, and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Xiaohei, is this your name? Kagaya asked, 557, on the board. Maoyu Xiaohei nodded, and then ran towards the little girl. Xiaohei, you are here, slow down, don't run so fast. Soon, Xiaohei came here with the little girl, you are? Seeing Xiaohei running to Miban Kagaya and others, the little girl couldn't help but look puzzled. When she saw Micah, the little girl was even more shocked, to Xiaohei. Is it you who have been taking care of Xiaohei? Miban Kagaya said, we plan to take Xiaohei out of here. You know what kind of people they are. Xiaohei is not suitable to be here. The little girl's complexion suddenly changed when she heard the words, and she instinctively wanted to refuse, but thinking of the recent situation in the village, she couldn't say such words. Seeing this, Yuban Kagaya exchanged glances with Kagome and the 3 daughters, then stepped forward and asked, where are your parents? I only have Xiaohei, the little girl said in a low voice, holding back her crying. Miban Kagaya realized that if he took Xiaohei away, the little girl might have no hope of life. Would you like to come with us too? Miban Kagaya asked. When the little girl heard the words, her eyes widened immediately, tears flowed out unconsciously, and she asked with a look of disbelief, do you answer? Advertisement. Miban Kagaya laughed, as long as you're not afraid. I'm not afraid. As long as Xiaohei is around, I'm not afraid of anything. The little girl wiped her eyes quickly and said. Seeing this, the 3 daughters of Kagome in the rear all smiled, I'm going to trouble Granny Feng again. Next, let the little girl go home to clean up and take away what she wanted to take away. After returning, Miban Kagaya unfolded the room and took everyone to the shrine in an instant. Seeing the sudden change in the surrounding environment, the little girl and Xiaohei were startled. Granny Feng came out, and when she saw the little girl, she said as usual, bring back another one, this time it is gifted with spiritual power again. Miban Kagaya shook his head and said, it's not this time, it's just a child of common, but this child is with the cat again, so I brought it back together. The cat again. Looking at the extra little black on the ground, Granny Feng was speechless, you can meet any good thing. If this continues, our shrine will soon become a holy place for witches. That's not good, this holy place is up to you. Miban Kagaya laughed. Okay, don't talk about things, I will take this child to wash and change clothes. Granny Feng pouted and took the little girl to the back mountain to take a bath. The following few days, Miban Kagaya and the others didn't go out, they just stayed at the shrine, wanting to see Xiaohei give birth. One is that 5 days have passed. Light Xiaohei, who ate delicious food for 5 days in a row, finally came to give birth. On this day, in order not to put pressure on Xiaohei, Yuban Kagaya and others gave Xiaohei a separate space. After Xiaohei gave birth, everyone entered the room. After seeing Xiaohei's 3 children, everyone was surprised. I have to say that monsters are indeed different from common animals. Xiao Hei's newborn child has good hair except for the neck hair. These 3 shrunken versions of Xiao Hei are all leaning on Xiao Hei's body and drinking milk. As for the fact that the 3 children are single-tailed, no one cares, after all cats are too rare, and it is normal for Xiao Hei to not be able to find a male cat. Moreover, these 3 children have cat and blood, and when they grow up and awaken their blood, they can also become twin tails, so it doesn't matter at all. Rustling. Advertisement. Just when everyone was immersed in the warm atmosphere, a white snake crawled in from the outside with its body invisible, and came straight to Kaguya. When it came to Miban Kaguya, the invisible white opened its mouth and bit the arm of Miban Kaguya, who was sitting cross-legged. Crack. White Snake's teeth shattered suddenly, and his heart collapsed on the spot because he became hard. Yuban Kaguya grabbed the white snake casually, with a displeased expression on his face. It's another mouse in the gutter. The dragon flame rose in his hand, and the white snake was annihilated in an instant, leaving nothing left. Stopping Kagome and others who were preparing to fight, Miban Kaguya got up and walked out of the shrine. Observation hockey spread instantly, and after discovering the painful white-haired woman who was backlashed by the death of the white snake, Yume Kaguya's figure disappeared in place in an instant. At the foot of the mountain not far from the village, the Black Witch Tsubaki covered her eyes in pain, cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and said in an unbelievable tone, "My Shikigami is actually ruined, how is it possible? Is that man actually that strong? Is that you, the rat in the gutter?" Miban Kaguya's voice suddenly came from behind Tsubaki. Nani? Hearing the sound, Tsubaki's pupils shrank suddenly, and he turned around and backed away, only to see Kaguya holding 3 swords. "You are Goben Kaguya with demon power and spiritual power," Tsubaki said with a gloomy face, enduring the pain. "Tell me your purpose, and I can make your death easier," Miban Teru Yoruichi said flatly. Sensing that there is no jade fragment of the 4 souls in this woman's body at 5.3, Yuban Kaguya is in no mood to talk nonsense. "You guy, don't think that you can talk to me like this just because you solved my Shikigami," Tsubaki said with a sullen expression. "In order to become stronger, I have sacrificed too much. You can't even imagine how much I have sacrificed. Except for that woman, Kikyo, I have never suffered such a big loss. Today I will show you the power I have prepared for revenge." As he said that, Chun put down his hand, and countless ghosts flew out of Chun's eyes, scrambling to be the first. Roar. Countless demons and goblins surged towards Kaguya, the paddle. To this, Yuban Kaguya was not even interested in drawing the sword, but took a common breath, puffed up his chest, and then spit out a mouthful of dragon flame. Chapter 331 Weapons. A dragon flame was spit out by Kaguya, and then turned into a sea of flames, instantly burning the rushing monsters to ashes. The terrifying dragon flames instantly spread upwards, burning straight towards the Black Witch Shun. Nani. Facing the terrifying sea of flames, the Black Witch Tsubaki was so frightened that she broke into cold sweat on the spot, stopped releasing the monsters immediately, and used a substitute paper figurine to stay away from here. Call. The blazing high temperature swept over the Black Witch Tsubaki in an instant, and wiped out its burnt ashes, leaving no slag left. The next moment, the dragon flame disappeared, the ground melted into magma, and the mountain was burned to create a cave that continuously dripped magma. Yuban Kaguya cast his gaze directly to a boulder not far away, and a flash of lightning struck there. Boom! Blue-white's thunder and lightning surged violently, instantly blasting the boulder into pieces, revealing the figure of Black Miko Tsubaki. Whoosh! The figure of Yuban Kaguya appeared in front of the Black Priestess Tsubaki in an instant, quickly grabbed the Black Priestess Tsubaki's neck, and lifted her up. "Well, let me go." The Black Witch Tsubaki patted Kaguya's arm with a painful face, like a helpless little girl. Seeing this, Yuban Kaguya smiled and said, "I look like a girl at this time. The situation just now is terrible. I hate that kind of eyes that treat others as food." Speaking of this, Miban Kaguya's eyes instantly turned blood red, and the killing knife intent instantly enveloped the Black Witch Tsubaki. "Ah, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I haven't found revenge on that woman, Kikyo. I haven't been young forever. I don't want to die." The Black Witch Tsubaki kept begging for mercy with a terrified expression on her face. Under the shroud of killing intent, she seemed to be chopped into pieces every moment, and the fear of being cut into pieces continued to erode the Black Witch Tsubaki's heart. "What is your purpose?" Miban Kaguya asked. "Eternal youth. Since you have demonic power, you don't need to sell your soul to be youthful forever, so I want to find a way to possess demonic power." The Black Witch Tsubaki quickly explained with a look of horror. Just because of this reason, Yuban Kaguya was a little disappointed in his heart. It seemed that this idiot was really instigated by Naraku's few words, and he didn't ask Naraku for any conditions at all. "Yes, for this reason, I really don't have any malicious intentions. I just want to stay young forever," the Black Witch Tsubaki said hastily. Advertisement. Well. Boring. Miban Kaguya felt bored and said, "If this is the case, you have no value in living. Farewell." "Don't want." When the Black Witch Tsubaki heard the words, her pupils shrank suddenly, and an expression of horror and despair appeared on her face. Call. Under the fiery dragon flames, this touch of panic and despair became the last expression of the Black Witch Tsubaki, and then disappeared in the dragon flames. This time it was true because the rain energy of Miban Kaguya grew. Shrine. Mibanwi Yoruichi walked in with a calm face. Without saying anything, he directly joined the camp of the 3 children who were stroking Xiao Hei together. The others didn't ask too much, anyway. In their opinion, Yubanwi Yoruichi must have dealt with the enemy, so there's no need to care about it at all. Night. Miban Kagaya started a barbecue, and the ingredients were a cow monster that was specially caught. The delicacy of this advanced ingredient immediately conquered Xiao Hei and Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei is the name of the little girl who came back with Xiao Hei. Everyone eats their mouths full of oil, their stomachs are round, and they are extremely satisfied. Xiao Mei, who was wearing a maiden costume, felt like she was dreaming about it, and it didn't feel real. But when she pinched herself and felt the pain, she smiled happily, with sparkling eyes. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the agreed time of 1 month has come. Miban Kagaya also came to the place agreed with Totozai. This is an area full of volcanoes, and Dao Dao Jai's residence is in a cave in the center of the volcano area. There is a magma pool inside this cave, which can attract the flames in the center of the earth. It is one of the largest forging places of Dao Dao Jai. At this time, Miban Kagaya is in the outer area of this cave, which is the area where Todao Jai stores all kinds of forged weapons. Totose placed Miban Kaguya's scabbard and weapons in front of Miban Kagaya. The two sat cross-legged, facing each other on both sides of the weapon. Advertisement. Totose first threw the common samurai sword to Miban Kagaya. According to your request, I repaired this sword and added the material that increases the weight. As for how much weight can be increased after injecting demon power, I don't know. After Kagaya took the samurai sword, he injected some demonic power. After realizing that the weight could indeed increase, he stopped injecting demonic power. After all, the ability of this knife can only be perfected after it becomes a treasure. After throwing this samurai sword into Gold Ripple, Mibanya took the back cut that Todao Sai threw. At this time, Kong Yunkiri was just right for Miban Kagaya, not at all the size it was before. This broadsword is also built according to your requirements, and it has the ability to increase weight. Likewise, Miban Kagaya went straight into Gold Ripples after trying it out. After that came the lightning strike blade. Dao Dao Jai added a lot of lightning attribute materials, making the power of thunder and lightning even more violent. For the flywheel, Dao Dao Jai has added some wind attributed materials to make it fly faster and more flexible. Phylaigu, Dao Dao Jai also added some wind attributed materials to make Phylaigu fly faster, and it also allows Phylaigu to have the ability to cut with wind blades. Blood Jade Coral, Dao Dao Jai added some special materials, and used a special manufacturing method, so that Blood Jade Coral 100 has the ability to increase spells. Mastering the Blood Jade Coral, any magic spells will be amplified. The last is the Scabbard, which is black as a whole and has a defensive enchantment. For the enhancement of these weapons, Miban Kagaya is very satisfied, and he is also full of admiration for Todao Jai's ability. After pulling Kong Yunya out from behind and putting it into a new scabbard, a blood-purple light flashed from the orb, which seemed very satisfactory. As for the scabbard on the back, it dissipated immediately. After putting Kong Yunya on his back and taking all the weapons back to Gold Ripple, Yuban Kagaya naturally kept his promise and left a pile of wood for Todao Jai. Dao Dao Jai, how about this piece of wood? Yuban Kagaya handed a piece of wood strengthened with the essence of life to Todao Jai. This wood is so perfect. After Dao Dao Jai inspected the wood, his eyes suddenly widened. Dao Dao Jai looked amazed and couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that such perfect wood would exist. According to the calculations of his old friend Pu Xianwang, this piece of wood is at least the trunk of the 10,000 years dryad. Seeing this, Miban Kagaya said with a smile, Totose, if you help me build an oven, I can give you some of this wood, how about it? No problem, what do you say? I will build it for you right away, Dao Dao Jai said with bright eyes. Chapter 332. Noble Phantasm. Seeing Toduse's positive appearance, Miban Kagaya couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If Sessamaru saw Toduse's appearance, his complexion would be frighteningly dark. Mada, the son of your master, you hide every day, and would rather run around than build a demon sword. To build an oven for outsiders, you are so excited like a monkey, jumping up and down to actively build it. No one can bear this stepping on a horse. But this is not about Miban Kagaya. Miban Kagaya didn't think too much, just said some requirements about the oven. For example, to be able to change in size and size at will, all must be made of natural materials such as metal or ore, and monster bodies cannot be used as materials. It must also be a multifunctional type. It must have the functions of grilling skewers, iron plates, hanging grills, and frying. It must have everything. For Miban Kaguya's request, Totozai agreed without thinking about it. Just kidding, who is he? He is the strongest swordsmith among monsters. A mere oven is not much easier than making a demon knife. He has to leave the wood, and no difficulty can stop him. After making an appointment with Dao Dao Jai, Kagaya, who came to pick up the oven board 10 days later, left here directly on a cloud. On the way, Kagaya couldn't help but smile when he thought of having a multifunctional oven for cooking in the future. No way, although the gold stove is good, but it is too small, and the function is too monotonous, it always feels uncomfortable to use. It just so happens that there is a ready-made blacksmith here. Miban Kagaya simply asked Dao Dao Jai to build a multifunctional advanced oven. When the time comes to turn this multifunctional oven into a treasure, it will definitely be a proper cooking artifact. After a while, Midataru Yoruichi flew slowly while turning the scabbard and 6 weapons into noble phantasms. Afterwards, he consumed spiritual power to make 4 pieces of wood, and turned these 4 pieces of wood into treasures. Then used the fusion card to fuse the 4 pieces of treasure wood with Kong Yunki, Thunderbolt, Flywheel and Phylaigu respectively. Even if these 4 weapons become treasures, they can only be used with magic power or demon power. After the treasure wood with spiritual power characteristics is fused, These 4 weapons can be used with spiritual power. Only in this way can Kagome and Coral use these weapons. As for Kong Yunki, it was prepared by Yuban Kagaya for his daughter. After returning home, he can let his daughter awaken her spiritual power, so that she can use the treasure from Gochi. And the treasure samurai sword was also fused by Miban Kagaya with a fusion card based on the appearance of the iron broken teeth. Iron broken tooth also naturally has the ability to increase weight by injecting magic or demon power. Advertisement. Naturally, there is no upper limit to the increased weight, it all depends on the amount of magic power or demon power, and whether Kagaya can move the paddle. By the way, it is worth mentioning that 6 pieces, no, now there are 5 weapons, and these 5 weapons and scabbards are all A-level treasures, and they are all top-notch treasures. After Miban Kagaya finished what he was supposed to do, he also returned to the shrine. Kagome, Coral, Zizi, and the 3 girls quickly surrounded Miban Kagaya, looking at Miban Kagaya expectantly. Seeing this, Yuban Kagaya directly took out the lightning strike blade, flywheel, flying bone and blood jade coral from the gold ripple. According to what was discussed in advance, Kagome was given the lightning strike blade, and the flying bone and flywheel were given to Coral. After all, Coral can't fly. As for the blood jade coral, needless to say, it was naturally for Zizi. The 3 girls who got the weapons naturally asked Yuban Kagaya to find a place for them to try out the recruiter when they were excited. The sun was setting. The sun was setting slowly, and the red rays of light shone in the cratered mountains. Looking at the ruined, scattered mountains and the contented 3 daughters, Miban Kagaya took the 3 daughters back. In the shrine, after eating dinner and digesting the food for a while, the girls went to rest with excitement. On the other hand, Kagaya went to that mountain range again, to try the new ability of Iron Broken Fang. Miban Kagaya also gave this new ability a name, called Unlimited Weight. Whether it sounds good or not is another matter, but there is absolutely no wrong name. With Kagaya injecting magic power into it, the demonized Tai Sui Ya made a heartbeat-like fluctuation, and the weight began to climb instantly. 100 caddies, 200 caddies, 1000 caddies, 2000 caddies, 10,000 caddies, because of. In the end, Tai Sui Ya's weight reached 100,000 jin. Of course, Yuban Kagaya doesn't know the specific weight, and even Yuban Kagaya doesn't know where the limit of his current strength is. Yuban Kagaya just feels that this weight is more comfortable, and it is much more comfortable than the light and fluffy feeling when using the iron broken teeth before. Shua. The paddle, Kagaya, just like before, waved his hand casually, and swung his knife down like lightning. Advertisement, but the result is not like before, it's just a simple piercing. Boom. The air exploded in an instant, and even formed a substantial sense of distortion, directly blasting the ground in front of it into a 10-meter wide and deep pothole. And this seems to be the squeezed air, like a cannonball, rushing forward along the pothole. It plowed directly on the ground for a distance of more than 30 meters, until it hit the rock wall at the foot of the mountain and created a tall cave, then it slowly dissipated. Only the flying dust and rubble were left, indicating that the attack was not simple. Looking at the destruction in front of him, and then at the innocent demonized iron broken fang in his hand, Miban Kagaya was surprised. How heavy does this have to be to shoot the air out of the air cannon? However, looking at the unusually wide Tetsuya, Miban Kagaya felt that this weight should be the weight of Tetsuya. After all, the blade is here, and the weight of tens of caddies before is really not suitable for the huge blade of Tai Sui Ya. Only with this weight can one feel the feeling of slashing with a big knife. This kind of strength that can crush anyone with weight alone is really cool. Shua. Shua. Are you okay? Yuban Kagaya swung a few afterimages of knives as he wished, blasting out several air cannons. Boom, boom. After a loud bang, the mountain range became even more dilapidated. It seems that we should find an opportunity to measure the weight of iron broken fang. Yuban Kagaya put the knife back into its sheath, thoughtful. Vertical sun. As the sun rose, everyone in the shrine got up and washed. After breakfast, rest for a while. The 3 daughters of Kagome couldn't wait to urge Yuban Kagaya to go out to find the jade fragments of the 4 souls. They can't wait anymore, they want to use their weapons to slaughter. Ahem, no, they want to slay demons, and by the way, find the jade fragments of the 4 souls. They definitely didn't want to test the power of weapons by slaughtering monsters. They just wanted to subdue demons and slay demons, looking for the jade fragments of the 4 souls. Chapter 333. Don Lan. Miban Kagaya left the shrine with the 3 women and 1 cat, and embarked on a journey again. The 3 women did not hold the treasure, but took it back into their souls. A high-end weapon like a treasure, as long as it is controlled, it can be taken back into the soul and used at any time, and if it is not in the hands of the controller, it can also be called by the controller to fly back quickly. So the 3 girls don't need to run around with the treasure, just take it out when they need it. Yuban Kagaya can actually do the same, but Yuban Kagaya thinks it is very handsome to carry 3 swords on his body, so he hangs them on his waist and on his back. Moreover, Yuban Kagaya also has the king's treasure, which can take back the 3 swords of heaven, earth and people at any time, which is more convenient. Because of the weapons in hand, Kagaya and the 3 women plan to go a little further this time, and set a small goal, such as eliminating 100 monsters first. Of course, the jade fragments of the 4 souls will also be collected along the way. In a lush green forest, Sessamaru stood at the top of the mountain, overlooking Ling and Shiajian who were catching fish below. Looking at Ling laughing, and the evil view of catching fish seriously, Sessamaru felt a strange feeling in his heart. How should I put it? Sessamaru doesn't understand this kind of emotion, but he understands that he doesn't hate this kind of warm and comfortable feeling. Sessamaru, do you have someone to protect? Sessamaru, do you have anyone to protect? In Sessamaru's memory, the words of Duyuwang and Miban Kagaya will not be played back. The protector. HMPH, stupid. I will continue to become stronger and surpass Kagaya and my father. My dominance will not stop. Call. A gust of wind blew, blowing Sessamaru's silver hair, and also the fur behind Sessamaru, and brought an unpleasant smell to Sessamaru. The nose moved slightly. Sessamaru looked calm on the surface, but felt a burst of irritability in his heart. This smell, the smell of the leopard cat family, it really didn't come at the right time. But, you are unlucky, let's settle the account of 50 years ago together. The me this time is not the me who didn't have a weapon in my hand 50 years ago. Looking at the fighting spirits at his waist, Sessamaru moved and floated directly to the stream not far away. Advertisement. After walking along the stream, BBCH, for a certain distance, until the stream in front of him was frozen in an instant, Sessamaru stopped when he was next to him, and looked at the gradually clear figure in front of him. Don Lan, it's you? What's the purpose of showing up so above board? Is it because you're tired of work and come to me to seek death? Hearing Sessamaru's voice, which was obviously full of murderous intent, but incomparably flat, a woman in a blue kimono with long blue hair spoke out. Long time no see, Sessamaru, it's been so long, and your words are still so unpleasant. However, this time is different from 50 years ago. This time we are coming back for revenge. Why? Revenge? Sessamaru's tone didn't have any ups and downs. He just said very flatly, just because you bastards are worthy of talking about revenge? You started the war, and you deserve to be defeated. If you hadn't run so fast 50 years ago, do you think you would still be here? Donlan, don't speak so harshly. Although she was very upset, Donlan still said while twitching the corners of her eyes, we didn't run away 50 years ago. It's because they think there's no need to continue fighting, so they take the initiative to retreat. This time is different, because our Lord is going to be resurrected. Lord. Sessamaru's eyes remained unchanged, but his heart moved, as if he had thought of something. Don Lan, you're not planning on playing with the jade fragments of the Four Souls, are you? Nani. Don Lan couldn't help frowning when she heard the words. What do you mean by that, Sessamaru? You guys, don't you think about the jade shards of the Four Souls too? Shouldn't you bother with that human being who possesses demon power and spiritual power at the same time? Sessamaru's flat expression finally changed a bit, but it was just such a sarcastic change, which made Tu Lan very unhappy. So what? Why, you Sessamaru still care about a human? Don Lan frowned. Advertisement, forget it. Let's not talk about it. In short, if you have the courage, come to our territory. We are waiting for you. After the words fell, Don Lan's figure flashed and ran away. Sessamaru didn't take the leopard cat family seriously. Back then, he could defeat them with bare hands without weapons. Now that there are ghosts and gods, he doesn't care about mere leopard cats. What Sessamaru is concerned about is that this time the leopard cat clan may have provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked, which may also lead to him not being able to personally avenge the leopard cat's invasion 50 years ago. Looks like it's time to hurry up. Thinking of this, Sessamaru returned to Xiejian and Ling. Xiejian, the ocelot family is back. Nani? Xiejian, who was preparing to grill the fish, was startled when he heard this. The group of guys are back again. I understand. Master Sessamaru, let's set off now. Need not. Those guys should have offended Miban Kagaya. Speaking of this, Sessamaru couldn't help but smile. Shemaru Xiaoji actually laughed. Xiejian was flustered, but when he thought of the group of leopard cats, they dared to provoke that terrifying human being, he suddenly felt that it was really funny. Evil view. Yes, Master Sessamaru, what are your orders? You and Ling stay here and wait for me to come back. After all, this is my war. I can't let Yuban Kagaya take the lead. Saying that, Sessamaru was wrapped in green light and flew away in an instant. Master Sessamaru. Seeing Sessamaru flying away suddenly, the evil view was stunned at first, but after realizing it, he immediately yelled. Seeing this, Ling couldn't help blinking her eyes, and asked suspiciously, when will Master Sessamaru come back? See Grandpa. I don't know either. Xiejian shook his head, and said with a disappointed face, without me, Master Sessamaru doesn't even have an errand runner. What a sad thing it is. When Ling heard the words, she rolled her eyes and said with a smile, in this case, how about we go to Master Sessamaru? Master Sessamaru will be very pleased to see that Grandpa Xiejian has also gone. When Xiejian heard this, his eyes flashed brightly, but then they dimmed again, and he shook his head and said, no, Master Sessamaru will be angry. But just because I'm afraid that Master Sessamaru will get angry, I don't go to see Master Sessamaru. Wouldn't it be bad? Grandpa Xiejian, let's go. Just when the evil view was tangled, Ling got on the double-headed dragon and shouted to the evil view. Chapter 334 San Lan. Let's go, Xiejian Grandpa. Ling sat on the double-headed dragon and came to the side of Xiejian, telling Xiejian to come up quickly. Good. Seeing this, he also made up his mind to follow Master Sessamaru forever. Let's go, Amo, because of the birth of the pagoda. After sitting on the double-headed dragon, as soon as Xiejian's voice fell, the two-headed dragon made clouds on all fours, flew directly into the sky, and chased in the direction of Sessamaru. The village where Granny Maple lives is also known as Maple Village. About the name of the village, Miban Kagaya only recently learned about it. The reason? mainly because Meeb and Kagaya didn't pay much attention. Of course, it doesn't matter. At this time, in Maple Village, all the villagers followed behind Xiao He, watching Xiao He grab the mice in the ground as easily as picking something out of a bag, and they all cheered. Master Xiao He is amazing. Yeah, those annoying mice are finally gone. Since Meeb and Kagaya came here, Maple Village has never been harassed by monsters and robbers. The villagers' respect for Meeb and Kagaya cannot be expressed in words. God knows how difficult it is to have such a stable life in this era of demons and ghosts everywhere. This kind of life was only available when Kikyo was alive. Now, after 50 years, these villagers have finally lived this kind of stable life again. Some old people who have lived through 50 years ago, every time they see Meeb and Kagaya, they will burst into tears with gratitude, and Meeb and Kagaya will always look embarrassed. Under such circumstances, after learning that Xiao He was brought back by Meeb and Kagaya, the villagers naturally shouted one after another, "Mr. Xiao He." Especially Xiao He was very good at catching mice, so that the field no longer had to worry about mice, and the villagers called Mrs. Xiao He, which became more fluent. When Xiao He is walking on the street, the villagers will take the initiative to offer any delicious food to Xiao He to help him catch mice. To be honest, Xiao He is very satisfied with her current life. The villagers here are very kind, and she likes it very much. This kind of feeling of being able to eat enough every day, living a stable and peaceful life, and being respected was something that I couldn't experience in the previous village. The people in that village before were white-eyed wolves, who would turn their faces and deny cats at every turn. She was expelling monsters and catching mice before, but she was expelled in the end. What a bunch of rubbish, this village is better. Meow. Advertisement. Suddenly, above the village, more than a dozen leopard cats in clothes appeared standing upright, and they all wanted to jump into the village with fierce faces. Seeing this, the villagers below were all stunned for a moment, then their expressions recovered, and they didn't take it seriously at all. Because. Boom. The next moment, under the eyes of the villagers, these leopard cats bumped into a white cover, knocked out their teeth, and knocked their faces crookedly. The villagers felt pain when they saw it. Meow. A scream came out from the mouths of these bloody leopard cat monsters. The villagers went to inform Granny Feng with a calm face, and then continued to watch the excitement with a calm face. There is no way, this kind of situation is seen a lot. Basically every 3 days, there are monsters bumping into the enchantment arranged by Kagaya. From the perspective of the villagers, these monsters are lucky, they are still alive and can scream. Some are unlucky, they rush too fast, and they are killed directly. That scene is truly spectacular. A small scene like this is nothing at all. Outside the village, the 3 humanoid monsters look solemnly at the barrier covering the entire village. The witches in this village are not simple, to be able to arrange such a terrifying barrier. Sha Lan, who was wearing tight clothing and fluffy red hair, looked a little surprised. Yeah, what should we do? Our subordinates can't get in. Chunlin, who was wearing a green short kimono, looked confused. HMPH, it doesn't matter, the people in the village will come out sooner or later, just wait. Chu Lan, who is tall and strong, didn't care. A person came out, but he didn't leave the barrier. Go and have a look. Sha Lan jumped directly to the edge of the barrier, followed by Chun Lan and Chu Lan. The 3 of them looked at the old woman in the maiden costume in front of them, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Sha Lan frowned and asked, "What does it mean for you, an old woman, to come out if the witches in your village don't come out?" Granny Mabel, frowning, although a little upset, Granny Feng still said, "I'm a witch. What are you 3 monsters doing here?" Sha Lan, Euro, Chu Lan, asking for flowers, 0. Ha, advertisement. You are a witch. The 3 of them looked astonished. Sha Lan said with a dazed expression, "I remember the witch is very young, isn't she? And the clothes are very strange, and together with a human being who has both demon power and spiritual power, he collects the jade fragments of the 4 souls." Granny Feng frowned and said, "That's not me. The person you mentioned is not here at all. I am the only priestess in the shrine here." The 3 of them were a little confused. Chunlin looked at Sha Lan and said, "Did we come to the wrong place? It shouldn't be. It stands to reason that it is here, and there is only one village nearby." Sha Lan frowned. "Hey, don't try to lie to us. Those 2 people are definitely in this village," Sha Lan said to Granny Feng. 0. I didn't say they weren't here. Granny Feng looked at Jen Lan with the eyes of a fool. Sha Lan, Chunlin Chu Lan, then why did you say that you were the only girl here? Sha Lan shouted angrily. I'm a witch here. The person you mentioned is not a witch at all. Who told you that she is a witch? Granny Feng said flatly. The 3 of them were a little confused, but then they realized that it didn't matter if they were witches or not, as long as they were here. Then what about them? Let them come out, Chu Lan said. They're not here, they've gone out, Granny Feng said. Nani, you nasty old woman, you're playing tricks on us, didn't you just say they were here? Chu Lan said angrily. Shut up, impolite brat. Granny Feng was also angry. You have no brains. I said they live here, but I didn't say they're in the village now. If you are not afraid of death, you can wait here for their return. After finishing speaking, Granny Feng shook her sleeves and walked away. The 3 demons blinked and froze in place. That old woman, she actually calls me a ghost who has lived for hundreds of years. Chu Lan was a little confused. Don't you also call her old woman? Chun Lan said, rolling her eyes. What does that old woman mean? What does it mean to wait here for them to come back without fear of death? She looks down on our leopard cat clan, Sha Lan said angrily. Chapter 335. Dragonclaw, how can it be repaired? Let's just wait here, I want to see how strong those two are, to make that old woman so confident. After Sha Lan told her subordinates to stay nearby, not to go far away, Chun Lan and Shu Lan were also waiting here. Chun Lan and Shu Lan had no other choice, after all they knew the whereabouts of the 4 soul jade fragments, and this was the only place, so they could only wait here. As for the attack barrier, don't be silly, with such a strong enchantment, they don't have any brains, how could they do such a stupid thing? Judging from the strength of this barrier, even if the demon power is exhausted and they are exhausted, they may not be able to harm the barrier at all. As for the strong man who can arrange such a strong barrier, why do the 3 monsters still have the confidence to win? How should I put it? The reason is very simple, lack of self-confidence. What kind of 3-2-3 monster can you fight? You will only know after the fight. As a powerful monster group like the leopard cat family, it is standard to have a heart higher than the sky. Without this kind of arrogance, how could they be beaten twice in a row by fighting Tooth King and Sessamaru? Without such arrogance, they are not even worthy of being beaten. Time flies. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In a blink of an eye, the monsters of the leopard cat clan stayed outside the village for 3 days. Chun Lan, Sha Lan, Chu Lan, and the 3 monsters became more and more anxious and anxious. They have not been able to get the jade fragments of the 4 souls, they are afraid of delaying the resurrection of their lord. Of course, no one would care about their anxiety, the villagers in the village didn't care, Granny Feng, Mother Zizi in the shrine, and even Xiao He didn't care. After subjugating demons for a while, Kagaya and others who returned to the village didn't care. Even if Meeb and Kagaya found a group of monsters besieging the village from a long distance away, he didn't care much. It was just a very calm moment to unfold the room, and then began the massacre. Outside the village. Meow! A sudden scream made the anxious 3 monsters flustered instantly. In less than 5 seconds, all the leopard cats nearby were dealt with by Kagaya, and the screams quickly disappeared, leaving only the remains of the ground and the strong smell of blood. With a flick of Kaguya's hand, the bloodline in his hand flew instantly, revealing the sharp nails emitting a cold light. Advertisement retracting the dragon claw, Kagaya appeared in front of the 3 demons, and did not directly attack, but observed the appearance of the 3 demons. Who the hell are you? Sha Lan looked at Meeb and Kagaya solemnly. Yuban Kagaya didn't pay attention, but thought about the identities of these monsters thoughtfully. There are so many cat demons, and these 3 monsters in unique costumes, they should be of the leopard cat family. I'm a little disappointed, Yuban Kagaya said lightly. Nani? What do you mean? Chun Lan asked with gloomy eyes. Meeb and Kagaya disappointed, you are 2 trashy fish, not worth the growth of Tai Sui Ya. Stop looking down on demons, humans. Chu Lan stretched out her claws and rushed straight to Kagaya. Boom. Chu Lan's eyes bulged. Her mouth opened wide, and she flew backwards at a super high speed, hitting the big tree directly. Crack. The big tree was broken in the middle, and Chu Lan fell to her knees in pain. Puff. After a mouthful of blood spewed out, Chu Lan lay powerlessly on the ground, twitching continuously. Meeb and Kagaya withdrew his right leg and said calmly, it really is a miscellaneous fish monster. Chu Lan. Looking at Chu Lan who fell to the ground, Sha Lan and Chun Lan looked flustered and anxious, but they didn't dare to move, they could only stare at Yuban Kagaya in cold sweat. Whoosh. The figure of Yuban Kagaya appeared behind the 2 demons in an instant. After knocking out the 2 demons with 2 swords in an instant, he tied up the 3 demons with vines. Now that the leopard cat clan has made a move, Yuban Kagaya will naturally kill them with an eye for an eye. Moreover, Meeb and Kagaya remembers Fuyu Lan, the leader of the Ocelot for Uranus, who seems to be able to get back and forth with Sessamaru. Although he has a relationship with one-armed Sessamaru, he shouldn't be a mere fish. If the 4 ocelots in Uranus are all miscellaneous fish, it is impossible to make a name for themselves. So Yuban Kagaya didn't kill the 3 monsters, and was going to let the 3 monsters guide the way. Advertisement with a thought, Meeb and Kagaya teleported to the courtyard of the shrine with the 3 demons. At this time, the 3rd daughter Kagome and Yun Mu have already returned early and are chatting with Granny Feng. Seeing the 3 demons at the foot of Meeb and Kagaya, Granny Feng had a funny face. These 3 monsters were yelling outside the village 3 days ago, looking for you and Kagome, and even yelling at me, an old man. I also told them to wait if they are not afraid of death, but they really only waited for 3 days. At this time, Sha Lan and Chun Lan also woke up, and when they heard Granny Feng's words, the 2 monsters immediately looked in disbelief. Are you the human being who possesses sister power and spiritual power at the same time? How is it possible? Why are you so strong? Can you actually crush our ocelot for Uranus? Yuban Kagaya was speechless when he heard this. 3 miscellaneous fish monsters who are not even big monsters have a very famous name. Sha Lan gritted her teeth and said, although the 3 of us are not big monsters, we are big sisters, and you will regret it when our big sister comes to save us. When Meeb and Kagaya heard this, his eyes lit up, he squatted down, and asked excitedly, your big sister is a big monster? Are you telling the truth? For some reason, Sha Lan suddenly felt cold when she saw Meeb and Kaguya's smile. But for the pride of their leopard cat clan, Sha Lan still gritted her teeth and said, that's right, you'd better let us go, or my big sister won't let you go. Meeb and Kagaya didn't pay attention to the yelling of this trash fish at all, but stood up excitedly, with the corners of his mouth slightly grinning. Big monster. If Yuban Kagaya remembers correctly, the monster named Dong Lan, 5.1 is like an ice attribute monster power. The monster power of this attribute is very good, and there will be no shortage of ice cubes in the future. Thinking of this, Goben Kagaya looked back at the three daughters of Kagome. Coincidentally, the three daughters of Kagome also looked at Kagaya with bright eyes. We also lost. The three daughters of Kagome understand why Ubanwi Yoruichi is so happy to hear about the big monster, so they also want to see the evolution process of Tiashaya. Alright. Yuban Kagaya did not refuse, and then looked at Sha Lan who was on the ground, showing a kinder smile. How about taking me to your big sister? Seeing this smile, Sha Lan felt cold inside, but she still agreed because she didn't believe that her big sister would fail. Ha ha ha. Miban Kagaya smiled happily. 330th chapter's Demon Quality. After a while, as the sun set, darkness gradually enveloped the earth. The white and cool moon, instead of the sun, gave the land a faint light. The whole world seemed to become silent in an instant, and a cool and quiet atmosphere permeated the whole world. A red cloud is flying fast in the air. Under the cloud, there are three monsters hanging in the air. Call. When the cool wind hits, Kagaya and others on the clouds have blown hair flying around. According to the direction indicated by Sha Lan, Yuban Kagaya controlled Red Cloud, and quickly flew over a canyon, then a village, and finally came to the top of a city. In Miban Kaguya's perception, there is a blue-haired woman who is leading a group of cat demons to pay homage in front of a huge mummy wearing rotting armor. The appearance of this mummy is indeed quite like a cat, and it should be the relative of the lord of the leopard cat clan. And as the blue-haired woman continued to visit with other cat demons, the resentment and evil spirit on the mummy's relatives became more and more intense. According to this situation, if there are fragments of the Jade of the Four Souls, it can increase the resentment and evil energy, thereby seizing the control of this mummy, and restoring the memory of the relative 11 to achieve a different kind of resurrection. It's just that this kind of resurrection will lead to a big change in temperament, becoming disrespectful and bloodthirsty. After all, the consciousness born of resentment must be different. Big sister, Sha Lan, Chun Lan, and the weak Shu Lan shouted loudly. Dong Lan's expression changed when she heard the voice, and she looked up instantly, and found that Sha Lan and the three were tied up in Kongshan. Nani? How can it be? Dong Lan's pupils shrank suddenly, and her face changed drastically. She couldn't believe the scene in front of her. Not only did she fail, but she was also arrested. At this time, Kagaya, who was on the cloud, suddenly loosened his hands. Whoosh! Ah! The Sha Lan three monsters who were tied together fell directly to the ground. Yuban Kagaya also followed closely behind, jumping directly from the clouds and falling towards the ground. Boom! Ouch! Advertisement, it hurts, hurts. Sha Lan's three monsters cried out in pain, with a painful expression on their faces. Boom! With a loud bang, Kagaya fell to the ground with a lunge, and with Kagaya as the center, the ground was covered with cracks, as dense as a spider web. Crack! Gravel splattered, vinegar everywhere. Tread! Miban Kagaya walked to the side of Sha Lan's three monsters, and then stepped on Shu Lan's head under Dong Lan's piercing eyes. Yo, big monster. I heard that you were looking for me. Miban Kagaya greeted casually. Kagome, Coral, Zizi, and Micah also showed their skills one after another, falling behind Miban Kagaya. You guy, are you the rumored Miban Kagaya? Dong Lan looked at Shu Lan who was suffering and weak, and said with sharp eyes, it seems that I underestimated you. Whoosh! At this time, a green light ball also appeared in the distant sky, and then came here in an instant, and fell to the ground on the other side. The green light dissipated, and the figure of Sessamaru appeared in the field. Master Sessamaru, here comes the evil view. The two-headed dragon followed closely behind and landed beside Sessamaru. Master Sessamaru. Ling jumped off the double-headed dragon, and came to Sessamaru with a happy face. Shiajian also jumped off the double-headed dragon, and stood in front of Sessamaru, holding a human-headed staff, with an expression of loyalty to protect the lord. However, when Shiajian saw Kagaya in the distance, his scalp turned cold instinctively, he shrank his neck, turned his head quickly, and stared at Dong Lan fiercely. Sessamaru, Miban Kagaya. Dong Lan felt the humiliation. Yuban Kagaya was a little speechless. Sessamaru kicked the evil view aside, feeling ashamed of this guy. Miban Kagaya stepped on Cholan's head, casually rubbed the soles of his shoes twice and laughed. Why, Sessamaru, these miscellaneous fish have also provoked you, do you want to do it? Sessamaru first glanced at Kong Yunya behind Miban Kagaya, his eyes moved. Then he glanced at Chu Lan at the foot of Miban Kagaya, and Chun Lan and Sha Lan lying beside him, and said flatly, it seems that I am late. Miban Kagaya said with a flat smile, if you're not in a hurry, you can take a look at how these miscellaneous fish struggle. Advertisement. As he spoke, Yuban Kagaya kicked hard, and Chu Lan howled in pain as he stepped on it. Yuban Kagaya, you despicable villain, what kind of ability is it to use your demon quality? If you have the ability, let's go one-on-one. Dong Lan said angrily with eyes that were about to split. Ha! Miban Kagaya couldn't help being speechless when he heard this. I'm despicable? Please, how shameless are you to say such shameless words? You sent a group of monsters to trouble Lousy and steal Lousy's things. Now Lousy is just torturing his captives. What right do you have to say that Lousy is despicable? Dong Lan choked, her face extremely ugly. Looking at Cholan at his feet, Mibanwi Yoruichi followed hard with a displeased face. Ah! The screams made Chun Lan and Sha Lan tremble, and Dong Lan's expression was extremely broken. Okay, despicable, right? Lousy will let you know what despicable is. Clang. Yuban Kagaya pulled out the sword in an instant. The demon sword Tiashaya came out of the 913 sheath, let go of Cholan's head, stepped on Cholan's back, and aimed the broad blade directly at Cholan's neck. No. Seeing this, Don Lan shouted in panic. Yuban Kagaya grinned grinningly and said, "What's the matter? I just want to do something that you think is despicable. What are you in a hurry for? I sincerely apologize to you. As long as you don't kill them, you can ask me to do anything." Don Lan pleaded sincerely. Do anything? When Yuban Kagaya heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, feeling that this sentence had a strange feeling, especially the 3 pairs of breathtaking gazes behind him made Yuban Kagaya feel like a light on his back. Cough cough. Yuban Kagaya said lightly, "Donlan, you don't want your brothers and sisters to die either." Well, it does still feel weird. Your Excellency, please order. Don Lan looked sincere. Yuban Kagaya looked at the tall mummy behind Don Lan, then you can cut off the head of that mummy. Nani. Hearing this request, Don Lan's complexion suddenly changed, and she was immediately stunned. What's the matter? Can't you do it? Your sincerity is not enough. It seems that the lives of your younger brothers and sisters are nothing more than this. As he spoke, Yuban Kagaya took advantage of the situation and raised his broken teeth. Chapter 337. Conduct, don't want. Seeing Yuban Kagaya holding up his broken teeth, looking like he was about to cut them off at any time, Don Lan hurriedly shouted. Your Excellency, please don't do anything. To tell the truth, behind us is the lord of our leopard cat clan. It's just a corpse and there is no threat. Can you change your request? I will definitely do it for you. Looking at Don Lan's innocent big eyes, Yuban Kagaya is a little speechless, just like that resentment and evil spirit are soaring. What are you talking about with me here? Well, Kagaya shook his head in disappointment and said, it seems that your younger brothers and sisters are not very important. If so, I'd better send them to accompany your lord. Saying that, Yuban Kagaya made a posture of chopping down again. No, sir, before Don Lan could say anything, Shu Lan directly interrupted Don Lan. Big sister, don't worry about me. The lord is important, let this human do it. Oh. Yuban Kagaya looked at Cholan at his feet with a smile. There is something. Why, do you think your lord will avenge you? Aren't you still dreaming that your lord will be resurrected? Snort, Shu Lan gritted her teeth and said, the lord will definitely be resurrected. You can't stop it, you can't be the big sister's opponent. Speaking of this, Shu Lan looked at Don Lan. Big sister, don't worry about me, just do it directly. Shu Lan. When Don Lan heard the words, her heart ached and she couldn't do anything regardless. It seems that you guys are really siblings. Touched, really touching. Yuban Kagaya sneered, if you didn't come to provoke Lousy might really be touched by you, what a pity. Tiashai raised his teeth. Kagaya did not intend to hold back this time, and was ready to fulfill Cholan's bravery. Seeing this scene, Donlan looked anxious. She had no choice but to condense an ice skate with demon power and put it on her own neck. Your Excellency, if possible, can I exchange my own life for theirs? As long as you agree, my head, Don Lan, is now yours. Advertisement, big sister, don't. Big sister, don't do this. Meow. Shu Lan, Sha Lan, Chun Lan, and other leopard cats shouted to stop them. Seeing this, Yuban Kaguyu's expression became calm. He put down his right hand holding iron broken tooth, kicked Shu Lan to Don Lan, and moved Sha Lan and Chun Lan over with a thought. Boring. Mita Teru Yoruichi had a bored expression on his face. Shu Lan, Sha Lan, Lu. Don Lan looked at the 3 demons in front of her with a look of joy, and quickly untied the vines and released the 3 demons. Your Excellency, thank you. Donlan looked at Yuban Kagaya gratefully. Big sister, there is no need to thank him, he is an enemy, and the jade fragments of the 4 souls are in his hands. Sha Lan got up and stretched her arms and legs, saying with a look of displeasure. Yes. Chun Lan agreed, although I don't know why he let us go, but letting the 4 leopard cats Uranus gather together is his biggest mistake. Although Chu Lan's voice was weak, her tone was still very arrogant. Shut up, idiot. Don Lan reprimanded the 3 demons, and then thanked Yuban Kagaya. Yuban Kagaya said flatly, no need to thank them, they are right, we are enemies, there is no room for relaxation. You want the jade fragments of the 4 souls, I want to kill you all, but I released 3 of them, just to make your death decent, I misunderstood. Damn it, you be ***************************************** D. Stop looking down on people. Sha Lan yelled angrily, jumped up, shot a fireball, and went straight to Kagaya. Emperor Yan. Coral came to Yuban Kagaya, swung his right fist, and a pillar of fire with a diameter of 3 meters went straight to the fireball, swallowing the fireball in an instant, and then went straight to Sha Lan. Seeing this, Sha Lan rolled over in panic, narrowly dodged the pillar of fire, fell to the ground, and then got up instantly. Advertisement. Seeing this, Chun Lan also leapt, wanting to release the pollen to attack, but because of a sudden flying demonic energy bomb, she gave up the attack and turned around to land. Holding the blood jade coral, with a spherical barrier wrapped around her body, Zizi came to Chunlan. Kagome is also holding a lightning strike blade wrapped in lightning, chopping out lightning bolts, sending Chu Lan, who is covered in lightning, running away with a bang. It's amazing. Seeing this scene in the distance, Ling had an envious expression on her face. If only I could be this powerful, then I can help Master Sessamaru too. Hearing this, Sessamaru's eyes flickered, he glanced at Ling quietly, and then looked at the battle on the field. Seeing the battle on the field, Shijian quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed secretly. Yuban Kagaya is a monster. And everyone around him is also a monster. Dong Lan used her demon power to transform the ice blade into the most convenient double-headed ice blade, and said seriously, Your Excellency's conduct is worthy of respect. But as Your Excellency said, this battle is inevitable. My lord, we must win. I'm sorry. Meow meow. Countless ocelots stood up, holding weapons such as knives and axes, and rushed towards Kagaya with ferocious faces. Dong Lan jumped into the air in an instant, and with a wave of the ice blade, countless sharp ice crystals attacked Kagaya from above like a rain of arrows. Well, faced with this weak attack, Kagaya said with a bored face, let's stop this farce. As he said that, the airflow wrapped around Tai Sui's knife instantly, and Kagaya swung the knife at a group of leopard cats and countless ice crystals in front of him. Shua. By Zhao Li. Boom. The 5 gold strikes instantly tore all the leopard cats and countless ice crystals into powder, and then went straight to Dong Lan and the mummy of the leopard cat lord behind. No, the lord is in danger from this terrifying attack. Dong Lan released her demon power with a determined face, preparing to resist the wind injury and protect the mummy. Whoosh. Seeing that the wound of the wind was about to tear Dong Lan apart, Tu Lan's figure instantly disappeared. Puff. Yuban Kagaya held Tieshaya and directly penetrated the body of Dong Lan, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Although Dong Lan was surprised by this situation, she didn't think much about it. She just turned her head to look at the mummy of the leopard cat lord. When he saw Gold Slash directly tearing up the mummified corpse of the leopard cat lord, leaving nothing left, his expression was filled with despair. Sorry, my lord, Dong Lan tried her best. Chapter 338, Ice. My lord. Big sister, Chu Lan, Sha Lan, Chun Lan, and the 3 monsters shouted anxiously when they saw their lord's mummified corpse being torn apart, and their big sister's chest pierced by iron-broken teeth. But unfortunately, in this battle, the 3 demons were at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the natural agility of the leopard cats, they would have been defeated long ago. So the 3 of them can only yell while avoiding the attack while worrying. Well, the corner of Dong Lan's mouth was bleeding, and she said with a bitter smile of disappointment, It failed, you are too strong. Thank you for letting me leave a whole body. It is a worthy death to die in the hands of a noble person like you. As she said that, Dong Lan's eyes lost their brilliance, and all the monster power in her body was swallowed up by the iron-broken teeth. Looking at Dong Lan's expression of no regrets, Miban Kagaya felt speechless for some reason. I don't know whether to call Dong Lan mean, or to say that it is simple. Let's say it is simple. It is extremely ignorant of martial arts, and let a group of leopard cats rob and sneak attack at every turn. It can be said that it uses all means to achieve the goal, and it has nothing to do with simplicity. But if you say it is despicable, I am obviously just afraid that it will be torn apart by the wind injury, or use the demon power to resist the wind injury so that the demon power is not enough to evolve. That's why he moved Dong Lan to the front, and then pierced it with a knife, so that Tai Sui Ya's demon power that devoured it could evolve. 493 is also because of this. Let Dong Lan think that she is of high moral character. It is obviously a life and death fight, but leaving a whole body for it, it is really a bit naive and innocent. It can only be said that human beings are complicated, and monsters are also complicated. In other words, the existence of life is extremely complicated. The emotion of life has never been absolute, only relative absolute. Boom. Boom. At this time, Tai Sui Ya suddenly made a heartbeat-like fluctuation, and the silver-white blade suddenly turned into ice crystal blue. The entire blade seems to be wrapped in ice crystals, the cold air is oppressive, and the edges and corners are sharp. Miban Kagaya pulled out the chilling blue iron-broken fang from Donglan's body, and then slowly placed Tulan's body on the ground. Sessamaru in the distance shrank his pupils immediately after seeing this scene. Tai Sui Ya has changed. Is that form the reason why Dong Lan's demon power was swallowed? Advertisement. Thinking of the terrifying and even weird scenery in the canyon where Dragonbone essence was sealed before, Sessamaru immediately understood the reason. I see. Can Iron Broken Fang evolve? It seems that Miban Kagaya has allowed Iron Broken Fang to evolve many kinds of terrifying powers. Father, I still don't understand why you left Iron Broken Fang to Inuyasha, but Steel Broken Fang is completely different from your choice. The sword will choose its own master, just like fighting ghosts and gods chose me, and Tieshaya chose Yuban Kagaya. After Kagaya learned about the power of Iron Broken Fang's new form, he gave this form a name, Frost Iron Broken Fang. Ability is to create and manipulate the power of ice and snow, whether it is snow, cold, or ice. As long as it is related to ice and snow, you can create and control it at will. Turning Iron Broken Fang back to the silver-white sword, Yuban Kagaya put the sword back into its sheath, and did not intend to use the cold Iron Broken Fang to deal with the 2 demons of Jengong. There is no need to do unnecessary things. This is Miban Kaguya's principle. Kagome, Coral, Zizi, let them come here. Their big sister is waiting for them. I'll give them a ride. The 3 daughters of Kagome also stopped attacking after hearing the words, and retreated behind the paddle Kagaya. Damn human beings, you actually killed the lord and the big sister. I absolutely can't get around you. Chu Lan, who thought she had found a chance, was entangled in thunder and lightning, and came straight to Kagaya. Boom. Yuban Kagaya casually threw out a thunderbolt, which hit Chu Lan's body. As a result, needless to say, Chu Lan was slashed until her whole body was scorched black. She rolled her eyes, followed her momentum and rolled several times on the ground, and rolled to Kaguya's feet. Then facing Sha Lan and Chun Lan's desperate attacks, Yu Banhui, BBCB, Yi used shock fruit. Boom. Ka. The air was shattered, the ground was torn apart, and the two demons spit out blood from the shock, and fell to the ground with broken bones. Clang. Under Sessamaru's astonished eyes, Miban Kagaya pulled out Kong Yunya from behind, and then stabbed Kong Yunya into Chu Lan's body. The next moment, a blood-purple light flashed from the orb on the hilt of the sword, instantly devouring Chu Lan's vitality. Advertisement: Chu Lan's soul was swallowed by the system when Chu Lan turned into a dead tree-like state and lost her life. Immediately after Chunlan and Sha Lan, after devouring the vitality of these two monsters, Yu Ban Kagaya sensed the level of the sword spirit, and when he reached level 4, he retracted Kong Yunya into the scabbard. Miban Kagaya is actually cultivating Kong Yunya. Sessamaru walked towards Miban Kagaya in shock. Miban Kagaya, you'd better be careful, the magic sword is too strong and it will bite the Lord. Thank you for your reminder, Sessamaru, I understand what you mean. It's just that the sword spirit before Kong Yunya was killed by me, and the current sword spirit is newly born and still very weak, that's why I cultivated her. Miban Kagaya smiled, turned around and came to Donlan's body. Killed the sword spirit? Sessamaru's expression changed, but then quickly subsided and his heart fluctuated. Call. Yuban Kagaya looked at Donlan, and the dragon flame rose in his hand, intending to let Donlan's ashes return to ashes and dust to dust. Don't you want to devour Donlan's body? Sessamaru asked. Kagaya explained, unlike the three bastards, this guy is a bit gassy. Speaking of this, Yuban Kagaya smiled calmly, she actually said that she died at my hands, and she deserved her death. It's a pity, I will not show mercy to my enemies. With a flick of his hand, Donlan's body was instantly reduced to ashes in the dragon flames and disappeared between heaven and earth. Miban Kagaya took out a box of cigarettes bought at Kagoma's house in his trouser pocket, took out one, lit it in his mouth, took a deep breath, and then exhaled a puff of smoke. What a pity. He casually made a scabbard out of sensen fruit, threw it to Sessamaru, and said, congratulations, you got a nice sword. Afterwards, Miban Kagaya took the three daughters of Kagome and Micah and left here on the red clouds. Looking at the scabbard in his hand, Sessamaru pulled out Dagaishin to try it out, and when he found it was just right, he hung the scabbard on his waist with a calm expression. Let's go, Evil View, Ling. Yes, Master Sessamaru. Yes, Master Sessamaru. 9bh Chapter 339 Demon Horse in the sky, the full moon hung high, the stars were shining, and there were no clouds to block them, making the whole world immersed in the coolness and softness of the moonlight. Call. The cool breeze, flowing slowly, rustled the branches and leaves. A red cloud was flying in the sky at a moderate pace. Kagaya, who was sitting on the red cloud, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and then burned the cigarette end to ashes with dragon flames. Kagome, Shan, and ZG, who were sitting next to the red cloud, were staring at Miban Teru Yi non-stop. To be honest, Miban Kaguya's sentimental look for other women made the third daughter very upset. Kagaya, don't you regret killing that monster named Tugong? Kagaya asked curiously. Yuban Kagaya looked at the three daughters of Kagome, and expressed his thoughts without any intention of hiding. I don't regret killing her, because she is an enemy, even though I have a good impression of her. After all, there is no possibility of compromise between us and them. If Don Lan has the opportunity, it will not show mercy, and it will even attack you who are around me. Yoruichi said with a serious face, so, I don't regret killing her, because I don't allow anything that might hurt you to happen. Kagaya. Master Kagaya. Kagome, Shan, and Zizi all looked at Kagaya with emotion, and then suddenly changed their faces and said with displeasure, then why are you so sentimental? Yeah, Kagaya, you're weird. Yuban Kagaya said helplessly, I just feel a little annoyed, really, why do some people or monsters who like to seek death always appear in front of me? Can't these guys stay away from me, don't let me see them? Are you annoying, do you just like courting death so much? Back then, in the world of pirates. Well, okay, it's the same, there are countless guys who like to court death. It's just that Yuban Kagaya killed too many people, and the people who liked to kill were afraid, so after that, there was a period of silence. From this point of view, in this world of monsters and goblins, Kagaya slays too little, so he always meets guys who like to seek death. Of course, there are also reasons for the underdeveloped information circulation in this era, after all, it is the ancient environment. Advertisement in a few days. When the time agreed with Totozai came, Miban Kagaya drove the clouds straight to the volcanoes. In the same place as last time, in a cave in the center of the volcanic group, Miban Kagaya was fiddling with a multifunctional oven on the ground. The overall appearance of the oven is black, and it is made of various ores and metals. Whether it is grilled on skewers, deep fried, hang-grilled, or iron plate, everything is available, and there is even a place for storage. In the storage space, there are also auxiliary tools such as iron pans and shovels, which are very complete. Under the introduction of Dao Daojai, Miban Kagaya also learned about the origin of most of the materials, such as fire-attributed ores from extremely hot places and ice-attributed ores from extremely cold places. There are also some special metals that can control the size by injecting demonic power, etc. Many kinds of materials are used. It can be seen that Dao Daojai is very careful. In short, Kagaya used the board and felt very satisfied and directly collected it into the treasure of the king. Afterwards, I chatted casually with Dao Daojai, left some 10,000 years demon woods strengthened with the essence of life for Dao Daojai and left here. Maple Village. In the shrine, On the way back, Kagaya turned the multifunction oven into a treasure and grabbed some ingredients. Now after returning to the shrine, Miban Kagaya directly took out the multifunctional oven, a great treasure, to conduct a test of cooking skills. The final result was not as Miban Kagaya expected. Granny Feng, Zizi mother and daughter, Coral, Micah, Xiaohei and her 3 children all ate their bellies round. As for Kagome, he went back to school, and Goban Kagaya naturally planned to go to Kagome to show Kagome and her family. Time flies. Life has returned to a peaceful state again, and Ban Kagaya still runs back and forth twice a day. After Kagome asked for leave, everyone continued to play around, happily enjoying the beauty of nature and tasting the special ingredients of various places. In addition, here Kagaya would like to comment on the key points. Although the ingredients in this world are due to the magic power, their delicacy and nutrition are not inferior to those of Pirate World. However, there are too few types. Most of the monsters and ghosts are grotesque and cannot be eaten at all. Only a small number of ingredients can be eaten. Ask for flowers. Advertisement time passed bit by bit like this. Although Yuban Kagaya enjoys this kind of life very much, the tree wants to move but the wind doesn't stop, and there are always all kinds of conspiracies and tricks in the dark corners. This day, Kagome went back to school, and Coral hasn't been home for a long time, so she and Micah went home to report to her parents that she was safe. Although Zizi likes to be by Miban Kaguya's side, most of the time is spent practicing. The same is true for Zizi's mother, who takes care of the shrine with Granny Feng every day, and then practices spiritual power with Granny Feng, enjoying a quiet and peaceful life. Goban Kagaya, who felt a little bored at the shrine, rode the red cloud, slipped around, and listened to the ghosts and ghosts everywhere if there was any news. Of course, there must be no news about the final result. After all, this is the Sengoku era, and monsters also have territories. Except for those monsters who live in no fixed place, most monsters don't have the ability to know the news from all parties. In this regard, Miban Kagaya was not disappointed either. He just manipulated the red cloud to fly around, and when he encountered good ingredients, he could go further and get local ingredients. Wind Blade Dance. Kagura sat on a feather, constantly attacking a monster riding a horse below in the air. Whizzing. Dozens of wind blades chopped down continuously. Seeing this, the monster riding a horse below held up the long knife in his hand and laughed strangely, the flame zone. This red demon horse with red eyes and 4 legs that raised flames, after neighing, instantly turned into an afterimage, easily dodging the wind blade attack. Boom. Dozens of cracks appeared on the ground, but the demon horse Yandy was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Kagura on feather couldn't help frowning, feeling a little tricky. The speed of this monster horse was too fast, there was no way to handle it. Ha ha ha. See? This is the power to dominate the world, you ignorant woman, since you don't want to be my woman, then you go to die. Yanshi, kill that woman. The extremely ugly purgatory ghost on horseback pointed his sword at Kagura and roared loudly. Chapter 340. Flaming Hoof Death. Yanshi, kill that woman. The extremely ugly purgatory ghost on horseback pointed his sword at Kagura and roared angrily. Hiss. Flaming Hoof neighed, kicked his hind hoof fiercely, stepped on the void, and ran wildly in the air. Wind Blade Dance. Dance of Dragon and Snake. Kagura waved the folding fan several times in a row, and countless wind blades attacked the demon horse Yanshi. Behind the wind blade, there is still a demonic tornado that surrounds the surroundings and traps the course of action of the demon horse Yanshi. The demon horse Yano turned into an afterimage again, and disappeared in place in an instant, avoiding the encirclement of the tornado and the attack of the wind blade. Next moment, the figure of the demon horse Yanshi appeared in the sky above, and opened his mouth to spit out raging flames, attacking Kagura in the distance. This kind of slow attack is naturally useless to the god. 967. A gust of wind swept through, and Kagura flew directly to the side to avoid the flame attack. But that purgatory ghost might be a little confused about the situation, and he still laughed strangely. Well, this is my power, and I'm a monster who wants to dominate the world. Whoosh. There are countless wind blades coming from a tricky angle, and this time they are not attacking the demon horse Yanshi, but the purgatory ghost. Nani. The purgatory ghost almost didn't react. After blocking a few wind blades with his long knife, he was hit and fell off the horse. Seeing this, the demon horse Yanshi flashed his figure, and caught the purgatory ghost in an instant. Hateful. Feeling a little embarrassed, the purgatory ghost said angrily, it's useless, I'm a monster who wants to dominate the world, you can't be my opponent. Stop saying impossible things, you are not qualified to dominate the world at all. Kagura was really speechless about the mysterious confidence of this monster. Hateful. Kill her, Yanti. Hearing this, the purgatory ghost became angry and let Yanti attack. Advertisement Flamefoot ran wildly in the air, breathing fire while swaying left and right to avoid Kagura's windblade. Kagura manipulated the wind of evil spirit, controlled the feathers to fly fast, avoided the flame attack, and flew towards the canyon intentionally. In a wide area, the speed advantage of Yoma Yanshi is indeed great, but in a narrow place, Kagura does not believe that it can run around flexibly. But in the process of chasing Kagura and Yantu, Kagura suddenly saw someone who surprised her. In the direction of Kagura's escape, Miban Kagaya stood on the top of the mountain, breathing in the clouds and enjoying the cool breeze from the heights. Breathing out a puff of smoke, Miban Kagaya held a cigarette in his mouth. After sensing a familiar demonic aura, he looked at Kagura who was flying fast on the feathers. When Kagaya saw Kagura being chased by a monster on horseback, Miban Kagaya waved at Kagura with a heart move. Seeing this, Kagura smiled slightly, and directly manipulated the feathers to quickly fly to Miban Kagaya. After reaching the top of the mountain, he came down from the feather and landed beside Kagaya. Before Yuban Kagaya could speak, the demon horse Yanchi suddenly accelerated and flew here. Looking at Kagaya next to Kagura, the ghost on horseback shouted with envy, "Is this your man? Is it because of him that you rejected me?" Huh. Miban Kagaya was taken aback when he heard this. "What's the use of being handsome? I'm a monster who wants to dominate the world," Purgatory Ghost shouted angrily. Kagura said a little speechlessly, "It's all said, you are not material to dominate the world at all, you are too weak." Yuban Kagaya sensed the demonic aura of Purgatory Ghost, and couldn't help complaining, "You be asterisk 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 D who is not even a big monster, how can you have the courage to dominate the world?" "Nani? What are you talking about?" The Purgatory Ghost was furious, "You dare to insult the monster who will dominate the world in the future, I want you to pay the price, Yanti, kill these two guys." Hiss. Yan Hoof raised his head and neighed, opened his mouth, and a group of flames gathered in the air. But the next moment, the flame disappeared, and Yan Hoi's pupils trembled continuously, and he froze in place, not daring to move. Because an overwhelming murderous aura radiated from Yuban Kaguya's body, this murderous aura wrapped Yanti tightly, making Yanti dare not move an inch. Yanti's eyes were full of horror. This is the murderous aura that can only be possessed after killing many people or monsters. It scared the horse to death. Advertisement Flame Hoof understands that as long as it moves now, it will instantly turn into a pile of meat. No, it is very possible to die without a whole body. Seeing Entei's eyes full of fear, Kagura looked at Yuita Teru Yoruichi in amazement. The power of this man is really terrifying. "Hey, Yantu. What's the matter, Yantu, why are you not moving?" The Purgatory Ghost had a displeased expression on his face, urging Yanti to act quickly. "What does it mean to be motionless? Could it be, Yanti, do you think this guy is better than me?" Purgatory Ghost suddenly realized, followed by a burst of urgency. "Impossible. How could he be stronger than me? I am the monster who wants to dominate the world." Purgatory Ghost had a look of disbelief. It didn't allow monsters stronger than it, and it couldn't live without Flamehoof. "Look at it, Yanti. I want to show you that I am your master. For this kind of thing, let me take care of him with one move." "Huh." The Purgatory Ghost shouted loudly, held a knife in both hands, and jumped down directly from Yanti, trying to attack directly. "Go to hell, Flamehoof is mine." Clang. With a flash of golden light, the demonized iron broken fang came out of its sheath, and Kagaya instantly swung the knife at the Purgatory Ghost. A gold slash like a shockwave instantly engulfed the Purgatory Ghost and the long knife, tore them apart, and then rushed to the sky until they dissipated. Yuban Kagaya puts the knife back into its sheath. 4.3. Flaming Hoof remained motionless, and didn't care about Purgatory Ghost's death. In its view, death for such an idiot is not a pity. Yuban Kagaya looked at Yanti, especially those big rebellious eyes, and thought about it. "Well, this guy is useless, he still likes to be a boy, kill him." Clang. Kong Yunya unsheathed and was thrown directly at Yanti by Yuban Kagaya. Whoosh. Under the control of the sword spirit, Kong Yunya accelerated instantly and pierced into Dano's body. It's not that Yantu doesn't want to resist, but unfortunately, under the confinement of gravity, it can't move at all, and can only watch helplessly as Kong Yunya pierces into its body. The next moment, Yanhuff's red eyes dimmed, and then turned into a mummy and shattered into slag. Kong Yunya, who had devoured Yanti's vitality, flew back to the sword sheath minister by himself. Chapter 341. The gate looking at the demon horse Yanchi who had turned into a mummified corpse and shattered into powder, Kagura blinked. "Don't you think it's a pity? This monster horse is a very strong mount. It is said that riding on it will give you the qualification to dominate the world." Mibanwi Yoruichi sensed the growth of the sword spirit and said disapprovingly, "I'm not interested in dominating the world. Moreover, power is everything. As long as the power is strong enough, the world is in control. If the power is not enough, all delusions are Kyoka Suigetsu." What an answer full of leeway, Kagura laughed. Why did this fight happen? What's the monkey's plan? Miban Kagaya is a little curious. There are no other clones of Naraku in the vicinity. And although Naraku is under his own pressure, usually no one or monsters trouble him, so regarding Naraku's growth path, Miban Kagaya suddenly wants to know. Kagura had no intention of keeping Naraku's secrets, and directly talked about Naraku's recent situation. To be honest, there may be something wrong with Naraku's mind. Oh, there's something wrong with that monkey's brain. Midatoru Yoruichi looked at Kagura expectantly. Kagura smiled and said, "Yes, it may be because of you that the speed at which Naraku collects the jade fragments of the four souls has been greatly accelerated. Except for the jade fragments of the four souls in this world, all other fragments are collected by it. And after Nala used some treasures to calculate, among the fragments of the jade of the four souls scattered outside, except for the small parts of the jade of the four souls that were aggregated, there is only one fragment left. In other words, that is the last fragment, and the location of the last fragment is the junction of this world and the other world." Speaking of this, Kagura paused, reorganized the language and said, "For this last fragment, and the jade fragment of the four souls in your hand. Naraku asked my sister Kana and I to hunt powerful monsters everywhere and bring them back to be devoured by them. And it is devouring monsters while studying how to get to the junction of this world and the next world. Depending on the situation, it should have found a way, but for some reason, it dared not go." Miban Kagaya nodded, not surprised that Naraku could still find the treasure. After all, it is a world of demons and goblins. Even with the infinitely growing iron broken fang, it is not surprising that it has a bit of pushing ability. Advertisement. Moreover, according to Kagura's meaning, Naraku has given up the idea of continuing to breed clones. It's just purely devouring monsters, hoping to use its power of devouring monsters and absorbing monsters' abilities to gain powerful power to fight against itself. Yuben Kagaya understands Naraku's thoughts a little bit, because no one will block it, so there is no need to spend more time and energy to breed the clone as a helper. It only needs to directly devour all kinds of powerful monsters and become stronger. It's such a leisurely way. Yuben Kagaya smiled. Leisure? Kagura was a little puzzled. You don't need to do much, you don't need to think too much. You can become stronger by devouring monsters. As long as you become stronger, all your troubles can be easily solved. Isn't that enough leisure? Kagura heard the words and said helplessly, that's true, if you don't count the running around between me and Kana, it's really quite leisurely. Yuben Kagaya looked at the somewhat lonely gaze in Kagura's eyes, and suddenly felt helpless about giving Naraku time to grow up. Although the soul of level 6 is very tempting, my path is not limited to this world, so let's just kill Naraku. Just do what you want, Yuben Kagaya said to Kagura, from now on, don't think too much, you just need to do a good job of catching monsters. Ah. Kagura didn't understand what Kagaya means. Since Naraku has no way to go between this world and the other world, then I will go there. You should try not to come into contact with Naraku in the near future, just take the monster back and leave. When I bring back the jade fragments of the 4 souls, I will go directly to Nala. Kagura understood, her eyes kept shining, she stared straight at Yuben Kagaya. Why, that place is very dangerous. Tired, I suddenly wanted to kill it, that's all. Also, I never do things I'm not sure about, remember to protect yourself. As he spoke, the red light flashed, and Kagaya disappeared into the sky. Kagura blinked, looked at the direction where Yuben Kagaya flew away, opened the folding fan, covered the smile on the corner of the mouth, and protected himself. At this time, the sky was bright, and the dazzling sunlight made it impossible for creatures to look directly. Advertisement. Whoosh. A flash of red light pierced the sky. Yuben Kagaya flew towards the gate of this world and the next world that he discovered by accident before. The purpose this time, one is to collect the jade fragments of the 4 souls, and the other is to absorb the demonic power of Baoshangi. Of course, this is just incidental. Yuben Kaguya's main purpose is to solve Naraku. Yuben Kagaya suddenly didn't want to give Naraku time to grow up. It can be said that he felt sorry for Kagura, or it was his idea to play Kagura. But to put it bluntly, these are only part of the reasons, and I suddenly feel that this life of searching for the jade fragments of the 4 souls is a bit boring. It is also a reason to want a tenfold stable life. In short, Kagaya could have countless reasons to kill Naraku, but there is no reason to let Naraku go. As Kagaya, who can do whatever he wants, 883 can do whatever he wants, suddenly decided not to give Naraku time to grow up, that's all. After a while, Kagaya, who came to the Kingdom of Fire, quickly found the specific cave, and flew into it in an instant. A few seconds later, a red light passed through the passage in an instant, and came to the gate at the junction between this world and the next world. The red light dissipated, and Kagaya walked slowly towards the gate. Boom. The door leading to the junction between this world and the other world slowly opened, without any vision, only a space passage. The 2 stone statues guarding the gate didn't squeak or even move, as if they didn't see anything. In this regard, Yuben Kagaya didn't find it strange, and walked directly into the space passage. After Yuben Kagaya entered the passage, there was a sound. Unexpectedly, the holder of Kong Yunya would actually enter the junction through the gate. Yeah, although I don't know the reason, it's better to pretend that I didn't see it. The border between this world and the next. This is a place where there are bones all over the mountains and plains, and the creatures here are all composed of bones. At the same time, it is also where the Dog Admiral's cemetery is located, and the Iron Broken Fang was also obtained by Yuben Kagaya here. Chapter 342, King Kong. Black Uzumaki appeared in the air, and then Kaguya's figure walked out slowly, and came to the gap between the living and the dead again. Yuben Kagaya stood in the air, and after seeing the tall giant skeleton in armor in the distance, he flew straight there. Master Kagaya. Why don't you directly open the space passage here, but come to the gate to enter? The sword spirit asked strangely. Yuben Kagaya said, of course it's because of curiosity. After all, I haven't walked through the gate, so naturally I have to go through it again. According to Yuben Kagaya, Kong Yunya can be used at any time, but the gate cannot be entered at any time, so this time he chose to enter through the gate. The result was just as Yuben Kagaya expected. In front of Kong Yunya, who represented hell, the 2 stone statues didn't even dare to fart, and directly opened the gate honestly. Whizzing. When Kagaya approached the skeleton of King Duya, the diamond spearheads shot at Kagaya rapidly one after another. Faced with this kind of attack, Kagaya dared not use the barrier to resist, but used the long-lost elementalization of lightning. There is no way, there are many skills and comprehensive enough, just to take advantage. After the continuous diamond spearheads passed through Kaguya's body was intact without a single drop of blood. At this time, after realizing that the attack was useless, Baoshangi was stunned, and quickly got out of the skeleton of King Duya, looking at Kagaya in amazement. If you resist or dodge stubbornly, Baoshangi will not be surprised. After all, being able to come here as a living person proves that it is impossible to be simple. But what the hell are you directly ignoring? No, this is no longer ignoring, it is completely immune to its attack. At this time, Yuban Kagaya also approached Baoxiangyi and sensed the jade fragments of the four souls on Baoxiangyi. That is, Kong Yunya and Tieshaya. The Baoshen ghost, whose body is made of diamonds, immediately remembered who Kagaya was after seeing the broken teeth on Kaguya's waist. You are the human being who is rumored to have demon power and spiritual power at the same time, and you have even subdued Kong Yunya. Baoxiangyi's tone was full of horror. Baoxiangyi was really shocked. Kong Yunya is a magic sword that can even fight back against the king of fighting Ya, and now it is subdued by a human. How can it not be shocked? Advertisement when Senki was alive. It heard the rumors of Kagaya. I have also heard rumors that Miban Kagaya is holding a demon sword, and based on the rumors, I deduce that Iron Broken Fang is in the hands of Miban Kagaya. But for Kong Yunya, it really didn't know, because at that time, it had died a long time ago, and came to the cemetery of King Do Ya. Yuban Kagaya looked at Baoxiangyi and asked curiously, "You are a gem monster, why did you bring the jade fragments of the four souls here?" To be honest, the jade of the four souls has no distinction between good and evil thoughts now, and it is impossible to tell Baoxiangyi that he does not want to fuse with other fragments. So Yuban Kagaya is quite curious about the reason why Baoxiangyi brought the jade fragments of the four souls here. So that's how it is. You came here for the jade fragments of the four souls. I didn't expect that I would be found here even if I came here. Baoxiangyi's tone was a little disappointed. It's okay to tell you, Kong Yunya has been subdued by you, and I can't be your opponent. Baoxiangyi threw the last jade fragment of the four souls directly to Yuban Kagaya. I just saw that the existence of the jade fragments of the four souls would make the world chaotic, so I brought this fragment to this world where there are neither living nor undead. Thinking that if the jade of the four souls is not complete, it will not make the world more chaotic. Yuban Kagaya was speechless when he heard the words, "Are all monsters so naive? Have such ridiculous ideas?" It seems that without the jade fragments of the four souls, the world can become stable. To put it bluntly, the root of chaos has never been power, but desire, and life cannot be without desire. Pushing chaos to power is nothing more than a reason for life to cover up its own desires. Thinking of this, Miban Kagaya shook his head helplessly and then said, "The idea is very good, but don't think so in the future." Baoxiangyi can't understand, is Yuban Kagaya praising it or mocking it? Clang. Yuban Kagaya pulled out his teeth and came to Baoxiangyi. After clearing his throat, he said kindly, "Baoxiangyi, I need your strength. Since you don't want the jade of the four souls to become the source of chaos, why don't you give me some demonic power to evolve my Iron Broken Fang, so that I can better protect the jade of the four souls?" Advertisement Baoxiangyi looked at the iron broken teeth on its neck, and at the rear of the royal board Kagaya on the cluster cloud teeth. He was silent for a while and then said very sincerely, "I know." Saying that, Baoxiangyi stretched his head in front of Kagaya, "Cut it, then use my Vajra spear to smash the jade that protects the four souls." "What are you cutting you for?" Yuban Kagaya said, "You can just gather the demon power in one place, and I can make the iron broken teeth swallow your demon power directly, without cutting you." "Nani?" Baoxiangyi's tone was a bit stunned. "You don't need to kill monsters, but you can let Tai Sui Ya swallow the monster power. Even the big admiral can't do this. No wonder Tai Sui Ya chose you." Baoxiangyi gathered the demon power on a piece of diamond, and then put it on the blade of Tai Sui Ya. The next moment, the terrifying devouring power erupted from Tai Sui's blade in an instant, and the monster power of Baoxiangyi was continuously being devoured by Tai Sui Ya. In just a few seconds, Baoxiangyi's monster power bottomed out, and Tai Sui Ya swallowed enough monster power, and suddenly made a heartbeat-like fluctuation. Boom. Boom. Silver White's blade changed suddenly, with sharp edges and corners, like a bright silver blade made of Li Nujiao, diamond, shining brightly. This form of Iron Broken Fang is very similar to Ice Iron Broken Fang, except that one is ice crystal blue and the other is diamond crystal bright silver. That is to say, Baoxiangyi is a top-notch monster, otherwise he wouldn't have left a little monster power after being devoured and evolved by Tai Sui Ya. Bringing Tai Sui Fang in front of him, Miban Kagaya stroked the diamond blade of Tai Sui Fang, and then aimed at the distant sky with the Vajra spear. Whoosh whoosh. Yang, countless diamond spearheads shot out from the blade. Although there is no target for Kagaya to see the actual attack effect, Kagaya doesn't care. Touch the back of Tieshaya's sword again. Kagaya puts his strength back into the sheath. Afterwards, I chatted casually with Baoxiangyi, let Baoxiangyi live here with peace of mind, and told it that basically no one will disturb it in the future, so Kagaya went back. Chapter 343. Kana, the gateway between this world and the next. At this time, the gate was still open, and the two stone statues were motionless, as if they had fallen into a deep sleep, seeing nothing and knowing nothing. If it weren't for the space channel inside the gate, which constantly exudes Uzumaki-like fluctuations, time here seems to stop forever. Suddenly, the figure of Miban Kagaya walked out of the space passage and returned to the edge of this world. Boom. When Kagaya moved away from the gate leading to the junction between this world and the next world also slowly closed with a bang. Miban Kagaya didn't care about such trivial matters, his body was wrapped in red light, and instantly turned into a red light, and left here. A mountain range full of poisonous miasma. This is a forbidden place where neither humans nor demons come here, and it is a rare place in the world full of all kinds of poisonous things. Everything in this mountain range is full of various deadly poisons, the forest is full of poison, the flowers and plants are full of poison, and the entire mountain range is full of poisonous mist and miasma. There are also all kinds of poisonous insects, in this paradise that belongs to them, they build their nests and reproduce to their heart's content. And this forbidden place is the hiding place where Naraku devours monsters. Here, Naraku doesn't have to worry about anything, as long as he devours monsters with peace of mind. In a huge underground pit in the mountains, in this pit 387, there are always bursts of desperate wailing before the monster is swallowed. Above the pit, Kagura threw a group of monsters into the pit with the wind of monster aura, and then left here without looking back, looking anxious to catch the monsters. On the side, with long white hair, wearing a white kimono, Kana with an expressionless face, looking at Kagura's back, can't help feeling a little puzzled in his heart, why Kagura is so hardworking. Shaking his head, Kana no longer thinks about it. Kana is very clear about her younger sister's thoughts. But at the same time, Kana also understands that Kagura's efforts are doomed to be futile, because the hearts of both of them are in Naraku's hands, and they can't resist at all. But Kana didn't mean to stop Kagura, because she couldn't stop it, and she was not qualified to stop it. Kagura is the messenger of the wind, and it is nature to pursue freedom. Kanwu knew that the two sisters were destined to be sacrificed by Naraku. In this case, it is better to let Kagura pursue the so-called freedom. Thinking of this, although Kana's face was expressionless, there was a look of loneliness in his eyes, and then let the poisonous insects throw various monsters into the pit. BBBI. Advertisement 3 days later. When Kagome came back, Yuban Kagaya fused all the 4 soul jade fragments of the two, and then flew to the poisonous mountain range that he had discovered earlier. Under the perception of observation Haki plus electromagnetic fruit, Kagaya just flew around randomly for a while before sensing the mountain full of various poisons. Kagome who came back from home, Coral who came back from visiting relatives, and Ziori who was in the shrine, after knowing the purpose of Miban Kagaya, they all wanted to go. But when I learned that Naraku was in a place full of all kinds of bugs, I gave up. No way, they are not afraid, after all they can even kill monsters and robbers, how could they be afraid of bugs, and the hostess just simply don't want to get close. After a while, a ray of red light flashed across the sky and stopped at the outskirts of this mountain range shrouded in healing energy. The red light dissipated, Kagaya stood in midair, watching the flying figure sitting and covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Kagura, who flew out of the mountains and got away from the miasma, put down her sleeves and breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to stay in this poor place for a moment. Even if it wasn't for staying away from Naraku, Kagura didn't want to stay here. Miban Kagaya, you are here. Kagura smiled when he saw Miban Kagaya standing in the air in front of him. Nodding his head, Miban Kagaya was about to say something, but he frowned suddenly when he sensed the aura of magic spells on Kagura. But when he sensed that Naraku was devouring Yukai, with the heart of Kagura breath, on the other side of the mountain range, Kaguya's expression returned. What's wrong? Seeing Miban Kaguya's expression constantly changing, Kagura asked quickly. Yuban Kagaya explained, it seems that Naraku has grown up very fast during this time. Actually, on your heart, there is a sorcery that listens to your voice. Nani? Kagura stared, and asked nervously, could it have already found out that you were coming? That's not true. Kagaya said with a smile, it should be busy devouring Yukai, and has no time to listen to your heart. If it knows, I will collect the last piece of jade of the 4 souls. Advertisement, etc. Miban Kagaya felt something was wrong, that monkey probably really knew about it. It's just that it didn't expect that I found it by myself without you telling it where it was hiding. That monkey is probably waiting for you to inform me, and then set a trap against me. Then what should we do now? Kagura frowned, it didn't expect that guy Naraku to move his hands and feet on her heart, which made her passive. Don't worry, these are trivial matters. Since I'm here, it means that Chin Luo's life is exhausted. Yuban Kagaya spread out his right hand, and an invisible airflow instantly enveloped the entire mountain range. Is that girl with snow-white long hair also Naraku's clone? Miban Kagaya asked, pretending not to know. She is Kana, my sister, and Naraku's avatar. If possible, can you save her too? Kagura pleaded, I can feel that although she is not good at expressing, she actually longs for freedom. It's just that she feels that there is no hope, so she has never resisted, unlike me, who has been struggling and resisting without giving up. In that case, with the thought of Miban Kagaya, there are 2 hearts hidden on the other side of the mountain, with the breath of Kagura and Kanmuyu. On the top of the pothole, it refers to the god who was thrown into the pothole by the cloud monster and is holding it. At the same time, the 3 disappeared in an instant, and Shen Wu suddenly disappeared. The poisonous insects froze for a moment, and because there was no command, they all became startled. Naraku in the pit was still devouring the monster and didn't realize that Shen Wu was gone. Because Kana itself has the characteristics of colorless, odorless, and no evil spirit, Naraku couldn't perceive the evil spirit of Kana at first, so he didn't notice anything wrong for the time being. At the same time, the outskirts of the miasma-filled mountains. Kana's figure and 2 hearts appeared in front of Miban Kagaya and Kagura in an instant, and was then lifted by Miban Kagaya with gravity. Shen Wu blinked his eyes, a little confused. Chapter 344 Characteristics. Kana blinked, looked at Kagura who was sitting on the feathers, and then at Kagaya who was standing in the air. Then I looked again, and there was a flash of light in the eyes of the 2 hearts floating beside me. When Kagura saw Kana and 2 hearts suddenly appearing in front of him, the expression on his face was first startled, then ecstatic. As soon as Kagaya thought about it, a stream of clean water formed by spiritual power emerged around his body, then rushed towards the 2 hearts, and the clean water dissipated instantly after wiping away the demonic power on the hearts. The 2 hearts, also under the control of Miban Kagaya, were instantly transferred back to the bodies of Kagura and Kana respectively. Boom. Boom. A sound of heartbeats suddenly came from the bodies of the two women. Kagura and Kanmakwan instinctively covered their chests, feeling the complete feeling of the beating heart. Back, my heart. Kagura controlled the feathers to come to Miban Kagaya with an excited expression, hugged Miban Kagaya, and rubbed her cheeks against Miban Kaguya's chest. Thank you, Dark Knight. Kana looked at Kagura's appearance, touched his chest, and asked in a calm but puzzled tone, what's going on, Kagura? Boom. A terrifying monster power, rolling the terrifying healing energy, soared into the sky in an instant. The poisonous miasma of the entire mountain range mixed with the evil spirit, forming black clouds of poisonous mist in an instant, covering the sky hundreds of meters in front. In an instant, darkness enveloped the land, and countless rains of miasma rained down on the earth, corroding everything it touched. Boom. A terrifying crack opened in the mountain range. Immediately afterwards, Naraku, with red eyes, long hair, and bone armor, flew to the edge of the mountain range, but did not dare to fly out of the mountain range. So that's the case, I miscalculated, I didn't expect you to find it so quickly, the last jade fragment of the four souls. Nala said with a gloomy face, what I didn't expect was that you found this place by yourself. The method that I placed directly on Kagura's heart, once she reveals my location to others, will remind me that the method has lost its effect. Sure enough, what Kagaya said is right, you really know about it. Kagura let go of Kagaya, and looked at Naraku with a displeased face. Snort. Naraku snorted coldly, if the spell I arranged on you and Kana's heart hadn't been erased, I wouldn't have known that Kagaya had come. But it doesn't matter, anyway, I'm immortal, and you just came. Yuban Kagaya, let me see if you were here to send the jade fragments of the four souls. Advertisement. As he said that, Naraku's body suddenly erupted with a demonic aura, and the rain of poisonous miasma directly turned into countless sharp arrows, shooting at Goban Kagaya, Kana and Kagura. Boring. As soon as Kagaya thought about it, Red's enchantment immediately wrapped himself, Kana and Kagura. Shish. Bang. 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 These poisonous arrows collided behind the barrier, and after making a sound of gold and iron colliding, they collapsed and scattered. Kagaya clasped his hands together, and as soon as he thought about it, terrifying spiritual power shot up into the sky, dispelling the cloud of poison therapy on the spot and completely purifying the poison therapy. However, the sun did not shine on the earth, instead, the light of spiritual power sprinkled on the earth. After purifying the spiritual power of the poison healing gas, it directly turned into a cloud of spiritual power, covering the ground hundreds of meters away from Fang Yuan. Clean water, purification of heaven and earth. Kla la la la. The endless rain of spiritual power began to rain down, and it became more and more intense. Crash. Hey hey hey. The majestic torrential rain formed by spiritual power poured down into the world, and the domineering power of purification instantly purified the poison healing energy of the entire mountain range. The mountains were instantly quiet, and all kinds of poisonous flowers and trees emitted white steam one after another, turning into non-toxic flowers and trees. All kinds of poisonous insects were reduced to ashes one after another, and there was no residue left after being purified. The white air rising from the mountains, the quiet and deep atmosphere, and the sacred and inviolable rain of spiritual power full of purification power. The combination of these three made the original Taboo mountain range suddenly become an ethereal place with a bit of fairy color. In enchantment. The sword spirit suddenly said, Master Kagaya, that guy is too arrogant, please use it, I am willing to erase this kind of ignorant person for Mrs. Kagaya. When Kagaya heard this, she couldn't help but feel amused, don't worry, things with such vitality must be your food. 11. Kagura looked at Kong Yunya with a look of disbelief, this sword can still talk? Asking for flowers. 0 advertisement, yes, Mrs. Kagura, next is the sword spirit of Kong Yunya. The sword spirit suddenly said. Mrs. Kagura. Hearing the words, Kagura was overjoyed instinctively, but when he found Kana's curious gaze, he quickly looked at Kong Yunya calmly. You must be very powerful, this is the first time I've seen a talking sword, Kagura asked curiously. It's not very strong, but it's no problem to clean up the food in front. Food? When Kagura and Kana heard this, they suddenly felt that the sword was very dangerous. But if you think about it carefully, how could the sword that Miban Kagaya carry around be so simple? In the mountains at this time, it has become completely clean, and Naraku is also hiding in the purple enchantment, repairing a part of the body that was erased by the power of purification just because of carelessness. 0. What's the matter with this spiritual power? It's like poison, corroding the body and demon power. Nala looked horrified. Yuban Kagaya lifted the enchantment, and at the same time lifted the water purification technique. As the cloud of spiritual power dissipated, the sun shone behind the mountains. Yuban Kagaya pulled out the iron broken tooth, and after a burst of heartbeat-like fluctuations, the diamond iron broken tooth pointed at Naraku in the barrier. Snort. While repairing her body, Naraku said disdainfully, my result cannot be broken. The Vajra spear breaks. Shish. Countless diamond spearheads pierced through Naraku's barrier in an instant, and then directly revealed Shi Chao's confident expression. With a thought, Miban Kagaya came to Naraku in an instant, stretched out his hand and fused the large half of the four-soul jade taken from Naraku's broken body with his own small half of the four-soul jade. In an instant, the complete jade of the four souls reappeared, and the sense of control over the jade of the four souls flooded Kaguya's heart. Immediately afterwards, Kagaya put the jade of the four souls in the middle of Naraku's broken corpse, and then increased the healing power of Naraku's demon power. Monster power has healing properties in essence, but some monsters are strong and some monsters are weak. And the Jade of the Four Souls can increase the demon power, and naturally it can also increase the healing properties of the demon power. This is also the reason why monsters get the Jade of Four Souls. As long as their bodies are not completely destroyed, even if they are torn into pieces, they can continue to recover. Chapter 345 Freedom. All of a sudden, white light shines. Naluo's broken corpses, under the boost of the Jade of the Four Souls, quickly merged and recovered, and soon returned to a complete state. Looking at the Jade of the Four Souls in front of him, Naluo's face was very ugly, and it felt extremely wrong. Because it was amplified by the Jade of the Four Souls, it didn't feel that the demon power had become stronger, but the pure recovery power had become stronger. This is not normal, and this situation is too weird. Whoosh! At this time, a stream of light galloped from the distant sky, and after flying into this mountain range, the stream of light went straight to Naraku. Miban Kagaya, Kagura and Kana also saw clearly the true face of this streamer, which is a beating heart. This heart was healed by the amplified monster power of the Jade of the Four Souls, and suddenly plunged into Naluo's chest. At this moment, Naraku's face changed into 930, and his face was full of panic. He figured it out, and he knew the purpose of Miban Kagaya. D. The purpose is actually my Naluo's heart. Although Naraku already understood the purpose of Miban Kagaya, but unfortunately, it was too late. Spiritual Power Seal. The Seal of Demon Power. Yuban Kagaya immediately cast two sealing techniques on Naraku, sealing Naraku's body in demon power, preventing Naraku from splitting his body. Then came the invisible gravity, which firmly suppressed and imprisoned Naraku, preventing him from moving. D. Damn. Evil. Under the confinement of gravity, Nala couldn't move all over her body, she could only grit her teeth with unwillingness, and spit out some indistinct sounds. Next. Mibanwi Yoriichi put the iron broken tooth back into the sheath with a flat face, and then held the hilt of Kong Yunya's sword behind his right hand. Clang. Draw your sword out of its sheath. Under Naraku's eyes that were about to split open and extremely unwilling, Yuban Kagaya directly stabbed Kong Yunya into its chest. Advertisement. Farewell, gutter rat. A blood-purple light flashed across the orb on Kong Yunya's sword hilt, and the terrifying devouring power burst out suddenly, and the empty vitality was devoured by Kong Yunya at a high speed. In just a few seconds, Naluo's eyes lost their color and became completely dim, and his body turned into a corpse like a dead tree. Crack. A series of cracks appeared on Naluo's mummy and then shattered and turned into powder. As Yuban Kagaya released the gravitational bondage, the chiseled powder fluttered down into the mountains. Glancing at the system panel, seeing that the soul energy has increased by a top monster level soul energy, Yuban Kagaya was sure, and Naraku completely ignored the matter. After perceiving the level of the sword spirit, and finding that the sword spirit has actually grown to level 5, Yuban Kagaya grinned, and put the sword back into its sheath. Seeing Miban Kagaya solve Naraku so easily, even knowing Miban Kaguya's strong Kagura, his eyes are still full of shocking colors. She knows that Kagaya is very strong, and she also knows that Naraku is afraid of Kagaya, and she can imagine that Kagaya has the strength to crush Naraku. But when this scene really happened in front of her eyes, Kagura was still unavoidably shocked, because Naraku's strength put too much pressure on her. However, because of the high pressure, the Kagura after gaining freedom will naturally be more joyful. Although Kana's expression was nonchalant, there was actually a turmoil in his heart. It's just that it is her talent to be colorless, odorless, and evil, so she won't show her surprise. Because of this talent, Kana has a very introverted personality, and even has a somewhat easygoing personality. This is also the reason why Shen Wuming knew that Naraku would definitely not let her live in the future, and he didn't keep looking for opportunities like Kagura to regain his heart. No way, Kana knew very well that she couldn't succeed, and neither could Kagura, so she didn't think about resisting or struggling. But in the eyes of Kana today, she was wrong, Kagura succeeded, and she was free, all because of the man in front of her. Miban Kagaya, the man who made Naraku dare not appear in front of him, easily solved Naraku, who she thought was invincible. And it seems that Kagura still likes Miban Kagaya, and there is no place to go anyway. Since Kagura likes Miban Kagaya, I think I will also mess with Miban Kagaya. Shen Waru thought, and found a new shelter for herself. Miban Kagaya restrained his excitement, regained his composure, and then flew back to Kagura's side. Naraku is completely dead, you are free, Kagura. Advertisement. Kagura touched her heart, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yes. Thank you, Kagaya. I said, if I am freed Kagaya, I will definitely repay you, do you remember, Kagaya? Yuban Kagaya nodded, and said indifferently, remember, it's just that I don't care, after all, I help you only because I want to help you. Kagaya. Kagaya looked at Miban Kagaya with gratitude, shook his head, and smiled. Kagaya, I know you have a woman, but I, Kagaya, also like you. I offer myself in return. What do you think? Yuban Kagaya couldn't help being taken aback when he heard the words, so straightforward, so he took the initiative to send it to his door. Originally, Miban Kagaya was thinking about Kagura, but when he thought of Kagura's character of pursuing freedom, he always felt that it was not easy. So Miban Kagaya intends to get Kagura's heart first, and then gradually figure it out. Now that Kagura is taking the initiative to deliver it to your door, Miban Kagaya really didn't expect it. Yes, I like you too, Kagura, but don't you like freedom? Miban Kagaya asked curiously. After Kagura heard Miban Kagaya admitting that he also likes her, he hugged Miban Kagaya with a face of joy. With her cheek leaning against Kaguya's chest, Kagura said softly, "Freedom with a home is real freedom. Freedom without a home is just wandering." 4.1. Kagura looked up at Miban Kagaya. "Will you give me a home, Kagaya? I am the wind of freedom, I need a home." Yuban Kagaya heard the words and said softly, wishing for nothing. At this time, Kana said, "Kagura, I have nowhere to go. You are my younger sister and you have to take care of me." Kagura heard the words, turned his head and glanced blankly, and said speechlessly, "You still use me to take care of you?" Kana nodded, staring at Miban Kagaya. "The meaning is obvious, give the younger sister a home, not give the older sister a home." Miban Kagaya, "Whatever the situation, this one will be delivered to your door, and one will be delivered, and one will be delivered as a gift. You guys come home with me." Miban Kagaya said that he would like to give them a home. Chapter 346 Authority Goban, who decided to give Kagura and Kana a home, put the 4-soul jade into his pocket, and flew back to the shrine with Kana and Kagura. Maple Village. Shrine. In the house. Kagura and Kana, Kagome and Coral are sitting opposite each other, looking at each other. Zizi was pulled aside by her mother because of her young age. The mother and daughter sat with Granny Feng, drinking tea while observing this unusual war. After Kagura and Kanmu stared at each other for a while, Kagome and Coral's eyes widened, their pupils shrunk to the size of a pinprick, and they suddenly set their sights on Miban Kagaya. Miban Kagaya, "Hey, Kagaya, don't you have anything to say?" Kagome asked kindly. "Yes. You have to answer well, Kagaya. Coral's core goodness is not inferior to Kagaya." The gazes of Kagura and Kana were also on Miban Kagaya. "The meaning is obvious, it's up to you." Ahem. Yuban Kagaya clenched his fist with his right hand and placed it near his mouth. After a habitual movement of clearing his throat, he took out the jade of the 4 souls. Jade of the 4 souls, it has become complete. This time, Kagome, Shan, Zizi, and Granny Feng were all a little happy, and the jade of the 4 souls was finally complete. Goban Kagaya split the jade of 4 souls into 2 and gave half to Kagome so that Kagome could go home anytime. Then Miban Kagaya explained that although Naraku was destroyed, he helped Kagura and Kana get their hearts back. But the 2 were also homeless because of this, so they were brought back. In short, the reason was very peaceful and exciting, which made Kagome and Coral very difficult to refute, so they could only look at Kagaya with kindness. Of course, Kagome and Coral can only accept in the end that there are 2 more competitors, and they are still 2 extremely difficult competitors. Kana and Kagura also settled down completely at the shrine and lived a peaceful and stable life. Advertisement. It has to be said that Naraku is indeed the source of chaos. After solving it, the whole world seems to become quiet in an instant, and there is nothing messy about it. Of course, the main reason is that Miban Kagaya doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. There is no need to do anything, there is no need to do it. Yuban Kagaya only does what he wants to do, other things, Yuban Kagaya doesn't care at all. That is to say, there is a human swordsmith who used the life of a dragon monster to forge a demon sword named Duogi. Yu Banwi Yoruichi slashed to death the knife maker, and cut off Duogi with another knife, and seized the ability of the demon sword, Duogi, to quickly devour the demon power without limit. After devouring the demon power, you can also use the corresponding righteousness. Of course, this ability can only be devoured, not evolved. Once the devoured demon power is exhausted, it needs to be devoured again. This ability is different from the demon power that can generate its own demon power and possess profound meaning. Seizing ghosts cannot evolve, and can only be used by seizing the power of other monsters or weapons until the captured power is exhausted. Or in other words, seizing demon power is the profound meaning of seizing ghosts. Of course, this kind of ability doesn't show how strong it is when it's used to seize ghosts, but it's extraordinary if it's used on Tai Sui Ya. After all, only when Tai Sui Ya touches the demon power can he devour it, and with the ability to seize ghosts, he can devour the demon calendar from a distance. Dragon Scale Iron Broken Teeth. This is a new form of iron broken teeth. There are few changes, only the blade part is covered with blue dragon scales. The blade has not changed at all, it is still a silver-white blade. The ability is to forcibly devour demon power and magic power. There is no limit to the speed of devouring, and there is no limit to the distance of devouring, as long as the magic power and demon power are enough. To be honest, the combination of this ability and Tai Sui Ya is simply perfect. Forcibly devouring the demon power from a distance, as long as the quality and total amount of the devoured demon power are sufficient, Tai Sui Ya can immediately evolve. What a pervert ability this is. In contrast, cutting the demon cave is simply overkill and a waste. The demon cave is the source of demon power, and demon power is the power born from the soul, so the demon cave can also be said to be a channel for demon power to flow into the body. For Kagaya, who has observation haki, this kind of ability is useless. Only weak monsters can't control the monster power well, and put the monster cave outside the body to expose it. For powerful monsters, the monster caves are all inside the body, and the monster power emerges directly in the body, so is it not good to release it? Only when there is a problem, the monster power emerges outside the body. Therefore, cutting down the monster's lair is a waste of the power of dragon scales and iron teeth. Do weak monsters need to be killed by cutting down the demon's lair? Powerful monsters will never put a monster hole outside their body, so what's the use if they can't cut it? Advertisement. Therefore, Yuban Kagaya doesn't care about whether it is a demon or not. In Yuban Kaguya's view, dragon scale and iron broken fang use the ability of long-range devouring to weaken others and increase oneself. And after devouring a certain level of demon power or magic power, Iron Broken Fang can evolve. This is the correct usage of dragon-scaled Iron Broken Fang. After Tai Sui Ya became stronger, Miban Kagaya also felt that this world was beginning to become boring. Miban Wei Yi understood that it was time for him to leave and go to a new world. Of course, Yuban Kagaya did not leave in a hurry, but stayed with all the girls more attentively, accompanied all the girls except Granny Feng, and lived happily every day. This kind of leisurely life, until Kagome graduated from junior high school and became a high school student, Miban Kagaya decided to leave. This evening, after all the girls rested, Kagaya transferred half of the 4-soul jade in Kagome's hand, and then fused with the 4-soul jade in his own hand, and then instantly moved to the roof. 210 Kagaya focused on the system panel in mind. Host. Yuban Kagaya. Skills. Open black lens bracket knife Dao close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket magic close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket physical technique close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket hockey close black lens bracket open black lens bracket gift close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket sorcery close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket devil fruit. Cooking level 5. 6001 millions. The soul energy of the blood-colored energy bar can be extracted to 500. Gain world authority. With the thought of Yuban Kagaya, the amount that can be drawn becomes 400, and a line of small characters suddenly appears at the bottom of the system panel. Acquiring world authority. Achieving success. A fruit in the shape of crossed swords and exuding golden light appeared in front of Miban Kagaya out of thin air. Goban Kagaya did not hesitate, directly complied with the common desire from the soul in the body, grasped the power of the world and ate it with big mouthfuls. After a while, after eating Kagaya, the imperial plate of world authority, I immediately felt an indescribable sense of comfort, sweeping the soul and body. This is a feeling of satisfaction, a feeling of evolution at the level of life, and at the same time, Kagaya awakened a talent. As soon as the thought came to him, Kagaya activated the newly awakened talent instantly. The world. 1. Time stops. Chapter 347 Fusion. The world. Time stops. The next moment, the whole world instantly became silent, the wind stopped, the clouds did not move, and the fireflies seemed to be fixed in the air. In Kaguya's perception, all life and non-life are still. As long as Kagaya does not release the stop of time, the time in this world will never flow. It's time to leave again. Miban Kagaya sighed, it's time to make some preparations. With a thought, gold ripples emerged, and Kong Yunki and Wu Leiji flew out, falling into Yuban Kaguya's servants. The 5 lightning finger is a treasure of the Demon Wolf clan. It is a treasure in the shape of a claw that is put on the hand. It is a treasure that Yuban Kagaya took from the Demon Wolf clan after he accidentally remembered it. The ability is to transform demon power into lightning, and in the 5 thunder fingers, there are souls of demon wolves from generation to generation. Of course, these lingering souls became the soul energy on the system panel after Wu Lei pointed to Kaguya's hands. And the 5 thunder fingers were also turned into a treasure by Yuban Kagaya, and now Yuban Kagaya plans to fuse the 5 thunder fingers with Kong Yunch. After all, it was a gift for his daughter, so Miban Kagaya wanted to make Kong Yun more perfect. Taking out a fusion card from the king's treasure, Yuban Kagaya had a thought, and the fusion card suddenly turned into a golden light and split into 2. Integrate into Never Cut and Wu Leiji respectively. In the next moment, a wonderful feeling came to my heart, and Yuban Kagaya directly controlled the fusion of the 2, and focused on the appearance of Kong Yunki. When the fusion of the 2 is completed, the wonderful feeling dissipates, and a new Kong Yunki is born. Yuban Kagaya injected magic power, felt Kong Yunki's unlimited weight, and thunderbolt abilities, and then he was very satisfied and put the uncut into the Lord's treasure. Then, Yuban Kagaya had a thought, and the natural tooth and a fusion card flew out of the king's treasure and fell into his hand. Hanging the natural tooth on the waist, holding the black knife, Chu Shui and Tai Sui Ya in his hands, and preparing to fuse these 2 X-level treasures to make it more perfect. Although Tai Sui Ya is powerful and has a sense of violence after becoming a demon, his usual blade is a bit tattered. And the black knife, Chu Shui's blade is thick and has a sense of power, but it can't fully display its powerful power. And the fusion of these 2 knives can make the treasure more perfect. With a thought, the fusion card suddenly turned into a golden light, and then split into 2, respectively merging into Tai Sui Ya and He Dao Yi Chu Shui. Advertisement. A wonderful feeling welled up in his heart, and Miban Kagaya first fused the iron broken teeth that turned into 2 balls of golden light with the black knife, autumn water. Then start to make the knife more perfect according to your own wishes. The usual blade is the blade of the black sword Chu Shui, and has the 3 abilities of Ghost Power, Emperor Wu and Zangetsu. After being demonized, it is the silver white blade of iron broken tooth, and other abilities can only be used after being demonized. Of course, Ghost Power, Unlimited Weight, Zangetsu, these 3 abilities can also be used after demonization. Then Yuban Kagaya merged open black lens bracket fire dragon iron broken fang close black lens bracket with open black lens bracket Ryujin Jaka close black lens bracket and lived on fire dragon iron broken fang. After that is the scabbard, because it is usually the black knife Chu Shui, so the scabbard is mainly fused with the scabbard of the black knife Chu Shui. In this way, after Kagaya was determined, the strange feeling disappeared, and a brand new X-level treasure was born. This new knife is usually called He Dao, after Chu Sui turned into Tai Sui Ya. He took the black knife, Chu Shui in his hand, pulled out a part, and looked at the blade emitting a faint black light. After injecting magic power into control, Yuban Kagaya put the black knife, autumn water into the king's treasure and recollected it. After recording, Miban Kagaya hung the black sword, a kisui on his waist, and hung it on the left waist together with the immature teeth. At this moment, the three swords of heaven, earth and man gathered together on Yuban Kagaya. The world's domineering three swords, the magic weapon of the way of the overlord, Kagaya who owns the conqueror's haki, deserves it. The ripples of gold dissipated, Kagaya jumped off the roof, and took a few steps slowly in this world where time stood still. It's time to go. 27 Yuban Kagaya just wanted to open the space channel, but stopped suddenly. Why don't you take Micah with you? Anyway, the world is static, so don't worry about Micah. Yuban Kagaya can stop the time of the whole world, and naturally also makes Micah alone unaffected by the stop of time. Traveling alone in the heavens and worlds, after a long time, Yuban Kagaya will also want someone to accompany him, even demons, and Micah is so cute, even more so. Of course, Yuban Kagaya definitely didn't think so because Micah is too cute to attract women to strike up a conversation. Well, absolutely not. Miban Kagaya is convinced of that. Advertisement thinking of this, Yuban Kagaya transferred the mica to his own hands, held the mica up, and then untied the state of the mica stopped by time alone. Chirp. Micah, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly felt being hugged and smelled Miban Kaguya's scent. She quickly opened her eyes and looked at Miban Kagaya with a puzzled expression. Micah, that's actually what happened. The Dafa of Fudge began to be performed, and Yuban Kagaya said that he had obtained the origin of this world, had the ability to stop the time of the whole world, and could travel through other worlds. Of course, I can return to this world at any time, so I want Micah to accompany me to see what other worlds are like. Chirp. Micah is a bit confused. What Kagaya said again, each word can be understood individually, why can't they understand it together? It's true, I'll take you to see it and you'll know. Saying that, Yuban Kagaya took the Micah to see how Kagoma's daughters were stopped by time. Then I took a look at Micah, motionless fireflies in midair, rivers that stopped flowing, Jiao Hao, flying birds that swooped down but were still in midair. Fighting at night, his whole body is covered with scars, he looks in pain, scratches his ears and cheeks, but remains motionless, like a monster like a statue. Chirp. Micah believed it, and the time of this world really stopped. And Micah is also interested in the new world, jumping directly onto Kaguya's shoulder, rubbing Kaguya's cheek with her head to follow Kagaya. Thank you, Micah, it's nice to have you by my side. Kagaya touched Micah's head, anticipating what kind of world the new world would be. I'm really looking forward to it. A new world. Chirp. No. As for taking Kagome and the others to new world? Don't even think about it, because it's dangerous. Anyway, Yuban Kagaya absolutely does not want to see a palace fight in the harem of the two worlds. Well, absolutely not. Chapter 348, Crossing, System, Open the Space Channel. As soon as Kagaya thought about it, the number of draws at the bottom of the system panel changed to 300. The space channel is opening. The space channel was successfully opened. Next moment, a gold Uzumaki appeared in front of Miban Kagaya. Micah looked at gold Uzumaki curiously. This is the space channel leading to another world. Yuban Kagaya explained. Gold Uzumaki slowly expanded, and soon, it expanded to a size of more than 2 meters in length and width. Ready, Micah? Chirp. Yuban Kagaya hugged Micah in his arms with a smile, and then stepped into Gold Uzumaki, leaving this world where time stopped. When Miban Kagaya came back, Kagome and others would not feel that Miban Kagaya had left, because time stopped. Crack clack. On the street, there was a lot of traffic, and trucks pulled by strange animals kept passing through the street. On both sides of the street, there are all kinds of shops, taverns, weapon shops, fruit shops, there are all kinds of shops. Pedestrians walking on the streets include not only humans, but also demi-humans with various animal heads and human bodies, and even upright orcs. This is the mainstream street in the center of a king's capital, full of prosperity and wealth. And behind this prosperity, on the outskirts of the royal capital, there is also a slum full of dilapidated atmosphere that breeds countless darkness. At this time, the sun was setting and the sky was dark red, and the night was about to come completely. During this period of time, a gold Uzumaki quietly emerged in the sky hundreds of meters away from the slums where no one was paying attention, and quickly grew to a size of more than 2 meters long. Kagaya, who was holding the mica board, slowly walked out of Gold Uzumaki and came to this new world completely. Behind him, Gold Uzumaki dissipated, and Kagaya looked at the setting sun in the sky, and then at his own position. Ah! Advertisement with a grin at the corner of his mouth, Miban Kagaya suddenly remembered the hobbies of his father-in-law Kaido, and suddenly became interested. Instead of using observation haki to perceive the surrounding environment, the mica can fly by itself directly, while Yuban Kagaya can experience this kind of high-altitude fall and feel the feeling of a strong body. Chirp chirp. Mica directly made a red cloud and lay on top of the cloud. Although mica can fly, it needs to become bigger. And that kind of flying with 4 legs burning flames and stepping on the void is not as powerful as flying on clouds and fog. Mica, who flew to the side, blinked and looked at Miban Kagaya with a cute face, without any other thoughts. For Miban Kaguya's sudden and strange thoughts from time to time, Mica is not surprised at all, because she is used to it. Moreover, a strong man like Miban Kagaya can do whatever he wants, and in Mica's view, there is nothing strange about it, it's perfectly normal. Kagaya spread his arms, leaned back, and stopped flying, allowing himself to fall freely. Call. Whoosh. The sound of whistling wind came from the ear, and the body felt the falling feeling caused by the gravitational drag, and the frictional resistance from the air as the speed gradually increased. This kind of emptying of the mind, believing that one's body will not let oneself down, and also has a strong resilience, brings a feeling of confidence. In an instant, Yu Banwei Yi understood why his father-in-law had such a hobby. I have to say, really. At the same time, a petite and thin figure walked briskly into the slums and walked towards the small house that she worked so hard to build. This is a little girl with red pupils, randomly trimmed long gold hair, wearing a vest, shorts and boots, and cool clothes. The business this time is really easy. The client actually only needs a badge. After completing this, BBBG. Business, the day of leaving here is getting closer and closer. The blonde girl said with a smile on her face, when I think about leaving here, I really feel a little bit reluctant to part with that house. Although it is small, I built it myself after all. It seems that I have to take good care of it, after all, I will leave here soon. Snort, the little girl hummed a ditty and walked leisurely. At this time, the little girl suddenly saw a figure falling from the sky in the distance. What's the situation? How can people fall from such a high place? This is a slum, and there are no large buildings, it's too ridiculous. The little girl just complained a few words, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Her face changed instantly. Wait, isn't that direction my house? Advertisement, no. Hey, you fall slowly. The little girl ran to her house anxiously. But it was too late, even though the little girl was very fast, but after arriving at the location, the voice that came out made the little girl heartbroken. Boom. Crack. Crack. No, a house I built with my own hands. The little girl felt distressed when she saw the dusty ground and the wreckage of houses everywhere. Heartache is heartache. The little girl still stepped forward to see how the fallen person was doing. If he is alive, he will be taken to Lord Ram for rescue, and he will be accepted as an assistant to pay back the money later. If he dies, he can only dig a hole and bury him. Wow. Click. Miban Kagaya stood up in an instant, and his whole body was shaken suddenly, shaking the dust away instantly, shaking his body from side to side, pressing his shoulder with his right hand, moving his neck, and shaking his shoulder. This feeling is really good. Next time I can try a higher place. Miban Kaguya's tone was full of relaxation and excitement. Feels good. The little girl, who was startled by Miban Kaguya's sudden standing up, was immediately annoyed when she heard this. You guy, you smashed other people's homes, and you said something good, don't go too far. Home. Miban Kagaya looked at the little girl, and frowned at the little girl's clothes. Then I looked at the wreckage under my feet and found that there were pillows and quilts, and I ran through 10,000 mud horses in an instant, and really smashed other people's houses. Ahem. Miban Kagaya cleared his throat in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Brad, I didn't expect to smash your house. Let's do it, Brad, I'll compensate you, see if it's okay. Compensation. Hearing these words, the little girl took a closer look at Miban Kagaya, who was wearing a simple white shirt, black pants and black boots. He is quite handsome, with a very unusual temperament, and rare black hair and black eyes. He has 2 knives hanging from his waist and one on his back. And it fell from such a high place, and it was still intact, definitely not an ordinary person. Chapter 349 Roma seeing the little girl in front of him observing him. Miban Kagaya didn't pay attention, but asked, what's the matter, kid? Don't you like compensation? The little girl couldn't help being a little upset when she heard this. I'm not a brat, my name is Fellet, and my name is well known in this generation. Yes, I understand, the famous Fellet, all right. Kid, tell me quickly, what compensation do you want? Mibanwi Yorichi said with a perfunctory face. I've said it all, I'm not a kid, I'm Fellet. The little girl is Fellet, and Ri is very obsessed with this. I see, kid. Looking at Miban Kagaya with a face of indifference, Fellet became angry, and regardless of whether this person was simple or not, he pointed directly at the knife on Miban Teruyi's waist. I want that knife, it looks like a nice knife. Mibanwi Yorichi was stunned, and couldn't help being a little amused when he found that Fellet was pointing at the black knife. Shusweao. What are you laughing at? Fellet looked unhappy. You don't want compensation, do you? That's not true. Yuban Kagaya shook his head and sighed. You have a good eye. You actually got my Kiyoshui's idea. However, it's a pity, kid, don't say I can't give it to you. Even if I give it to you, you can't take it. Cut. If you don't give it, you won't give it. What are you talking about? Fellet was not disappointed, and she didn't think it would be successful. I didn't lie to you, and there is no need to lie to you. My Kiyoshui is a demon sword. If people who are not strong enough touch it, their minds will be controlled. They will kill anyone they see. They are extremely bloodthirsty. Miban Kagaya smiled. If you don't mind being like that, I can let you touch the autumn water. Demon blade. Fellet was a little hesitant, although what this man said was so scary, she didn't believe it. But this person is really not simple, not afraid of 10,000, just in case, if it is true, then it will be over. You know, she, Fellet, can live so long, except for the care of Lord Roma, she is cautious, so Fellet gave up. Forget it, if you are sincere, just give some holy gold coins, Fellet said pretending to be generous. No. Yuita Teru Yorichi's face was calm. The gold coins are also fine, Fellet quickly changed his words. No. Miban Kagaya remained calm. Advertisement, ha. Fellet looked displeased. You fell from such a high place, nothing happened. How could it be possible that you don't have any gold coins? If you don't want to give it, just say it. I really don't. Miban Kagaya explained. I'm not even from this place, how could there be holy gold coins and gold coins like you said? Let me tell you the truth. I made a mistake in using space magic, and was suddenly teleported into the mid-air here. I don't know where this is. Fudge Daffa shows Kamui again. Space magic. Felt was a little confused, are you mage? It counts. At this time, Yuban Kagaya also sensed the situation of this city through observation hockey, and understood that this place should be an otherworld type of world, so he did not deny the identity of mage. Chirp. At this time, Micah was lying on the clouds, and flew down from the sky, and then, under Felt's shocked eyes, it landed on Kaguya's shoulder. Elf. Are you still an elf warlock? Fellet was stunned. The identity of the magic mage is not simple, let alone the space magic mage, and now with the identity of the elf warlock, it is even more serious. Fellet understood that she might have met an extremely extraordinary person. Elf warlock. Miban Kaguya's heart moved. This title is somewhat familiar. It seems that he should also have a little impression of this world. Big brother, this is the capital of Lugnitsa Kingdom, do you have any impression? Fellet introduced with a friendly smile. Yuban Kagaya couldn't help being speechless when he heard this coquettish voice, he didn't know how to vomit, this brat really has eyesight. My name is Miban Kagaya, just call me Kagaya. Yes, Kagaya big brother, Fellet said with a familiar face. Fellet is very clear that for such a big man, she has no value at all, and she is not worth calculating. So she can flatter her as much as she wants, success is best, and it doesn't matter if she doesn't. The kingdom of Lugnitsa? I haven't heard of it, but it doesn't matter. Miban Kagaya muttered to himself, and said, little devil, although I have no money, I can help you kill people. Advertisement ask for flowers. If you have any enemies, you can tell me, and if I kill you for you, it will be regarded as compensation. Kill? Felt was very excited, and thought to himself, as expected of a big man, he is really decisive? And depending on the situation, this big man is very reasonable, unlike those rotten guys in the capital, a small man like myself is dirty at a glance. However, Fellet has no intention of asking Yuban Kagaya to help kill people. After all, it is a broken house, and she still has self-knowledge. So Fellet shook his head and said hastily, no need, Kagaya big brother. And, look, it's getting dark, why don't we go to one of my strongholds and sail down? After that, whether Kagaya big brother will go home or sail down in this country, we can talk about it tomorrow. 0. Alright. Miban Kagaya did not refuse. Well, Kagaya big brother, this is a slum, and my stronghold is a bit dilapidated, do you need us to rent a place in the center of the capital? Fellet was ready to bleed profusely. No need. Yuita Yoruichi's face was indifferent, just have a place to stay, let's lead the way. Yes, Kagaya big brother, although a little shocked by Kaguya's choice, felt a surge of excitement in his heart and hurriedly led the way. Walked for a while. The two came to a wooden house, of course, this area is full of wooden houses. Felt stepped forward and knocked on the door, and after confirming the signal with the voice in the room, the door opened. Appearing in front of Miban Kagaya is a bald old man with a strong figure. From his height, it can be seen that he should not be human. I'm back, Fellet, who is this little brother, is he here to buy something? Ram asked. No, Lord Roma, this is Kagaya big brother, let's go in and talk. Fellet pushes Ram into the room, and invites Kagaya to come in. After entering the room, Fellet introduced the identities of Kagaya, mage and the wizard warlock, and talked about the process of getting acquainted with Kagaya Yuji. When he understood what was going on, Ram quickly said, I'm sorry, brother Kagaya, I caused you trouble and asked you to come here to work in the slums. Chapter 350 Protection. Hearing Ram's words, Miban Kagaya waved his hands and said with a speechless face, don't say that, it seems that I am not eating fireworks. Goban Kagaya came to the table and sat on a chair, besides, it was indeed my fault that I smashed Felt's house. Ram was also surprised when he heard this, it was the first time he had seen such a kind and big man. Which of the other big shots don't have their eyes above the top, look down on them at all, and make their slums dirty? Ram knew what Fellet meant, it was because this big man was easy to talk, so he wanted to flatter him. Thinking of this, Ram shook his head, he was still young after all, it was so obvious, how could others not see it? Ram went straight behind the table, pulled out a bottle of the reserve's unwatered wine, poured Miban Kagaya a glass, and poured himself another. I'm sorry, brother Kagaya, Faye, 473. Rude is still young, please don't blame her. After speaking, Ram drank the wine. Miban Kagaya said with a smile, as long as you don't make others hate you, it doesn't matter how you live. There is no right or wrong way to live. As he said that, Kagaya also curiously tasted the wine of the world. How should I put it? It's really not good. So Miban Kagaya reached into the gold ripple that suddenly appeared under the shocked gazes of Felt and Ram, and took out a bottle of wine. As the ripples of gold dissipated, Miban Kagaya uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for Ram before the two realized it. Taste my sake. Miban Kagaya laughed. Ram picked up the wine glass in a daze and drank it. When he drank it, his eyes flashed, it's delicious, this is really good wine. Hey, Kagaya big brother, was the gold ripple just now a storage magic? Felt asked curiously while sitting next to Kagaya. Almost, Mida Kagaya nodded. Then, the three of Miban Kagaya opened up the chatterbox and chatted all over the world. After Kagaya was still a bounty hunter, Felt got closer to Kagaya immediately, this is her senior. After all, she can also be regarded as a bounty hunter, and she also takes money to do things. Senior. Where are you from? Is it far from here? Felt inquired about Miban Kaguya's hometown, wondering when Miban Kagaya would leave. If she leaves Ludnica soon, she must hurry up and ask Miban Kagaya about her experience as a bounty hunter. Advertisement: I don't have a place to settle down, I've been wandering around, wherever I go. Miban Kagaya pretended to be drunk and touched Felt's head. Don't worry, kid, I will stay here for a while. After all, I came here for the first time, so I definitely want to take a good look at it. During this period of time, you should think about it carefully. If there are any enemies, I will kill them for you. Looking at Ram, who was already asleep, Kagaya stopped drinking, but found a place to put the 3 swords aside, and lay down to rest. Chirp. Micah also jumped to Miban Kaguya's side and lay on her stomach. Fela touched her own head. It was strange, she didn't hate it, but felt a little happy in her heart. It may be because she is also a bounty hunter, or it may be because it is the first time she has been cared about by someone other than Lord Roma, or it may be a combination of both. Vertical sun. After the morning sun shone into the house, Miban Kagaya opened his eyes and got up, carrying Kong Yunya behind his back, and the black knife, autumn water and natural tooth hanging on his left waist. At this time, Ram also sobered up, and when he saw Miban Kagaya, he smiled a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, brother Kagaya, your wine is so delicious. I'll cook right now. Felt, wake up, Ram yelled and went to cook. After a while, Kagaya, who had finished breakfast, was ready to go out, and Felit also went out, saying that he was going to perform a mission. On the street in the center of Wangdu, Ueda Teru Yoriichi strolled leisurely while admiring the unique scenery of the otherworld-type world. The kingdom of Ludnica, Felt, Roma, and the slums. Miban Kagaya pondered in his heart, feeling that he had a little impression of this world. If I remember correctly, this world should be a world dedicated to playing protection, and protection is God's favor. To put it bluntly, God in this world is more straightforward. If you're lucky, you don't need to practice, and you can have a terrifying power to dominate one side by relying on protection alone. To be honest, Miban Kagaya doesn't have a deep impression of this world, but only knows about some top beauties. Suddenly, an unusual fluctuation of magic power was sensed by Kagaya. This magic power is very special, it can make space and time become chaotic, and it also makes Yuban Kagaya a little scared, feeling that if you don't stop it, it will be bad for you. Advertisement. Whoosh. Miban Kagaya disappeared into the street in an instant, and some people around were taken aback. In an alley, the figure of Miban Kagaya appeared, and when he saw 3 panic-stricken gangsters, and a man in sportswear lying on the ground with a knife stuck in his abdomen, he was about to die. Yuban Kagaya probably understood what was going on, but Yuban Kagaya didn't care, but focused on the dying man on the ground. In Miban Kaguya's perception, a wave of Black's magic power gradually revived on that person. Miban Kagaya instantly remembered who this person was, and also understood what this power was all about. So in an instant, it was the spiritual power sealing technique and the demon power sealing technique, and the 2 sealing techniques were instantly covered. The red light and white light immediately enveloped the man on the ground, suppressing Black's magic power back. Then Yuban Kagaya instantly moved in front of this person, and Kong Yunya pulled out of its sheath instantly and pierced into this person's body. Moment. Turned into a mummy, then crushed into powder, the soul is instantly swallowed and transformed into a soul. Due to the death of the soul, without a possession, Black's magic power dissipated instantly. Although Yuban Kagaya has no grievances with this person, but this person's death return is too pervert. Even because of armament hockey, own memory cannot be tampered with. Yuban Kagaya 3.8 can't bear it either, because of this person's game-like life of breaking through levels, he interferes with his life every day. Miban Kagaya can't accept it, maybe one day it will suddenly return to the situation a few days ago, or even more than 10 days ago. If this death return is his own ability, it's okay, let others forget it. After confirming that the threat was resolved, Yuban Kagaya put his sword back into its sheath, looked back, and saw the gangster trio that he had silenced. Brother, we didn't see anything, please forgive us. The trio of gangsters are not stupid, this kind of big man who suddenly appeared, even though he didn't know why he wanted to silence the dying person. But the 3 of them who saw this scene are also very likely to be silenced. Seeing the trio begging for mercy, Yuban Kagaya didn't care, but was ready to leave here after arbitrarily solving the problem. Stop. Chapter 351 Kindness. Stop. Just when Miban Kagaya was about to make a move, a soft, simple but firm voice sounded from outside the alley. Miban Kagaya looked behind the gangster trio. A girl with silver hair and purple pupils was wearing a white robe type of uniform and was standing outside the alley looking at Miban Kagaya seriously. Who are you? The first time Miban Kagaya saw this girl, she recognized her as Amelia. No way, although Miban Kagaya doesn't have a deep impression of this world, she has a particularly deep impression of Amelia, because she is a girl worthy of love for a lifetime. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that what you do is wrong, killing people doesn't solve the problem, Amelia said seriously. You're right. Miban Kagaya felt deeply about this, it's true that killing people doesn't necessarily solve the problem. Yes, since this is the case, don't kill people anymore, they should also realize their mistakes. Apparently, Amelia saw that Miban Kagaya had silenced just now, but she hurriedly stopped her if she didn't come. However, Amelia did not say that what Kagaya did was wrong, robbing others and being killed by others, this is the awareness that any robber must have. Alright. Amelia also regarded the silenced unrelated person as a member of the gang. Yes, brother, we realized our mistake, please forgive us. The trio knelt down and kowtowed for mercy. Miban Kaguya's eyes remained unchanged, But a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is true that killing people may not necessarily solve the problem, but not killing people will definitely not solve the problem. Nani. Not good. Parker. Emilia instantly summoned a kitten-type elf, but it was too late. Bang. 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 Kaguya's eyes moved, and the invisible gravity instantly squeezed the heads of the three people, and for a while, red and white jumped everywhere. The ground of the alley and the walls on both sides are full of scenes like slaughterhouses. Thump. The three headless corpses lost the strength to support them and fell to the ground. Alala. Advertisement, it seems that I came out late. Seeing this scene, the kitten Parker couldn't help sighing. Brother, you're too fast, can't you let me have time to make a move? Seeing this bloody scene, Emilia didn't feel uncomfortable, but was a little disappointed. But Emilia didn't complain about Kaguya. Although she is kind and likes to help those in need, she also knows that this matter has nothing to do with her. She is an irrelevant person, and she is already annoying if she says something to stop her. Now that the three gangsters are dead, if she preaches to the robbed client, she will hate herself. Miban Kaguya had a thought, and the moneybags on the three corpses were directly transferred to his own hands. Then with a wave of his hand, Longyan burned the corpse and bloodline clean in an instant. After Longyan disappeared, it was as if nothing happened in the alley. Passing through the clean alley, Miban Kaguya walked up to Emilia with a sad face around the moneybag. Looking at Emilia's face, Miban Kaguya asked, "You seem to be very disappointed, lost because of three people who have nothing to do with you. Can't you?" Emilia whispered. "In theory, your kindness should be advocated. If there are people like you in the world, then this world must be a happy paradise." Miban Kaguya laughed. When Emilia heard this, her eyes couldn't help but a flash of joy flashed across her face, but then she became dull again. "Then why did you kill them instead of giving them a chance?" Emilia's face was full of doubts. Miban Kaguya laughed disapprovingly when he heard the words, "It's all said, it's theoretical, not realistic. The world is cruel, realistic and real, while theories are just hypotheses, illusory and unreal. Your kindness may be recognized by others, but this possibility is too rare and rare. Most people will only use your kindness to bully you and hurt you. And I absolutely don't want to live like you again, and I don't want to think like you anymore." Speaking of this, Miban Kaguya's face turned cold. "To be honest, you were very similar to me when I was a child. However, you are luckier than me, and you have strength, so you can persevere. Because kindness with power is called kindness, kindness without power is just weakness and bullying." Emilia looked at Miban Kaguya's expression, and remembered all these years, and couldn't help but tremble slightly in her heart. "Then you mean that my persistence is meaningless?" Advertisement, what you mean is what you say, what other people say, and what I say doesn't count. Only you can say what you mean. Banwi Yorichi's face was flat. "Woo. That's great." Parker rubbed his eyes, his face moved. "Here, take it." Miban Kaguya throws a moneybag to Emilia. Emilia took the moneybag with a puzzled look on her face. "What does this mean?" "Whoever sees it has a share." Miban Kaguya smiled lightly. "Don't tell the guards about this place. If I kill too many people, I may be wandering again. Goodbye." Miban Kaguya turned around, waved his hands, and said 183 while walking, "I hope to have the opportunity to see you again, kind girl." Seeing the gradually disappearing figure, Emilia looked at the moneybag in her hand, and couldn't help covering her mouth with a smile. "What, you said a lot, don't you still want to bribe me?" Seeing Emilia's smile, Parker was relieved, and he kept praising Miban Kaguya in his heart. This wave of in-depth education just opened up Emilia's recent entanglement. However, remembering the creepy feeling just now, Parker was still terrified. It was too scary, and the murderous look in every move was really amazing. To be honest, as the final beast in charge of permafrost, this is the first time Parker has encountered such an astonishingly murderous human being. Moreover, Parker can't read the memories and emotions of Miban Kaguya, which makes Parker feel that Miban Kaguya is unusual. "Parker?" Emilia asked with a smile. "What do you think of that person?" "It's the first time I've heard this name because I'm a kind girl." "Who knows?" Parker shook his head, "but that person is very strong, terrifyingly strong." "Yeah." Emilia looked at the moneybag, then put it away. "Let's go, Parker, it seems that I have to become stronger." "I also hope to see you again, special person," Emilia secretly said as she walked. Chapter 352. Elf. After Miban Kaguya walked out of the alley, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although it was a bit of a coincidence, what he said just now should leave a good impression. And depending on the situation, Emilia is looking for something, combined with Fellet to perform the task this morning. Miban Wei Yi understands that he will see Emilia again. Thinking of this, Miban Kaguya's mood became better. "Master Kaguya," the sword spirit said, "there is no hell in this world." Goban Kaguya, after observing the world with you for so long, you came to the conclusion that there is no hell in this world. "That's not true, Master Kaguya. I also discovered that this world is full of magic power. It is most suitable for Master Kaguya to fight with dragon scales and iron teeth," Sword Spirit said. "This is true, this world is indeed full of magic power. Whether it is the sky, the earth, or the ocean, the magic power is endless. Perhaps it is precisely because of the particularity of this world that the regiment will cause God's favor to be so direct." After Kaguya sighed, he didn't think about it anymore, but went on to stroll the streets of Otherworld. The flow of time every minute and every second. Soon the afternoon came, and the red sunset light emerged again, shining on the decaying land of the slums. In the light of the setting sun, where the dark yellow and red are intertwined, Kaguya's shadow grows longer and longer on the road through the slums. Although Kaguya's dragon shadow skill can control the shadow at will, Kaguya did not do so. Although I don't know when I will encounter a powerful enemy, but there are never too many cards like cards. Tap tat tat, on a quiet street, the sound of footsteps is always so obvious, such as Miban Kaguya, and a woman in black in front of her. Seeing the outfit of the woman in black, Miban Kaguya couldn't help but frown. Can't women in this world dress well? This is true of Fellet, and so is this woman. When the woman in black saw Kaguya frowning, especially when she sensed the bloody murderous aura on Kaguya that only a person with extremely keen perception could detect, she took the initiative to walk in front of Kaguya with a curious expression on her face. It's so rare. The woman in black smiled charmingly. When other men saw me, they wanted to take a second look, but you frowned, as if you were dissatisfied with my clothes. Advertisement. Miban Kaguya denied. You are mistaken, I am also a man, and I would have this desire. Oh, interesting. Then why are you frowning? The woman in black looked interested. I just added a layer of pity on the basis of this desire. Why don't you dress well? You have to wear this kind of clothes. Are you still afraid that others will not know how broad your mind is? Miban Kaguya said indifferently. Pity? Interesting man. This is the first time I've heard such a statement. The woman in black smiled and was very interested in this answer. My name is Alsa. Alsa, Gransilt. What's your name, interesting man? Alsa asked with a smile. Goban Kaguya. After Kaguya said her name, she continued, girls should cherish themselves. If you don't even cherish yourself, who else will cherish you? As he said that, Kaguya passed by Alsa and walked straight to Roma's house. Looking at Miban Kaguya's back, Alsa's expression became flat. Do you cherish? Miban Kaguya, I look forward to seeing you next time. After mumbling to herself, Alsa turned around and left. Kaguya, who was walking towards Roma's house, couldn't help feeling a little speechless after hearing Alsa's muttering, I'm afraid you will see me in a while. Roma's house. When he walked to the door of Rom's house, the mica, which had been flying in the sky to secretly protect Felt, flew down on the clouds and landed on Kaguya's shoulder. Chirp. Micah rubbed her head against Kaguya's cheek. Miban Kaguya smiled and said, I see, you have worked hard. I will cook something delicious for you tonight. Juju. Micah squinted her eyes when she heard the words, and kept wagging her two tails. Walking into the room, I saw Felt and Rom sitting at the table, and Kaguya, the board, also went to the doctor. Kaguya big brother, you are back. After seeing Yuban Kaguya, Felt said happily, I made a big deal today, and when the employer comes, we will get rich. Congratulations, Felt. Yuban Kaguya sat next to Felt, congratulating with a smile. Advertisement, I bought some monster meat today, let's have a barbecue tonight. Rom, let's drink some more tonight. Goban Kaguya said something good that made the eyes of Felt and Rom brighten. Meat, monster meat. Fire it grabbed Kaguya's arm and shook it from side to side. Thank you, Kaguya big brother. Rom also laughed loudly, if you don't get drunk tonight, you won't go home. Mita Kaguya laughed, no problem, as long as you don't look like you did yesterday. Ha ha ha. Rom touched his bald head and said embarrassedly, sorry, yesterday was an accident. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door suddenly. It should be the employer. Fellet got up quickly, walked to the door and opened it. Squeak. The wooden door opened and a person who frightened Felt appeared. This person was Amelia with silver hair and purple pupils, wearing a white robe. Why are you? How did you find this place? Fellet quickly backed away with a look of disbelief. Just ask, from Zhao, and you will know, Amelia said disapprovingly. Okay, give me back my things quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. With a wave of Amelia's hand, dozens of ice crystals floated in the air, aiming at Fellet. This level of magic is not something that ordinary people can use, you should be an elf. Master Rom looked shocked. When Amelia heard the words, she explained in a somewhat unpleasant tone, although I don't want to say it, I don't like to lie. I'm a half-elf. Nani, silver-haired half-elf, Felt backed away in fear. It's not what you think, it just happens to look like it, I'm also very distressed. Okay, don't talk about these unnecessary things, return the things to me quickly, otherwise, I will. As Amelia was talking, she suddenly realized that the person she met during the day was also here, and fell in chapter 353, Juggernaut. It's you? Why are you here? Amelia suddenly realized, and then frowned, are you in the same group? Nani, Kaguya big brother, do you know her? Fellet looked surprised, is everyone himself? When Amelia heard the words, she loosened her frowning brows again. Judging from the situation, she misunderstood. However, now is not the time to talk about this, so Amelia looked at Fellet seriously, give me back the badge, I don't want to hurt you. Miban Kaguya pretended to be curious, Felt, is your mission to steal her things? Yes. Fellet nodded. Yuban Kaguya nodded, and was about to make another move, but his heart suddenly moved, and his figure flashed suddenly, and came in front of Amelia. Fast. Bad. Both Amelia and Parker who was hiding in the crystal changed their expressions, but the next moment, Amelia was grabbed by the shoulder by Kaguya's right hand and pushed aside. In Kaguya's left hand, a machete is held between the index finger and middle finger. At this time, all the people present discovered that there was an extra woman in the room, and this woman even attacked with a knife. Parker appeared directly next to Amelia and said with a relaxed face, it's too scary, little brother. It's you. What does this mean? Miban Kaguya asked with a slight frown. Alsa smiled, Shenchao, I didn't expect 640 to meet again so soon. As she spoke, Elsa withdrew her scimitar, stepped back a step or two, and looked at Miban Kagaya with a smile on her face. Kagaya big brother, do you know her too? At this time, Fellet is a little messy, you know the owner, you know the employer, and the scope of making friends is too wide. That's right, Miban Kagaya didn't deny, how do you know her? She is the employer of this mission. After Fellet explained, he asked Elsa angrily, what do you mean, why did you sneak attack? Elsa ignored Fellet, and kept staring at the bored Kagaya. The man started to fight, and his murderous aura became heavier. Even if there is no killing intent in my heart, the murderous intent can't be concealed and permeates the surroundings. It's really, really great. Thinking of this, Elsa's face suddenly became rosy, and BBBA's tone became softer. Is that Brad your sister? That's right, said Kagaya Mita. I see, advertisement. Elsa nodded slowly. So, you will stop me from killing people and silence them. Hey, what do you mean? I've already completed the task. Why do you want to kill people? Felt shouted from behind Kagaya. Complete the task. The owner came to the door. What do you mean by completing the task? Elsa's tone was full of disapproval. Forget it, for Mr. Miban's face, let's forget about it, but you should be able to give me my things. As she said that, Elsa's figure flashed, and she came to Emilia in an instant and slashed out with a knife. Boom. Boom. Mita Teru Yoriichi flicked Elsa's blade away, and Japanese hand shattered Parker's shot crystal. Whoosh. Elsa backed away abruptly, with a meaningful expression on her face. Hey, brother, which side are you on? Parker shook his head helplessly. Well, Mita Teru Yoriichi sighed helplessly. I don't take sides, I just do what I want to do. I don't think there is a need to continue this unnecessary dispute. They are all lovely girls. I don't want to see any party get hurt. Cute. Emilia stammered a little. What's cute? Brother, do you have a good eye? You can actually see the advantages of my Leah, but it's still too one-sided. Parker looked like you weren't enough. Really, I'm going to ask for advice at that moment. Mibanwi Yoriichi said with a humble face. Welcome anytime. Parker patted its chest and gave Kagaya a thumbs up. Felt and Rom next to each other are speechless. Please, they're fighting now. How can they talk about it, and discuss whether it is cute or not? That's it, Elsa. Forget about this task. Yubanwi Yoriichi said with a serious face. I can tell that you are also on a mission, and if there is something difficult for you, I can kill your employer for you. Elsa smiled charmingly when she heard this, and was about to say something. Boom. That's it. A red-haired man wearing a white knight uniform stepped on the roof and fell from the sky. Advertisement, Jugmaster. Elsa glanced at him with a frown. Ryan Harut. Emilia said in surprise. When Rom saw the red hair appear, his eyes narrowed instinctively, and the stick in his hand was ready to hit the red hair at any time. The red-haired swordsman stood in front of Yuban Kagaya and blocked Yuban Kagaya behind him. Intestinal Hunter Elsa, although I don't know the purpose of your coming to the capital, but you are too dangerous to let you leave like this. Boom. Yuban Kagaya swept across with his right leg and kicked Ryan Harut straight across the sky. Crack. A hole appeared directly in the wall of the house, and Ryan Harut flew out of the house directly. Get in the way. Miban Kagaya withdrew his right leg. Ferret Emilia, 085, also won. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's amazing, Kagaya big brother, actually kicked the juggernaut away, Felt murmured in shock. Brother Kagaya, you've actually cheated to such an extent, Rom secretly thought in shock. It actually kicked that sword master away, so powerful. Emilia covered her mouth with a shocked expression. Sure enough, my perception is correct, this little brother is really dangerous. Parker had such a look on his face. As for Elsa, looking at Miban Kagaya, she became even more excited. This kind of power is really amazing, Mr. Tong. Ryan Harut walked in through the hole in the wall of the house. Although he was not injured, his expression was shocked, and there was even some disbelief. His protection didn't work. No, it should have worked, but because he didn't take the initiative to control it, his body couldn't keep up. Thinking about it this way, Ryan Harut came to a conclusion that shocked him, that his physical strength was not as good as that of the person he met for the first time. At this moment, no one cared about Ryan Harut anymore, and everyone's eyes were focused on Yuban Kagaya. Mr. Yuban, I understand your strength. Without you, I really can't complete the task. Also laughed. Chapter 354. Strange power. However, what you just said made me think of a good idea. Also looked like she thought of something interesting. It's okay to let me give up the mission, since you don't want me to hurt that woman, and you don't want me to get hurt, can you let me see your intestines? Nani. What did you say? Fellet said anxiously. Kagaya big brother, don't promise her. Brother Kagaya, don't go crazy, Rom also said hastily. Enough, this is my business, let me handle it, Emilia said anxiously. Parker looked at Miban Kagaya thoughtfully, looking forward to this person's choice. Can? Miban Kagaya nodded, unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his chest that was made of steel, and said with a smile, let's go. There is no way, the strength is so strong, it is so confident, with the current strength of Yuban Kagaya, if you can get the chance to open the harem with one blow, why not do it? Felt was stunned, Rom was stunned, Emilia was stunned, Parker was surprised, and also was a little stunned. Only Ryan Harut understood that this person was very confident, but no matter how confident he was, he couldn't block the knife with his body. Ryan Harut was also a little puzzled. Are you serious? For some reason, Elsa felt a little uncomfortable instinctively. Why didn't this kind of attachment belong to her alone? Come on, Elsa. Goben Kagaya laughed, whoosh. Elsa didn't speak, but rushed directly to Kagaya Miban, and the scimitar in her hand went straight to Kaguya's abdomen. Not good, Emilia and the others instinctively wanted to stop it. Don't move. Yu Banwi Yoriichi stopped, and Fang Shi tried his best to block the advance of these people. Whoosh! Elsa came to Miban Kagaya, frowned at Miban Kagaya, and at the same time drew the scimitar to Miban Kaguya's abdomen. Cut! Stupid! Elsa's scimitar stopped a few centimeters from Kaguya's belly. Call! Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, everyone's hearts were raised again. Advertisement. Just as Elsa glared at Miban Kagaya in displeasure, and was about to take back the scimitar, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Miban Kagaya. Under Elsa's unbelievable gaze, Yuban Kagaya slashed towards his abdomen with a machete by Elsa's hand. Okay, sparks flew, and the scimitar slashed across Kaguya's abdomen, as if scratching metal, and there was a metal-like friction sound. Elsa, who was a little anxious at first, fell silent after seeing this scene. The surrounding Emilia, Parker, Fellet, Rom, and even Ryan Harut were all silent. No way. Emilia covered her mouth in shock. Really, Felt dared not answer. Hey, is the little brother really human? Parker complained on the spot. Yuban Kagaya held Elsa's wrist, controlled the scimitar to keep slashing, and even stabbed her stomach a few times. The sound of metal friction and metal impact continued to resound. Released Elsa's wrist, Miban Kagaya tied up his shirt and said with a smile, "It's a pity Elsa." Al-Shabai glanced at the paddle Kagaya, and put the scimitar back behind her. Forget it this time, with monsters like you around, it's okay to give up the mission. Let's go, I'll come to you again, Mr. Miban. Elsa turned and left with a flat face. The next time we meet, I hope to see an Elsa who loves herself. Hearing Kaguya's words behind him, a smile appeared on Elsa's plain face. What an interesting man. Whoosh! Elsa's figure flashed and left here. Next. Kagaya walked up to Felt, touched Felt's head, returned the things to the owner. I see, Fellet did not refuse. After all, the employers ran away, and Yuji Kagaya said so. Coming in front of Emilia, Felt spread out his hands, and a badge with gems in the middle appeared. A faint red light appeared on the ruby. That is. Ryan Harut, who saw this scene in the distance, suddenly changed his face, and quickly rushed towards Fellet. Boom. Advertisement. The shield Kagaya swept over again. Even though Ryan Harut was on guard and blocked with both hands, his legs rubbed against the ground and retreated 3 or 4 meters. Ask for flowers. What kind of strange power is this? Ryan Harut looked at Miban Kagaya in shock. You guy, who the hell are you? Mibanwi Yoriichi's face was displeased, drilled out for no reason, got in the way for no reason, and now rushed over for no reason. Is your head okay? Rom came to Kaguya's side with the stick, and looked at Ryan Harut with a solemn face. He is the contemporary juggernaut of the Astor Rhea family. Be careful, his strength is quite perverted. Jugamaster? Yudahui Yoriichi said with a disapproving face, I haven't heard of it. At this time, Emilia, who took back the badge, looked at Ryan Harut with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Ryan Harut? I want to take that child away. Ryan Harut looked at Fellet with a serious face. Zero feeling something was wrong, Fellet quickly hid behind Kagaya. Why did you take her away? If it was because of the badge, I wouldn't pursue it. Emilia looked puzzled. No, Lord Emilia, it's for other reasons. Ryan Harut shook her head and said. I'm not going with you, Felt yelled from behind Kagaya, the paddle. Ryan Harut didn't speak, but looked at Miban Kagaya seriously. Please do me a favor, I will never hurt that child. Roll. Yuban Kagaya has no interest in paying attention to the red hair, although it is good for Fellet to go with the red hair. But Yuban Kagaya doesn't like his self-righteous appearance. Even if Fellet is to go with him, he must first punish him and destroy his spirit. If I must take her away, Ryan Harut took a serious step. Then I have to kill you. The red light in Kaguya's eyes flickered, and the killing intent enveloped Ryan Harut in an instant, and the murderous aura full of bloody smell spread throughout the room immediately. In the feeling of Fellet and Rom, it was just that the room suddenly became dark and cold, and the hairs on their bodies stood on end. But in the perception of Parker and Emilia, the whole house was instantly surrounded by a sea of blood, and the strong smell of blood kept coming to their nostrils. Hey, no way. How many people have to be killed to accumulate such a terrifying murderous aura? Parker was terrified in his heart. Chapter 355. Dragon Sword. In the perception of people with keen perception, under Kaguya's murderous aura, the whole world seems to change color. Ryan Harut, who was a contemporary swordmaster, naturally saw this world like a sea of blood. The strong bloody smell kept penetrating into the nose, which was obviously just a false smell brought by murderous intent, but Ryan Harut could clearly smell this bloody smell. This feeling is very uncomfortable, not only from the pressure of strength, but also from the psychological pressure. This feeling of being in a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood is really uncomfortable. Click, click, click. Under the cover of this murderous aura, the gorgeous sword on Ryan Harut's waist began to tremble continuously and made a clicking sound. Dragon Sword, red. Do you want me to use it? Has this person's strength actually reached such a terrifying level? 383. Ryan Harut looked at the sword at his waist in shock. Emilia and Parker, who saw this scene, were also shocked. At this time, there was another sound of fluctuation in the silent atmosphere. This time the fluctuation was not a rattling sound, but a fluctuation like a heartbeat. Boom. Boom. Everyone's eyes focused on Miban Kagaya again, or rather Miban Kaguya's waist. Oh. Meben Kagaya held the black knife, the handle of Kiyoshue in some surprises, and then looked at the dragon sword on Reinharud's waist. To be honest, Meben Kagaya doesn't have a deep impression of this world, but just vaguely remembers that the sword of the Juggernaut seems to be not simple. Looking at it now, this is not ordinary and not simple. The sword that can make He Dao, Chu Shui have the desire to fight is definitely not ordinary. You have a nice sword, Yoruichi said with a very interested face. This is the first time that my Kiyoshue wants to cut off something so much. Reinharud heard that, as a Juggernaut, instead of being excited about meeting a strong opponent, he had a wry smile on his face. Originally, this man's strength had already shocked him, and he also had a not simple knife, which made him not want to fight even more. Reinharud knew very well that the person in front of him was very powerful, and he absolutely had to use his dragon sword, Red, to fight with all his strength. Advertisement. But once this happens, the entire capital will be completely destroyed in the battle between the two, and there is no possibility of being spared. As a knight, especially as the contemporary Juggernaut of the Aster-Rhea family, his mission is to protect the kingdom, and he absolutely cannot accept the destruction of the king's capital because of his battle. Therefore, Reinharud gave up. Your Excellency is very powerful. If we fight today, I am afraid it will affect many people, so I want to stop this battle. Call. Hearing this, Rom and Felt breathed a sigh of relief, and felt lucky in their hearts. Fortunately they met Yuben Kagaya. Emilia and Parker understood, but at the same time they were a little shocked. People who can make a Juggernaut afraid to fight with all his might cannot be said to exist, but they are absolutely rare. And this man is too mysterious. I have never heard of it before, as if he appeared suddenly. Logically speaking, this is actually a very strange thing. It is impossible for such a strong person to not be famous. But in fact, they had never heard of this mysterious person. Goben Kagaya let go of the scabbard board. If you don't want to fight, then get out. Reinharud. This. Reinharud felt a little uncomfortable. For the first time in his life, the title of Juggernaut was useless. Puff. Parker laughed and complained, Leah, this man is amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't take Juggernaut seriously. Hush, keep your voice down, Parker, whispered Emilia. Although the voices of the two were very small, the room was too quiet, so Reinharud heard it, so the Juggernaut expressed embarrassment. Cough cough. Reinharud said seriously, Your Excellency, please believe me, I will not hurt that child. I'm helping that kid, she doesn't deserve to live here. Hearing this, Rom narrowed his eyes slightly, while Fellet looked puzzled, not understanding what Reinharud meant. Reason? Advertisement. Meben Kagaya said flatly, Tell me your reason, tell the truth, or get out. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone present were all focused on Reinharud, wanting to see what explanation the swordmaster could give. Reinharud was very tangled and uncomfortable, but he also knew that if he didn't say anything, he couldn't take that child away. Although this will expose his plans of the Aster-Rhea family, it is not without benefits. At least it is very likely to get a powerful ally. Thinking of this, Reinharud looked at Fellet, who was hiding behind Kagaya, and then at Kagaya, and said firmly, That child is the chosen king of this country. The chosen one? Emilia exclaimed and looked at Felt in surprise. Fellet herself is also in a daze. She is a child from the slums and suddenly became the king's candidate. What are you kidding? But this sentence was said by the Juggernaut, which made Fellet a little tangled. Is she really the king's choice? Reinharud explained, The chosen one is the Witch of the Dragon, the chosen one recognized by the dragon, and the condition for becoming the Witch of the Dragon is to obtain the badge of the chosen one. When the child returned the badge to Lord Emilia just now, the gem of the badge flashed red light, so I wanted to take that child away. That child is the future of this country, and if left unchecked, accidents are likely to happen. When Emilia heard this, she came directly to Felt and asked Felt to try it. As expected, the red gem really glowed. Looking at the glowing badge in her hand, Fellet was confused and bewildered. She didn't know what to do. 3.1, and she subconsciously looked at Rom and Meben Kagaya. Looking at Felt's confused gaze, Rom didn't know what to do. To be honest, he didn't want Fellet to participate in the king's election, because the water for the king's election was too deep, and a simple character like Fellet was too easy to be calculated by others. But as Reinharud said, since he was discovered, Fellet will be very dangerous if he is not protected. Unless he leaves the kingdom of Ludnitsa, he will not be safe. But Rom can't say it clearly. After all, this is Felt's own future, and he can't make decisions for Felt. What do you think, Felt? Asked Meben Kagaya. I don't know either, Felt asked confused. Goben Kagaya knelt down, touched Felt's head, and asked, Felt, do you want to leave this country? Chapter 356. Which? Do you want to leave the country? Felt. Kagaya asked Meben. As soon as these words came out, Reinharud's face suddenly changed. Your Excellency. Shut up. Didn't ask you. Yuben Kagaya glanced at Reinharud with murderous eyes. You are not qualified to make decisions for Fellet. This is Fellet's own future. She should decide by herself. Reinharud, who is a swordmaster, has experienced too much helplessness today. Yuben Kagaya looked at Fellet softly. Fellet, tell your true thoughts. Don't hesitate. Do you want to become the king's candidate, or leave this country? Can't you stay in this country, and don't become the king's choice? Fellet whispered. No, if you stay in this country but don't become the king's chosen one, your situation is very dangerous. I'm going to leave this country after all. Without my protection, it's too dangerous for you to be here. Can't you stay here? Fellet opened his mouth, but couldn't say this, because 11 was too selfish. I've decided, I'm going to be the king chosen one. I don't want to leave this country, so, Kagaya big brother, if you leave, can you come back often? Felid looked at Meben Kagaya earnestly. Although the time we got together was very short, the acquaintance was also very strange. But Felid, who grew up in a slum and has seen countless dark human natures, clearly understands that Meben Kaguya's concern for her is genuine. Therefore, she really cherishes the relationship with Meben Kagaya, because Meben Kagaya is the second person besides Roma who is willing to give her care when she has nothing. Relax. Meben Kagaya smiled. I won't leave for the time being. I will stay in this country for a while, and I will visit you from time to time. If you are wronged, remember to tell me. I will kill it for you. Felid rubbed his moist eyes and nodded repeatedly. Kagaya got up, came to Reinhardt, and said in an extremely small voice, I don't care what family's swordmaster you are, I just tell you one thing. If Felid suffers a little bit of grievance, I will destroy your family, unless your whole family has your strength, or if you don't go out every day, you just guard your house. Reinhardt's pupils shrank suddenly when he heard the words. He understood that the words were serious, otherwise, this person wouldn't have to say it in such a low voice. By the way, you should still be a knight. That's even better. If I can't destroy your family, I will destroy the whole family of other high-level people in this country. It's about the same anyway. Advertisement hearing Kaguya's murderous warning, Reinhardt quickly assured, Don't worry, your excellency, that child, no, is that adult. That lord is the object of my Astor Rhea family's allegiance. No one will let that lord be wronged. Even if there is, my Astor Rhea family will destroy it as soon as possible. Yeah, I hope so, Meben Kagaya said in a low voice. Anyway, I will observe in secret, you can do it yourself. The voice of this conversation was so low that Amelia, Felt, and Rom couldn't hear them all. Only Meben Kagaya can be seen talking, and Reinhardt's face is constantly changing. Only Parker looked at Meben Kagaya with emotion, because it has the ability to read the inner voice of the surface. Although it can't hear it, it can read the content of the two people's conversation from Reinhardt's superficial inner voice. Of course, Parker couldn't read Kagaya because of armament hockey. It is precisely because of knowing what the two of them said that Parker also has a higher and higher evaluation of Meben Kagaya. This kind of person is so reassuring. After speaking, Meben Kagaya came over with Reinhardt. Reinhardt knelt down on one knee and looked at Felid seriously. Master Felid, Reinhardt fan Astor Rhea, I pledge my allegiance to you. I, the Astor Rhea family, will be the sword in your hands from now on, and I am willing to wipe out all enemies for Master Felt. Seeing this scene, Felid was a little embarrassed, but he remembered the demeanor of those noble lords he saw on weekdays. He cleared his throat and said in a majestic voice, I accept the allegiance of you and your family, get up. Yes, thank you Lord Felid. Reinhardt breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then stood up slowly to show respect. Reinhardt, this is Lord Roma, who has taken care of me since I was a child, can you come with me too? Philu said pulling Roma. Lord Felid's words, we must obey. Reinhardt did not hesitate. Felt nodded in satisfaction. Lord Felid, without further ado, please come back with me. The slums are too unsafe, Reinhardt suggested. Felt heard the words and looked at Kagaya the board. Go. Meben Kagaya nodded and smiled. Advertisement. Yeah, Felid nodded. You must come and see me, Kagaya big brother. Thank you, brother Dark Knight, Rom sighed. Lord Amelia, I will take my leave first. Reinhardt took Felid and Rom and left here. At this time, only Meben Kagaya and Micah, Amelia and Parker are left in the room. Yo, little brother, that's amazing. It can make the Juggernaut so fearful that he doesn't dare to make a move. Parker sighed. Meben Kagaya smiled lightly. I didn't realize he was over 320 strong, and I've never heard of a Juggernaut. Speaking of which, what happened to the silver-haired half-elf you mentioned earlier? Why does Felt seem to be scared? Meben Kagaya asked in doubt. Huh? Parker and Amelia are very confused. Brother, are you jealous of the witch? Parker couldn't believe it, as if saying, you don't even know this? The envious witch? Midatoru Yoruichi looked disapproving. Is she very good? Asterisk 0853, the Witch of Envy swallowed up half of the continent 400 years ago. You don't even know that? Parker was a little disbelieving. Meben Kagaya said speechlessly, I'm not from your continent, where would I know where to go? Nani? Parker asked in surprise, aren't you from this continent? Amelia looked at Meben Kagaya with a curious face, but also a little disbelieving. Real. Meben Kagaya scratched his head, I accidentally made a mistake using space magic, and I don't know what happened, so I was teleported to this continent. I have been wandering since then, looking for a way to go back, but I can't find it, so I can only use space magic to teleport around. This time I made a teleportation error again, and teleported directly to here, and only then did I get to know Felid. Chapter 357. Guardian, Space Magic, Missed Teleportation Again. Looking at Meben Kagaya, Amelia and Parker, although they don't know whether what Meben Kagaya said is true or not, but if it is true, it would be too bad luck. He made 2 mistakes in a row, one time he was sent to this continent, and the other time he was sent to this country, and they were still in a strange place. In other words, this person's strength is strong, otherwise it must be very miserable. As soon as Kagaya thought about it, the room spread out instantly, and he pointed at Parker. Whoosh! Parker in front of Amelia disappeared in an instant, and then appeared in front of Kagaya in an instant. Oh, it's such a powerful space magic, I didn't even realize it. Parker looked at his body in shock. Emilia also looked at Kagaya in shock. This kind of magic is so convenient whether it is fighting, running or hurrying. Believe it now, I'm really not from this continent. Miban Kagaya shook his head helplessly. In the continent where I am, all powerful swordsmen are called swordmasters, great swordmasters, but there is no such thing as a swordmaster. And I am the bounty hunter and the world's #1 swordsman, Miban Kagaya, please give me your advice. Hearing Miban Kaguya's self-introduction, Emilia and Parker both nodded, expressing their belief. The #1 swordsman in the world should be at the same level as the Juggernaut, and if you are a bounty hunter, this status is pretty good. Parker thought for a while, and then used telepathic communication with Emilia. Leah, since this brother Kagaya is a bounty hunter, we might as well hire him. It is a great fortune to be able to hire such a powerful existence. Instead of being hired by others in the future, it is better to hire him as soon as you meet him now. When Emilia heard the words, her heart moved immediately, but she was a little hesitant. She communicated with Parker. Parker, I have no money. Parker, 1111. I owe it first, and let Rosewall pay it when the time comes. Okay, I get it, but I don't want to lie to him, so I'm going to tell him the truth, Parker. Advertisement. Emilia didn't wait for Parker to say anything. She directly cut off the spiritual communication, looked at the bored Kagaya seriously and said, actually, I am one of the chosen kings of this country. In this way, Emilia explained that she was also a member of the King's Chosen One, and that the envious witch Shadila was a silver-haired half-elf just like her. Therefore, her existence in this country is very embarrassing, and because of her status as the king's candidate, she is on the cusp of the limelight, so, on the surface, Kagaya was very plain, but in fact he was extremely looking forward to it. Tell me, Emilia, tell me that you want to hire me. So, Emilia gritted her teeth, so I want to hire you to be my guardian. After finishing speaking, Emilia closed her eyes, as if waiting for the final judgment. Okay, Miban Kagaya said flatly, if you don't want to, huh? Emilia was about to say something, but felt something was wrong. She quickly opened her eyes and stared at Miban Kagaya. You agree? Can't you agree? Miban Kagaya pretended to be puzzled. Ah, no, of course I'm glad you can agree with me, but I'm very similar to the envious witch, and, you see, my identity is very complicated and dangerous. Seeing Emilia's flustered look, Parker shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Miban Kagaya expectantly. With the experience of reading countless people, Parker understands that an orthodox powerhouse like Miban Kagaya will definitely give Emilia an answer that suits her best. What's your name? Miban Kagaya asked. Emilia. Hearing Miban Kaguya's question, Emilia said without hesitation. Is it called Emilia? Miban Kagaya asked. Yes, my name is Emilia, Emilia said seriously. That's right, it was Emilia who hired me, not some jealous witch. Miban Kagaya stretched out his index finger and lightly touched Emilia's forehead. Emilia is Emilia, even if you look like the envious witch, you are still Emilia. Don't care about other people's opinions, you are Emilia, you live your own life. You have to live your own Emilia, not the Emilia in the eyes of others, that's all, and just call me Kagaya. Advertisement. When Emilia heard the words, Purple's pupils couldn't help trembling, and the light in the pupils reflected Kaguya's figure flickeringly. Leah, Kagaya can also call me Leah, and thank you. Emilia smiled easily. For a moment, the whole room seemed to be suddenly lit up with white light. Of course, it is impossible to be normal, but in Kaguya's eyes, Emilia glowed. By the way, Kagaya, I have no money for the time being, can you give me a few more days? Emilia suddenly remembered this, and looked at Kagaya with a pitiful face. Leah, take out the money bag I gave you, Miban Kagaya said. There are only a few gold coins here, it's not enough, Emilia said while taking out the money bag. Just give me a gold coin, Leah, Miban Kagaya said with a light smile. For you. Although a little puzzled, Emilia took out a gold coin and handed it to Kagaya. That's enough. Miban Kagaya took the gold coin and put it in his pocket, then looked at Emilia and said solemnly, let me introduce myself again. My name is Miban Kagaya. I used to be a bounty hunter and the world's #1 swordsman, and now I am the guardian of Emilia. Please give me your advice, Leah. Seeing such a solemn bored Kagaya, Emilia was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled happily. Please teach me more, my guardian, Kagaya. At this moment, Parker, with a satisfied heart, Zhao Li's, flew to Miban Kaguya's side, and patted Miban Kaguya's shoulder with a satisfied face. My time is up, although I really want to communicate with you, but it seems that it can only be tomorrow. Please, Leah's guardian. With that said, Parker's figure disappeared. At this time, only Kagaya and Emilia were left in the whole house. Seeing Emilia's relaxed and trusting eyes, Foot suddenly remembered that the Micah was still there overnight. Micah consciousness. Chirp. The Micah in the form of a kitten, lying on the clouds, flew in front of Kagaya Miban, as if to say, you finally think of me, Kagaya. Mika Kagaya held Micah in her arms and touched Micah's head. I'll cook right away, I won't forget it. Is this your elf? Kagaya. When Emilia saw the lovely Micah, her eyes lit up, and she hurried forward with a look of wanting to touch it. Chapter 358 Ram. Is this your elf? Kagaya. When Emilia saw the lovely Micah, her eyes lit up, and she hurried forward with a look of wanting to touch it. Mika Kagaya shook his head with a smile and said, Micah is not an elf, but Micah is a monster, and it is a special life on the continent where I am. Monster. Emilia nodded. Indeed, I didn't feel the fluctuation of magic power. It's amazing to be able to fly without magic power. Is her name Micah? So cute. Yuban Kagaya handed the mica to Emilia. Help me take care of the mica, Leah, I'm going to cook. Leave it to me, Kagaya. Emilia promised again and again, holding the mica in her arms, stroking it carefully, with a look of happiness on her face. However, when she saw Kagaya taking out a small oven from a gold ripple, Emilia was surprised and said, "Is this storage magic? It's amazing. It counts." Yuban Kagaya smiled, injected magic power, made the multifunctional oven instantly bigger, and then began to pack the monster meat bought today. After a while Emilia was smelling the aroma and her throat was wriggling, the skewers of barbecued meat were ready. Seeing Emilia sitting on the chair with her big belly 420, Yuban Kagaya couldn't help being a little speechless. "Leah, your appetite is too small," said Yuban Kagaya while eating barbecue. Juju. Micah was also eating at the side, and Yuban Kagaya put it alone in a wooden bowl half as high as a person, piled up like a hill of barbecue. Touching her round belly, Emilia looked at Kagaya and Micah, who kept eating, and couldn't help complaining, "You guys eat too much." "It's still Leah, your body is too weak, a strong body, the most direct expression is the appetite, the bigger the appetite, the stronger the body," Yuban Kagaya said while eating. After thinking about Kaguya's invulnerable body, Emilia suddenly felt that what Kagaya said made sense. The body is so strong that it is harder than a knife, and it is normal to eat a little bit. What a ghost. No matter how much you can eat, you will not be invulnerable. Time flies. Vertical sun advertisement: the moon sets and the sun rises. As the morning sun shines into the house, Goban Kagaya took the clean oven back to the king's treasurer. "That's right, I ate it all night yesterday, and I can only say that the taste of Warcraft meat is quite good. I ate Kagaya for the first time, and I ate it all night without holding back." Smelling the aroma, Emilia also digested for a while, then ate for a while, then digested again, and then ate again. This means that Emilia is a half-elf, and her digestion ability is also good, otherwise she would not be able to eat it. The final result is that Yuban Kagaya has a flat stomach, and Micah has a flat stomach. Only Emilia, who ate Yuban Kaguya's rice for the first time, has a round belly. At this moment, Parker suddenly appeared. "It's morning, little brother Kagaya, with you here. I felt at ease yesterday. Leah, your stomach." Seeing Emilia's big belly, Parker looked dazed. "How is it possible? How could you get pregnant in just one night, and you're still so naive?" Yuban Kagaya. "Emilia, what are you talking about, Parker?" Emilia blushed and said, "It's just that I'm full. The food Kagaya cooks is so delicious, I can't hold it back." Call. When Parker heard this, the cat's paw patted its chest. "What? It turned out that I was full of food and scared me to death." Looking at the mica in Kaguya's arms, Parker looked puzzled. "This is an elf. No, it has no magic power." "Speaking of which, I wanted to ask last night, brother Kagaya, what kind of life is this? I have never seen it before." "Why?" "She is Micah, my partner, and a monster from my continent," Yuban Kagaya introduced. "Monster. I always feel that she is very dangerous. BAF, and the most important thing is that it can't even read the surface memory of Micah. This is of course, after all, with the teaching of Yuban Kagaya, the Micah has long been able to cover the soul with the enchantment alone, so it is impossible for Parker to read the surface memory. Because it is inconvenient for Emilia to have a big belly, Parker can only ask Ram to drive over to Ram, who is in the stronghold of the capital. Soon, Ram, dressed in a maid outfit and with pink hair, came here with a dragon car and opened the door. Advertisement: Lord Emilia, Ram is here to pick you up. Why didn't you come back yesterday? Seeing Emilia's stomach puffed out, Ram immediately stuttered, his face full of shock. Lord Emilia, you. When he saw Kagaya next to Emilia, Ram understood, and then quickly rushed to Kagaya, grabbed Kaguya's clothes and said angrily, "You be asterisk 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 D. To Mrs. Emilia, what have you done? Take responsibility for me. Damn it, Yuban Kagaya." Emilia, without waiting for Emilia to explain, Ram quickly let go of the shield Kagaya, and took a few steps back respectfully. "Lord Emilia, how is it?" Ram's acting skills. Yuban Kagaya. "Emilia, you know what's going on, but you're still like this." Emilia was speechless. "Yes, because Ram feels that the atmosphere is already here, and it's not good not to do something," Ram said calmly. "Sorry, Kagaya, Ram didn't mean anything malicious," Emilia said with an apologetic expression. "It's okay, although the personality is a bit bad, but it's not annoying, and it's even funny." Yuban Kagaya smiled lightly. "Thank you for the compliment," Ram said calmly. "Ram, let me introduce you. This is my guardian, Kagaya. Kagaya. Kagaya is very strong. Even a sword master should stay away from Kagaya," Emilia introduced with a smile. "Nani? That juggernaut Reinhardt also wants to stay away." Ram looked shocked. "It's really rude. To a strong man like you, you actually showed Ram's bad side." Ram quickly apologized. "It's okay, I've said it all, I don't care, just call me Kagaya. Also, I like your faux pas just now, as long as Leah doesn't mind." Yuban Kagaya smiled and shook his head. "Really, what are you talking about, Kagaya?" Emilia pouted. "Brother Kagaya, if you want to get Leah's idea, you have to pass my father's test first," Parker said proudly. Chapter 359. Ram, Nani, Parker, you don't have such an advantage, however, if you can convince Leah, it's not impossible for you to take advantage of this advantage. As Yuban Kagaya said, he gave Parker a thumbs up, and nodded with a begrudging look on his face. "It depends on your performance. If you perform well, it's not impossible to hand over Leah to you," Parker said proudly. Really, Parker, Kagaya, can you be more serious? Amelia blushed helplessly. A few minutes later, Yuban Kagaya helped Amelia get on the dragon cart, and Ram drove the dragon cart back to the stronghold of the royal capital. After packing up his luggage, Ram continued to drive, taking Kagaya and Amelia with him, to the territory of the Earl of Mezes on the border of the kingdom. On the way, during the break, Yuban Kagaya directly took out the multifunctional oven in the wild, and then caught a monster, cleaned it up, and started baking directly. As the strings of grilled meat exuding an attractive aroma were grilled, Ram instinctively moved his throat, and finally realized Amelia's mood. It's impossible to hold back this deliciousness, it's even better than Ram's cooking. Sorry, Ram, my sister is not pure anymore, Ram was thinking in his heart while eating. Parker also ate wildly, and said with a happy face, Brother Kagaya, Leah will be counting on you from now on. After a while, Yuban Kagaya retracted the multifunction oven, helped Ram and Amelia with a big belly onto the dragon cart, and then drove the dragon cart by herself. Fortunately, the speed of the dragon chariot was very fast. Under Ram's guidance, Kagaya drove the dragon chariot to the border of the kingdom, the territory of the Earl of Mezes, in the afternoon. Under Ram's guidance, Yuban Kagaya drove the dragon chariot directly into the courtyard of the castle. At this time, Ram and Amelia have almost recovered. Although their stomachs are still round, they can still walk. With the help of Yuban Kagaya, Ram and Amelia got off the dragon car with their big bellies, and then they took Yuban Kagaya to the inside of the castle. Parker was not fully supported, perhaps because of his strong digestion ability or because his original shape was particularly large. Open the castle gate. Ram, who was sweeping the floor, instinctively looked at the three people who walked in after hearing the sound. Slap. Advertisement. Sister. Amy. Leah. My lord. You. Ram was frightened when she saw the two girls with big bellies. The palm of his hand was loosened, and the broom fell directly to the ground. 2. Ram walked slowly in front of Ram and Amelia, looking at their stomachs, her mouth was trembling. How did this happen? I just went to the capital, why did this happen? Ram couldn't believe it. Ram, you misunderstood. Ram explained with some embarrassment. Yeah, Ram, you misunderstood. Amelia looked embarrassed. The stomach is so big, what misunderstanding is there? At this time, Ram found Kagaya, who was behind the two girls, and stared at him. It's you. It was you who messed up my sister and Lady Amelia's belly. Yuban Kagaya looked at Ram's complicated expression, and couldn't help saying, why, do you want to be pregnant by me too? Ram, Amelia. When Ram and Amelia heard the words, they both looked at Yuban Kagaya with speechless faces, while Ram was immediately stunned, and his mind was full of muddleheadedness. Does this guy know what he's talking about? It's not enough to make my sister and Amelia Sama's stomach bigger, but also to make my mother's belly bigger? You be asterisk 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 d. How dare you? How dare you? Ram looked at Yuban Kagaya with gritted teeth, wanting to avenge her sister and Lord Amelia, but when she thought of the innocent child, she didn't dare to do it. Ram didn't want her two unborn children to lose their father, and she didn't want her sister and Lady Amelia to raise the children alone. Seeing Ram's appearance, Ram hurried to Ram's ear and explained the reason. Nani? Hold it. Ram looked stunned, touched her sister's stomach, put her ears on her stomach and listened. There was indeed no life. Ram got up, looked at the embarrassed elder sister and Amelia Sama, and then at Kagaya who had an innocent face. Her face turned red instantly. Sorry, Ram misunderstood you. Ram bowed. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. It's okay. Your misunderstanding makes me very happy, if only it wasn't a misunderstanding. Yuban Kagaya sighed in disappointment. Ram, Amelia, sister, Lady Amelia, Ram feels that this guest is dangerous. Ram took 2 quick steps back and hid behind Ram and Amelia. Just now Ram, sister and Lady Amelia seemed to have been treated horribly in the minds of the guests. Ram, don't worry, Kagaya was just talking casually. About a ton, Amelia said with some uncertainty. I guess so. Ram escaped and killed. After this ridicule, everyone was familiar with it, and they were no longer unfamiliar. Ram also knows that Kagaya has become the guardian of Amelia. I also know that Yuban Kagaya is the guardian who helped Amelia retrieve the badge, thus getting to know Amelia and being hired by Amelia. By the way, the guardian can also be said to be the guardian knight, that is to say, Amelia's last shortcoming as the king's chooser has been made up for. Amelia and Ram went to wash up, and Ram took the board Kagaya to find a room that suits her wishes. Walk down the corridors in the castle. Yuban Kagaya, who was following Ram, stopped suddenly and looked curiously at a door on the left. What's the matter, Lord Anya? Ram looked at Yuban Kagaya with a puzzled expression. Just call me Kagaya, Ram. Yudahui Yorichi looked at the door in front of him curiously. Ram, this door is a bit strange, there are spatial fluctuations, it seems to be connected to something. When Ram heard this, she looked at Yuban Kagaya with a look of surprise. Can you perceive the door of opportunity, Master Kagaya? This is the door connected to Lord Beatrice's forbidden bookstore, and people who are not allowed to do so are not able to perceive it. I said, just call me Kagaya, Ram, I'm just Amelia's guardian, not an adult. Why? Yuban Kagaya was a little helpless. If you call me that again, I'm ashamed to give you a big stomach. Chapter 360. Beatrice Ram showed considerable vigilance to the words of Yuban Kagaya. If you can save Ram by calling me Lord, then Ram will not give up. Really, maybe one day, my taste will change again. What should I do if I suddenly like this name? Then, what will you do? Ram. Yuban Kagaya laughed. Master Kagaya, Your speech is too dangerous. Be careful, Rem will complain to Lady Amelia, Rem said calmly. It doesn't matter, Amelia is also one of my goals. Miban Teru Yoruichi disapproved, and then walked to the front of the door of opportunity. 1? Rem asked curiously, so, Kagaya-sama has many targets? Who are they? Who knows? I don't know too well, anyway, I don't have too many beautiful women. Miban Kagaya put his hand on the doorknob. 803. It's really playful, Master Kagaya. It seems that Rem must be careful not to fall into the clutches of Master Kagaya. Rem sighed. Then go ahead. Yuban Kagaya smiled, and then directly opened the door of opportunity. Crack. The door of opportunity opened, and the tall bookshelves and the countless books on the bookshelves greeted the eyes. And directly opposite the door is a blonde loli sitting on a chair, drinking tea and reading a book. This blonde loli's hair is in the shape of double ponytails in vertical curls, and her blue eyes are like sapphires, like the pupils of two pink crystals intersecting. Coupled with the gorgeous doll-like costume with frills, she looks extremely noble. The gorgeous dress, elegant posture, and exquisite appearance make this loli look like a fairy who is free from the world, and she is extremely beautiful. It's just that for some reason, those two ponytails always make Miban Kagaya feel like two drills. As if feeling a wave of malice, the blonde loli closed the book, put down the teacup, and looked at Miban Kagaya with a proud face. Who are you? Why did you enter Betty's forbidden library? Master Beatrice, this is Lord Kagaya, the guardian of Lord Amelia. Rem walked in and introduced. Master Kagaya has sensed the fluctuations in space, so open this door to confirm. Oh, Betty was a little surprised. You can actually perceive space fluctuations. Do you also know space magic? I just understand a little bit. Miban Kagaya smiled, looked at each bookshelf curiously and asked, what kind of books are these? The magic book. How about it? Do you want to learn it? Betty looked at Miban Kagaya with a light smile, looking forward to the unwilling expression of this person. Advertisement. Not interested. Yuita Teru Yoruichi said disapprovingly. Huh. Betty couldn't believe it. This is the most complete library of forbidden books for magic in the whole continent. Are you not interested? That's right, it's too troublesome. I already know enough things. With this time, I might as well study the recipes. Mibanwi Yoruichi's face is flat. Betty was a little surprised. It was the first time she saw someone who was not interested in the forbidden library. This time, Betty took a serious look at Miban Kagaya. The plain eyes, the expression of indifference, and the cute kitten in the arms of Miban Kagaya. Cute kitten? Betty got up suddenly, and walked quickly to the front of Miban Kagaya, staring straight at the mica. Chirp. Micah looked at Betty's gaze, with a habitual expression on her face. She was really used to it, no woman could refuse her cuteness. Right, there is still one, Narsa's woman. That woman only looks at Kagaya. Even if Micah wants to assist Kagaya, she can't do it. Can Betty touch it? Betty asked while looking at the mica. No, Miban Kagaya refused even if he wanted to. Just touch it, Betty discussed. No, Goban Kagaya was unmoved. If you let Betty touch it, Betty will allow you to read a magic book. How about it? If you have one, it shouldn't be too much trouble. No, I'm so troublesome. I'm not interested in your magic books, so I won't let you touch the mica. Miban Kagaya grinned with a nasty smile on his face. Rem, Betty, just now, Betty also had a tentative mind, but now Betty is completely sure that this person is indeed very special, and so special to the extent that his personality is quite bad. Originally, it was interesting to meet someone who didn't have a special purpose, but Betty felt very uncomfortable. Putting her hand on Kaguya's belly, Betty's eyes fixed, and she was about to absorb Kaguya's magic power. This is the power of the Forbidden Library, which can absorb magic power within a certain range. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Rem felt bad, and hurriedly shouted, Wait, Lady Beatrice. It's late. If you annoy Betty, use your magic power to repay it, Betty sneered. Next moment, nothing happened. Miban Kagaya blinked, and looked at Betty innocently. Betty's gaze was full of surprise. Rem looked at the two suspiciously, not understanding what was going on. Didn't Lady Beatrice want to absorb magic power? Why didn't there be any fluctuations in magic power? How can it be? Betty asked in astonishment. Why can't you absorb your magic power? Could it be that your magic power can be perfectly controlled? It can't. Miban Kagaya said calmly. Then why can't I absorb it? Betty couldn't believe it. If it's so easy to be absorbed by you, then how can I mess around? Mibanwi Yoruichi asked with a questioning expression on his face. Betty swore it was the first time she met such a pervert guy, and it still made her so angry. Yuban Kagaya touched his chin and smiled. You shouldn't be human. I always feel that you have the same breath as Parker. Are you an elf too? To be honest, it's the first time I've met a humanoid elf, and she's such a cute loli. So what about 2.4? Betty put down her palm and said with an angry face. I can perceive that you seem to be unable to actively create magic power. Your magic power should be provided by this forbidden library. Betty heard this, and looked at Kagaya with a serious face. Your protection, is it a perception type? Intensive care. Yuban Kagaya shook his head and said, I don't have such convenient abilities. My abilities are all obtained through my hard work. This kind of perception ability is something that I have honed on the battlefield for 3 years without closing my eyes every day and every night. Yuban Kagaya said flickeringly. Don't ask, just ask hard. Intuition born from killing? I see. No wonder you can perceive Betty's door of opportunity. Betty nodded with a clear face. Chapter 361 Books. Are you Leah's elf too? Miban Kagaya asked curiously. No, Betty is not anyone's elf. Also, can you leave? People who cannot contribute magic power to Betty. Betty spoke in a proud tone with a flat expression. Yuban Kagaya heard this, smiled lightly and said, "What? If you contribute magic power to you, you welcome me. In this case, I can give you my magic power, but the premise is, can you let me touch your head?" Nani? Betty was a little astonished. You human being is really weird, you still want to touch Betty's head? How to say? Yuban Kagaya explained with a smile, I say whatever I think of, and I am a person who obeys my own desires very much. I think you're cute, so I want to touch your head, that's all. He really is a person who obeys his own desires. Betty shook her head, then sneered, yes, I should agree to your conditions, but you have to give me magic power first. No problem. Yu Banwi laughed at 11th night, you can absorb magic power now, and I won't interfere with magic power anymore. Ah. Betty put her hand on Kaguya's body again, this time Betty felt a huge magic power absorbed by her instantly. It's really terrifying magic power. Betty was a little shocked, it was the first time for her to see such good quality magic power on a human body. However, Betty sneered inwardly, look, let me teach you a lesson, humans, remember, don't trust anyone. Thinking in this way, Betty instantly increased the amount of absorption. In an instant, the terrifying magic power surged, and the invisible airflow began to sweep across the forbidden library, making the bookshelves creak. The incomparably clear fluctuations of magic power continuously appeared on Kaguya's body, and then were instantly absorbed by Betty. Ram was stunned to see this scene. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time continued to flow, and soon came to a minute. Betty looked at Yuban Kagaya with a calm smile on her face. Her face could not stop being shocked. Are you a monster? What kind of magic power reserve do you have? You don't need to absorb and restore it from the outside world. Your body alone can hold so much magic power. Is your body made of iron? Yuban Kagaya laughed. How is it enough? If it's not enough, just keep sucking it. This magic power is not worth mentioning to me. Advertisement. Suck as much as you can. Let me see how much magic you can absorb, Betty. Not worth mentioning. Betty was a little speechless. So far, the total amount of magic power she has absorbed is equivalent to the sum of the magic power of hundreds of high-level mages. If this is not worth mentioning, those hundreds of magic mages would be killed by a one-shot crash. But, a smile appeared on the corner of Betty's mouth. In this case, let Betty see how much magic power you have. Betty doesn't believe that your magic power is inexhaustible. With a single thought, the terrifying suction power increased to a higher level, the fluctuation of magic power ravaged the entire forbidden library, and the violent air current even made Rem take 2 steps back. It's too scary, Lord Anya. Wei said heavily. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. 10 minutes passed, and Betty looked at Yuban Kagaya with a numb face, still with that indifferent expression, this man is indeed a monster. To be honest, the magic power absorbed so far, even if Betty squanders it casually every day, is enough for Betty to use for more than 10 years. And this terrifying magic power was absorbed, and Yuban Kagaya still acted like a normal person. Even Betty felt that the total amount of Kaguya's magic power did not decrease at all, it was still so unfathomable, as if it was really inexhaustible. In an instant, the magic wave dissipated, and the airflow subsided quickly. Betty withdrew her hand and said with a face of resignation, You won, monster. Hearing this, Yuban Kagaya couldn't help chuckling and said, I'm not a monster. My name is Yuban Kagaya. You can call me Kagaya. Please teach me, Betty. After speaking, Yuban Kagaya stretched out his big hand and rubbed Betty's head. Well, it feels good. After Kagaya kneaded for half a minute, under Betty's increasingly unhappy eyes, he and Rem left the forbidden library. Crack. The door closes. Betty looked intently at the closed door, felt the magic power in her body, and suddenly had a trace of expectation in her heart. Is that person, is it you? Back on the seat, Betty picked up a huge book. It was too big for her, opened the book and checked carefully, but there was nothing in the book. It seems not. Betty, how long do you have to wait? Advertisement. There was a voice of despair, which echoed in the silent forbidden library for a long time. After taking Yuban Kagaya to choose a room, he pretended to be a maid and went to cook. In the kitchen, Ram came to Rem. Rem, Master Kagaya has a lot of food. You can make more, don't worry about not being able to eat. What you should worry about is whether Master Kagaya can eat enough. Ram was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. I see, sister. Soon, it was time to eat. Let Ram, who is cooking, go with Ram to inform Amelia and Mita Kagaya. As for Betty, if no one is allowed to enter the forbidden library, Mew and Ram won't be able to see 29 Sandy at all. Dining room. Yuban Kagaya followed Rem into the restaurant, saw Amelia and Ram, and greeted directly. Yo, Leah, Parker, Ram. Kagaya. Brother Kagaya. Master Kagaya. At this time, Betty also came in. After seeing Parker, her eyes lit up. Big brother, long time no see. Long time no see, Betty. Parker flew to Betty. Betty grabbed Parker directly, and touched Parker with a happy face. Big brother, you have to spend more time with Betty this time. No problem, Betty. Parker did not refuse. Oh, how rare, Beatrice, you actually came out to eat, do you miss me? At this time, a man wearing a cloak and makeup like a clown walked in with a smile on his face. The man has blue hair, his left eye is yellow and his right eye is blue, and he looks very strange overall. Looking at this man, Betty looked disdainful. Stay away for those who pretend to be passionate. Betty has a big brother is enough. Master Rosewall. Remlum said respectfully together. Kagaya, he is the owner of this mansion. Emilia introduced Kagaya to the board. Chapter 362 The King. You are Kagaya Mita. Rosewall came to Yuban Kagaya with a smile on his face. I heard what Ram said, thanks to you this time. My name is Rosewall El Metzes, and I am the border earl of the kingdom. Although my outfit is a bit weird, please don't mind me. Hello. Miban Kagaya nodded. I don't think your outfit is weird. Everyone has their own hobbies, and I respect your hobbies. Besides, Miban Kagaya smiled and said, your spirit is worth learning. You don't care about the eyes and opinions of ordinary people, and you only do what you want to do. This kind of action in pursuit of freedom is really touching. Rosewall, blinking his eyes, Rosewall was a little confused. Is he this kind of person? Why doesn't he know? However, the more I think about Miban Kaguya's words, the more Rosewall realizes what Miban Kagaya said makes sense. Leah, what you lack is this mentality. Miban Kagaya turned his head to look at Emilia and said seriously, don't care about other people's opinions and thoughts, you are Emilia, just treat those mediocre words as fart. Don't care about people who don't matter, whoever makes you unhappy, you just kill whoever is, you should live your own way. You are right, thank you, Kagaya, Emilia smiled. When Rosewall saw this scene, the corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching, he seemed to be an assist. Cough cough. Let's serve dinner, everyone. Let's all welcome Lord Emilia's guardian, Kagaya. As he said that, Rosewall hurried to the main seat and greeted everyone to eat quickly. Rosewall didn't dare to say too much about a person like Miban Kagaya who had an out-of-the-box thinking. Goban Kagaya and Emilia sat on one side, Betty and Parker sat on the other side, and Rem stood behind Rosewall. When everyone was preparing to eat, Rosewall suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is the food in front of Kagaya so high? The food on everyone's plate was a piece of grilled Warcraft steak and some vegetarian dishes, but on the plate in front of Yuban Kagaya, there was a piece of steak superimposed. Mr. Miban's dinner plate. What's the matter? Rosewall was a little puzzled. Advertisement before Rem could answer, Ram said, Master Rosewall, Master Kagaya has a lot of food, but Rem still cooks less. Yeah? Rosewall was a little confused. This is monster meat, no matter how you can eat it, it can't be less than 10 yuan. Even if it is the monster of the contemporary swordmaster Ryan Harut, eating 2 or 3 yuan will be enough. There is no way, this is not common monster meat, this is advanced monster meat, the quality and energy of each piece of meat are extremely high. Glancing at the plate in front of Miban Kagaya again, Rosewall's heart skipped a beat, the plate was actually empty. Betty also looked at Miban Kagaya with her eyes jumping up and down. She seriously doubted whether Miban Kagaya was human. If Yuban Kagaya was not a man, she would have wondered if it was Sha Huo, the gluttonous witch. It seems that Ram has done less, and Ram will do more. Ram turned around and left. No need, Ram, these are enough, no matter how much you eat, it's just to satisfy your appetite. Yuban Kagaya stopped. If you want to live on steak, you can't make me full even if you cook for a day. One day, Ram instinctively took 2 steps back, is Master Kagaya trying to exhaust Ram to death? Miban Kagaya said speechlessly, I've said it all, there's no need to do it again. Kagaya, haven't you been full? Emilia asked distressedly. Not at all. When I was very weak, I could still fill my stomach, but as my body got stronger and stronger, I gradually seldom had enough to eat. Miban Kagaya touched his stomach and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If it weren't for sense and fruit plus primordial chaos breathing method and continuous photosynthesis, Yuban Kagaya would be too hungry to walk in the last world. After all, there are too few edible monsters, even delicious monsters, not even a fraction of sea kings, so how can it be possible to satiate Miban Kagaya? Feeling that this topic was inexplicably heavy, so Rosewall quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, Mr. Miban, since you have become Lord Emilia's guardian, you should also be aware of the current situation of the kingdom. Miban Kagaya blinked. What's the situation? Rosewall said, there is currently no king in this country, and Lord Emilia is one of the king chosen. However, due to some special reasons, Lord Emilia is actually at a disadvantage among the king candidates. Advertisement, so, as the guardian of Lord Emilia, you will also be involved in some battles in the process of protecting Lord Emilia. Looking at Emilia who was a little depressed, Yuban Kagaya said in a calm tone, with a nonchalant expression, boring, is that all you want to say? When Rosewall heard this, not only did he not feel the embarrassment of being interrupted, but his eyes flashed brightly. He heard the confidence and the feeling of decisiveness. To be honest, you guys are thinking too much. Miban Kagaya leaned back on the chair and said calmly, for me, it doesn't matter what happens to this country, it has nothing to do with me. What I want to do is to get rid of anyone or anything that threatens Leah. As long as all the people who resisted Leah are killed, no one will dare to trouble Leah. As long as no one dares to resist, the remaining people will naturally elect Leah to become the king. W. Rosewall, Rem, Parker, Betty, Emilia, everyone looked at Miban Kagaya in bewilderment. You, Li Qianzhao, are really dangerous, Betty exclaimed. I think Brother Kaguya's method is good, Parker said seriously. Sister, Lord Dark Yi is so scary, Remdok. Yeah, Ram, it seems that we have to be more careful in the future, Ram said. No, Kagaya, this is too cruel. Emilia grabbed Kaguya's arm and looked serious. I knew you wouldn't agree, Leah, don't worry, I won't do it casually. Yuban Kagaya said helplessly, if you are too kind, you will only be hurt, Leah. I know you're right, Kagaya, but, this is too cruel. Emilia looked sad. Mr. Euban, although what you said is very reasonable, even if you are strong enough to kill blood in the capital, by then, this kingdom will almost be finished. Rosewall shook his head. Chapter 363 Prophecy? Ruined? Isn't this better? Meben Kagaya laughed. If it's really over, wouldn't Leah be able to build her own kingdom? At that time, Leah can change the kingdom according to her own ideas, and let the kingdom change according to Leah's wishes. Isn't this a good thing? Hearing Meben Kaguya's speech, everyone was silent for a while. Although what Meben Kagaya said was very bloody, I have to say that what he said was really reasonable. Leaving others aside, Emilia's heart was moved for a moment, and Kaguya's depiction attracted her. However, Emilia suppressed this thought in the end and stopped thinking about it, because she was afraid that she would really be unable to bear it and immerse herself in that kind of beauty. Of course, Meben Kagaya also knew that it was impossible for Emilia to change so easily. Meben Kagaya said this just to plant a seed in Emilia's heart, and the seed will germinate. What Kagaya has to do is to subtly influence Emilia, water the seed, and then wait for the seed to germinate. Night. The moon hangs high and the stars shine. The cold moonlight shines on the earth, and the cloudless sky makes the moonlight and starlight shine on the earth without hindrance. The 3 swords of Tiandiran were placed on the head of the bed, and Euban Kagaya was standing by the window at 660, looking at Emilia in the courtyard and communicating with the elves with closed eyes. At this moment, under the light of the moonlight and the stars, Emilia, who radiates a faint magical light all over her body, looks like a goddess of the moon, noble and elegant. Seeing such beautiful scenery, Euban Kagaya couldn't help but indulge in it, enjoying the quiet beauty of this moment quietly in her heart. At the same time, Rosewall's room. Looking at the new content of the prophecy in the book in his hand, Rosewall looked solemn. Advertisement, it has changed, the prophecy has changed, the reincarnated person is gone, and now it has turned into an unfathomable person who ignores the established destiny. What the hell happened? Rosewall closed the book and looked at the ceiling thoughtfully, an elusive person who ignores the established destiny. Rosewall thought of Meben Kagaya, and thought of Meben Kaguya's vision of looking at the world with the eyes of an orthodox strong man. If this person is Meben Kagaya, who is the reincarnated person? Where did that person go? Since you're a reincarnated person, there's no reason to disappear. Why did you disappear? What happened to BBFH? After pondering for a while, Rosewall shook his head with a smile. Forget it, the prophecy cannot be wrong. Since the prophecy is no longer displayed, it means that the reincarnation is useless. And this newly emerged, elusive person who ignores the established destiny is the key to the next step. Ignoring the established destiny, even the established destiny can be changed. Maybe my long-cherished wish can be fulfilled as if ignoring the destiny. It's really exciting. The world is about to undergo major changes. Rosewall, holding the prophecy book in his hand, is very confident. He believes that as long as he relies on the prophecy, he will be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Time flies. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Meben Kagaya has also gradually become familiar with the life here, and spends her days leisurely every day. Of course, this was Kaguya's idea. In the eyes of Ram, and even Rosewall, Kagaya is not familiar with this. This is obviously his home. Kagaya is everywhere in the entire castle mansion. Every day he chats with Emilia or argues with Betty. And every time when Betty is speechless and extremely upset, Micah can comfort Betty, which can be said to be a good idea for Betty. In particular, the so-called door of opportunity is like a decoration, and the way Kagaya enters whenever he wants, makes Ram wonder whose home it is. Could it be that they are not the maids of the Mazes family, but the maids of Meben Kagaya? When it was time to cook, Meben Kagaya even took the initiative to go to the kitchen to show Ram his cooking skills. The miraculous knife skills, the art-like way of cooking, and the magic-like golden light at the end simply opened the eyes of Ram. Advertisement. It was the first time they knew that culinary skills could reach such a level. Not to mention the taste, since Betty came out to eat every day recently, even Parker didn't touch it while eating, but touched it after eating, so that he could see the deliciousness of the food. And not to mention anything else, the same conclusion can be drawn just from the fact that the people in this castle mansion all walk with big bellies every day. Of course, Meben Kagaya watched Rosewall walking with a big belly, and the corners of his eyes twitched every time. No matter how he looked at it, he felt embarrassed and speechless. Thanks to Euban Kagaya, Ram has not dared to eat during the day these days. After all, it is too embarrassing to go shopping for supplies with a big belly. But this kind of life, everyone is very satisfied, relaxed, joyful, people can't stop. But still the same sentence, the tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop. There are always people who like to disturb Kagaya to enjoy the tranquility. There will always be people who will regret it after Kagaya slashed the corpses all over the field with a knife. This morning, Rosewall went to the capital to visit some of his allies. After all, Emilia has a powerful guardian, and Rosewall must pay a visit one by one to make her allies more confident. Ram were the same as usual. Ram went shopping, and Ram cleaned the castle mansion. Euban Kagaya still stayed with Emilia for a while, and went to bicker with Betty on time. When Betty pouted, she put the mica into Betty's arms again, and let Betty caress the mica in pain. Listen well, if it's not for Micah's face, Betty will never forgive you, understand, huh? Betty said so arrogantly. When it was almost noon, Ram came back with the ingredients. Kagaya, who was preparing lunch ingredients in the kitchen, frowned when she saw Ram. Putting down the kitchen knife, Meben Kagaya quickly came to Ram, grabbed Ram's right hand, and looked solemnly. Seeing this, Rem asked with a puzzled look. What's the matter, Master Kagaya? You were bitten by a wild animal? Meben Kagaya looked at the wound on Rem's hand and vaguely remembered that it happened. It's just that Meben Kaguya's impression of this world is really not very deep, so he dare not say what happened. But there is one thing that Yuben Kagaya can be sure of, that is, there is an ominous magic power on the wound on Rem's hand, which is definitely not right. Rem thought that Meben Kagaya cared about her, so she quickly explained, it's all right, Master Kagaya, it was just bitten by a puppy. Chapter 364 Warcraft. That's not common's puppy, it's a monster. There is an ominous magic power on your wound. Meben Kagaya frowned. Nani, Ram was bitten by a monster. At this time, Ram, who came into the kitchen to help Meben Kagaya, heard what Meben Kagaya said, and hurried over to look at Ram's hands. Come with me. As soon as Kagaya thought about it, the room expanded instantly, and he brought Ram and Ram to the door of a room in an instant. Crack. Opening the door, Meben Kagaya quickly entered the forbidden library with the two girls. Betty, look at Rem's hand. Kagaya pushed Rem in front of Betty. Betty, who was hugging Micah, saw Kagaya coming in, and instinctively wanted to bicker, but when she saw the wound on Rem's hand, she frowned. Raising his hand to detect the magic, a strong black incentive suddenly emerged from Rem's wound. This is a curse, you were bitten by a monster, Rem, Betty said solemnly. Ram and Ram were startled when they heard this, and then, Rem staggered suddenly, feeling a little weak in body and a little heavy in his head. Goben Kagaya supported Rem, let Rem sit on the chair, then looked at Betty and asked, can you release it? Betty shook her head, it's okay if the curse doesn't activate, but this curse was already activated when Rem was bitten. There is only one way now, and that is to kill that monster, or else we can only wait for death. Then I'll go and kill that monster right now, Ram said with fierce eyes. Ram, where did you meet the monster? Ram asked. The village. In the village, Ram said dazedly. It's too late to look for it now, that monster should have run away long ago. Kagaya said seriously, I have a transfer magic, which can transfer the curse to me first, so that Rem will be fine. Nani? Betty frowned, and said angrily, are you crazy? Do you think the curse is so easy to bear? Transfer to Ram, Lord Kagaya, I am Rem's older sister, Ram said. Needless to say, leave it to me, this curse is not worth mentioning to me, as long as I kill that monster later. Yoruichi grabbed Rem's hand with a serious face, closed his eyes, and prepared to activate his ability. The weak Rem looked at Kagaya, who was holding her hand, trembling in her heart, and wanted to pull out her hand forcefully, but there was no strength. Advertisement, transfer. As soon as Kagaya had a thought, the Op fruit ability was activated, and the magic power of black in Rem's hand was instantly transferred to Kaguya's hand. In an instant, Yuben Kagaya staggered, frowned slightly, touched his forehead, pretended to be relaxed and smiled. It's okay, this curse is nothing, it's far away. To tell you the truth, this curse is really rubbish, even if Kagaya is tickled, even Kagaya is not interested. Yuben Kagaya is just pretending, the purpose, can't be said. But Ram, Betty, and even Micah didn't know, so they all looked at Meben Kagaya anxiously. Rem's tears flowed even more, Master Kagaya, why? Why for Rem? Don't worry, as Yuben Kagaya said, he couldn't help frowning again, and he was about to back away. Betty quickly supported Kagaya, and said solemnly, the monster must be dealt with as soon as possible, otherwise with your strength, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Shoo, chirp, Micah circled Meben Kagaya anxiously. I know, don't worry, I will quickly deal with the monsters. Yubanmi Yoruichi stood up straight with a firm face, and with a wave of his hand, gold ripples immediately appeared behind him. The three swords of heaven, earth and man in the room instantly turned into gold light spots and were transferred to the king's treasure out of thin air. Then it flew out from the gold ripple behind Kagaya and fell into Kaguya's hands. Hanging the black sword, Kiyoshui and Tianshinga on the left waist, and carrying Kongyanya on the back, Yuben Kagaya turned around and was about to leave. Etc. Master Kagaya, go with you. Ram is going too. Master Kagaya. Ram stood up straight, rubbed her eyes, and looked determined. Chirp. Micah jumps directly onto Kaguya's shoulder. Looking back at the eyes of the two women, Meben Kagaya nodded, okay, let's go together. Betty, too. Betty took 2 steps forward. No, you stay here to protect Amelia, 4 seats. Yuben Kagaya shook his head, it's a coincidence that the monster came, just in case, someone should stay behind. Ask for flowers. Saying that, Ban Kagaya took Ram and Ram out of the forbidden library. In the corridor, Meben Kagaya looked at the two women and said, I'll track down the breath of the curse, please wait for me. After speaking, Meben Kagaya closed his eyes and expanded the scope of observation hockey. Advertisement Ram and Ram heard the words, but did not speak, but looked determined. A few seconds later, Meben Kagaya suddenly opened his eyes, I found it, in the forest behind the village. Call. Ram and Ram breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they're still there. I'll use space magic to teleport, get ready. With a thought in Kaguya's mind, the room instantly expanded and spread directly into the forest. Whoosh. Oh, Kagaya and the Micah on the shoulders, together with Ram and Ram, disappeared into the corridor in an instant. After sensing the disappearance of Kagaya, Betty walked out from the forbidden library, stood by the window in the corridor, looked at the sky outside, and couldn't help sighing. It would be great if you were that person, in the distant forest. Although it was daytime, the interior of the forest looked a bit dark because of the tall, dense trees and luxuriant foliage. Whizzing. Kagaya with the mica, and the two sisters Ram and Rem, appeared in the dark forest in an instant. Amazing. Seeing the sudden change in the surrounding environment, Ram and Ram were shocked. Coming. Yuban Kagaya said in a deep voice. I saw pairs of red eyes constantly opening in the distance. The group of monsters who were closing their eyes opened their eyes one after another when they smelled the strange smell, and approached Yuban Kagaya, 3 people and 1 cat grinning. Micah jumped directly off Kaguya's shoulder, the fire flashed, and instantly transformed into a tall and mighty form. The sharp fangs, fierce eyes, and the murderous aura brought by killing countless monsters instantly pervaded the entire forest, and an aura emerged spontaneously. Roar! Micah roared, resounding through the entire forest. Seeing the astonishing might of Micah, those monsters stopped in fear. Micah is so strong, sister. Ram took out a meteor hammer, looked at the group of monsters and said sternly 7. Advertisement chapter 365 Rough. Yes, Ram, we have to go all out. Ram was slightly shocked by Micah's strength, and the next moment, his eyes became serious. The monsters around looked at Micah with a fierce aura, all of them stopped and let out low growls on the spot. But at the next moment, as if they had received some orders, these monsters became fierce one after another, and rushed directly to the board Kagaya and the other 3. Roar! Seeing this, Micah jumped up and swept her paw from top to bottom. Puff! The sharp claws slashed across, and as the blood flew, the first few monsters that rushed over were instantly torn into pieces. After landing, the Micah rushed directly into the group of dogs and beasts, and began to kill like a tiger entering a group of sheep. All of a sudden, blood splattered, broken corpses flew around, and the screams of monsters came and went one after another. Seeing the terrifying scene of 187, Rem and Ram were a little stunned. Micah, who was usually so cute, turned out to be so cruel. However, the monsters in front were blocked by Micah, and the monsters on the left, right and rear still needed to be resolved. Ram was defending the group of monsters on the right with a dignified face, while Ram was holding a chain-spiked hammer and attacking the group of monsters on the left and rear at the same time. The purpose of the 2 women is very simple, that is to protect Kagaya, and prevent Kagaya from fighting with a curse. Yuban Kagaya was also very moved by this. For Rem swinging around with a chain-spiked hammer, although it feels a little inconsistent, the contrast is also great. And Ram? How should I say it? Boom! A wind blade shot out, and after dismembering several monsters, Ram couldn't stand still weakly. It was still Kagaya who felt something was wrong, clamped Ram's waist with one hand, and retreated quickly, so as to prevent Ram from actively seeking death. Puff! Yuban Kagaya held the black knife, Chu Shui in the back of his left hand, unsheathed it in an instant, slashed across the flying monster, and then jumped back, leading Ram to the tree. Stab! Blood splattered, and the broken corpses of monsters fell to the ground. Miban Kaguya's left hand holding the knife flicked, Kyushui circled in the palm of his hand, and was held in the palm of his hand. Lamb, in your situation, where did you find the courage to come with me? Yuban Kagaya clamped Ram, jumped from the tree, and avoided the attack of the monster. Miscalculation. Ram thought it was just a monster, and it could be dealt with a blow of the wind blade. Ram said with a weak limb and was pinched by his waist. Stab. The light of the sword kept flickering. Yoruichi dodged with Ram sandwiched between him, and swung the autumn water quickly, cutting off the bodies of monsters one by one. Advertisement looking at Ram with a weak face. Yuban Kagaya was a little helpless. Although he felt that Ram could not create magic power, he did not expect Ram to pull his hips like this. Kagaya turned around, and the blade flashed. After cutting off a few monsters that were rushing towards him, he quickly brought Ram to a big tree. Micah! Mita Kagaya yelled. Whoosh! Micah, who was fighting, heard Yuban Kaguya's voice, and after a fierce attack tore apart several monsters, she dodged and retreated quickly, and quickly came to Yuban Kaguya's side. Open the barrier, protect Ram, and leave the rest to me. Roar! One Micah nodded, and instantly created a red barrier, covering Kagaya, Ram, and herself. Boom! Woo! A few monsters rushing to this side hit the barrier head-on, blood spattered, teeth flew around, the noses of these monsters were crooked, and they screamed in pain. Stay here well. Yuban Kagaya instructed Ram, and rushed out of the opening opened by the Micah, and went straight to Rem. At this time, Rem was also a little exhausted. Every time he swung the chain and spiked hammer, he was gasping for breath, and his face was tired. Ah! More than a dozen monsters rushed towards Rem with grinning teeth. Seeing this, Rem's eyes could not help but concentrate, and she was ready to play her whole card. Whoosh! The figure of Yuban Kagaya passed through the monster group in an instant. Stab! The group of monsters instantly turned into corpses, spilling blood like rain. Master Kagaya. Rem looked at Yuban Kagaya worriedly. I'm fine. Kagaya grabbed Rem's shoulder with his left hand and quickly retreated. Ah! Dozens of dog monsters drilled out from the depths of the forest again, with red eyes. They rushed towards Kagaya and Rem with ferocious faces. Shua! Yuban Weiwei waved his right hand. Boom! A 5 or 6 meter long blood-colored slash instantly passed through the swarming monsters. Puff! Advertisement blood spattered, except for a small number of monsters dodging. The other monsters were directly divided into 2. Who? Seeing Kagaya gasping for breath and frowning, Rem looked worried. Master Kagaya, Rem can still fight, let Rem go. It's not that Rem doesn't want to break free from Kaguya's hand, but Kaguya's hand is too tight for Rem to break free. And now moving fast, breaking free rashly is just causing trouble. Don't try to be brave, even if you can still fight, it's a way of overstretching your body or a dangerous way of fighting. Miban Kagaya said with a light smile, girls should take good care of themselves. I don't want to see the lovely blue-haired maid when I wake up. Master Kagaya. When Rem heard this, even in battle, she couldn't help but blush. Now is not the time to talk about this. Whoosh. Yuban Kagaya brought Rem to the barrier of mica. With his arm, he pushed Rem back. Rem followed the opening of the barrier and entered the barrier. Master Kagaya. As the barrier was closed again, looking at Kagaya who was alone outside the barrier, facing dozens of monsters, Rem wanted to rush out in a panic, but was blocked by the barrier and couldn't get out at all. Master Kagaya. Yuban Kagaya looked at the group of monsters running wildly, a gleam of coldness flashed in his eyes, and let out a light breath. Ah! More than a dozen Warcraft 1.9 at the beginning jumped up and rushed towards Kagaya who was blocking the barrier. Master Kagaya. Seeing this scene, both Rem and Ram's pupils constricted. Boom. Woohoo. More than a dozen monsters seemed to be hit by an invisible hammer, their muscles and bones were broken, and they flew back straight and upside down. Don't worry, Ram, even if I'm not in good shape, I'm not something these trash fish can defeat. Kaguya's calm voice made Rem and Ram subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Ah! More than 20 monsters rushed straight to Kaguya's side. It seems that it can only be a little rough, Miban Kagaya said with a light smile. Boom. Boom. The black knife, Chu Shui suddenly made a heartbeat-like fluctuation. 360th chapters lift a flash of golden light flashed, and the black knife, Chu Shui instantly turned into a large knife with silver fluff and a silver-white blade in the shocked eyes of Ram and Ram. Uzumaki-like airflow instantly wrapped around Tai Sui Fang's blade. Yuban Kagaya raised his iron-broken fang and slashed down with a knife. Boom. 5 gold slashes like shockwaves swept over the rushing monsters in an instant. In an instant, the dark forest was instantly illuminated by golden light, and the charging monsters were instantly torn into powder, not even blood escaped, and there was no scum left. The ground was cut, the forest was turned into fly ash, and the group of monsters that were constantly galloping from the depths of the forest were also torn into pieces in an instant. The golden light slash kept rushing out of the forest before gradually dissipating. As the golden light dissipated, a terrifying scene appeared in the eyes of Rem and Ram. 5 fissures of unknown depth appeared on the ground. The interior of the fissures was filled with magma, steaming hot, and the bear, Ten Chong. Around the fissures could see the outside of the forest in the distance. The dazzling sunshine at noon, because there is no obstacle from the forest, falls in this forest that has no sunshine for many years. This bright scene not only shocked Ram and Rem, but also dispelled the darkness in their hearts. Looking at Miban Kaguya's back, the two women froze in place. Ram's heart was shocked. Is this the strength that makes even the Juggernaut shy away? It's really terrifying. He has such strength when he is cursed and there is no one in strength. It's hard to imagine how terrifying his strength will be under the condition of full strength. Rem didn't think as much as her sister thought, she just simply felt relieved, feeling the warmth behind Miban Kagaya. At this time, Yuban Kagaya felt that it was almost done, so he directly shifted his sight to the top of the cliff on the right. With a thought, Miban Kagaya left his feet off the ground and quickly flew towards the top of the cliff. Roar. Seeing this, Micah immediately cancelled the barrier, growled at Ramram, kept looking at her back, and motioned for the two girls to come up. After Ram supported Ram and sat on the mica flew up with flames on all 4 legs, ran in the air, and quickly came to Kaguya's side. On the top of the cliff, on a boulder, lay a puppy with a steady expression. Advertisement of course, under the perception of observation hockey, Yu Banwei Yi Ming clearly sensed the sound of the puppy's heartbeat constantly accelerating. It was obvious that the puppy was scared, it was just pretending to be calm. Master Kagaya, that's it. A little girl asked Ram to touch it, but unexpectedly, it bit Ram's hand. Ram said. Roar. At this time, the puppy stopped pretending and began to grow in size with a ferocious face, and soon, it became a tall dog-like monster that far exceeded the height of those monsters just now. Ah! Ah! As soon as the beast called out, Kagaya was wounded by the wind, and Gold Slash instantly tore it to pieces. The next moment, the magic power of black in Kaguya's hand dissipated, and the curse was lifted with the death of the monster. It's over, the curse is lifted. Miban Kagaya laughed. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Master Kagaya, Rem said with a smile. Afterwards, Yuban Kagaya put the knife back into its sheath, followed the appearance given by Rem, sensed the surrounding area, and took Ram back after finding no trace of the little girl. Mesa's castle mansion. Emilia, who was waiting anxiously, saw Miban Kagaya and the 3 of them come back, and hurried over, grabbed Kaguya's hand and looked carefully. Is the curse lifted? Yi, don't worry, Leah, don't you know my strength? It's just a monster. I kill it like a dog. It's not difficult at all. Miban Kagaya is not surprised that Emilia knows about this. There's no one in the mansion, and Betty prevents her from going out, so she must know if she asks. That's good. Emilia let go of Kaguya's hand, and said earnestly, tell me in advance if there is anything next time, and I can help. I see, I will definitely ask you to help next time, Miban Kagaya said with a smile. That's about the same. Emilia nodded in satisfaction. She was so simple that she didn't hear Miban Kaguya's perfunctory at all. At this time, Ram, who helped Ram get off the mica, came to Emilia and said guiltily, Lord Emilia, I'm sorry, it's all Ram's fault. Advertisement. If Ram wasn't useless, Kagaya-sama wouldn't be in danger. Don't blame yourself, Ram. No one wants to do this. It's not your fault. No one would have imagined that monsters can hide so well, Emilia comforted. The fire flashed, and the mica also became smaller at this time, and jumped onto Kaguya's shoulder. Seeing the ability of mica, Emilia's attention was instantly diverted. Mica also has the ability to grow and shrink. Monsters are amazing. Yuban Kaguya touched the mica, looked at the girls with a smile and said, in short, nothing happens to everyone, which is the best result. Stop talking about this, everyone go back and rest, I'm going to find Betty first. Saying that, Miban Kaguya disappeared in place. Kaguya is right, Ram, help Ram to rest, Alulia laughed. Yes, Lady Emilia. Ram nodded. 330. Goban Kaguya took the mica, and instantly came to the door of a castle mansion that can be seen everywhere. Crack. After opening the door, Miban Kaguya came to the forbidden library. Brother Kaguya, you're finally back. Betty won't touch me anymore, Parker said quickly after seeing Kaguya. Who's worried about him? Betty closed the book, turned her head and said arrogantly. Look, that's what happened. Please, Brother Kaguya, I'm going to find Leah. After finishing speaking, Parker flew out of the forbidden library and closed the door by the way. As what Parker said true, Betty. Yuji Kaguya brought a smile to Betty's side. Are you an idiot? How could Betty be worried about you? Betty turned her head away from Miban Kaguya. She lied, Master Kaguya. At this time, the sword spirit spoke out for a long time, and there was nothing to say. The sword spirit, who regarded himself as a female ninja, was always thinking of assisting Kaguya for the paddle. Nani? Who's talking? Betty looked confused. The forbidden library was under her control. If someone was there, how could she not find out? Hello, Betty, I am the sword spirit, the sword of Lord Kaguya. The orb on Kong Yunya's sword hilt shone with blood-purple light. Betty also noticed this at this time, blinked her eyes, and said with a confused face, Sword, you actually talk. Chapter 367 Emotions. No way, Sword, can you still talk? Betty looked at Kong Yunya behind Miban Kaguya with a confused expression. But immediately, after Betty realized it, she quickly said, although I don't know why you can speak, why do you say that Betty lied? Kong Yunya's hilt orb flashed a bloody purple light. It's very simple, because I have the ability to read memories and emotions. I can sense it from your emotions. You are very worried about Master Kaguya. When you see Master Kaguya, your emotions are full of joy. Nani? Betty looked uncomfortable. You actually have such an evil ability. What a terrifying evil sword. Thank you for your compliment, Betty. I can still read your memory if you hold me. Although I can't completely read all your memories, I can read them as long as they are memories with relatively large emotional fluctuations. With the meticulous tone of a female ninja, Sword Spirit said something that made Betty extremely cold. How about it, Betty? Do you want me to read your thoughts on Master Kaguya? Evil, you are too evil. Betty stood up instinctively, quickly took a few steps back, away from Kong Yunya. Seeing this, Kaguya shook his head and said with a smile, okay, Sword Spirit, don't scare Betty anymore. Yes, Master Kaguya. Sword Spirit said. Nani? Scared Betty? Could it be that what she said was false? Betty looked upset. No, what the Sword Spirit said is true. She really has the ability to read memories. Miban Kaguya blinked and said. Betty, evil sword, this is definitely an evil sword, Betty said urgently with a cold face. Yuban Kaguya said with a light smile. Kong Yunya is originally a magic sword representing the world of the dead, and manipulating the undead is her scope of authority. Betty was speechless. You be asterisk 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 d. You still carry such a dangerous sword with you. It's because of the danger that I want to take it with me. It would be a disaster if it is obtained by someone with evil intentions. Yubanwi Yorichi's face was full of compassion. Advertisement, ah. Did you read Betty's letter? Betty looked contemptuous. Okay, let's not talk about this. Miban Kaguya touched the back of his head and smiled. Anyway, I know that it's enough for you to worry about me. Let's go, Betty, I'm going to cook, remember to come to eat later. Miban Kaguya waved his hand, turned around and was about to leave. Wait, can you keep that magic sword and chat with Betty? Hearing Betty's voice getting smaller and smaller, Miban Kaguya smiled lightly. Sword Spirit, you heard it. Yes, Master Kaguya. Under the control of the Sword Spirit, Kong Yunya left Kaguya's back with the scabbard and flew in front of Betty. Miban Kaguya walked out of the Forbidden Library, closed the door of opportunity, and went to cook. In the Forbidden Library, seeing Kong Yunya floating in front of her, Betty said softly, Is your name Kong Yunya? Yes, Betty, the name of this sword is Kong Yunya, one of the 3 overbearing swords under heaven, and I am Kong Yunya's Sword Spirit. 3 swords of overbearing under heaven? Betty looked puzzled. That's right, the 3 heavenly overbearing 3 swords are the 3 strongest swords in the world. They are the natural teeth representing the heaven, the cloud teeth representing the hell, and the iron broken teeth representing the human world. The 3 realms of heaven, earth and man. What is this place? Betty has never heard of it, and there are 2 magic swords that can be at the same level as yours? Where are those 2? Sword Spirit explained. Heaven is the world where gods live, hell is the world where undead live, and human world is this world. And the natural teeth and iron broken teeth are also in the hands of Master Kaguya, which are the 2 knives at his waist. The 3 swords of heaven, earth and man are all in the hands of Kaguya. What a greedy human being, Betty exclaimed. No, you're wrong, Betty. Sword Spirit explained. Tai Sui Ya and Tian Sheng Ya actively followed Lord Kaguya. Only Kong Yunya didn't follow Lord Kagaya at the beginning. Advertisement, actively following. Betty was taken aback for a moment, and then asked curiously, how did you meet Kagaya? It's not me, it's Kong Yunya, to be precise, it's Kong Yunya's previous generation sword spirit. The previous generation of sword spirits? Betty was a little confused. Yes, that was before I was born. At that time, I was the sword spirit of the previous generation. Because Kong Yunya was sealed, he has been sleeping. Until one day, the power of the seal weakened, and after the previous generation of sword spirits seized the opportunity to break the seal, they prepared to open hell and carry out a massacre to devour the vitality. At that time, the sky was dark for one day, the earth was completely divided, and it became the gate of hell. Everyone was desperate. At this time, it was Kagaya-sama who stood up, holding the iron broken tooth representing the human world, and fought with the previous generation of sword spirits for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally wiped out the previous generation of sword spirits. And in order to prevent Kong Yunya from being obtained by unscrupulous people, Master Kagaya did not seal Kong Yunya, but carried Kong Yunya with him. And I am Kong Yunya's newly born sword spirit, because I was born under the power of Master Kagaya, so Master Kagaya can rest assured of me. Therefore, rather than saying that Master Kagaya is greedy, it is better to say that we, the three swords of heaven, earth and human beings, were attracted by the strong will of Master Kagaya, so they gathered in the hands of Master Kagaya. So that's how it happened. This kind of extinct disaster also happened in your continent. Betty thought of the envious witch who devoured half of the continent 400 years ago. I didn't expect this magic sword to be at the same level as the envious witch. Betty looked at Kong Yunya seriously. Although Kagaya can be seen from the total amount of magic power to be unusual, I didn't expect that Kagaya has such a past. The hero who saves the world, Nuomos, should be able to save Betty. Thinking of this, Betty reached out to touch Kong Yunya's sword hilt. Are you sure, Betty? Once you touch me, I will read your memory and you won't be able to turn back. Sword Spirit's tone became serious. Betty, there's no turning back. Betty's tone was tinged with despair, and she resolutely touched the hilt of the sword. As Betty's hand touched the hilt, the blood-purple light at the orb on the hilt suddenly flourished, and the entire forbidden library was illuminated by the blood-purple light. Moments, emptiness, loneliness, the loneliness tortured by time to despair, were read out by the sword spirit. The memory related to this emotion is also watched by the sword spirit, and every part of the memory is a lonely fragment in the forbidden library. Every day, every month, every year, day and night, endless loneliness, despair, waiting, disappointment. This feeling has been going on for nearly 400 years. Chapter 368 Evil. This life of despair, loneliness, waiting, and disappointment, day after day, year after year, has lasted for nearly 400 years. After a long wait, I gradually forgot how to laugh, how to cry, and how to express various emotions. Even the face of the mother who had agreed with her was forgotten, leaving only a long wait and waiting for death. It wasn't until the last memory that Sword Spirit felt a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of life. And this memory is that after Meben Kagaya came to the Forbidden Library, although Betty didn't get any prophecy, the expectation in her heart secretly rose. Betty expects Kagaya to be that person, expects Kagaya to save him, expects Kagaya to be that person even if Kagaya is not that person and saves him. Or, kill her and let her be completely free. Although this section of memory is very long, but here at Sword Spirit, it was read in just a split second. The blood-purple light gradually dimmed, and the voice of the Sword Spirit sounded, "Is this your life, Betty? Is there anything you want to say after seeing it?" Betty asked flatly. "There is only one thing I want to say. When you meet Master Kagaya, you are actually free," Sword Spirit said. "You mean, he's the one Betty was waiting for?" Betty's eyes lit up immediately. "That person?" 097 Sword Spirit's female ninja's voice is full of murderous intent. "If there is a so-called person who tells you that it is the person you were waiting for, believe me, Master Kagaya will hack it to death." "Huh?" Betty is a little confused. "What are you talking about? I want to know if Yuben Kagaya is that person, but you told me that Yuben Kagaya is going to kill that person." "Betty, Lord Kagaya can't be that person," Sword Spirit said seriously. When Betty heard this, her heart trembled slightly. "What do you mean?" While saying that Kagaya can free Betty, at the same time saying that Kagaya is not that person. Sword Spirit explained, "Master Kagaya can't be anyone's prophecy, nor can he be anyone's substitute. Kagaya-sama is Kagaya-sama. Betty, believe me, Master Kagaya will definitely save you, but he will not use that person's identity, but save you with the identity of Yuben Kagaya." "No," Betty shook her head in disappointment. "It's not that person, it's an agreement, and Betty can't break the agreement." Advertisement. "Don't worry, Betty, didn't I tell you, if that person appears, Lord Kagaya will definitely hack it to death." "Betty, are you sure Kagaya came to save Betty, not kill Betty?" "Forgot to say, Betty, even if you want to commit suicide, it's useless. My ability can protect your soul, and my natural teeth can protect your body and revive you. Even if you want to die, it's useless. In front of us in the world's overbearing three swords, even if you commit suicide 100 times, Master Kagaya can resurrect you 100 times." "Betty, Kagaya, he still has the ability to resurrect?" Betty frowned. If she could revive her mother, then. As long as there is a part of the body and the soul is not dead, Master Kagaya can be resurrected. So, Betty, you can't die, and you don't have to think about dying. Sword Spirit, the voice of a female ninja, said with firm tone, "It is your luck to meet Master Kagaya, because you will not die, and will be saved by Master Kagaya." Of course, there will be misfortunes, because while you will be saved by Master Kagaya, you can only be saved by Master Kagaya. Yeah? Betty looked at the surrounding bookshelves and said with complicated eyes, "You're really domineering?" Of course, as the master of the 3 domineering swords like us, Lord Kagaya is naturally the unparalleled master in the world, Sword Spirit proudly said. Well, Betty sighed. It seems that Betty can't do anything now, and can only wait quietly for the day when she is saved by Kagaya. Although she sighed on the surface, Betty felt relieved in her heart. Although she wasn't that person, she couldn't help it. Anyone who made her want to die would die. BBFD. It could only be Yuban Kagaya. Some excitement suddenly appeared in your heart. Why, Betty, are you looking forward to Master Kagaya? Betty, miscalculated, forgot that the sword reads emotions. Are you angry, Betty? Sword Spirit said. Betty looked unhappy. You guy, you really are the sword of evil. In the end, Betty and the Sword Spirit made an agreement in 3 chapters, and they could not interfere with Kaguya's actions, and let Kagaya take its course. Then it was time for dinner. Even though it was only lunch, Betty still had a full stomach and went to the Forbidden Library with her big belly. Advertisement as for Kong Yunya. Betty gave Kagaya back to Yuban. There is a magic sword beside her that can read emotions at any time, which is too annoying. Afternoon. Ram, who had almost recovered, was cleaning when he suddenly saw Ram talking and laughing with Miban Kagaya. Seeing this, Ram couldn't help smiling. It's been a long time since Ram smiled so easily. However, Ram always felt a little strange. Ram's smile was not only relaxed, but also eager to try. What's going on? Wait, why does Ram feel shuddering when she looks at her laughing? Come here, Ram is here. Ram feels bad, and wants to leave quickly, but unexpectedly, Ram speeds up and grabs Ram's hand directly. Sister, come here. Ram pulled Ram, and walked towards the bored Kagaya. Ram had no choice but to follow Ram to Kagaya. Master Kagaya, what can I do with Ram? Don't worry, it's good. Miban Kagaya smiled, and said seriously, Ram, do it. Yes. Master Kagaya. Without hesitation, Ram immediately controlled Ram's 2 arms, preventing Ram from being able to resist. Nani? Ram, what are you doing? Master Kagaya, what does this mean? Ram, who was under control, looked astonished, and didn't understand why this happened. She didn't even understand her sister. Why did she suddenly attack her? Lamb, I am very dissatisfied with your performance today. You actually became extremely weak after the blow of the wind blade. Yubanwi Yoruichi pulled out the natural teeth at his waist with a solemn face, as if he was about to chop Ram. Now you will only hurt Amelia, so, Ram, don't blame me. Seeing the way Kagaya raised the knife, Ram was taken aback for a moment, and then wanted to struggle. But because there is no replenishment of magic power, although the action is fine, but there is no strength to struggle at all, and there is no way to struggle out of Rem's control. D. Why do you want to control Rem?